Chapter 1, Humiliated. Songjung First Hospital. In the corridor, hospital patients or staff gathered in groups of 3 or 5, pointing at the man crying out in pain at the door of a general ward. A big man. His daughter has a congenital heart disease, no money for treatment, can only cry. Waste. You don't know it yet. He's a door-to-door son-in-law who eats soft food. I guess he can't serve his female master well, so he doesn't give him any money. Bah! This kind of shameless man still has the face to cry. He doesn't know shame. Jiang Chen ignored the crowd's words and looked inside at his daughter, who was lying on the hospital bed with a face as pale as paper, and let out a helpless cry. Your daughter's heart attack frequency is too high. If she doesn't have an operation as soon as possible, the next time she has another heart attack, she might not wake up. The operation cost needs $500,000. The doctor's icy cold words were like needles, causing his heart to ache so much that he couldn't breathe. $500,000. Where would he find this $500,000? However, his daughter is now his only spiritual support. He can't just stand by and watch his daughter die of illness. In desperation, he called his wife Lin Jiaojiao. Wife, Yi's congenital heart disease has relapsed and is in critical condition. Now she needs $500,000 for the surgery. Can you advance $500,000 from my living expenses first? $500,000? You don't count with your fingers. Your monthly living expenses are only $200. An advance of $500,000 is not enough for your lifetime. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jiaojiao, as if she was stepped on her tail, snapped, then laughed coldly. He, Jiang Chen, don't lie to me about that sinful bastard's illness. $500,000 for surgery. Thanks for being able to say it. Want to cheat money from me? You punk have grown in skill. If you let me find out that you want to cheat money from me again, don't blame me for deducting all your living expenses. After scolding Jiang Chen, Lin Jiaojiao directly hung up the phone. Jiang Chen's heart was like being hit hard by a boulder. He simply didn't think that the woman he had been married to for 6 years would be so heartless, that she could even ignore her own daughter. The two were university classmates. After graduation, they fell in love and got married, and then had Zhang Yi. 5 years ago, a car accident. He was bedridden for a year, was cured, the body is damaged, became a half-invalid. The Lin family, including Lin Jiaojiao, changed their attitude towards him, scolding him at every turn, and in order to cure his daughter's heart disease, he endured insults and humiliations in the Lin family, humbly ingratiating himself, which allowed him to stay in the Lin family, and get that monthly living expenses to save his daughter. Jiang Chen, hospitals are not welfare organizations. Your daughter's hospitalization fee should be paid in a hurry. At this time, a fat nurse walked over and said in a cold voice, her eyes filled with contempt, "Big sister nurse, there should still be some money left, right?" Jiang Chen was startled and asked, "What's there? Your daughter is suffering from a heart attack. The daily medical care costs are thousands of dollars. The little money you paid is enough for a few days? If you can't pay the hospitalization fee again today, take your daughter and get out, punk." After saying that, the fat nurse twisted her head and left. Jiang Chen was trembling, his heart filled with sadness. "No, I have to get the money. I must not let anything happen to Yi." Jiang Chen wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes and turned around to walk outside. He arrived in the urban village where his adoptive father lived. Jiang Chen grew up in an orphanage and was later adopted by his adoptive father, Jiang Hongjun, who put him through school and marriage. Later, when he was involved in a car accident, it was these two old men who took care of him, and the money for Yi's hospitalization was also paid for by them with the pension money they had saved up over the years. So, if he wasn't desperate, he really didn't want to come here to ask for money. "Xiao Chen, why are the corners of your eyes so red? Are you crying?" Foster mother Chen Fen opened the courtyard door, saw the aggrieved Jiang Chen and asked anxiously, "Mom, is there any money left at home? Yi's hospitalization fee isn't enough. The doctor said that an operation would require another $500,000. Jiang Chen choked, tears once again streaming down indisputably. Chen Fen's face changed. $500,000? So much? Xiao Chen, don't be anxious, I'll go out and borrow. Jiang Hongjun, who walked out of the house, extinguished his cigarette pack and said, "Dad, forget it, I'd better think of another way." Jiang Chen shook his head. Because of himself and his daughter, this old couple's pension money had been spent, and now he had to go borrow money for him. How could he agree? They are all relatives. Isn't it too outgoing to say this? Jiang Hongjun chided intimately, and was about to walk toward the outside. Loved ones. Jiang Chen's heart stung. Why was Lin Jiaojiao, Yi's real mother, so desperate? Bang! The courtyard door was suddenly kicked open violently, and several gangster-like people walked into the courtyard. Jiang Hongjun and Chen Fen saw this group of people one after another, and their faces immediately changed drastically. "Old thing, the $200,000 owed to us with interest, it's now $300,000. Hurry up and pay it back," the bald gangster at the head said in a cold voice. Brother Black, can we hold off for a few days? I'm getting the money together. Jung Hongjun said with a red face. No money, huh? Snap. Brother Black sneered and slapped Jung Hongjun's face. Deep slap marks appeared on Jung Hongjun's face. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Stop. Who are you to hit my father? Seeing this, Jung Chen's eyes turned red and he blocked in front of Jung Hongjun. Yo ho, you're the old thing's adopted son Jung Chen, right? Humph, old me despises soft-eating trash like you the most. This old thing borrowed $200,000 from Cohen in order to cure your daughter in the first place. What's wrong with me beating him? Brother Black sneered. What? That $200,000 was borrowed? Jung Chen was struck by lightning. When his father gave him the money he said but it was their deposit. He didn't think it was borrowed. They even hid it from themselves to borrow a high-interest loan. Thinking of this, Jung Chen once again shed tears. He was ashamed of the old couple. Stop acting. Brothers, give me a beating on this old thing. Black Brother's words fell. Those punks spared Jung Chen. To Jung Hongjun is a beating. Jung Hongjun's face and body was purple and green. The corner of his mouth was bleeding. And the whole person was dying. Asterisk. You guys. I'll beat you all to death. Seeing his adoptive father being beaten, Jung Chen was enraged and also rushed up towards these punks. Bang! The iron bar in the hands of a punk swung directly to the back of Jung Chen's head. Jung Chen rolled his eyes and fainted. And in the moment he was unconscious, a faintly undetectable light suddenly enveloped his body. Xiao Chen. Jung Hongjun and Chen Fun's faces changed drastically. Old thing, you remember. That 200,000 hurry to return. Otherwise next time, I want this kid a hand. Brother He said with a cold smile, and with that, led the people to leave the courtyard. Jung Chen felt dizzy beyond measure. A picture floated in his mind. An immortal-style white-haired old man floating in the air broke mountains and rivers with a sword. The picture turned. The old man was fighting with an immense and incomparable ferocious beast, in the sky and on the ground, unusually intense. And at that moment in the picture, this white-haired old man in immortal style floated above the 9 heavens, looking at him kindly. Good disciple, I am your master, Tianhan Daoist. Today your memory awakened. For the teacher to pass on your medical arts again, hanging pots to help the world, ferrying people to ferry themselves, accompanied by the immortal voice. Huge information poured into his mind. Jung Chen woke up with a stabbing pain in his mind. Chapter 2 Memory Recovery. When Jung Chen woke up, he was lying on a bed that smelled extremely strong of medicine. He could tell at a glance that this was the village clinic. Little Chen, are you alright? It's all because Dad got you into trouble, Jung Hongjun said guiltily when he saw him wake up. Dad, I'm fine. You guys borrowed the money because of Yi's illness. It's me who got you into trouble, Jung Chen said with warmth in his heart. He now felt like his body had inexhaustible strength, and the weakness caused by the car accident in the first place had completely disappeared. Hey, we're all family. Let's not be polite. Xiao Chen, you're injured. Take a rest first, foster mom Chen Fen said. Jung Chen nodded and closed his eyes in contemplation. The complete recovery of his body proved that the scene in his dream just now was absolutely true. Now, his mind was filled with all sorts of medical sacred texts, cultivation techniques, and other assorted yet precious legacies. In particular, there was a thin wisp of green qi at his dantian, which was the backhandedness left behind by his master at the beginning. So, all of this is masters allowing me to experience the red dust and stabilize my heart. And when I encounter a life-threatening situation, the backhand he left behind will be activated to protect my safety. With that, he opened his eyes and got up to walk outside. He couldn't wait to save his daughter after he had obtained his master's inheritance as much as he could. Mom and Dad, you guys go home first. I'm going to the hospital to see Yi. Jung Hongjun's old couple opened their mouths, but they didn't say anything. They understood the anxiety in Jung Chen's heart at this time. Soon, he rushed to the hospital, and with only some money left, he bought a set of silver needles and came to Zhang Yi's hospital room. Now that he had obtained all of his master's inheritance, his mind was exceptionally knowledgeable about all kinds of illnesses. After checking his daughter's body once, a dazed look flashed across Jung Chen's eyes. His daughter's heart had a congenital defect at birth, coupled with the tiny arterial blood vessels in her heart. The blood supply was insufficient, and as time increased, the load on her heart became greater, and one day it would not be able to withstand it, and she would die. Jung Chen took out the silver needle and began to perform the needle. The 9 revolutions of returning sun needle technique, practiced at the highest level, could raise the dead and turn them into white bones. Treating a congenital heart disease was as easy as a slap in the face for Jung Chen at this moment. Bang! Just as Jung Chen was administering the needles, the door to the ward was pushed open, and several doctors in white coats walked in first. A woman then led an old man with white hair in. The woman was in her early 20s, dressed in a white dress, with a face as stunning as a princess. The group of people quickly came to the hospital bed beside Zhang Yi. The old man on the hospital bed had a withered face. His cheekbones were high and raised. His face was pitch black. He was lying quietly. His eyes were closed tightly. His breath was like a swimmer. It was clear that he would not live for a few days. Divine Dr. Su is going to treat my grandfather. We can't let people disturb Divine Dr. Su. Unrelated people go out. The young girl in the dress glanced at Jiang Chen, who was applying needles on the side, frowned and said in a deep voice. The others looked towards Jiang Chen. After all, they were the only father and daughter in the ward at this time. When Divine Dr. Su looked up, he saw the scene of Jiang Chen applying the needle and was slightly surprised. The silver needles landed accurately, and the needle application maneuvered in a fluid, one-touch manner. This young man was already quite good at administering acupuncture, and was indeed a promising talent. Jiang Chen, who was practicing acupuncture, frowned slightly. This was the critical moment to save his daughter. How could he stop practicing acupuncture? He ignored the words of the girl in the dress and continued to apply the needles. The young girl in the dress immediately showed a look of disbelief. That brat, didn't you hear what Miss Tang said? Hurry up and get out. You're that soft-eating door-to-door waste of the Lin family. Jiang Chen, aren't you? You really don't know what's good for you. You even dare to disobey Miss Tang. Are you looking for death? Those few doctors had voiced their rebuke. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Do you want your daughter to die early by tossing her around like this? Jiang Yi's attending doctor was also among them, and when he saw this, he immediately rebuked loudly. I'm saving my daughter. Jiang Chen spoke out faintly. Saving your daughter? Ha ha ha. You're a soft food door-to-door waste, even threatening to save your own daughter. I'm telling you, hurry up and stop. Otherwise, if your daughter dies, it has nothing to do with our hospital, this doctor said in a cold voice. Then he looked at Tang Ruoxue. Miss Tang, this person must have been driven mad because he couldn't get the operation fee. I'll call security to come and drive him out of the hospital. Alright, having him around doesn't prevent me from treating Elder Tang. You guys don't need to kick him out. At this time, Divine Dr. Su waved his hand and stopped the crowd. Divine Dr. Su, then please hurry up and give my grandfather a look. Tang Ruoxue hurriedly said. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be a soft-eating door-to-door waste. She despised this kind of person the most, and there was no need to talk to this kind of man with her status. Su Wenzhong nodded, and then began to take Elder Tang's pulse and diagnose him. Miss Tang, Elder Tang's organs have already failed. There are signs of imminent death. I don't have a complete solution for now, but I can give him acupuncture to inhibit his body from failing, and then slowly find a way to save him. After Su Wenzhong finished his diagnosis, he took out a set of exquisite silver needles. After sterilizing them, he pinched up several silver needles and swished them into the acupuncture points on Elder Tang's body. As the silver needles fell, the black aura on Elder Tang's face became much lighter, and a hint of redness gradually appeared on his face, clearly a sign that his condition was improving. Tang Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief, looking at Su Wenzhong with admiration and gratitude in her eyes. At this time, Jiang Chen also stabbed down the last silver needle and checked Jiang Yi's pulse. He was relieved that he was finally cured. With some internal vision, he realized that the wisp of green chi at his dantian had shortened a bit. A few moments later, he pulled off the silver needle and walked towards the entrance of the hospital room, preparing to go back to the Lin family to change his clothes. His clothes were all soiled by Black Brothers Group. As he passed by Elder Tang's hospital bed, he casually glanced at the needle technique Su Wenzhong had performed, and immediately shook his head. Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Tang Ruoxue's approach, but after all, human lives were involved, and his master had taught him to hang on to the world and ferry people to their own destinies, and out of medical ethics, he still decided to give a reminder. Old sir, I suggest you stop administering the needles. If this set of needles is administered, I'm afraid that this old man in the hospital bed won't live through today, Jiang Chen said. Swish, everyone in the hospital room looked at Jiang Chen. You, a soft-eating door-to-door son-in-law, do you have the qualifications to speak here? Daring to curse my grandfather and questioning Divine Dr. Su's medical skills, you're simply bold. Now get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Anger flashed in Tang Ruoxue's eyes as she said in a cold voice, Young man, Elder Tang's illness is indeed formidable. This set of needles of mine is only temporarily keeping him alive. Nothing will go wrong. Su Wenzhong was not displeased, shaking his head and smiling. Jiang Chen, hurry up and get out. You're nothing more than a door-to-door waste that eats soft food. What kind of divine doctor are you pretending to be here? A waste is a waste. Besides having a long mouth, you really don't deserve to be a human being. Humph, must be fancying the Tang family's energy, wanting to claptrap and use the opportunity to curry favor. Truly shameless. The doctors in the ward either mocked or reprimanded. Jiang Chen sighed and said no more, turning around and walking out of the ward. Ms. Tang, I've finished applying the needles. Your grandfather's failing body has eased. Many thanks to Divine Dr. Su. Your great kindness is remembered by my Tang family. Put, Tang Ruoshua's words had just fallen. Tang Tianming, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, his already rosy face becoming as black as carbon, and his breathing became more and more slight. Divine Dr. Su, what's wrong with my grandfather? Seeing this kind of behavior from her grandfather, Tang Ruoshua anxiously asked. Su Wenjong hurriedly stepped forward to check his pulse, and then his face changed drastically. Miss Tang, I'm incompetent. Your grandfather's body has nearly failed. I'm afraid he only has 1 day to live. 1 day? Tang Ruoshua's face first changed. Jiang Chen had actually hit the nail on the head. Can't it be that he really has the ability? Thinking of this, she flew out of the hospital room. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't gone far yet, she had a happy face and came in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 3 Divorce Agreement. Mr. Jiang, just now it was me who had no eyes. I shouldn't have treated you with that kind of attitude. Please save my grandfather. My Tang family will definitely repay you generously. As she spoke, Tang Ruoshua was in tears and was about to kneel down for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped Tang Ruoshua up and said, Miss Tang, you don't have to be so polite. I'll do my best for the old man's illness. The reason why he didn't leave, he knew that there would be this result, and since he had encountered it, he couldn't watch people die. Thank you Mr. Jiang for your generosity. Tang Ruoshua's perception of Jiang Chen in her heart instantly rose to a new level. Jiang Chen returned to the hospital room with Tang Ruoshua and immediately came in front of Tang Tianming and began to apply needles. One by one, the silver needles stabbed into Tang Tianming's fengqi, bai hui, tianshu and other acupoints. The moment the needles pierced into these points, if one looked closely, on top of each needle, there would be a flash of light that disappeared into Tang Tianming's body. Looking at Jiang Chen's graceful needlework that was like playing the zither, Tang Ruoshua's beautiful eyes were filled with color. Although this man was dirtily dressed, he carried an unspeakable handsomeness, and she actually felt a little moved. As the needles were applied, a slice of black liquid with a foul odor suddenly appeared on Tang Tianming's body surface, but his face gradually flushed. This is the long-lost 9 turns returning yang needle technique? It is said that this kind of needlework practiced to the extreme can raise the dead to white bones. I didn't think that I would be lucky enough to see it in this life. Master Tang is saved. Su Wenjong's eyes were filled with horror and excitement at the same time. Those doctors who wanted to stop Jiang Chen were shocked when they heard Su Wenjong's words. This punk is so powerful? Soon, Jiang Chen finished applying the needles. His forehead was sweating hotly, and after some internal inspection, the green qi in his dantian had already been consumed. Miss Tang, Elder Tang's condition has been stabilized by me. I only need to apply the needles one more time and he will be cured. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and headed outside. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen left before Tang Ruoshua could finish her words. Stoic, low-key, generous, and not seeking rewards. This man's qualities really fascinated her. Why would such a powerful character go and willingly become a door-to-door son-in-law? Her heart was filled with curiosity about Jiang Chen at this moment. It was at this moment that Tang Tianming on the hospital bed suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Grandpa, you've finally woken up. Tang Ruoshua came to the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face. Ruoshua, who saved me? Tang Tianming understood his condition and that there was no hope of saving him, but now he was feeling refreshed and physically energized. It was unbelievable. Dad, it was the Lin family's son-in-law Jiang Chen who saved you with a set of needles. Tang Ruoshua said. Impossible. A door-to-door son-in-law. How could he save me? Tang Tianming shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Ask Divine Dr. Su if you don't believe me. Master, it was indeed Jiang Chen who saved you, but he's by no means the trash people talk about, but a powerful true dragon with an unlimited future. This so-called divine doctor of mine is trash in front of him. Su Wenjong shook his head and said in shame. I didn't expect Su Wenjong, a Jiangbei medical titan, to have such a high opinion of Jiang Chen. Tang Tianming was startled. Tang Ruoshua was even more filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Women had always worshipped the strong. Ruoshua, no matter what, our Tang family must befriend this Mr. Jiang, do you remember? Tang Tianming said meaningfully. Being able to be evaluated by Su Wenjong in such a way, this person could never be wrong. What's more, he was aware of how serious his condition was. Even so, Jiang Chen had saved himself with just a set of needles. Definitely a medical genius. Grandpa, I know. I have something to go out for a while. Tang Ruoshua instructed the doctor to take care of Tang Tianming, and hurriedly ran out herself. Jiang Chen returned to the Lin family villa. Rubbish, why are you back so early? Where are the vegetables I asked you to buy? When her mother-in-law, Yang Huiqin, saw Jiang Chen, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes, and then, her willow eyebrows rose up in anger. Mom, my clothes are dirty. I'm coming back to change. Jiang Chen asked as he saw the three men in black suits sitting in the living room. Change clothes? Are you a loser qualified to talk about this? Hurry up and get out to buy food. If you're late for cooking today, see if I don't beat you to death, you punk. Yang Huiqin said and pushed Jiang Chen outward. Suddenly, two unusually soulful cries came from upstairs. Jiang Chen's body had been cleansed of its bones and marrow since he received his master's inheritance, and his ear power was extremely strong. Instantly, his face sank. These two sounds just now weren't miserable screams. They were the screams of his wife, Lin Jiaojiu. When she did that kind of thing, how could he not know what this meant? Mom, who's up there? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. What, who's up there? Are you sick? I told you to go out and buy groceries. Yang Huiqin ruthlessly pushed Jiang Chen outwards. Get out of the way. Faced with something like his wife possibly cuckolding him, how could Jiang Chen not be angry? His tone was also filled with rage. You punk are awesome, aren't you? Want to hit me, right? I'm standing right here. Let's see you try hitting me one. Yang Huiqin wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen in the slightest and said with a cold smile. Mom, get out of the way. Lin Jiaojiu's bedroom door on the second floor suddenly opened, and Lin Jiaojiu walked down with her arm around a handsome young man. At this moment, Lin Jiaojiu's face was still flushed with a slight redness, obviously from having just done that kind of thing. Jiang Chen's forehead veins rippled with anger as he looked towards the man. Zhao Tianyu, the eldest young master of the Songjiang Zhao family, the partner of the Lin family. He had been the son-in-law of the Lin family for the past few years, and had always served as a laborer, sweeping the floor, cooking, scrubbing the toilet. He had never blinked at any dirty work. He didn't expect Lin Jiaojiu to be able to take advantage of the fact that while he was in the hospital taking care of their own daughter, he was doing this kind of illicit affair with a man at home, cuckolding him, and his mother-in-law was even helping to keep an eye on them. Why could this woman be so desperate and shameless? Lin Jiaojiu, why did you do this? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Why? Ha ha ha. Waste? You also have the face to ask this question? You soft-eating door-to-door trash. What qualifications do you have to be Jiaojiu's husband? Ha, trash. You should go back to the trash heap. Zhao Tianyu sneered from the side. Alright Jiang Chen, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. This is our divorce agreement. You hurry up and sign it. Then take Jiang Yi and get the hell out of our Lin family. Lin Jiaojiu threw two divorce agreements and a pen in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen picked up the divorce agreement, quickly skimmed through it, and immediately his face became even more ugly. It's obvious that you cheated on me and apologized to me. So what right do you have to slander me? I won't sign this divorce agreement, Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. If it was an ordinary divorce agreement, he would definitely sign it. A snake woman like Lin Jiaojiu wasn't worth keeping around. However, it was written on the agreement that the two divorced because Jiang Chen had cheated on her, so he had left the house. He could accept a clean break, but he couldn't accept being slandered. You punk, what are you talking about? My daughter is such a gentle and virtuous woman. How could she cheat on her husband? If you slander her again, I'll beat you to death. Yang Huiqin loudly chided. Rubbish. I, Lin Jiaojiu, am a proud daughter of the heavens. How would I do something like cheating? It was clearly you who hooked up with the female nurse who took care of Jiang Yi. That's why I was disheartened and came together with Tianyu. Lin Jiaojiu said with an angry face, as if she was the victim. Dead trash. Today you have to sign this agreement even if you sign it. Even if you don't sign it, don't forget that you still have an adoptive father and mother, and a daughter. You don't want them to suddenly disappear into this world, right? Zhao Tianyu suddenly said with a cold smile, his tone filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen's fists instantly clenched hard. How could he not understand Zhao Tianyu's words? Although he had obtained his master's inheritance now, he hadn't cultivated yet and couldn't protect his adoptive parents at all. I'll sign, but, Lin Jiaojiu, I'll tell you, you'll definitely regret doing so many shameless things to me. Betraying me is the biggest mistake of your life. Jiang Chen picked up a pen and quickly signed his name, taking a copy of the divorce agreement and heading out, getting the inheritance from his master. Jiang Chen believed that his future would definitely reach heights that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen, you're not only a waste, but also a stupid ratio. I, Lin Jiaojiu, will regret getting rid of you. A waste? It's too late for me to burn high incense. In the future, you'll be a lost dog that can only live in the trash heap, and will never be able to run into a beautiful woman like me again. Lin Jiaojiu was like looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Jiang Chen. She said with a big smile, rubbish, stop. Go with Jiaojiu to get a divorce before you leave. Zhao Tianyu scolded. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them, and there was no need to take the clothes. He only wanted to go back to the hospital to see his daughter and stay by her side right now. I'm talking to you. Zhao Tianyu wrapped his arm around Lin Jiaojiu and quickly followed him out of the villa. Right at this moment, suddenly a long sharp break sounded. A fiery red Ferrari sports car stopped in front of Jiang Chen. A woman with a beautiful look and noble temperament came in front of Jiang Chen, and it was none other than Tang Ruoxue. Mr. Jiang, what are you? Before Tang Ruoxue finished speaking, she saw the divorce agreement in Jiang Chen's hands, and a trace of excitement actually flashed through her heart. Mr. Jiang, a dragon and phoenix among people like you, condescending to a small family like the Lin family is really burying your light. How about? Tang Ruoxue's face blushed a little, and eventually bit her red lips and said, how about you be my husband? The entire scene was suddenly quiet. A needle could be heard. Chapter 4, Reward. Lin Xiaojiu and the others looked at this scene incredulously. The woman who owned a sports car that many people could only dream of, and who was excellent in both temperament and looks had proposed to Jiang Chen. The door-to-door trash who had been swept away from his home? How could this be possible? Especially Lin Xiaojiu. She was even more furious. She had just mocked Jiang Chen for not being able to find a woman like her again. But obviously, Tang Ruoxue had all but crushed her in terms of face value, figure and temperament. Miss Tang, you're joking. Thank you. Jiang Chen reacted and said with a bitter smile. In his heart, he thought that Tang Ruoxue was seeing that he had been swept off his feet, so she deliberately took it out for him. However, he was still very touched. Mr. Jiang, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. As soon as Tang Ruoxue's words left her mouth, she knew that she was a bit impulsive. But of course, her words did have the meaning of fighting for Jiang Chen. I'm going back to the hospital to see my daughter. It was at the mention of his daughter that Jiang Chen felt a burst of warmth. Good. I happen to be going back to see my grandfather as well. Let's go. Jiang Chen nodded his head, and at Tang Ruoxue's gesture, he placed the electric car in the trunk while he got into Tang Ruoxue's sports car. As the sports car roared, only Lin Xiaojiu and the others with ugly faces were left at the entrance of the villa. How could this loser know this kind of woman? Xiaojiu, no wonder this loser is eager to divorce you. He must have gotten involved with this woman a long time ago before he eagerly wanted to kick you. Yang Huiqin said with a furious face. Zhao Tianyu on the side was staring blankly in the direction of the sports car, obviously still immersed in the shock Tang Ruoxue's beauty gave him. Lin Xiaojiu was furious and stomped her foot. Surname Zhao, if you like that woman, go find her. Let's not contact each other anymore in the future. Zhao Tianyu was shocked and came back to his senses, hurriedly saying curtly, Xiaojiu, what are you saying? I only have you in my heart. I just lost my concentration just thinking that Jiang Chen is really ridiculous. What do you mean? Lin Xiaojiu mother and daughter were both stunned. Humph, Jiang Chen a soft-eating door-to-door waste. How could he have this kind of beauty like him and even take the initiative to propose? This must be the person this waste paid to hire. Zhao Tianyu said with a cold smile. So that's how it is. This waste is really shameless. No wonder he doesn't have the money to cure that little thing Jiang Yi. It turns out that he's taking the living expenses that I've given him as alms to hire someone to act to piss me off. Dog thing, Grandpa, this is Mr. Jiang Chen who just saved you. Back in the hospital room, Tang Ruoxue then pointed at Jiang Chen and introduced him to Tang Tianming. Many thanks to young friend Jiang for saving me, Tang Tianming said with a serious face. Elder Tang is polite. I can save you also because there is fate between you and me, Jiang Chen said with a smile. If it wasn't for his memory revival today, Tang Tianming would definitely be dead. Tang Tianming was stunned in his heart. This young man was not simple. In Songjiang I don't know how many people wanted to flatter him, and Jiang Chen saved him, but he didn't have the slightest intention of inviting credit or currying favor. He was able to tell that the young man in front of him didn't have any pretense. Instantly, Tang Tianming's favorable impression of Jiang Chen continued to rise. Jiang Chen came to Jiang Yi's hospital bed, checked her pulse, and after determining that there wasn't any problem, the stone in his heart completely fell. Little friend Jiang, Master Tang, just call me Xiao Chen. Good. Ha ha. Tang Tianming smiled freely. He couldn't wait to be closer to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, this is the key to Villa 1 in the Cloud Mountain Villa area, and there's some money in this bank card. It's kind of my way of thanking you for saving my life. Tang Tianming pulled out a key and a bank card and handed it to Jiang Chen. Master, you're too polite. I saved you entirely because I happened to run into it. I don't need to be paid, and this is too much for you. Jiang Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said, although he had been eating soft food for a few years, he still had principles. The Yunshan Villa area was an extremely high-end villa area in Songjiang, especially Villa 1, which would definitely be worth more. Can it be that my life isn't worth as much as a villa and $10 million? Tang Tianming shook his head and said, if he lived, he would be able to ensure that the Tang family would continue to thrive and prosper, which was not something that could be replaced by any amount of money. Jiang Chen, just take it. You just divorced your ex-wife and now you have no money or place to live. How will you and your daughter live? Tang Ruoxue advised from the side. Jiang Chen glanced at his sleeping daughter on the hospital bed. thinking of the debts his adoptive parents owed outside. He could suffer, but he would never let his daughter and adoptive parents suffer in the future. He nodded and took the key and bank card. Thank you, Master Tang. In the future, if you encounter anything in Songjiang, feel free to come to me. I also have some thin skin in Songjiang, Tang Tianming said with a smile. Yawn. It was at this time that Zhang Yi on the hospital bed yawned, her large eyes opening. How are you feeling? Zhang Chen ran to Zhang Yi and asked with a concerned face. Even though he was confident in his medical skills, he was still a little apprehensive as it concerned his daughter. Dad, used to always have pain here, but now it doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Yi pointed to the location of her heart and said happily, then mumbled a little. Is it true that if I'm fine, Mom will like me and won't scold me for being a pest? Zhang Chen's face suddenly stagnated. His heart was like being stabbed by a needle. Such a well-behaved and lovely daughter. How could Lin Jiaojiao, that serpentine woman, abandon her so heartlessly? However, he knew that Lin Jiaojiao was a snobbish woman. Zhang Yi had a congenital heart disease. For Lin Jiaojiao, it was a liability. How could she care? It won't be. It won't be. Zhang Chen picked up Zhang Yi and murmured. He didn't know how to tell his daughter about the divorce. Tang Tianming and Tang Ruoxue, who were at the side, both secretly shook their heads at the words. Poor child. Yeah, you look so pretty. Tang Ruoxue hugged Zhang Yi over and said with a playful smile. This is your sister Ruoxue. Zhang Chen introduced. Tang Ruoxue gave Zhang Chen a blank look, taking advantage of her. Sister Ruoxue, you're so pretty. Zhang Yi beamed her little mouth and said, is really good at talking. You have to call auntie in the future. The more Tang Ruoxue looked at Zhang Yi, the more she liked her, then looked at Zhang Chen. You go and move. I'll take care of Zhang Chen froze, not expecting Tang Ruoxue to be so thoughtful. Zhao Tianyu's words reminded him that he had to find a way to protect his adoptive parents well. Moving to Villa 1 would definitely increase his safety greatly. Xiao Chen, why did you come back? Were you kicked out of the hospital again looking for money? No, I'll go to your eldest uncle's house to borrow again. Zhang Hongjun saw Zhang Chen and said anxiously, Dad, has been cured by me. In fact, I've been learning Chinese medicine to cure diseases all these years. Today I tried it in desperation, and it really cured Zhang Chen said with a smile. He could only find this excuse. This kind of thing like memory recovery was too unreal. He was afraid that the old couple wouldn't be able to accept it. The old couple was stunned, but they trusted Zhang Chen and didn't say anything else. Mom and Dad, you guys pack up, let's move to our new home now. I've already found a good house. In the future, will still need you guys to help me take care of her. Besides, it's not safe here, Zhang Chen said to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Hongjun, afraid that they wouldn't agree. He purposely said more. Alright, thinking about what happened this morning, the old couple also had palpitations and nodded. As for where to stay, they trusted Zhang Chen. The old two went back to the house to pack up their things. Over the past few years, in order to give Zhang Yi a medical treatment, their family's valuable things had long been sold off. So they packed up some daily necessities, and the old two came out. Old thing, our brother Cohen really anticipates things like God. Want to run, isn't it? Dream on. Chapter 5, Girlfriends. The three of them were just about to leave when a cold laugh came out and Blackie walked back with the group of punks. What do you guys mean? Zhang Chen asked with a frown. What do you mean? Brother Cohen is afraid that you guys will run away. So he asked me to come and take you punks back. Give this old thing 3 days to raise the money. Once the 3 days are over, if you don't pay back the money every day, I'll chop off one of your fingers. Blackie juggled a dagger in his hand and said with a sardonic smile, I'll make it clear to that Cohen about the money, but it'll have to wait until I'm done with my business. You guys go. Zhang Chen frowned and said, asterisk. Kid, you're awesome? Is it because I didn't beat you hard enough that time, and your skin is itching again? I told you, in the future, when you see lousy, you have to kneel down obediently. Do you hear me? Now first kneel down and lick my shoes clean. Black Z laughed back in anger, his hands leaning on the baseball bat, said with an arrogant face, rubbish, hurry up and kneel down. To be able to lick Black's shoes, that's your honor. Maybe you'll be addicted to kneeling in the future. Ha 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 ha, a soft food door waste, still dare to be arrogant, looking for death. There are so many of us, a mouthful of saliva from each of us can also drown you. Hurry up and kneel down. The few punks following behind Blackie had looked at Zhang Chen like he was trash, laughing. Brother Black, I beg you to be more accommodating. Okay, I promise. I'll get the money together in the next 2 days. Please let my son go, okay? Zhang Hongjun saw how strong the gunpowder flavor was. He hurriedly walked to Blackie and begged with a humble face. Snap! Blackie laughed and slapped Zhang Hongjun's already red and swollen face. Old thing, how did you teach your son? No wonder he went to be a soft-eating door-to-door waste. It's having a wimpy father like you. since you can't teach your son well, let me teach him. Bang! The smirk on Hazy's face hadn't dissipated yet when Jiang Chen suddenly moved and flew in front of Hazy. With a kick, he kicked above Blackie's heart. Blackie's figure instantly flew out like a kite with broken strings, landing on the ground 4 or 5 meters away and spraying out several large mouthfuls of blood. If you dare to touch my parents again, I'll take your life, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, killing intent in his tone. Asterisk 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 Nima. Dare to hit me. Brothers, give me on. Waste him. Blackie was furious, not expecting Jiang Chen, the notorious door-to-door punk, to dare to strike him, and with a wave of his hand, he yelled. The group of punks were all like fierce gods dancing swords and sticks swarming towards Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, seeing this scene, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hongjun immediately turned pale with fear and shouted anxiously. Jiang Chen, however, was not the least bit afraid and ran towards the group of punks. Bang bang bang, with every punch and kick Jiang Chen threw, a punk fell down holding his arms or legs. In the blink of an eye, this group of punks all fell to the ground, wailing and incapacitated. Seeing this, Blackie, who had fallen to the ground, was instantly scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that the door-to-door trash in the eyes of the crowd would have such good hands? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and walked over to Blackie. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm Cohen's man. If you dare to touch me again, Cohen won't let you go. You're the one with parents and children, Blackie said loudly, his tone filled with trembling. Killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes and he slowly raised his foot. Xiao Chen, don't do it. Let's go. The reactive Jiang Hongjun hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. They were all honest people, afraid of getting into serious trouble. Jiang Chen's figure slightly stalled. Then he nodded. He had just been suppressing the strength of his strikes for fear of scaring his adoptive parents. Go back and tell your brother Cohen that I'll be looking for him. Now, get lost, Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. Blackie forced himself to endure the pain, called up those juniors, and left in a mess. Kid, you're dead this time. Brother Cohen will definitely not let you go. When he was leaving, Blackie said viciously, Mom and Dad, let's go to our new home. Jiang Chen ignored Blackie's words and looked at his adoptive parents. Xiao Chen, I think you're different, Jiang Hongjun said. Old thing, what are you wasting your words for? Is it hard to believe that you want our Xiao Chen to be bullied all the time? Chen Fun, however, pushed Jiang Hongjun and said, I'm not afraid of him getting into trouble. You also know how powerful Brother Cohen is. Jiang Hongjun sighed and said, Don't worry guys, I'll take care of Brother Cohen's matter and make sure there won't be any problems. Jiang Chen could see the anxiety of the old couple and comforted them with a smile. The old couple wanted to say something, but finally chose to believe Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gave his adoptive parents a taxi, and rode his own electric bike, arriving at Villa No. 1 in the Cloud Mountain Villa area. Xiao Chen, this villa, did you do something bad? Jiang Hongjun pointed at the luxurious and elegant villa in front of him, stuttering and unable to speak, his face with the color of worry. Today, Jiang Chen had displayed an extraordinary body, and now with such a luxurious villa, it was hard not to let him associate it with some unorthodox behavior. Dad, how could I do something bad? I cured someone and someone else gave it to me, Jiang Chen said with a dumbfounded smile. This was also the reason why he had just spilled out that he knew how to heal, saving him from having a bad time explaining the origin of the villa. Old man, Chen Chen has made a name for himself and is now honoring you. What do you have to worry about? Go in. Chen Fun, however, didn't care about those, pulling Jiang Hongjun into the villa. Jiang Chen settled his adoptive parents, then took Tang Tianming's bank card and went to Songjiang Bank, the adoptive parents' usual living expenses, as well as their outstanding debts outside that needed to be paid, so he planned to withdraw some money. There were quite a few people at the bank today, so he lined up a number at the bank and waited for half a day before it came to him. Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen had just arrived at the bank counter when a surprised cry came from the opposite side. Jiang Chen looked up. A heavily made-up and very sexily dressed woman was frowning and looking at him in disgust. This person he really knew. It was Lin Jiajiao's best friend, Zhao Weihua. Zhao Weihua often went to the Lin family villa to look for Lin Jiajia to play, and every time she got there, she would taunt Jiang Chen for a while, looking down on him both in words and out of words, and even brought her own dirty clothes specifically for Jiang Chen to wash. With Jiang Chen's position in the Lin family at that time, he simply dared to be angry, and could only swallow his anger. What are you doing here? Is this a place where you, a soft-eating door-to-door loser, can come? After the initial surprise, Zhao Weihua exited with a sneer, pointing out Jiang Chen's status without mercy, as if even the bank was a noble place. Zhao Yue's voice wasn't small, and immediately drew the gazes of many people, pointing at Jiang Chen. I've come to withdraw money. Jiang Chen frowned, not bothering with this woman. Fetch money? You really make me sick. Just a punk who takes Jiejiao's $200 of living expenses a month would have savings? Get lost while I still have patience. Zhao Yuehua rebuked without mercy. Chapter 6, the password is correct. Snap. Jiang Chen slapped his bank card on the counter. What kind of service attitude is that? I'm a customer of the bank, Jiang Chen said as he pressed down his fire. Too lazy to bother with this shrew. Just you deserve to be a customer? You're just a dog of the Lin family. Have you ever seen a dog deposit money in a bank? You'd better go to the pet bank to get your bones. Hurry up and leave, or I'll ask Zhao Zhao to come over and lead you home. Cluck. Zhao Yuehua's words became harder and harder to hear, and in the end, she couldn't help but be amused by her own words. Some of the people who were watching the rarity also burst out laughing. A big man was actually humiliated by a woman like this. It was simply a disgrace. Jiang Chen exhaled, reaching out for his bank card. He decided to get money from another counter. It wasn't worth it to fight with this kind of shrew. Pa! Zhao Yuehua's hand was quick, and she snatched the bank card from the compartment. This is our bank's VIP card? Zhao Yuehua glanced at this bank card and instantly frowned, looking at it carefully and confirming that this was their bank's VIP card. A VIP card from Songjiang Bank had to be owned by at least someone with a deposit of over $10 million. Jiang Chen, is this card Zhao Zhao's? No, although Zhao Zhao's family has a bit of money, it's absolutely impossible for them to have more than $10 million. Jiang Chen, tell the truth. Where exactly did you steal this card from? I advise you to better tell the truth. Don't involve Zhao Zhao, Zhao Yuehua said with a serious face, the disgust in her eyes already thick to the extreme. Lin Jiajiao's family had gradually gotten rich because her father's business had done well in the past few years, and had bought villas and Mercedes-Benz. However, to say that their family could have more than $10 million in cash, it was simply impossible. Not to mention Jiang Chen, the door-to-door son-in-law who was eating softly in the Lin family. Therefore, she immediately thought that this bank card was stolen by Jiang Chen. Hearing her words, the faces of those who were not far away watching the rarity instantly changed, whispering, and some of the more careful ones immediately covered their wallets. How could a door-to-door son-in-law who ate soft food have more than $10 million? This person's hands and feet were not clean. This is my card, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. You still don't tell the truth even now. I'll only give you one last chance or I'll immediately call the police to arrest you, Zhao Yuehua said in a churlish manner. This is my card. Hurry up and give it back to me. I don't have time to ink with you. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and said with some impatience. This woman was just too much of an inch. Good. Since you're unrepentant, I'll let someone arrest you now. Saying that, Zhao Yuehua directly pressed an alarm underneath the counter, and a sharp alarm sounded throughout the bank. Knock knock knock. A rush of footsteps came, and several bank security guards rushed over with various weapons in hand. Security guards, quickly grab this man. He's a thief who stole the bank cards of our bank's VIP customers, Zhao Yuehua shouted. Seeing this, several security guards immediately surrounded Jiang Chen, looking at him with a wary face. Kid, quickly tie your hands or we'll be rude. Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the scene. What's going on? Xiao Zhao, why did you press the alarm button? It's the peak time for our bank's customers. If it affects our customers doing business, can you afford the responsibility? A woman wearing a bank uniform with a charming face came over with a serious face and scolded. On top of his badge, it was written as lobby manager of Songjiang Bank. Manager, this person stole the bank card of our bank's VIP customer and wants to come and withdraw money. That's why I pressed the alarm. Zhao Yuehua pointed at Jiang Chen and said, stole the bank card of a VIP customer? The lobby manager's face immediately sank. The bank VIP customer's bank card being stolen was not a small matter. One bad handling, she might not be able to do her job as the bank's lobby manager. Thinking about it, she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, seeing that Jiang Chen's clothes were dirty and disheveled, and the clothes on his body added up to less than $100 for his whole body. She immediately believed Zhao Yuehua's words somewhat, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. This gentleman, may I ask what your name is? I have an impression of many of our Songjiang Bank's VIP customers. However, I don't really remember you. For insurance purposes, the lobby manager still asked. Manager, you don't need to ask him. I know him. He's the door-to-door son-in-law of my best friend Lin Jiajiao's family. A waste of time who eats soft food. How could he possibly get a VIP bank card? Zhao Yuehua said with a cold smile. As her words fell, the lobby manager and those security guards immediately showed a dazed look, because Zhao Yuehua was disgusted with Jiang Chen. She often said in the middle of the bank that her best friend had married a soft-eating loser. So not only those bank employees, even the bank's security guards knew about Jiang Chen. This gentleman, please explain immediately where exactly you stole this VIP card of our bank from. Otherwise I'll ask them to send you to the security association. The lobby manager's face immediately changed as he questioned sternly. In his heart, he was also disgusted with Jiang Chen. As a lobby manager, Are you just going to listen to this woman's side of the story? Is that how you rudely question customers? Jiang Chen frowned and choked as he questioned. Politeness is for our bank's customers, not for a thief. The lobby manager sneered, his tone filled with disdain. This bank card is mine. I advise you to better be polite to me. Otherwise I'm worried that you won't be able to keep your position. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, it's come to this. You still dare to pretend. Do you know how to write the word death? Xiao Zhao, stop talking. The lobby manager laughed back in anger and stopped Zhao Yuehua with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. Since you said this bank card is yours, do you dare to input the password into it? The lobby manager had used this method in order to publicly dismantle Jiang Chen and prevent him from slandering his service attitude. Since Zhao Yuehua was Lin Zhijiao's best friend, she naturally wouldn't be wrong about Jiang Chen. Moreover, VIP customers are not ordinary people. Most of them are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She has been a lobby manager for so many years, but she has not seen any VIP customers who are so good-tempered that they are not angry when they are slandered. Therefore, this VIP bank card was definitely stolen by Jiang Chen. Right, why don't you enter your password now? I'll verify it for you now. Moreover, I'll also turn on the voice prompt for you, so that everyone can listen to whether you really have a password or not. Zhao Yuehua inserted the bank card into the slot and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. This kind of voice prompt was a specialty of Songjiang Bank. With a loud sound, she couldn't wait to watch Jiang Chen make a fool of himself and get arrested by the security guards. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless as he directly entered the password on the machine. Ding! The password was entered correctly. A crisp ringing sound rang out, and the entire bank fell silent. Chapter 7, Kidnapper. This can't be. This can't be. How could a punk like you have the password to this bank card? I'll never believe it. Zhao Yuehua's eyes were lost in thought, and then her expression went crazy as she roared hysterically. Jiang Chen was trash, and this was already a deep-rooted obsession in her heart. Even now that Jiang Chen had entered the correct password, she still didn't believe that this bank card was his. She suddenly thought of something and looked up at the computer screen. Manager, this card belongs to a person called Tang Tianming, and there's $20 million in it. Jiang Chen was able to know Mr. Tang's bank card password. He must have kidnapped Mr. Tang, and after forcing out the password, he came to the bank to withdraw the money. Mr. Tang must still be in his hands. Jiang Chen, you kidnapper, you're dead this time. As if she had found Jiang Chen's loophole, Zhao Yuehua turned the computer screen around and faced the lobby manager with an excited look on her face. Wow! The people in the lobby had their faces changed, moving away from Jiang Chen in fear. If what Zhao Yuehua said was true, then this person was definitely a dangerous person. Kidnapping? The lobby manager's face instantly sank as she took a good look at the name on it. Tang Tianming didn't recognize him at her level, but since the card wasn't Jiang Chen's, Zhao Yuehua's guess was probably true. Rubbish! How dare you do such a hurtful thing? Security guards, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and catch this kidnapper. The lobby manager, both disgusted and scared, waved his hand at the security guards at the side and said loudly. At once those security guards raised the guys in their hands and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart jumped. The green chi in his dantian had already been used up. Now he was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly deal with this group of security guards? Stop! Just when the guys in the hands of this group of security guards were about to touch Jiang Chen, a roar suddenly came from the stairs on the second floor. The lobby manager and the others turned their heads to look. An old man with white hair walked down quickly, and behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit, who was none other than the bank's president, Chen Xiaoxiu. The crowd was all surprised. They were all speculating about the old man's identity, which was even higher than that of the bank's president. What are you guys doing? Don't you know that I'm receiving Divine Dr. Su? Chen Xiaoxiu angrily questioned. Today, Zhangbei Divine Dr. Su Wenzhong had managed to come to their bank to do business. He was trying to flatter him. If he served him well, he might be able to move up a step faster. As a result, there was a lot of yelling and screaming outside, making Divine Dr. Su not even interested in talking to him. How could he not be angry? President, this man kidnapped our bank's VIP customer. I was planning to have someone catch him, the lobby manager said hurriedly. Governor, this loser is my best friend's door-to-door son-in-law. The evidence is now conclusive that this loser is a kidnapper, Zhao Yuehua also said in a hurry. Finally she could show her face in front of the governor. She had always wanted to hook up with the governor and level the playing field at the bank, but she never had the chance to do so. This time she finally caught the chance. All of you shut up. Who allowed you to insult Mr. Jiang like this? At this time, Su Wenzhong suddenly chided loudly. Elder Su, what are you doing? Chen Xiaoxiu instantly froze and asked with a puzzled expression. Su Wenzhong ignored the doubts of the crowd, but quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chen, bowing slightly, his tone respectful. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Hiss. The crowd all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They already knew from the bank manager's mouth that this person was Zhongbei Chinese medicine expert Su Wenjong. This kind of bigwig would be so respectful to a son-in-law who was eating soft rice. What was going on? The lobby manager and Zhao Yuehua were surprised and suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Divine Dr. Su, I'm sorry for making you look at me funny, Jiang Chen said with some embarrassment. Su Wenjong, however, looked at Chen Xiaoxiu with a cold face. Governor Chen, Mr. Jiang is my friend, but your subordinates are falsely accusing him. If you can't handle this matter well, don't blame me for being impolite. Governor Chen was instantly terrified, his face pale beyond belief, his body trembling uncontrollably. If he offended Divine Dr. Su, how would he still be able to mix in Zhongbei in the future? You guys apologize to this Mr. Jiang right now, then pack up and get the hell out of here, without doing any thinking at all. Chen Xiaoxiu naturally wanted to save his future. Governor Chen, on what grounds? It's clearly this loser who kidnapped a man named Tang Tianming and took his card to withdraw money. If you fire us for this, we're not convinced. Before the lobby manager could say anything, Zhao Yuehua directly stood up and retorted with a straight face. Because she knew Jiang Chen well, she was confident in her guess. Tang Tianming? Chen Xiaoxiu jerked his head to the computer screen on the counter and instantly exclaimed in shock. As the bank president, how could he not know Tang Tianming, the old master of the Tang family in Songjiang? Why would his card appear on this dirty-dressed kid in front of him? Divine Dr. Su, Mr. Jiang, this, Master Tang's life was saved by Mr. Jiang. What's wrong with Master Tang giving him 20 million honorarium? And I am aware of this matter. Is it hard to think that I still have to call old Tang to confirm it? Su Wenjong's gaze was cold, his tone angry. Chen Xiaoxiu trembled. The matter of Tang Tianming being critically ill. He also knew that Su Wenjong's words would definitely not be false. Unexpectedly it was the young man in front of him who cured him. What was a $20 million bank card to Tang Tianming? Figuring out the trick, he immediately came to Jiang Chen with a flattering face. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. It's my subordinates who falsely accused you. I'll deal with them right away. And I'll personally handle your business. Jiang Chen nodded bashfully. Wow, the entire hall was in an uproar. This card was really Jiang Chen's. The eyes of the crowd of onlookers looking at Zhao Yuehua and the lobby manager were filled with ridicule. How did this kind of dog-eyed person come to work in a bank? This gentleman has Divine Dr. Su's backing. He can still explain himself. If it was us, we'd probably have been blown out by this group of security guards. Slander and framing. This salesman is simply scum. This kind of person should be fired. The crowd in the bank rebuked loudly. The lobby manager and the reacting Zhao Yuehua instantly turned as pale as paper. You too. Our bank has always treated our customers equally. How dare you two slander our bank's customers? Hurry up and pack up and get out. Chen Xiaoxiu scolded in a cold voice. Don't. Jiang Chen, I'm your wife's best friend. Are you just going to watch me get fired? I was just joking with you just now. We're good friends. Zhao Yuehua knew that the key to the problem now was Jiang Chen. So she immediately looked at Jiang Chen with a prayerful face. She hoped that Jiang Chen would look at Lin Zhijiao's face and put in a good word with Governor Chen. This job wasn't a high salary, but she was official, and for a woman to have an official job, it would be a lot easier to find rich people in the future. Moreover, in a place like a bank, there were many rich people, which was more conducive to her search. Jiang Chen, however, smiled coldly, not to mention Zhao Yuehua's sneer at himself just now. Just because of this kind of attitude she had towards her clients, there was no way he would plead for her. Lin Jiajiu and I are already divorced, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Zhao Yuehua froze on the spot. Come on people, watch them finish packing up their things and get out. Governor Chen explained the matter to a few security guards, and then guided Jiang Chen and Su Wenjong out. Soon, Jiang Chen finished his business. Divine Dr. Su, Mr. Jiang, you're welcome. I can't call myself a divine doctor in front of you. Su Wenjong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Elder Su, I really thank you this time. Some small thing, not enough to mention. That card was originally yours. Right, Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? A friend of mine's mother has been seriously ill in bed. My ability is limited and I can't cure her. If Mr. Jiang makes a move, there's absolutely no problem. Su Wenjong said with confidence. That 9 turns returning sun needle technique alone was beyond his reach. Elder Su is overpraising. I can go and give it a try. I also need to trouble Elder Su to do me one more favor. Jiang Chen nodded and said, but there's no harm in saying so. Chapter 8, tell him to get out. The two of them exited the bank, and Su Wenjong returned to Yunshan Villa with Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, this old gentleman is? The old couple asked suspiciously when they saw Su Wenjong. Mom and Dad, this is my master, Mr. Su Wenjong. He taught me my Chinese medical skills. Jiang Chen said. Su Wenjong? Why does this name sound so familiar? Jiang Hongjun muttered. Suddenly his eyes widened as a strong look of shock appeared in his eyes. You are our Jiangbei province's leading Chinese medicine practitioner, Mr. Su Wenjong. Divine Dr. Su? Not bad, it is precisely the old me. Jiang Chen is my disciple. We are all family, no need to be so formal, Su Wenjong said with a shy old face, waving his hand, but in his heart, he was ashamed. Jiang Chen's medical skills were several times higher than his. If Jiang Chen hadn't asked him to act, he wouldn't have said that at all. Out of respect, Su Lao, please come in quickly. The old couple hurriedly wanted to greet Su Wenjong and come in. No, I still have some urgent matters that need to be dealt with. I came to tell you that Jiang Chen is my disciple, and he recently cured a friend of mine. So this friend of mine gave him this set of villas and some money. So I hope you guys don't think too much about it. If it was usual, Su Wenjong couldn't wait to talk more with Jiang Chen and discuss medical skills, but this time he was here to put on a show. So what if he messed up? So, he left after saying that. However, he had just walked out of the villa when the phone rang. Elder Su, I don't know if the divine doctor you mentioned can be invited? The other party's tone was vaguely trembling amidst the urgency. Ding Cohen, Mr. Jiang has already agreed to treat your mother. With Mr. Jiang's medical skills, there must be no problem with your mother's illness. Make arrangements as soon as possible. I'll call Mr. Jiang after the arrangements are made, Su Wenjong said lightly. Then thank you Mr. Su, I'll make the arrangements immediately. On the other end of the phone, Ding Cohen said in an excited tone. Villa 1, Xiao Chen. Worshipping Divine Dr. Su as a teacher is a great joyous event. It's not enough for you to say so earlier. In the future, you have to honor your master and learn the art of medicine from him, Jiang Hongjun said with a red face. Jiang Chen had always been called a soft-eating door-to-door waste, although he didn't say anything on the surface. In fact, his heart had been very anxious. Now that he learned that Jiang Chen was actually Su Wenjong's disciple, then he was relieved. Master has always told me to keep a low profile, not allowing me to reveal it to the outside world. Jiang Chen smiled and said, by the way, I withdrew some money today. Mom and Dad, you guys should have borrowed a lot of money outside, so just pay it back first. This time, the old couple didn't have the slightest intention of worrying, and happily took the money. In their opinion, since Jiang Chen had worshipped Su Wenjong as his teacher, his medical skills must be extremely good, and it was normal for him to save people and make money. After pacifying his adoptive parents, Jiang Chen returned to his room. He was an ordinary person now, and he had to find a way to hurry up and cultivate to raise his cultivation level. What's more, he had to go find that Cohen. As long as he could enter the first level of qi refining, his ability to protect himself would definitely be there. Moreover, to save people and heal the sick, he also had to use his true qi. After thinking for a moment, he crossed his legs and cultivated. Along with Jiang Chen's cultivation, the nearby spiritual qi surged into Jiang Chen's body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Boom! After a few hours, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a tremor in his body as he entered the first level of qi refining. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, his body was full of power and he was refreshed. If one looked closely, his eyes were divine and sparkling. However, the aura in this place is still very thin. In the future, we'll have to find a place with abundant aura to cultivate. Jiang Chen had some regrets. The lack of aura would curb his cultivation speed, unless he could find those heavenly materials and treasures that had been vintage to aid in his cultivation. But these things were unattainable on one hand, and on the other hand, even if there were any, they were surely being collected by people, so it was not good to find them at all. Putting aside his thoughts, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening, so he got up, said a word to his adoptive parents, and went to the hospital. Tang Ruoshua found a specialized caregiver to take care of Zhang Yi and paid for his medical bills, so Jiang Chen put his heart down. The next step was to solve that Kuan. Songjiang Imperial Palace High-End Private Club. This was the private club opened by Ding Kuan, and it was also Ding Kuan's home base. Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen rode his electric just arrived at the entrance of the clubhouse. There was an unusually disgusted voice coming from him. Jiang Chen immediately frowned and turned his head to look. Sure enough, it was Lin Jiaojiao and Zhao Tianyu. You dog, how dare you take my money to hire someone to act and cheat me? Is it that the actor you hired today left? And now that you don't have money to eat, you want to follow up on pleasing me and keep looking for me to come back for a soft meal? You really make me sick. Let me tell you, the two of us are already divorced. You don't want to get a penny from me. Lin Jiaojiao glanced at the electric bike that Jiang Chen was riding. A flash of disgust flashed in her eyes and she said with a cold smile, Jiaojiao, don't be so desperate. At least he has been a dog in your family for a few years. How can he not give any money at all? Zhao Tianyu touched Lin Jiaojiao's waist and said with a teasing face, directly took out $10 and threw it on the ground. Rubbish, my shoes are dirty. You kneel down now and lick them clean for me. I'll give you this $10. Don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy yet. Jiang Chen sneered, in no mood to bother with these two trash. Jiang Chen, you're so hypocritical. You've tracked me down and you're still talking tough? You're someone who lives off my $200 a month. Can you afford to spend money in this place? Lin Jiajiao said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Asterisk 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 this dude is a loser when he's a soft food door-to-door son-in-law with only $200 a month for living expenses. See, also was cuckolded. This can endure? The most disgusting this kind of soft-eating man. Not as good as a dog. The surrounding people sneered out when they saw this scene. Jiang Chen ignored these two and walked towards the entrance of the clubhouse. Kid, our clubhouse you dog can't enter. Hurry up and get out. The several security guards at the entrance stopped Jiang Chen, laughing with a sneer. They had just clearly seen the scene of Jiang Chen being humiliated by Lin Jiajiao's two men, and knew that he was a waste. I'm looking for Ding Kuan, tell him to get out, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, don't think you can attract me by making such brainless moves in front of me. Hurry up and get out. Otherwise if you piss off Brother Kuan in a while, I definitely won't save you. Lin Jiajiao followed over and angrily scolded. However, those few security guards were already enraged when they heard Jiang Chen insulting Ding Kuan. Chao Nima, you dog dare to insult Brother Kuan. We'll get you killed. The security guards had picked up the rubber sticks in their hands and smashed them towards Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Jiang Chen directly kicked a few security guards out and flew upside down on the door of the clubhouse. The entire scene was suddenly quiet. The crowd, including Lin Jiajiao and Zhao Tianyu, looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This kid's hands were so good? However, more people were gloating, daring to insult Brother Kuan in his territory and beating up his men. This person was dead. Jiang Chen, you are reckless. Now hurry up and kneel here. Apologize to Brother Kuan and wait for him to come over to dispose of you. Otherwise, if you get me involved, I won't be able to spare you. Lin Jiajiao reacted and immediately rebuked loudly. Jiang Chen I have a good relationship with Brother Kuan. For the sake of you being a dog for my wife for a few years, if you kneel down and kowtow now, perhaps I can let Brother Kuan keep you alive. Zhao Tianyu said with a showy face. Scram! A flash of boredom flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You dog, don't you know what your status is? Dare to scold me? My Lin family has raised you for so many years. You white-eyed wolf. Lin Jiajiao was furious. In her opinion, Jiang Chen daring to scold his master was treasonous. Jiajiao, don't talk to this kind of fool who doesn't know the heights of heaven. In a moment, when Brother Kuan comes, he'll surely want to screw him over. Let's just watch him die on the side. Zhao Tianyu was furious and said with a cold smile. Who dares to come to my Ding Kuan's territory to cause trouble? A furious voice rang out and the entire scene went silent. Chapter 9, Ding Kuan kneeling. Explosive shouts rang out, and a middle-aged man in a tang suit with a bald head walked out from the clubhouse, and it was none other than Ding Kuan. Behind him was a group of fierce and tough thugs eyeing Jiang Chen. Waste, Brother Kuan is here. This time you dog is dead. Luckily, I, Lin Jiajiao, had the foresight to divorce you. A waste of space, or else I still don't know how I'll be killed by you. A dog who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Lin Jiajiao sneered. Brother Kuan. Hello, Zhao Tianyu, however, quickly walked up to Ding Kuan and said with a fawning smile on his face. Although the Zhao family also had some strength, it was still too much compared to a bigwig on the gray side of Songjian like Ding Kuan. You are? Ding Kuan frowned, glanced at Zhao Tianyu and faintly asked. Brother Kuan, I'm Zhao Tianyu, the son of Zhao Hongjun, the chairman of Zhao Group, who once had dinner with you. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly said. Don't recognize, get lost. Ding Kuan impatiently waved his hand and scolded. Zhao Tianyu didn't expect Ding Kuan to give so little face. His face immediately turned pig liver color, a fiery heat. Just now, he had said that he was on good terms with Ding Kuan, and now he was slapped in the face by Ding Kuan's public reprimand. However, his power was inferior to others. He didn't dare to show any anger and dissatisfaction, and even had to nod his head with a fawning smile. Lin Jiajiao frowned, very dissatisfied with Zhao Tianyu's behavior. Some disgust in her heart, couldn't help but move away from him a bit. Ding Kuan looked at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Kid, you're the one who beat up my people and told me to get out? Brother Kuan, this kid is a soft food door-to-door son-in-law. His adoptive father borrowed $200,000 from us, and hit us today for not paying back the money. Behind Ding Kuan, Blackie gritted his teeth and said, ha 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 ha, it turns out to be a dog. You don't stay properly in the dog cage to eat, run to me here to bark wildly? I tell you, kid, your adoptive father's money before 12 o'clock today must be returned. Otherwise today I will throw all of your family into the dog cage and feed you food. Ding Kuan said with a big smile. Ha ha ha, Kuan is right. This kid is not only a dog, but also a dog that has been green. What face does this kind of waste have to live? It's better to die. Feeding are cheap for their family. should let them eat. The juniors behind Ding Kuan burst out laughing, looking at Jiang Chen with the same gaze as they would look at trash. Brother Cohen, he's a lost dog now. Our Lin family has already swept him off his feet. He has nothing to do with our Lin family now. I'm angry for you when he insults you with his words. You'd better teach him a hard lesson. Lin Jiaojiu said curtly from the side, instantly setting aside her relationship with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head in his heart. This serpentine woman was just too disgusting. He looked at Ding Cohen. His face sank. Ding Cohen, how do you want to die? Hiss. The crowd immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They hadn't even thought that Jiang Chen would dare to go toe-to-toe after Ding Cohen. The big man from the gray side of Songjiang had arrived. It was really too arrogant. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Very well, boy, you've successfully provoked me. It seems that I, Ding Cohen, have kept a low profile for a long time, and any trashy punk would dare to provoke me. Now kneel down, learn to bark like a dog, and slap your own face until I'm satisfied. Perhaps I can consider leaving you a whole body. Ding Cohen's face was as gloomy as water, his tone overflowing with killing intent. Ding bell. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen's old antique cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Wenjong calling, so he answered it. Mr. Jiang, that friend of mine is now at the Imperial How High-End Private Club. I've already asked him to bring his mother over. I'm rushing over right now. On the other end of the phone, Su Wenjong said, Imperial How High-End Private Club? Jiang Chen froze, then said, okay, I'm here now. Come on. Asterisk. Calling someone I'd like to see who you can call over today. Who dares to spread wild on my Ding Cohen's territory? Seeing this, Ding Cohen, on the contrary, was not in a hurry to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, but said in a domineering manner, Brother Cohen, this kid has been our Lin family's dog for a few years. Don't I know him? Other than a bunch of beggars, who else could he know? Lin Jiaojiu snorted and said, ha ha ha. The others also burst out laughing. Just at this moment, a car arrived with a roar. Then the door opened and Su Wenjong walked over with quick steps, and when the originally gloomy-faced Ding Kuan saw Su Wenjong, his face changed violently, revealing a wave of expectant smile as he greeted him. Elder Su, you finally come? Has that high-ranking person you mentioned come? Ding Kuan asked in an urgent tone. Mr. Jiang said that he is in the middle of the clubhouse. Mr. Jiang has come? Ding Kuan froze and subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen. Suddenly he laughed breathlessly. How could this dog be a high person? In that case, I'll follow you in here. Not bothering to teach Jiang Chen any more lessons, Ding Cohen waved his hand at his minions. You guys arrest this punk for me first, and when I'm done, I'll teach him a lesson. As the words fell, his men pounced towards Jiang Chen. When Lin Jiaojiu and Zhao Tianyu saw this, a cold smile appeared on their faces. Wastes who didn't know the heights of heaven should be trampled to death by big shots like them. Stop it all. When Su Wenjong saw that it was Jiang Chen that these people were surrounding, his face instantly changed drastically as he loudly rebuked. Ding Cohen hurriedly called for a halt, looking at Su Wenjong in disbelief. Elder Su, what's wrong? Su Wenjong, however, couldn't care less about him, anxiously running to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? This man wants me to kneel down for him, learn how to bark like a dog, and slap my face until he's satisfied, then leave me a whole body. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Ding Cohen, you are reckless. I kindly asked Mr. Jiang to come and cure your mother, but you want to treat him like this. You're simply pissed off. This disease, no cure. Mr. Jiang, let's go. Su Wenjong's face reddened with anger as he loudly scolded. What? Ding Kuan lost his voice. Jiang Chen was actually the high-ranking person he had been waiting for, and he, surprisingly, humiliated Jiang Chen so publicly. In case Jiang Chen was furious and didn't heal his mother whose days were numbered, then he would be the one who had killed his mother. Instantly, his heart was filled with endless remorse as he trotted over to Jiang Chen and flopped down on his knees. Mr. Jiang, it's me, Ding Cohen, who has no eyes and has offended you. Please be magnanimous. You must save my mother. As long as my mother is saved, no matter how you want to punish me, or even let me die, I, Ding Cohen, will definitely not frown. Papa. Ding Cohen reddened his eyes and couldn't stop slapping his face as he begged in pain. The entire scene was once again silent. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Incredulously, the gray bigwig of Songjiang City was actually kneeling down to a son-in-law who was a soft eater. What the hell was going on? Chapter 10, Healing the Sick. Brother Cohen, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Don't listen to this old thing's nonsense. This punk can't even cure his daughter's congenital heart disease. How could he possibly cure it? Zhao Tianyu couldn't tolerate Ding Cohen, who even flattered himself, kneeling in front of Jiang Chen and said without knowing what he was doing, Brother Cohen, I can testify, This punk has been a dog for my Lin family for several years. I know too well what kind of virtues he has. If he can cure the disease, I'm Hua Tuwa in the world, Lin Jiajiu said with a displeased face. Snap! Ding Kuan stood up and threw out his hand and slapped 2 slaps fiercely on Zhao Tianyu and Lin Jiajiu's faces. 2 red handprints appeared on their faces. Brother Kuan, why did you hit us? Zhao Tianyu covered his face and asked with an unbelievable face. Lin Jiajiu had more than just anger in her eyes, but she dared to be angry but dared not say anything. If you dare to insult Elder Su and Mr. Jiang again, I will also dare to kill you guys, believe it or not, Ding Kuan said in a cold voice, his tone filled with intense killing intent. The 2 were immediately scared and took 2 steps back, never daring to speak again. After Ding Kuan finished scolding the 2 men, he once again knelt down in front of Jiang Chen and continued to slap his face hard. Mr. Jiang, please, you must save my mother. Mr. Jiang, you see? Su Wenzhong saw that Ding Kuan, the boss, had acted in such a manner. His heart was somewhat moved, turning his head to Jiang Chen and inquiring. Ding Kuan didn't dare to speak, but only looked cautiously at Jiang Chen. His eyes were overwhelmed with anticipation. Jiang Chen was also moved in his heart. This Ding Kuan was still a filial son. Moreover, saving Ding Kuan's mother. This was also something he had promised Su Wenzhong. If he went back on his word, Su Wenzhong's face wouldn't be able to pass. I can only try, but whether it can be cured or not, I can't guarantee it. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said indifferently, bang bang bang. Ding Kuan directly kowtowed 3 times with force. Because of the excessive force, the skin on his forehead immediately broke, and silk blood flowed down. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Since Elder Su said that your medical skills are unparalleled, then there must be no problem. I'll try my best, but Boss Ding, this problem of yours of not moving to break someone's arms and legs, I think it's best to change. Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Yes, Mr. Jiang's lesson is right. I will definitely teach my men a good lesson in the future. Ding Kuan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, not daring to retort. Get up. It's not too late. Go and see the old madam. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Ding Kuan's face was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and guided Jiang Chen and Su Wenzhong towards the inside of the clubhouse. Hiss. Seeing that the Honorable Ding Kuan was actually being trained like a grandson by Jiang Chen, the soft-eating door-to-door waste, the crowd once again sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This dude is no ordinary person. Even Ding Kuan is so respectful to him. It's unimaginable. Humph, that twat is such a fool. Even this kind of golden son-in-law can give a kick in the pants. There are eyes but no pearls. The crowd turned their heads to look at Lin Jiajiu with a sneer on their faces and whispered. Lin Jiajiu's face became more and more ugly as she turned around and walked away. What the hell is going on here? Why is Ding Kuan so afraid of that punk? Lin Jiajiu said furiously. Humph, I didn't expect that punk Jiang Chen to be so calculating. Zhao Tianyu touched his slightly red and swollen cheeks, his face hideous. What do you mean? Lin Jiajiu was puzzled. The matter of Ding Kuan's mother having a serious illness is known to many people. A casual check would have found it out. Humph, didn't that dog's adoptive parents borrow $200,000 from Ding Kuan? Where does he have the money to pay back? Afraid of Ding Kuan's retaliation, he must have specially found a trust to help him act to deceive Ding Kuan. Zhao Tianyu said with a cold smile, as if everything was in his grasp. So that's how it is. This dog, if it wasn't because of him, how would I have been beaten by Ding Kuan? And being looked at as a joke by so many people, he didn't even stand up to stop it. It's simply outrageous. I must find a chance to dismantle him and make his life worse than death. Lin Jiajiu said through gritted teeth. No need. With Ding Kuan's shrewdness, he will definitely notice his plot, and he will only die a more miserable death at that time. Killing intent flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Let's go first. Tomorrow night there's a high-end auction at the Shanshui Manor. I got 2 invitations. I heard that there's a rather expensive bracelet in there. I'm going to auction it to you. He sensed that Lin Jiajiu had some opinion of him and couldn't wait to please her. Sure enough, Lin Jiajiu's complexion improved a lot. I hope this dog thing gets killed by Ding Kuan tonight. In a quiet room on the top floor of the clubhouse. Mr. Jiang, please take a look. What's going on with my mother? If this keeps up, I'm afraid she's going to. Oh. Men have tears, just not to the sad place. Seeing his mother's appearance, Ding Kuan, the mighty boss, burst into tears and looked at Jiang Chen with an apprehensive face. Jiang Chen raised his head and scanned the old man in the hospital bed. His face was yellow and skinny. His bones were as thin as firewood. His breathing was weak and sporadic. If he didn't look closely, there was no difference between the old man and a dead man. Jiang Chen checked the old man's pulse, and then lowered his hand. When the old lady gave birth to Mr. Ding, she had a difficult labor and hemorrhaged. Coupled with her own weak constitution, her heart's exhaustion caused a rapid depletion of her body's vital energy. And over the years, as her body aged, the depletion of her vital energy became increasingly severe. Even with the constant consumption of great tonic substances, it is still unable to keep up with the speed of the flow of yuan qi in her body. If we still can't change this situation, the old madam doesn't have a few days left to live. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Not bad, not bad. My mother did have a difficult labor and hemorrhage while giving birth to me, so that's how it was. Please Mr. Jiang, save my mother. Ding Kuan's heart shook. He wasn't a doctor and had no idea that this was all because his mother had a difficult labor when giving birth to him. Therefore, he had never told anyone about this matter. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to know just by checking his pulse. Originally, he was still a bit unconvinced that Jiang Chen was so young and would have the kind of superior medical skills that Su Wenzhong had mentioned. But now he was completely convinced that this man was definitely a supreme divine doctor. Mr. Jiang, I once performed acupuncture on him to replenish his body's vital energy, but it was useless. Why is that? Su Wenzhong hurriedly asked from the side. Supplementation is better than blockage. Blockage and then supplementation will lead to healing. The old lady's body at this time is like a sieve. The whole body is losing vital energy. Supplementing more vital energy will be useless. It will even accelerate the loss of vital energy in the body. The key is blockage. After saying that, he took out a silver needle and started to perform the 9 revolutions returning sun needle. After entering the first level of qi practicing, his control of the silver needle as well as the use of his true qi had become more pure. Finally being able to see Jiang Chen perform the 9 revolutions returning yang needle technique again, Su Wenzhong watched on the side with wide eyes, excited. Soon, Jiang Chen finished administering the needles, and Ding Kuan's mother's face gradually became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye, only because her body was undernourished. She was still as thin as a bone. I've plugged the hole where the old lady lost her vital energy and it won't be lost again. But if you want to completely cure the old lady's disease, you still need to replenish the nutrients with vintage tonic, such as vintage rare ginseng to be able to do so. Jiang Chen said indifferently. It just so happens that tomorrow night, there is a high-end auction in Shanshui Manor, in which there seems to be an auction of ginseng of the last vintage. So I'll take you along to the auction tomorrow night, right? Ding Kuan said with a happy face. No need. I'll go by myself. Jiang Chen shook his head. He could just go to the auction to see if there were any heavenly treasures appearing. Chapter 11 Auction. The next day Jiang Chen accompanied Jiang Yi for a day in the hospital, and in the evening, he rode his electric bike and headed towards the landscape manor. Jiang Chen, you're really a ghost. I've gotten here and you even chased after me. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the entrance of Mountain Water Manor when Lin Jiaojiu and Zhao Tianyu walked over. Lin Jiaojiu had a disgusted look on her face. You punk actually haven't been killed by Ding Kuan yet? It seems like your deception skills are good. It's been a day and Ding Kuan still hasn't realized your plot. Zhao Tianyu was astonished to see Jiang Chen intact. It dawned on Jiang Chen's mind that these two people thought that they had tricked Ding Kuan, but he was not obligated to explain this kind of thing to them. Does my matter have anything to do with you guys? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, seeing as you've been my dog, I advise you that you'd better hurry up and confess to Kuan that you lied to him. That way only you will die. Otherwise when you're found out by Kuan himself, your family will be doomed. Lin Jiaojiu said with a cold smile. She couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to get killed right now. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these two sick-in-the-head people, and walked towards the inside of the Shanshui Manor. What are you doing going? Is this a place where a punk like you can enter? Seeing Jiang Chen going into the Mountain Water Manor, Lin Jiaojiu once again raised her voice and chided. Tonight this place is going to host a high-end auction. The people coming here are all rich and powerful. Can you, the lowest level of society's trash, go in? You won't be enlisted to come here as a waitress, right? Ha ha. Zhao Tianyu laughed wildly. 2 dogs, in front of me, dare to insult my Ding Kuan's benefactor. Mr. Jiang can tolerate it, but I, Ding Kuan, can't. It was at this moment that a bellowing voice came. Ding Kuan walked over with a few minions. Mr. Jiang, do you need me to send someone to get these 2 dogs killed? Ding Kuan bent down and asked for instructions. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Jiaojia immediately trembled in fear. With Ding Kuan's power, his words were definitely not just words. Seeing that Ding Kuan was so respectful to one of his former dogs, and casually scolding himself as the dog owner, Lin Jiaojiao's heart burst with anger. Brother Kuan, don't be fooled by this punk. He doesn't know how to heal at all. It's only to not pay you back that he set up this plot. Lin Jiaojiao roared hysterically. Assholes, really think that I don't dare to get you guys killed, right? Seeing that Lin Jiaojiao even dared to insult Jiang Chen in front of him, Ding Kuan was in a rage, and with a wave of his hand, several of his men surrounded Lin Jiaojiao and the two of them. Yesterday, after Jiang Chen left, he took his mother to the hospital for a checkup, and the result was that most of the indicators of his mother's body had returned to normal, and it was only because of her weakness that she continued to be in a coma. So he completely believed in Jiang Chen, and in his heart, He was even more respectful and grateful to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, my Lin family has raised you for so many years. You even instructed Koan to beat me. Do you have any humanity left? Lin Jiaojiu was scared in her heart and took 2 steps back, but she loudly scolded Jiang Chen as if she was the victim. The quarrel between Lin Jiaojiu and the others had long attracted the attention of many people who had come to the auction. Seeing the people around them crowding around a few of them, Jiang Chen frowned. Brother Koan, the auction is important. Let's go in. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen gave the word. Ding Koan immediately nodded his head and viciously glared at Lin Jiaojiu and the two of them. You too, better be careful for me. After saying that, Ding Koan's few people walked into the auction. This punk pisses me off. Lin Jiaojiu was shaking with anger. Jiaojiu, don't be angry. How respectful Ding Koan is to Jiang Chen now. How ruthless he will be to him in the future. Let's go. Let's go in and prepare to auction that bracelet. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, pulling Lin Jiaojiu into the landscape manner. Ding Koan, I heard that you found a high-level person to cure your old undead mom. It won't be this little than pup, right? Are you afraid that your mom died early? Ha ha ha. It was at this moment that a burst of unpleasant words came from the side. Jiang Chen frowned. Lu Gue, Nima, if you dare to say one more word about my mother and Mr. Jiang, I'll get you killed. Ding Koan instantly burst into a rage, and looked coldly at the few people who came over to the side. The person in the lead was also a bald man with sinister eyes, and on his face there was also a scar that ran from his forehead to the right side of his face, making it even more hideous. This person was also a big man on the gray side of Songjiang, and had been fighting with Ding Koan for many years in Songjiang. Jiang Chen didn't care about these people, but instead looked at a middle-aged man immediately behind Lu Gue. This man's temples were bulging, the tops of his hands' palms were covered with calluses, and the muscles that were exposed were not big, but they were refined and incomparable. At first glance, he was a practiced man with strong strength. Ding Koan, don't you blow your strength? You want to kill me, right? Come on, I'm right here. You come and kill me. Lu Gue sneered. He had been fighting with Ding Koan for many years, and both sides had suffered casualties from each other, but it was unlikely to say that anyone had exterminated anyone. As Lu Gue's words fell, he glanced at the practitioners on the side, and murderous intent flashed in his gaze towards Ding Koan. The auction began, and the two groups of people only had to separate each to their own seats. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. This person is my nemesis, causing you to be dragged into this, Ding Koan said in embarrassment. It's fine. Jiang Chen shook his head. I have a friend amongst the boxes. I'll go and meet him. After the auction had been going on for a while, Ding Koan said. Jiang Chen had no choice but to do so Ding Koan left. After a few auction items, a jade bracelet was put up. This bracelet is made from unknown jade, with a starting price of $1 million. The brief introduction caused the crowd on stage to stare. This was at least a high-end auction. How could you introduce the bracelet? An unknown jade? This is introduced according to the seller's request. Please start bidding. The auctioneer seemed to have anticipated this and said with a smile. Many people shook their heads slightly. This bracelet made of unknown jade, even if it was exquisite, the starting price of $1 million was too high. It wasn't worth it at all. Zhao Tianyu also hesitated. Spending over $1 million on a thing like this, wasn't his brain squeezed by the door? Tianyu, why don't you make an offer? People like this string of bracelets. Lin Jiaojiu took a glance at this bracelet and shook Zhao Tianyu's arm, pouting. I'll offer $1,100,000. Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to raise his number plate. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was brightened up when he saw this string of bracelets. This so-called unknown jade was clearly a spirit stone used by immortal cultivators, and by buying it, he could completely inscribe a few formations in it for his daughter to wear to protect her. Of course, what made him frown was that there was actually quite a lot of black demonic chi wrapped around the string, but this was not a problem for him. Thinking about this, he also raised his number plate. 1,200,000. The others didn't feel anything, but it was something that made Lin Jiaojiu and the two of them furious. You, a waste of soft food, dares to compete with the master for something. You simply don't know what's good for you. 1,300,000. Zhao Tianyu directly quoted. 1.5 million. Jiang Chen was determined to win this string of bracelets. 3 million. In the end, Jiang Chen quoted up to $3 million. The entire auction was in an uproar. Spending $3 million on a string of unknown strings was really eating his heart out. You punk, don't pretend. Even if you want to perform in front of me, think of a good way to do it. Just trash like you. Can you get 3 million? Ding Koan wasn't there. Lin Jiaojiu's temper suddenly became much more arrogant, standing up and questioning loudly towards Jiang Chen. Organizer, this kid is a soft food door-to-door waste. He was just swept away by my girlfriend. He can't even afford to pay the hospital bill. I don't believe that he can come up with 3 million. I suspect that he is disrupting the order of the venue, Zhao Tianyu also said with a sneer on his face, looking at Jiang Chen with coldness in his eyes. Swish! At that moment, everyone's gazes looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 12, I'll take this wild ginseng for sure. This gentleman, is there any basis for what you're saying? The supervisor of the auction came forward and asked with a serious face. Of course, my girlfriend is his ex-wife and knows him too well. I suggest that we should check if he has the ability to pay. Otherwise it's a shame that such a high-end auction like ours is disturbed by this kind of trash. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Not bad. This man has been eating soft food in our Lin family for 6 years, and he and I have only just divorced 2 days ago. He's a complete waste of space. There's no way he'll be able to have any money. Lin Jiajiu also sneered. As the two's words fell, the crowd looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking look. None of their group were rich, and they were dead set on looking down on soft-eating trash like Jiang Chen. The supervisor's face immediately sank as he came in front of Jiang Chen. This gentleman, please show us your bank card. We need to make sure that there is enough money in this card to pay, the supervisor said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and threw the card Tang Tianming had given him to the supervisor. Soon, an auctioneer came with a collection machine, and Jiang Chen entered his password. Drop! A crisp sound rang out. The payment was successful. At once, everyone looked at Lin Jiajiu and Zhao Tianyu. Their eyes sneered. So these two were the ones who came to cause trouble. Impossible. Jiang Chen, you punk can't possibly have this much money. Did you steal it from someone else? Hurry up and admit it. Lin Jiajiu roared in anger. 3 million Jiang Chen actually spent it without even blinking, just to buy a string of bracelets. Although their Lin family had some money, but they only had a few million. Spending 3 million at once was beyond her imagination. Even Zhao Tianyu couldn't afford to spend so much for her. If Jiang Chen was still her husband, wouldn't all this money and bracelets be hers? Although, she was in a relationship with Zhao Tianyu, but Zhao Tianyu did not and could not give all the money to her. If it was Jiang Chen, there would definitely not be any problem. At this moment, a trace of remorse suddenly arose in her heart. This young lady and gentleman, your behavior has disrupted the normal conduct of our auction. Please hurry out or don't blame me for being impolite, the supervisor said in a cold voice. When the words fell, the security guards of the auction came forward and looked at the two with cold eyes. Lin Jiajiu and Zhao Tianyu trembled in fear and left the hall in ashes. Jiajiu, where are you going? Seeing Lin Jiajiu leave without looking back, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly called out. Humph, you couldn't even buy me a bracelet, and you even got punched in the face by that punk. What use are you? Lin Jiajiu said with a disgusted face. Jiajiu, this isn't my fault. I didn't expect this punk to be so bold. That card is definitely the card that punk cheated from Ding Kuan. 3 million is Ding Kuan's money that good to cheat? When Ding Kuan realizes that he's been cheated, this kid will definitely be worse than dead, Zhao Tianyu said with a cold smile. Lin Jiajiu's figure stagnated. Thinking for a moment, she also agreed with Zhao Tianyu's statement, the remorse that had just arisen instantly disappearing into thin air. So that's how it is. Humph, this punk really makes me sick, taking the money he cheated to be so generous. I'm waiting for him to die, Lin Jiajiu said with a cold smile. Auction hall. This, sir, it has disturbed your interest in attending the auction. In order to express my apologies, the commission we got from auctioning this string of bracelets will be returned to you in full. I wonder if you can take the heat off, the supervisor said with a deep bow. Well, that's it then. Jiang Chen nodded. These two were really saving him money. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your generosity. Everyone, I'm really sorry about today. The auction will continue. The supervisor's words fell, and he left the hall with the security guards. Soon, the auction continued, with one lot after another being auctioned off. Jiang Chen frowned. These auction items were all ordinary auction items. There were no heavenly treasures, not even the ginseng of the last vintage in Ding Kuan's mouth. Below, about to be auctioned is our auction's grand finale this time, a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Very rare. If not for the holder's urgent need for money, it would never be taken out. The starting price is $5 million. Each increase shall not be less than $500,000, the auctioneer said. The crowd immediately brightened up. Many people came here today for this 100-year-old wild ginseng. Soon after, someone bid, 6 million. I'll take this wild ginseng. Funny, 6.5 million. I'll bid 7 million. Soon, the price of this wild ginseng was called up to $10 million, and it looked like the situation had the intention to continue to rise. In the box that Lu Gui had booked, that practiced son of Jiang Chen's eyes, Chen Long, saw this wild ginseng and his eyes instantly condensed. As long as you can help me auction this wild ginseng, my Chen Long's life is yours, Chen Long said in a deep voice. Good. Lu Gui's heart rejoiced. This was the gold medal fighter of the underground boxing ring, who once had a record of 50 consecutive undefeated matches. As long as he was there, then Ding Kuan, who had been confronting him for years, would be completely trampled under his feet. Tens of millions of dollars is nothing. As long as he gets Ding Kuan's territory, it can be hundreds of millions of assets. $20 million. Lu Gue raised his number plate and directly raised the price by $10 million, and immediately some of the bidders went out. Wild ginseng was good, but $20 million was a bit too much. $25 million. Jiang Chen immediately raised his card. At this moment, he was breathing much faster. 1,000-year-old wild ginseng already contained a lot of spiritual qi inside. As long as he bought some more auxiliary materials, he could refine a furnace of spirit-gathering pills, and then his cultivation would definitely be smooth. And Ding Kuan's mother's illness could be cured by him casually taking out a root. Along with this price, there was no more participation in the bidding. This was a losing deal. $30 million. Kid, don't feel that you poor people at first rich a little money can do whatever you want. A soft rice eat waste count what thing? Does this place have a part for you to speak? Lu Gue's cold voice came out from the box. Lu Gue, what are you? The highest bidder wins here. Ding Kuan disliked back in a cold voice. $35 million. Jiang Chen said with an expressionless face. $40 million. $50 million. Million. Hiss. Along with Jiang Chen's $50 million price reported, everyone was a burst of inhaling a mouthful of cold air. That's $50 million by 1,000-year-old wild ginseng as far as? Lu Gue also hesitated. An expert $50 million. This is a bit not worth it Have this money he might as well hire a gold medal killer to kill Ding Kuan it. No need to call the price. I'll take this wild ginseng. Intense killing chance flashed in Chen Long's eyes. Chapter 13, Classmates Meeting. Noticing Chen Long's anger, Lu Gue's heart rejoiced. This time he didn't need to spend a single penny, and Ding Kuan would have to be finished. Thinking about it, he stopped bidding. After 3 inquiries from the auctioneer, this 1,000-year-old wild ginseng Jiang Chen won the auction with $50 million. Mr. Jiang, I'll go swipe my card. $50 million was also a considerable amount for Ding Kuan. However, for the sake of his mother's illness, he didn't care in the slightest. Jiang Chen nodded his head indifferently. This was considered a favor owed to Ding Kuan, but he, an immortal cultivator, wouldn't normally get a favor. Getting the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, Jiang Chen knew that he had the resources for cultivation for some time to come. Ding Kuan, I will make the medicine in the next 2 days. Give it to your mother and she will be cured. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang's great kindness is something I, Ding Kuan, will never forget. Right, you'd better be careful. Lu Gue is a person I know too well. If you have an issue with him today, he will definitely retaliate against you. Ding Kuan reminded. Okay, I know. Jiang Chen smiled bashfully, not the least bit afraid. If Lu Gue dared to find trouble with him as an immortal cultivator, then he wouldn't mind returning it 100-fold. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't take his words to heart, Ding Kuan shook his head in his heart. Jiang Chen was still too young, and he had no one in his sight just because he had great medical skills. If someone like Lu Gue wanted to kill you, would he look at your medical skills? If Lu Gue wants to deal with you, you must call me first. Ding Kuan once again instructed Jiang Chen and left in his car. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, rode his electric bike back home. Taking out the already prepared alchemy auxiliary materials, Jiang Chen began to refine the elixir. The elixir he was refining was called the spirit-gathering elixir, an elixir that immortal cultivators needed to elevate their realm, and it contained a dense amount of spiritual qi within it. The process of refining the elixir was smooth, and in a short while, a furnace of elixirs came out, 10 in total. Jiang Chen took out one and divided it into 3 different sized portions, which were for Tang Tianming, Ding Kuan's mother and his daughter respectively. With that done, he took a spirit-gathering pill and began to cultivate. There were no words in the night. Taking advantage of the effects of the elixir until the afternoon of the next day, Jiang Chen's cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level of qi practicing, which made him very happy. Afterwards, Jiang Chen arrived at the hospital. Tang Tianming had already gone home to recuperate, and now there was only one caretaker in the ward taking care of Jiang Yi. Dad, I want to go home. Seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Yi beamed and said pitifully, Daddy will take you home today. Jiang Chen kissed his daughter's face and said with a doting face, Come, eat this medicine first, it's very sweet. Jiang Chen took out the smallest of the 3 and fed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi immediately ate the spirit-gathering pill. The sweetness of it immediately brought a smile to her face. As the spirit-gathering pill was consumed, Jiang Yi's pale face gradually became rosy and healthy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen smiled and called Tang Ruoshuan and Ding Kuan, asking them to come pick up the medicine while he discharged Jiang Yi. Miss Tang? Ding Kuan? Shortly afterward, 2 surprised cries suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Jiang Chen froze and opened the door to the room. You guys know each other? Mr. Jiang, I hang out with the Tang family. Ding Kuan said with a smile. Jiang Chen dawned on him and handed the 2 already wrapped up blocks of spirit gathering Dan to the 2 of them. Ding Kuan, go back and give it to the old lady to take. She'll be completely cured. Ruo Shue, go back and give it to the old master first. I'll go and perform the needles on him in a few days. Many thanks, Mr. Jiang. Ding Kuan hurriedly thanked him. Tang Ruoshue's beautiful eyes, however, were full of color. Jiang Chen was indeed very human. Just a few days, he had taken down Ding Kuan, a big shot on the gray side. Mr. Jiang, in order to show my gratitude to you, today I've set up a table at the Sky Dragon Pavilion of the Sky Dragon Hotel to thank you and Elder Su for your kindness. Miss Tang, why don't you come along as well? Ding Kuan said. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then agreed. In the future, their family would still have to live in Songjiang. With Ding Kuan there, so many things were easy to handle. Being able to spend time with Jiang Chen, Tang Ruoshue was naturally happy. The 3 agreed to meet in the evening, and then left. In the evening, Jiang Chen rode his electric bicycle to the 5-star hotel, Tianlong Hotel. He had just stopped his electric bike when a sharp honk suddenly sounded behind him. Not long for eyes? Riding a broken electric bike and occupying a parking space. Hurry up and get out of the way. Are people like you qualified to be here? A BMW 7 Series stopped beside the electric bike, and a man poked his head out of the window, chiding with a disgusted look on his face. Jiang Chen frowned and turned his head to look. However, when they locked eyes, both of them froze. Sun Hao. The person inside the car was actually Jiang Chen's college classmate. Sun Hao. Gu, isn't this the good student Jiang Chen back then? Years of not seeing you. How did you get mixed up like this? Sun Hao got down from the car, looked Jiang Chen up and down, shook his head slightly. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. When he was in school, he, a poor boy, often clashed with Sun Hao, a rich second generation, and the grudge had built up for a long time. How come I didn't hear that you came to the class reunion? Sun Hao suddenly asked with a smile. Classmate reunion? Jiang Chen froze. Other than when Jiang Yi was seriously ill and needed a lot of money, he had borrowed from a few classmates and was rejected. I didn't come to the classmate reunion. It was someone who invited me to dinner. Doesn't that mean the same thing? I'll treat you this time. Eat whatever you want. 201 box. Let's go. Wang Hongjie is also here. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. Dabbling in food is dabbling in food, but you still have to make it look like you're being invited. What kind of face do you want for a punk? However, he wouldn't provoke Jiang Chen now, but rather, he wanted to bring Jiang Chen in and get out of that bad breath back then. Hearing Wang Hongjie, Jiang Chen swallowed back the words he wanted to refuse. This was his only friend. When Jiang Yi was sick, Wang Hongjie had even once secretly given him money behind his girlfriend's back, and then she found out about it and took a lot of scolding. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Chen nodded and sent a text message to Ding Kuan and Tang Ruoshue respectively. Just as he wanted to leave, he suddenly received a call, an unfamiliar number, but he picked it up anyway. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Chen? I'm Yi Yunbing. On the other end of the phone, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out. Very comforting. I'm Jiang Chen, but I don't seem to recognize you. Jiang Chen said doubtfully. The woman on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then said with some urgency, Mr. Jiang, I have a very important matter that I want to ask you about face to face. Can I ask you to have a meal and talk face to face now? Sorry, I already have a dinner tonight. Mr. Jiang, this matter concerns the life and death of my family. Please, you must help. I beg you. Yi Yunbing begged bitterly. Let's put it this way then. I'm in the 201 box at the Sky Dragon Hotel. You come, Jiang Chen said. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yi Yunbing said gratefully. Jiang Chen, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and go. Sun Hao urged. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Sun Hao to the box. At this time, quite a few students from the class had already come, and when they saw Sun Hao come in, all of them had bright smiles on their faces and surrounded them. Brother Hao, you're getting more and more handsome. This is a successful man. That's not true. Brother Hao is now a godly man. This party was organized at Brother Hao's expense. A party cost more than $100,000. Atmosphere. Brother Hao, your thighs are still missing pendants? Ha ha. These people were just kissing Sun Hao's ass. Hey, it's not worth mentioning. It's just a casual meal. Sun Hao smiled lightly, but there was a hint of condescension flashing through his eyes. Brother Hao, if you're mixing a meal, we'll really become beggars. A group of people laughed out loud. You guys see who I've brought you? Sun Hao pointed at Jiang Chen, a sinister smile flashing in his eyes. Chapter 14, Slander. Jiang Chen? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen and froze. Holy, there's really a beggar here. Ha! One of them suddenly burst out laughing. Put. As soon as these words left their mouths, Some people immediately covered their mouths and burst out laughing, looking at Jiang Chen with a sneer in their eyes. What's going on? What begging? Some unknown students asked curiously. Little Sun, how do you talk? Sun Hao chided in mock displeasure, then looked at everyone. I'm afraid some of the students still don't know, right? After Jiang Chen graduated from university, he joined the family of Lin Jiaojiao, one of the 2 golden flowers in our class. As a door-to-door son-in-law, eat people live with others. There is a big beauty to keep an eye on. This job is not better than those of us who still have to work hard to make money. It's really good to enjoy the leisure. Sun Hao shrugged his shoulders, showing a look of envy. What? Surprisingly, I got to eat Goddess Lin's soft rice? How is this possible? Hey, I didn't want to believe it at the very beginning, but it's really true. I just don't understand. Jiao Jiao is so outstanding and beautiful. How could she agree to this loser to go and join the family? Flowery language chant. People have a bad stomach and bad teeth. Want to eat soft rice, certainly long a good mouth. Hey, have to envy people's luck. Once out of college, not only found Lin Jiaojiao this kind of big beauty as a wife, but also can pension. Ha ha ha. A group of classmates looked at Jiang Chen with sneering eyes. They all knew that Jiang Chen and Sun Hao didn't see eye to eye back then, and had several frictions. At this time, Sun Hao was a talented and rich man, so they naturally knew which side to stand on. Seeing everyone sneering at Jiang Chen together, a hint of relief flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. Actually, it's not just that. I heard 2 days ago that not only did he not cherish Goddess Lin, he secretly hooked up with a nurse in the hospital and cuckolded Goddess Lin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Chen, are you still a human being? You're a soft eater who still dares to betray Jiao Jiao. It's so shameless. This kind of person should be hit by a car when they go out. How shameless. The class looked at Jiang Chen angrily. What are you guys babbling about? That Lin Jiaojiao doesn't even care about her own biological child. She must be the one who seduced another man behind Jiang Chen's back. Wang Hongjie, who had walked over to Jiang Chen's side, had a blue face and spoke out in anger. Although he didn't know about this matter, he knew something about what happened between Jiang Chen and Lin Jiaojiao. From the fact that Jiang Chen was desperate to borrow money from him, he could tell that Lin Jiaojiao was definitely not a good woman. Wang Hongjie, don't talk nonsense. We all know Jiaojiao's character. How can she be better than this soft eater? Besides, Jiao Jiao, this kind of proud daughter of heaven, which is Jiang Chen, this soft eater can match. If it were me, I would have kicked him long ago. That's right, even if Jiao Jiao cheats on her husband, we can still understand her. Jiang Chen, since you said it was Jiao Jiao who cheated, did you hit that man? If you don't fight, I'll really look down on you. It's really too much of a loser. The class laughed once again, and there was a little more disdain in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you punk dare to slander me. In vain I raised you for so many years. How do you have the face to slander me? At this time, an angry questioning voice suddenly came from outside the door. The crowd looked outward, only to see Lin Jiaojiao walk in with an angry face. What have I slandered you for? Jiang Chen frowned. Slandered what? It's obvious that you betrayed me by hooking up with another woman, and this is something that we wrote into the divorce agreement, and you signed and admitted it. Now you even instructed Wang Hongjie to slander me for cheating. Why are you so disgusting? Lin Jiaojiao said with a disgusted face. Jiang Chen, you're also too disgusting, aren't you? All signed on the divorce agreement. Now you turn around and deny it. Are you still not a man? Hey, eating soft food and cheating. Can this kind of person still be considered a man? Jiang Chen, if you do this, Jiao Jiao can totally sue you for slander. The group of people looked at Jiang Chen with even more contempt in their eyes. This kind of man was simply disgusting. Jiang Chen frowned. He did sign the divorce agreement, so he didn't want to argue this kind of thing anymore. He didn't care about the attitude of these classmates. You can't say anything, can you? Keep that mouth of yours in check in the future, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Jiaojiao saw Jiang Chen being verbally attacked by his classmates. A cold smile flashed in her eyes. Lin Jiaojiao, you. Wang Hongjie had long since grown disenchanted with Lin Jiaojiao, and just wanted to speak out to dislike her, but was pulled back by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gave Wang Hongjie an I don't mind look. Wang Hongjie instantly understood Jiang Chen's meaning and stopped speaking. Alright, everyone stop talking. We're all classmates. Don't make too much noise. Jiang Chen and Jiao Jiao's matter is someone's personal matter. Let's not get involved. Jiang Chen, everyone is just joking around. You won't mind, right? Sun Hao said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen frowned. He naturally saw that this was all Sun Hao's doing. Sighing in his heart, it seemed that after many years, that schoolmate friendship from back then was long gone and had turned into snobbery. However, he was calm in his heart. How would the clamor of a mole make the lion angry? It would only make the lion feel funny. He had only come for Wang Hongjie. So lively, I heard you guys laughing all the way over. At this time, the door of the box opened again and a faint laugh came out. The crowd turned around to look. An exquisitely dressed, tall and very pretty-looking woman walked in. The only thing lacking was the occasional flash of wind and dust in her eyes. Goo. So it's another Golden Flower Netflix Rong classmate who's here. It's not easy to see you nowadays. Even the party is late. A group of classmates including Lin Jiaojiao went forward and laughed. Rong, long time no see ah. Seeing the visitor, a trace of desire flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. This time he organized the reunion mainly for Rong Ma and Jiaojiao Lin. When he first went to school, these two were known as the two golden flowers, and he had chased them both. But it turned out that they liked Jiang Chen, who had better grades than him at the time. This matter had been nagging at him in his heart all these years. Young Sun, long time no see. Ma Rong smiled daintily and returned, instantly causing Sun Hao's heart to jump at the tip. Everyone, I'm really sorry that I'm late as I just finished attending the interview for the Purple Cloud Company. Ma Rong apologized, but there was a faint smile on her face. Purple Cloud Company? Why does it sound so familiar? You're silly. Purple Cloud Company is the biggest entertainment company in our Songjiang and even in the north of the river. Several of the nation's first and second tier stars are under their banner, and have made several sold-out movies. Even super tier 1 star Yi Yunbing is the leading actress of Purple Cloud Company. Rong, is that the company you interviewed for? Ma Rong nodded her head haughtily, and said without any pride in her words, yes, Sister Yi treats me well, and this interview is just a formality. Hiss. The crowd immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Rong, you're transforming from a netizen to a star. Even Yi Yunbing holds you in high regard. Your future is unlimited. I've long seen that Rong is very powerful. It's true. In the future, if you ask for your autograph, you can't be stingy. Yes, future big star. A group of people joked, but their words were all filled with envy. You guys don't laugh at me. What were you talking about just now? So happy? Ma Rong asked with some curiosity. Chapter 15, Bragging. Rong, do you remember Jiang Chen? This kid became the door-to-door son-in-law of Jiaojiao's family. What's even more infuriating is that a soft food door-to-door loser like him even dared to cuckold Jiaojiao, and even slandered Jiaojiao for cheating on him and skimming himself. The crowd chattered. Jiaojiao, is this true? Ma Rong looked at Lin Jiaojiao and asked in surprise. Hey, it's all in the past. I've divorced him, finally out of my misery. Lin Jiaojiao shook her head, looking unusually aggrieved. Jiang Chen, how can you be so disgusting? Jiaojiao is so pretty and has a good family background. You can even do this kind of thing. Are you still a human being? Ma Rong immediately rebuked Jiang Chen loudly. Jiang Chen, you came to the reunion this time. It wouldn't be because Jiaojiao, a rich white girl, couldn't eat her soft rice anymore, and you took advantage of the fact that Rong liked you back then, and wanted to eat her. A rich white girl, soft rice, right? A woman suddenly said in an odd tone to Jiang Chen. The crowd suddenly looked at Jiang Chen in a daze. Ma Rong looked towards Jiang Chen who was standing not far away. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes all of a sudden. The man that I, Ma Rong, will find in the future will definitely be a young talent with a successful career. Like this kind of garbage with no backbone and no lower limit. I want to vomit when I see him. It's just too disgusting. When I was in school, my classmates were more simple-minded and liked good academic performance. However, it was only when they entered society that they realized that being good in studies was not as good as being well-born, and being rich was the king. For Jiang Chen's kind of waste that ate soft rice and also cheated on his wife, she was even more disgusted. That's right, let's not say this. Rong is at least going to be a star now. In case she gets black information, it won't be good for her future development, Sun Hao said with a smile, unable to resist glancing at Jiang Chen, his heart filled with relief. Jiang Chen, did you hear that? You won't be able to eat the soft rice of Rong, the white rich beauty. It's really thanks to you to think of it. You don't take a piss and look in the mirror. What kind of thing are you? Bah! The woman who just asked said with a sneer. Right. Everyone must take my matter as a warning. You must look at people a little more accurately. You can't be fooled by some humanoid trash. I'm the antithesis of you. Lin Jiaojiao hurriedly nodded and said. When did Brother Chen say he wanted to eat Ma Rong's soft rice? You guys are sick, right? Also, Ma Rong, it was you who chased after Brother Chen back then. Is it appropriate for you to say this now? Wang Hongjie once again spoke out in anger, not expecting this woman to be so snobbish now. Wang Hongjie, how come everywhere has your business? It's really a dog taking a rat and meddling in other people's business. Jiang Chen is just looking at Rong's kind heart, so he wants to use the opportunity to come and get close and eat soft food. Otherwise he hasn't contacted us for how many years? Why did he have to come to the class reunion after being kicked by Jiaojiao? It's disgusting. This kind of man. Several classmates spoke out, sneering continuously. You, guys. Wang Hongjie's chest heaved with anger. but he couldn't say anything. Jiang Chen pulled Wang Hongjie and looked at Ma Rongrong indifferently. Sorry, in my eyes, you don't deserve to be my girlfriend either. What did you say? Ma Rongrong's face was incredibly gloomy, being told that she was not qualified by a trash in her eyes. This was simply a strange shame for her. I said you're not worthy, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Chen, are you ing pretending to come to us? What kind of thing are you? Are you ing looking for death? Don't you know your own position? People like you aren't even qualified to lick Rongrong's shoes. This is saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. It's really ridiculous. A trash has the face to say this. A group of people immediately verbally attacked Jiang Chen. A hint of viciousness flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. This trash was looking for death. Wrong. Don't be angry with this trash. I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She can't eat my soft rice but still wants to eat your soft rice, Lin Jiaojiao advised. Brother Chen, let's go. Hey, what reunion? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's not a bit of classmate friendship, Wang Hongjie said angrily. Oh, I just came here. Who's the one who wants to leave? The crowd looked back and a middle-aged man walked in with a smile. The visitor was tiny, with a pair of black-framed glasses, combed a big back hair. His face was a bit yellow and he looked sickly. This man was their college guide. Teacher Huang, you're finally here. Mr. Huang, long time no see. The crowd greeted one another. Teacher Huang, do you still remember him? Sun Hao walked forward, pointed a finger at Jiang Chen, and asked with a smile. Huang Changhao looked at Jiang Chen. His face full of smiles suddenly stiffened, and his nose suddenly snorted coldly. How could I forget this person? I've brought so many students. None of them are worse than him. I heard that he went as a door-to-door son-in-law for someone else. It's simply a disgrace to men. A disgrace to me as a teacher. It's disgusting. Teacher Huang. He just gave Jiaojiao a door-to-door son-in-law. Not only that, he also cheated on Jiaojiao behind her back. A classmate said. What? Huang Chenghe's face reddened with anger. Jiang Chen, you're really going to piss me off. I said at first that you have no prospects in your life, and sure enough, you're just an unfaithful and ungrateful piece of trash. Or is it that this person Xiao Hao has prospects? You all have to learn from Xiao Hao. Do you hear me? Mr. Huang, we know. Hao is our role model. We must learn well from him. A group of people immediately said. Sun Hao had a joyful face. He was just too happy to see Jiang Chen being scolded. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Had even teachers become so snobbish? Teacher Huang, calm down. Please take your seats. Jiang Chen, Hongjie, you guys can't leave either. It's not easy to get together today. Sun Hao pulled Huang Changhe to take his seat, and then said to Jiang Chen and the two of them. He hadn't finished pretending this pussy yet. How could he let Jiang Chen leave? The others also took their seats. Jie, what's the point of leaving? Let's drink a couple cups and catch up. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and pulled Wang Hongjie to find a seat as well. He wanted to see how Sun Hao still sang this drama. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How big this face has to be. It really doesn't go away. A group of people whispered, but Jiang Chen didn't care. Mr. Huang, isn't your health not good? I've already gotten in touch with our Jiangbei's leading Chinese medicine practitioner, Divine Dr. Su Wenzhong Su, and asked him to come and see you. After taking his seat, Sun Hao said with a faint smile, his tone filled with arrogance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Hao, you're bullish. Even Divine Dr. Su can be invited. Divine power. Brother Hao's energy. Is it not something that a mere mortal like me can speculate on? Brother Hao, begging for a hug. The crowd was horrified and once again curried favor with Sun Hao. Good. Sun Hao really deserves to be a good student of teacher. To think of teacher is really pleased. Huang Changhe said with a face of excitement. A person of the level of Divine Dr. Su. He couldn't even dream of inviting him. With him here, he would definitely have no problem with this illness. Sun Hao was praised by the crowd. He was refreshed and suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Mr. Huang is at least your teacher. Now that Mr. Huang is being tortured by the disease, how come you don't even ask? Isn't it too heartless? Chapter 16, what are you? I don't have the luxury of a door-to-door son-in-law thinking about me. Disgusting, Huang Changhe said with a disgusted face. If he had a conscience, he wouldn't have cheated on me while eating my soft food. Lin Jiaojiao didn't miss any opportunity to sneer at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lightly glanced at Sun Hao, sneered in his heart, and said, Mr. Huang's disease, Su Wenzhong can't cure it, but I can. Silence. The entire hall fell silent. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterward, a roar of laughter rang out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did this punk say? Mr. Huang's illness can't be cured by Divine Dr. Su, but he can cure it? This damn soft food has eaten his brain silly. He thinks he's a divine doctor? Dumbass. Claptrap. A group of people sneered recklessly. Jiang Chen, you really let me down. It seems that not only are you spineless and philandering, you also have no brain. You're afraid that you don't even know who Divine Dr. Su is. Divine Dr. Su is the most famous doctor in the north of our river. He has a medical skill that amazes the world and sobs the gods. He is the guest of countless rich and powerful people or dignitaries. You can cure a disease that he can't? You think you are Hua Tuo in the world? Sun Hao sneered and said, even if Hua Tuo is alive, his medical skills are not necessarily as good as mine. Jiang Chen said after some thought, you're simply bold. I'll definitely tell Divine Dr. Su your original words. I hope you'll still be this bullish by then. Sun Hao sneered. Sun Hao, you definitely don't know that this punk is awesome now. He deliberately cheated Ding Kuan on the grounds that he could cure Ding Kuan's mother's illness and cheated him out of quite a bit of money. And yesterday at the auction at the Landscape Manor, he even spent the $3 million that Ding Kuan gave him to buy a broken bracelet. Thinking of the first few times he was defeated, Lin Jiaojiu was unusually upset and said, Ding Kuan? That's not our Song Jiang Gray side of the big brother I heard that Ding Kuan is very filial to his mother. This punk dares to take Ding Kuan's mother's life to cheat him? Impossible, right? This reminds me of one thing. I heard that yesterday in the Landscape Manor, Ding Kuan spent $50 million to buy a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Wouldn't it be that this punk instructed Ding Kuan to do it? Hiss. $50 million. Ding Kuan can really be a big man, casually spending $50 million to buy a wild ginseng. This kid dares to tease Ding Kuan like this. Letting Ding Kuan find out. Won't he pick his skin? Ha ha ha. At once, after a moment of shock, the crowd suddenly gloated, looking at Jiang Chen with a look of death. Sun Hao's eyes similarly stared, his heart shocked. This punk was just too bullish. However, his eyes turned, a plan came to him. His face suddenly became furious, looking at Jiang Chen angrily. Rubbish, how dare you lie to my good brother Ding Kuan, looking for death. As his words fell, the entire box fell silent. Brother Hao, you know Ding Kuan? A classmate asked in a shocked voice. Of course I know, a brother who plays well. He even invited me to dinner at noon today. If I had known about this, I would have dismantled Jiang Chen long ago, Sun Hao said with a smile on his face. In fact, at his level, he wouldn't know Ding Kuan, but in order to pretend in front of Lin Jiaojiu and Ma Rongrong, he intentionally said so. Anyway, with the status and position of this group of people, it was impossible for them to cross paths with a big shot like Ding Kuan in their lifetime. Brother Hao mighty and domineering without explanation. Ding Kuan is the big brother of our Songjiang Gray area. Even he has to invite you to dinner. Ding Kuan has people with money, casually throwing down $50 million without even blinking. The friends that Brother Hao interacts with are really high-end. No wonder Brother Hao was able to invite Divine Dr. Su to treat Mr. Huang. This background is just too big. The group of people immediately looked at Sun Hao with even more eager, fawning gazes. Even Lin Jiaojiu and Ma Rongrong changed their bland expressions toward Sun Hao just now. Their eyes were colorful and they couldn't stop throwing winks. Especially Lin Jiaojiu. She had always been dissatisfied with Zhao Tianyu's fear of Ding Kuan, but she didn't expect that a reunion would let her know that Sun Hao and Ding Kuan were brothers. And if she could be with this kind of man, wouldn't she be able to walk horizontally across the entire Songjiang River in the future? Feeling the change in the two women's expressions, Sun Hao's heart rejoiced. The fish had taken the bait. If he could kill two birds with one stone tonight, it would be too good to be true. It's all small things. In recent years our family's company has been growing rapidly, and many companies want to flatter our company. You guys know about the Tang Group, right? The development of that piece of land in the high development zone. Tang Group talked to my dad 3 times. The conditions were lowered again and again before my dad finally agreed. The future profits brought by this one cooperation would have to be $2 to $3 billion. Our Sun family is also a powerful family in Songjiang. Knowing Ding Kuan and Su Wenzhong is nothing. However, on the surface, he was blandly incomparable, once again blowing a bull. Their family is just a company with a market value of more than 100 million only, cannot enter the eyes of the Tang Group, if not for his dad repeatedly pleaded, not to get cooperation. However, the crowd present was unaware of the inside story, and were shocked beyond measure. Hiss, how brother, my heart really cannot stand. Even the Tang family have to beg your family, you're already take off in the future must be more to mention the little brother Tang Group that is our Songjiang top family. I even into cannot enter. Brother Hao in the future you have to help me A group of people were close to kneeling on the ground and licking Sun Hao. Sun Hao, you really are the best student that I, Huang Changhe, have taught in my life. Not bad, not bad, you've given me a long face. Huang Changhe's face was red, and the more he looked at Sun Hao, the more satisfied he became. Ma Rongrong and Lin Jiaojiu even directly put down their reserve and ran to sit on both sides of Sun Hao, fawning and smiling to please him. Sun Hao was immediately excited. just blowing a few bowls. Did not expect to kill two birds with one stone. Cool. However, he had no intention of letting Jiang Chen off the hook. Jiang Chen, you've offended Su Wenzhong and Ding Kuan now. For the sake of old classmates, if you kneel down and kowtow a few times to me, and learn to bark like a dog a few times, I can consider persuading them to leave you alive. But these two people's temperament I know. You definitely won't be able to run away from this lesson. Sun Hao said with a cold smile. Brother Hao, isn't it too cheap to leave him alive? This kind of waste, harming me so miserably. Lin Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around one of Sun Hao's arms and squeezed, pampering him. Don't look at Brother Hao is already a big man, but remembering old feelings. Besides now this waste has been kicked out of your house. Even if he doesn't die he won't have a good life in the future. This is the biggest torture for him. Ma Rongrong was not willing to lag behind, unbuttoning her collar directly by two, hugging Sun Hao's other arm and licking her lips. The two people's offense caused Sun Hao to have a heart attack, and he couldn't wait to drag the two of them to the upstairs room to gallop around right now. Jiang Chen, hurry up and kowtow. Don't be ungrateful. Only a big shot like Brother Hao can save you now. Silly one. Look all frozen. A group of classmates saw that Jiang Chen didn't move, and immediately urged them on, with teasing in their eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and suddenly stood up, walking towards Sun Hao. Brother Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen get up and walk towards Sun Hao, Wang Hongjie opened his mouth, but knew that in this situation, perhaps begging Sun Hao was the only way, so he could only shut up. The others had a sneer. This punk, what's the point of pretending to be better than that, but still have to kneel down? Jiang Chen, this realization of yours is good. Hurry up and kowtow. Remember to learn how to bark. Sun Hao only felt complacent and soothed. Snap. Only, in the next second, Jiang Chen suddenly slapped Sun Hao's face. Instantly, Sun Hao flew out directly, smashing the dining table and spilling food and wine all over. What kind of a thing are you? Jiang Chen shook off his hand and said indifferently. Jiang Chen, you're looking for death. I'll make sure you die. Sun Hao stood up and roared through gritted teeth. Half of his face was completely red and swollen by now. This punk is crazy. How dare he even hit Brother Hao? Oomph. Even Ding Kuan had to curry favor with Brother Hao. This kid is dead. Waste. You wait for death. The others gloated when they saw this. Dog. By now you still dare to disobey Brother Hao. I'll see who can help you this time. Lin Jiaojiao was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. Bang. Just at this moment, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my hotel? Ding Kuan's violent shout came out at once. Chapter 17, Have you thought about how to die? The bellowing sound rang out, and the entire box fell silent as everyone looked in the direction the sound came from. Brother Cohen. Lin Jiaojiao was the first to cry out in shock. As her voice fell, everyone was shocked. So this bald man was the grey big brother Ding Kuan from Songjiang that they had just discussed. Immediately, they were looking at Jiang Chen with gloating faces. With Sun Hao, Ding Kuan's good brother, Jiang Chen's scam could be completely and easily dismantled. And this time, Jiang Chen was definitely dead. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Didn't you come to the class reunion? Seeing Jiang Chen in the middle of the field, Ding Kuan immediately jogged to Jiang Chen's side, bowed slightly, and asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen had just sent him the box number, and he had wanted to come over to greet Jiang Chen's classmates, but as a result, he heard the sound of fighting coming from the box before he even entered, and immediately became enraged. Not only because it was in his hotel, but also because Jiang Chen was here. What if it disturbed Jiang Chen's pleasure? Although the crowd already knew that Ding Kuan had been tricked by Jiang Chen, they were also shocked to see that this Songjiang Grey big brother was so respectful. This punk's ability to deceive people was too strong, wasn't it? This person claimed to be your good brother, decided that I had cheated you, and made me kneel down and kowtow and learn how to bark before he interceded with you to spare me on my behalf. Jiang Chen pointed at Sun Hao and said with a faint smile. Humph, Jiang Chen, by now you're still so capable of pretending. You really won't die until you're in the Yellow River. Lin Jiaojiao stepped forward and said with a disgusted look on her face. Then, she pointed a finger at Sun Hao and said to Ding Kuan, Brother Kuan, Brother Hao is your good brother. He can testify that Jiang Chen is a complete and utter waste. He doesn't know any bull ***** medical skills at all. How can you not trust your good brother? Moreover, this punk even beat up Brother Hao when he knew that he was your good brother. This is not only not giving face to Brother Hao, but also not giving face to you. You'd better hurry up and get him killed. Jiang Chen had made her a fool so many times. She already hated Jiang Chen to the bone. She finally waited for this moment to demolish Jiang Chen in front of Ding Kuan, with Ding Kuan's good brother, Sun Hao, demolishing Jiang Chen as a liar in front of him. Ding Kuan would definitely believe it. At that time, Jiang Chen would definitely die without a burial place. Thinking of the image of Jiang Chen being beaten by Ding Kuan like a dead dog was a burst of excitement for her. Trash would only be able to stay in the trash heap. Wanting to jump out. Delusional. Yeah, we can all testify that this trash can't do anything but eat soft food. Moreover, this trash doesn't even put you in his eyes. Brother Hao said that you guys are good brothers, and as a result, he dared to hit Brother Hao. The others also fawned and said, wanting to show their face in front of Ding Kuan. Snap. Ding Kuan, however, slapped Lin Jiaojiao's face. This time he struck extremely hard. Lin Jiaojiao let out a mournful scream. Her body spun around and fell directly on top of the dining table, wine and rice falling all over her. In a sorry state. You cousin, insulting Mr. Jiang 3 times over, looking for death. Ding Kuan's gray big brother's aura revealed itself, instantly silencing the crowd, taking a few steps back and closing their mouths. With that, Ding Kuan furiously jerked his head back to look at Sun Hao and asked with a leathery smile, your name is Sun Hao, are you a good brother of my Ding Kuan? Feeling Ding Kuan's murderous eyes, Sun Hao's face turned pale, and his entire body immediately shook like a sieve, so scared that he was on the verge of crying, his heart screaming in agony. The Heavenly Dragon Hotel was owned by Ding Kuan. This matter he knew, but how could he not expect a big shot like Ding Kuan to come to the box of a small person like them? How was this possible? If he knew that Ding Kuan would come, how could he blow this kind of greatness? Brother Kuan. I'm just kidding. I'm Sun Hao, the son of Sun Tianshang, the chairman of Tianshang Company, and we've had dinner together. Sun Hao barely squeezed out a smile and said, wanting to bring out his father's name to raise some weight in front of Ding Kuan. What heavenly saint dog saint? Lousy never heard of it. Today you dare to borrow Lousy's name to pretend to be more than you are, and also let my Ding Kuan's honored guest, Mr. Jiang, kneel and kowtow. Have you thought about how to die? Ding Kuan said in a cold voice. Wow, the entire box was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Sun Hao. Just now Sun Hao said that he was a good brother with Ding Kuan. How come Ding Kuan didn't even recognize him? Sun Hao's face flushed red, but thinking of the word death in Ding Kuan's mouth, he no longer cared about losing face and flopped down on his knees. Brother Kuan, I'm wrong. Please spare me. I was just joking with Jiang Chen. We're good brothers. Right, Jiang Chen? Sun Hao hurriedly looked at Jiang Chen and begged. I'm not familiar with you, Jiang Chen said indifferently. If Sun Hao had treated him politely today, then he might have considered letting Ding Kuan spare him, but Sun Hao had insulted him 3 times and 4 times. So he had already spared him by not falling on his sword. Jiang Chen, we are at least classmates. Do you need to be so heartless? You've beaten up Brother Hao. Aren't you done yet? Yeah, we were just joking around. Why are you so heartless? It's all your fault. If you didn't come to the party, there wouldn't have been so many things. Although Sun Hao had bragged, but the Sun family's strength was there. Ding Kuan's respect for Jiang Chen was also only because of Jiang Chen's high level of deception. So everyone remained on Sun Hao's side and verbally attacked Jiang Chen. Chow Nima, all shut up. Come on people, first give me a beating for this silly guy who is impersonating my good brother. Ding Kuan roared. Then with a wave of his hand, his men walked towards Sun Hao with their guys. Sun Hao was so scared that his face turned pale as he got up and was about to run away, but he was kicked away by one of Ding Kuan's men. Stop. It was at this moment that Huang Changhe suddenly spoke out. As a teacher, and one who would need the divine Dr. Sun Hao had invited to cure him in the future. At this moment, he had to stand out with a stiff upper lip. Old thing, you want to seek death? Ding Kuan shouted in a cold voice. Brother Kuan, I know you're very powerful, but if you don't give face to Sun Hao, you have to give face to divine Dr. Su, right? Sun Hao's family has a good friendship with our Jiangbei Chinese medicine expert, divine Dr. Su Wenzhong. He has already asked him to come and treat me. If you let divine Dr. Su know that you hit Sun Hao, divine Dr. Su will definitely be dissatisfied with you. Surely you social mixers don't want to offend this kind of big shot, right? Huang Changhe said in a deep voice, deliberately lifting Su Wenzhong out. As his words fell, the people in the box, including Sun Hao, were suddenly pleasantly surprised. Although Ding Kuan was very powerful, he was only a big shot on the gray side, and to put it bluntly, he couldn't see the light of day, and he was still too far off compared to a truly powerful person like Su Wenzhong. With one word from others, Ding Kuan could be destroyed. Figuring this out, Sun Hao's face immediately calmed down, and even a little high and mighty. Regardless of what kind of relationship Su Wenzhong and I have, you, Ding Kuan, wouldn't dare to touch me, would you? Oh, how come I didn't know that in Songjiang I have a Sun Hao family that I have a good friendship with? Chapter 18 Successive Appearances. Su Wenzhong walked into the box with a gloomy face. He just went to use the restroom, letting Ding Kuan come first, but when he got to the door of the box he heard Huang Changhe's words about climbing relationships. Although he was relatively modest and generous, but someone was using his name to oppress others. Would he not be angry? Divine Dr. Su. A few students in the box who knew Su Wenzhong suddenly exclaimed in shock. Sun Hao was even more surprised that even a divine doctor like Su Wenjong had appeared in this box. What the hell is going on here? Sun Hao's heart shouted. Lin Jiaojiao, who was standing on the side covering half of her face in anger, saw the visitor and heard the shouts of the crowd. Her face turned white and her heart jerked hard. This old man was actually the divine Dr. Su who was famous in Jiangbei? Then wouldn't her and Zhao Tianyu's speculation that day that Jiang Chen had joined forces with this old man to deceive Ding Kuan be broken? With Dr. Su's reputation and status, wouldn't he need to deceive Ding Kuan? And in an instant, she recalled Su Wenjong's heartfelt respect for Jiang Chen at the entrance of the Imperial Club. A burst of powerlessness rose in her heart, and she suddenly looked towards Jiang Chen, who had a bland face since the beginning. It seemed like ever since signing the divorce agreement, Jiang Chen's entire person had become completely different. How was he able to recognize such big shots as Su Wenjong and Ding Kuan, and even have them treat him with such respect? This kind of thing was something that she, Lin Jiaojiao, wouldn't even dare to think about with her status and position at this time. Abruptly, when she signed the divorce agreement, the words Jiang Chen said echoed in her ears. You will definitely regret having done so many shameless things to me. Betraying me is the biggest mistake of your life. At that time, she still felt that it was Jiang Chen's harsh words that he had said in order to stay in the Lin family and eat soft food. But at this moment, she felt as if Jiang Chen's words weren't false. This was because a trace of regret suddenly flashed through her heart. If she was still married to Jiang Chen, she and Jiang Chen would be the ones to please Ding Kuan and Su Wenjong, and the Lin family's status in the whole of Songjiang would rise. It was much better than following Zhao Tianyu, the man who bowed his head as a grandson in front of Ding Kuan. Divine Dr. Su, I invited you to come and treat my teacher Huang Changhe. Weren't you very happy to agree? Sun Hao, however, was undeterred and hurriedly stepped forward to say. He was trying to make Ding Kuan feel that he was very close to Su Wenjong through just a few words. I did promise to treat Huang Changhe, but that's because his illness belongs to the category of difficult cases and has nothing to do with you. As for your Sun family, I don't even know about it. Su Wenjong sank his face and said in a cold voice. Wow! The entire box once again emitted a clamor. This time, the eyes of those students looking at Sun Hao completely changed. Whether it was Ding Kuan's matter or Su Wenjong's matter, it was all because you, Sun Hao, bragged about it, and it was such a big blow that it was really a bit excessive. I knew it was this kid bragging, Wang Hongjie said with a smirk on his face, ruthlessly taking a bite out of Jiang Chen's heart. Mr. Jiang, is this your classmate? Really bad character, climbing relationships indiscriminately, simply incomprehensible. Su Wenjong stepped forward and rushed towards Jiang Chen, putting his stance very low. His evaluation of Sun Hao was as low as it could be. This scene was like a lightning strike in the eyes of the students. Not only Ding Kuan, but even Su Wenjong was surprisingly so respectful to Jiang Chen. What was going on with this punk? Divine Dr. Su, just now this kid was slandering you, saying that you can't see my teacher's illness at all. Only he can cure it. He's just a waste who eats soft rice. How could he possibly know medical skills? He was clearly denigrating you. Why are you being so polite to him? Sun Hao saw that the waste in his eyes had actually gained Su Wenjong's respect. While he was being scolded by Su Wenjong, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were covered with blood, and he roared out uncontrollably. How dare you, Mr. Zhang's medical skills are 100 times higher than mine. Since he said so, then I definitely can't cure your teacher. In front of Jiang Chen, Su Wenjong didn't care about the reputation he had as the leading doctor of Chinese medicine in Jiangbei, and admitted it bluntly. Hiss. The crowd present immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, revealing unbelievable expressions. The Jiangbei traditional Chinese medicine champion, even in front of those powerful figures in Jiangbei, could still talk and laugh freely, and many people still had to flatter him. As a result, he was so humble in front of Jiang Chen's soft-eating son-in-law, which simply refreshed their three views. What kind of psychedelic drug had this Jiang Chen given Su Wenjong? Impossible. I don't believe it, Sun Hao said through gritted teeth. However, Su Wenjong paid no more attention to the frantic Sun Hao, and suddenly bowed to Jiang Chen with a respectful tone. Mr. Jiang, in fact, I have another small request that I came here today. I hope that you can accept me as your disciple. Please be sure to oblige me. Boom! Everyone's mind suddenly buzzed as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. They could still accept Su Wenjong admitting that his medical skills were inferior to Jiang Chen's, but for Su Wenjong to worship Jiang Chen in public, this had simply caused them to lose their ability to think. Lin Jiaojiao on the side gritted her teeth and clenched her fists fiercely, her nails penetrating deep into her skin without realizing it. She had already regretted to the extreme at this point. That was Su Wenjong. A figure that countless powerful people needed to bow to, but he wanted to worship Jiang Chen, regardless of whether Jiang Chen was capable or not. As long as he had the title of Su Wenjong's teacher, who wouldn't be respectful and scornful of him in the whole of Jiangbei? Hubby, I'm wrong, it's all my fault, it's me being a water sex. cheating on you, and slandering you. I especially hate myself now. I've lost my way now. Please forgive me. I still love you. You love me too, right? Let's not divorce anymore, okay? In the future, I'll live with you properly and take care of EE together. Lin Jiajia could no longer contain the impulse in her heart and ran to Jiang Chen, pleading with a sad face. As she said this, tears of remorse even dripped from her eyes with a face of remorse. Jiang Chen, in fact, I especially liked you back then. Now you're divorced anyway. Why don't we get together? Don't worry. I have some savings. I don't need you to make money. Ma Rongrong also saw the opportunity extremely fast, immediately ran to Jiang Chen, and threw a wink at Jiang Chen. This kind of golden son-in-law. She couldn't miss it. Jiang Chen had this kind of background. As long as she said hello to the executives of the Purple Cloud Company, her future star path would definitely be smooth sailing. Jiang Chen's bland eyes finally had a slight change, only to turn into a color of disgust. These two women's shamelessness really had no lower limit. In the past, when they saw that they were incapable of eating soft food, they were all disgusted beyond measure. But now that they saw that even such a big shot as Su Wenzhong wanted to worship him as his teacher, they immediately repented. Snobbery to the point of making him sick. You two trash are worthy of talking about love with someone? Bitch. It was at this moment that a light rebuke came from outside the box. A woman dressed like a princess and with a stunning look walked into the box, and it was none other than Tang Ruoxue. As soon as she came in, she attracted the gazes of countless men. She was just too beautiful. Even an internet star like Ma Rongrong would have to pale a lot in front of her. Chapter 19, Revealing. Who are you, dog? Ma Rongrong was accustomed to being licked by those fans of the live broadcast, and when she was insulted by Tang Ruoxue in such a way, she was furious and immediately scolded out loud. Snap! Ding Kuan immediately came in front of Ma Rongrong and slapped her. Damn! Is Miss Tang also something you can scold? Give me a knee. Ma Rongrong covered her face, scared out of her wits by Ding Kuan's murderous gaze, and flopped to her knees. Miss Tang? Seeing Tang Ruoxue, Sun Hao also uttered out in horror, his entire face instantly pale to the core. When the Sun family, in order to obtain the Tang Family High Development Area project, for the Tang family thoroughly understand a bit, he naturally recognized Tang Ruoxue. What was going on in this box today? Why was even the Tang family's daughter here? Miss Tang. Hiss. Isn't she the Tang family's little princess Tang Ruoxue? What? Is she the one from the Tang clan who worked with Brother Hao? Yeah, it's alright this time. With Miss Tang around, Brother Hao is definitely alright. The students in the box whispered, their faces once again filled with confidence. Lin Jiaojiu, however, trembled, looking at Tang Ruoxue with an unbelievable face. This actor that Jiang Chen had hired in her eyes, was actually the big miss of the Tang clan? She had seen Tang Ruoxue propose to Jiang Chen with her own eyes back then. No one of this character could even pay money to beg her to act in a play, or the kind of play that would have an impact on a woman's reputation. Then there was only one possibility. Tang Ruoxue really wanted to be with Jiang Chen. She was horrified to the core. What kind of magic did Jiang Chen have that could make Tang Ruoxue, the proud daughter of heaven, so enamored? She herself was simply humble in front of Tang Ruoxue. Who are you? Tang Ruoxue glanced at Sun Hao and frowned slightly. I'm Sun Hao, the son of Tianshang Corporation's chairman Sun Tianshang. Our two companies are cooperating to develop that piece of land in the high development zone. Sun Hao said hurriedly. Never heard of it. Tang Ruoxue coldly shook her head. As the top group in Songjiang, there were too many companies that wanted to cooperate with them, and she didn't even bother to pay attention to this kind of small company. The faces of the people in the box immediately stagnated, and when they thought about what Sun Hao had just bragged about twice, in an instant, it became clear to them that the Tang clan had not begged Sun Hao at all, and that even the Heavenly Sage Company wasn't even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Tang family. Tang Ruoxue came straight to Jiang Chen, glancing disdainfully at Lin Jiaojiu before looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. Some people really don't know what's good for them. Such a good man doesn't even want it. If you guys don't want it, then I'm not polite. Jiang Chen, I want to marry you. Are you willing to marry me? After saying that, she also glanced at the two people behind her as if she was demonstrating. The petulant tone made everyone unable to think anymore. The great lady of the Tang family even took the initiative to confess to Jiang Chen. The trash in their eyes? Lin Jiaojia clenched her fists fiercely. Tang Ruoxue even confessed to Jiang Chen in front of her, the wife who had not yet gone through the divorce procedure with Jiang Chen. Simply shameless. However, knowing Tang Ruoxue's identity, she dared to be angry but dared not say anything. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile. Ruoxue, stop it. Tang Ruoxue beamed her little mouth, her face aggrieved. Humph, if you don't act right, then let's go eat? Ms. Tang, just now Sun Hao said that the development of that piece of land in the high development area. Tang's group rushed to talk to his father 3 times. The conditions were lowered again and again, and finally his father agreed. I don't know if it's true or not. At this time, Wang Hongjie, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out. Having just held in so much anger, he had to vent it out at this time. What? Tang Ruoshua instantly turned cold and looked at Sun Hao once again. You're saying that our Tang family begged your heavenly sage company to talk about cooperation? No, MS. Tang, don't listen to his nonsense, Sun Hao said tremblingly, looking at Wang Hongjie with hatred in his gaze. Tang Ruoshua, however, directly took the phone out and pressed the speakerphone to call out. There's a piece of land in the high development area that's being developed in cooperation with the Heavenly Sage Company? Not bad, miss. That piece of land is the chairman of Tiansheng Company. Sun Tiansheng begged our group for half a day. Our company checked their company's qualifications also meet the development conditions, so we decided to cooperate with them to develop. The person on the other end of the phone said in an unusually respectful manner. The people in the box were already numb, looking at Sun Hao with anger in their eyes. This person was just too much. Immediately cancelled the cooperation with Tiansheng Company, and pull Tiansheng Company into our Tang Group's blacklist and publicize it in Songjiang. Tang Ruoshua said coldly. Yes, Miss Tang, spare my life, I was wrong, I was just joking. Sun Hao flopped and fell to his knees once again. Their family had already invested all their money in order to cooperate with the Tang Group to develop the land, and if the cooperation broke off, then their family would absolutely lose all their money. What's more, now that the Tang Group had blacklisted Tiansheng Company, in the future, which other company in the entire Songjiang would dare to cooperate with their company? At that time, there would only be one outcome for Tiansheng Company: bankruptcy and liquidation. Dare to joke about our Tang Group? What are you? Tang Ruoshua, however, chimed in with a cold face. You dog, you even dare to joke about Elder Su and Miss Tang, looking for death. Come on people, give me a beating. Ding Kuan's face was livid, and with a wave of his hand, his men instantly surrounded Sun Hao and beat him violently. This time, there was no longer anyone to speak for him. This man was not worthy of their pleas for mercy. The miserable screams of Sun Hao resounded in the box. He was directly beaten to death. Mr. Jiang, I've ordered people to prepare a banquet at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Let's go eat? Ding Kuan stopped his men with a wave of his hand, then said to Jiang Chen with a fawning smile. Yeah, Jiang Chen, that pill of yours is really powerful. My grandfather's body has almost recovered after taking it. I have to thank you today. Tang Ruoshua also said excitedly. Ma Rongrong and Lin Jiaozhou, however, were sensitive enough to catch the meaning of these words. A hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. You guys go first, I'll say a few more words to this brother of mine. Jiang Chen however said. Just now, it was too hasty. Jiang Chen hadn't asked Wang Hongjie about his recent situation, and now that his days had changed for the better, he naturally had to find a way to help this good brother of his. If he brought Wang Hongjie to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, he would definitely be formal, so it would be better to talk about it here. Good, then hurry up and come. Tang Ruoshua nodded and followed Su Wenzhong and the others away. Jiang Chen, my good student, you must save your teacher. Only you can save me now. After Tang Ruoshua and the others had all left, Huang Changhao was the one who hurriedly looked at Jiang Chen, anxious beyond measure. Wanting Su Wenzhong to treat him was obviously no longer possible, but since Su Wenzhong had said that Jiang Chen's medical skills were even higher than his, then he naturally had to plead with Jiang Chen. Teacher Huang, classmates, don't let this loser fool you. At this time, Lin Jiaozhou, whose face had already returned to normal, suddenly sneered out. Chapter 20 Big Star. Jiao, what do you mean? Huang Changhao asked with a puzzled expression. The others were also puzzled. Didn't you guys hear? The reason why Tang Ruoshua is thanking this loser is because this loser got a medicinal pill from somewhere that happened to cure her grandfather's illness. That's why she is valued by Tang Ruoshua. Today this play is estimated to be all about him asking Tang Ruoshua to invite Ding Kuan and Su Wenzhong to act. Only in the end Tang Ruoshua's sentence was revealing. What does he know about medicine? A loser who eats soft food in my house? In the future, when Tang Ruoshua discovers the truth, she'll definitely throw him away like garbage. As if Lin Jiaozhou had already caught Jiang Chen's loophole, she analyzed it head-on, her tone filled with sarcasm, and her heart was relieved. So it turned out that this waste was still a waste. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was hopeless. However, he didn't bother to explain these things. The crowd also instantly appeared to have an expression of sudden realization. They had indeed heard Tang Ruoshua's words. Moreover, they had always viewed Jiang Chen as a waste, and were simply unwilling to believe that Jiang Chen would suddenly become so powerful, especially since Tang Ruoshua's trio's performance was just too much. Now that they thought about it, it was simply impossible. Well, ha. Jiang Chen, in order to participate in this classmate, you're really down. After saving Miss Tang's grandfather, you even raised such a garbage request. That's right, What's the point of earning some face in front of us? After today, you're still a piece of trash. Sure enough, you're a trash who can't get on the stage. Not knowing to use this favor to exchange it for something more realistic, a group of students once again sneered at Jiang Chen, their tone even worse than earlier. Rubbish. I won't let you and Wang Hongjie go. You guys wait. Strongly enduring the pain in his body, Sun Hao stood up and looked at Jiang Chen and Wang Hongjie with a fierce face. If it wasn't for these two people today, how would he have been dismantled by Ding Cohen and the others? And now they were afraid that Heavenly Sage Company would still be facing a crisis of bankruptcy. Sun Hao's hatred for them had already penetrated deep into his bones. After saying that, he limped towards the outside. Things had developed like this. He had to hurry home to inform his father. Looking at Sun Hao's departing back, a trace of coldness flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, hoping that Sun Hao was just talking. Jiang Chen, you're really disgusting. In order to make me like you again, you even messed up this kind of thing. Trash is really trash. Lin Jiaojiu, will never look at a dog like you in my life. Lin Jiaojiu sneered. Lin Jiaojiu, thanks to you, a cousin, for saying that. Just now when you saw that Sun Hao was powerful, you knelt down and licked Sun Hao. And then when you saw that Brother Chen was powerful, you clamored for a remarriage. How can you be a human being with no lower limits at all? Shameless. Wang Hongjie on the side said with a sneer. Wang Hongjie, shut up. If it wasn't for this kid pretending, how would Jiajiu and I make such a low-level mistake? A piece of trash, going to great lengths to gain the favor of a proud daughter of heaven like us, and not taking a piss to see what kind of virtue he has. A trash like you, no woman will even bother with you in the future. Hearing Wang Hongjie's words, Ma Rongrong's face instantly sank, no longer able to tense her high and cool face, and said in an unusually vulgar manner. She had just done the same thing as Lin Jiaojiu, and Wang Hongjie's words had scolded her into it. May I go in, please? Right at this moment, a clear and nice voice rang out from the entrance of the box. The crowd turned their heads. Big Star Yi. One by one, the people in the box were wide-eyed with surprise. If it was said that many of them might not recognize those people from Tang Ruoshua just now, but no one at all didn't recognize the person who came this time. Yi Yunbing, that was a famous movie, TV and song star in the whole of Xia, always among the first tier of stars, with an uncountable number of fans. And because she was friendly and treated her fans very warmly, she was recognized as a popular goddess. Sister Yi, why did you come here to find me? Ma Rongrong's face transformed. Raising her head and chest, she ran to Yi Yunbing with a delighted and pleasing face. In her heart, she felt unusually dignified, not expecting that she would even come to see herself in person when she was here for a class reunion. Yi Yunbing, when the others saw this scene, they were all exceptionally envious, not expecting Yi Yunbing to think so highly of Ma Rongrong. Oh, so it's Miss Ma. Hello, what a coincidence. Yi Yunbing smiled politely, but her eyes scanned the box, looking for Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen just took one look at Yi Yunbing and immediately knew that this woman was the woman who had called him. This was because at this moment, this woman had a thick black demonic aura wrapped around her body, exactly the same as the black demonic aura on the string of bracelets he had auctioned and bought last night. Are you Yi Yunbing? Jiang Chen walked over and asked. Jiang Chen, get lost. Is there anyone here who doesn't know Sister Yi? And you're here pretending that you don't know her because you want to use this little trick to attract Sister Yi's attention? You're really disgusting. Ma Rongrong sneered, and then said to Yi Yunbing, Sister Yi, this kid is my classmate, but it's disgusting. He's a door-to-door son-in-law who eats soft rice, and now he's been kicked out. However, as soon as Ma Rongrong's words left her mouth, Yi Yunbing's face instantly turned black. Ma Rongrong, shut up. Yi Yunbing went against her affable attitude and chided in a cold voice. Sister Yi, what's wrong with me? Interrupted. Ma Rongrong asked with a puzzled face. As a public figure, the most important thing is to pay attention to your words and actions. All people are born equal. No distinction between noble and lowly. And Mr. Jiang is still your classmate. How dare you insult him like that? I'm sorry, based on your performance, you simply can't meet our Purple Cloud Company's selection criteria for artists. There's no need to wait for our company's notice. Yi Yunbing said coldly. Ma Rongrong instantly turned pale and incomparable. Being a star in the limelight was her ideal since childhood, and now that she had missed this great opportunity just because she had scolded Jiang Chen a few times, she was going to cry to death. Sister Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. However, Yi Yunbing was not paying any attention to Ma Rongrong at all, but instead came to Jiang Chen and respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, I've opened a box. Can I have a few words with you? The crowd present was already about to go crazy. They didn't expect that even Yi Yunbing, a big star, was here to look for Jiang Chen, and had such a respectful attitude towards him. What the hell was going on here? It's okay. Jiang Chen nodded. Yi Yunbing was overjoyed, so she wanted to leave with Jiang Chen. Woo woo, the desperate Ma Rongrong cried out in pain all of a sudden, her heart already remorseful to the extreme. Jiang Chen, we are at least classmates. Can't you just watch Rongrong lose her chance to be a star? A girl couldn't look away and questioned. Ma Rongrong also looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant face, hoping that Jiang Chen would be able to put in a good word in front of Yi Yunbing. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. You can't live with yourself. Chapter 21, The Furious Qi. Definitely still the person Tang Ruoxue found. I didn't expect this Jiang Chen to be so calculating. After we dismantled his plot, he immediately contacted Tang Ruoxue to find Yi Yunbing. Wrong. Your job is something he purposely made a mess out of. When Jiang Chen and the two of them left, Lin Jiaojia went completely insane and pushed everything onto Tang Ruoxue. She wouldn't and couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would make so many big names bow down. Jiang Chen, I hate you. Ma Rongrong had a hideous face as she wiped her tears and ran out of the box. Humph, Lin Jiaojia, it's come to this. You're still talking tough. If Jiang Chen didn't have the strength, how could so many bigwigs be so respectful to him? Yeah, it's hard to believe that you think a first-tier star with a deep background like Yi Yunbing would be so obedient to Tang Ruoxue? Humph, a self-righteous, one of the two golden flowers? I poo, a snobbish woman, looking for whoever is powerful, worse than a bar's escort princess. Damn it, this stinking cousin not only kicked the golden son-in-law by her own eyes, but also caused us to offend Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if we make good friends with Jiang Chen today, we can have something to rely on in Songjiang in the future. Everyone glared at Lin Jiaojia with hatred and cursed as they walked out of the box, only leaving Lin Jiaojia alone with a gloomy hateful look on her face. Jiang Chen, I will definitely expose you and let you die without a burial place. A party that ended in a farce. In another box. Mr. Jiang, do you know the purpose of me coming to you? Yi Yunbing looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. It was really because Jiang Chen was too young. Moreover, according to the information she had investigated about Jiang Chen, this person had been a soft-eating door-to-door son-in-law in Lin Jiajiao's family for several years. This was too far from the kind of person she expected. So, even though she was anxious at this point, she had to test the waters. Is Miss Yi the owner of that string of bracelets? I think Miss Yi came to me today because I bought that string of bracelets, right? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Yi Yunbing was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to hit the nail on the head, even knowing that she was the owner of the bracelet. When she had put her bracelet up for auction, she had intentionally let the auction introduce the bracelet in a vague manner, and had even set a starting price of $1 million, because she wanted to use it to find someone high up to help her solve her problem. Although Jiang Chen was young and his information was too simple, she decided to come over to talk to him for the sake of her family. At this moment, by Jiang Chen's words, a large portion of her misgivings about him had been removed. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can speak more clearly? Yi Yunbing suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked calmly. She still wasn't completely at ease with Jiang Chen. After all, this matter was something that concerned their family's lives. Miss Yi, just call me Jiang Chen. Have you been having bad luck lately? Often encountering troublesome things, and also encountering small dangers and even bloodshed? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. How do you know? Yi Yunbing was even more surprised. Why did it feel like Jiang Chen was following her? Recently, she had indeed encountered a lot of annoying things, and a while ago, she had been in a car accident and her head had been banged up. This matter had been hidden from her. No one knew about it at all. Truth be told, all of these things are caused by the black demonic aura that is haunting you. Not only you, even this bracelet of yours is filled with a strong black demonic aura. With that, Jiang Chen took out the bracelet. Black baneful qi? Yi Yunbing's face stagnated slightly, a hint of doubt as well as vigilance in her eyes. Although she felt that what had happened to their family recently was indeed a bit sinister, but this black bane qi or whatever was just a bit too far-fetched, and a bit metaphysical for her as someone who had grown up learning modern knowledge. She even felt that Jiang Chen was seeing her in a hurry, and was deliberately using some words from novels to trick her, so as to gain her trust. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Yi Yunbing's reaction was within his expectation. After all, if his memory hadn't been revived, I'm afraid that he also felt that all these things were nonsense. Thinking about it, his hand was covered with aura, and he flicked a finger at Yi Yunbing. A wave of aura flew directly at him. Immediately, a burst of stench emanated from Yi Yunbing's body, filling the box. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Yi Yunbing was horrified beyond words, then frowned and covered his mouth and nose. I've just removed the demonic qi that was attached to your body. Do you feel a lot more relaxed on your body now? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yi Yunbing was once again startled. These days she had been feeling that her body was very heavy. She had no energy to do anything, and her whole body was in a trance. And the last time she was in a car accident was also for this reason. But at this moment, with the appearance of the odor, her entire body felt relaxed to the extreme, and the previous kind of trance completely disappeared. And all this was just because of Jiang Chen's casual finger, which was just too amazing. Jiang Chen, thank you, just call me Yunbing. Yi Yunbing's face was slightly red because of her excitement, and her entire body looked exceptionally beautiful. After 2 attempts, she had already decided that Jiang Chen was definitely not a door-to-door loser who ate soft food, but rather a hermit and master. Thinking about it, a hint of curiosity flashed through her beautiful eyes. Why would a high person like Jiang Chen willingly go and become a door-to-door son-in-law? Yunbing, although I helped you to lift the Yin Fury Chi from your body, it didn't completely lift your crisis. I think that not only you, but even your family members should have been having unfavorable events lately, right? Jiang Chen, you really anticipate things like a god. It's indeed true. Please be sure to save our family. I'll have a great reward. Yi Yunbing pleaded with watering eyes. Being stared at so pitifully by a peerless beauty, especially one who was also a big star who often appeared in TV and movies, Jiang Chen was really a bit intolerant. To resolve this matter, I'm afraid I still need to check out your home, Jiang Chen said with a smile. If he expected it well, the place where all this Fury Chi was so dense and produced must have heavenly treasures or an unusually abundant spiritual energy. If he was able to obtain them, along with the spirit-gathering pill, his cultivation would be worry-free for some time to come. Alright, then can you just go tomorrow? Yi Yunbing asked eagerly. Jiang Chen nodded. By the way, Jiang Chen, my father, he's a bit of a curmudgeon. If you run into my father when you go, it's best if you don't mention anything like Black Bane, otherwise, I'm afraid that my father, Yi Yunbing said with some hesitation. I know, then let's get in touch again. Jiang Chen nodded with understanding. After all, this kind of feng shui metaphysics was still seen as superstition by many people. The two parted ways, and Jiang Chen arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. After my mother took the pills you gave her, she has completely recovered. In the future, but at Mr. Jiang's command, I, Ding Cohen, will come from the water and go to the fire. 10,000 deaths. At the dinner table, Ding Cohen said with a solemn face. Even his hand holding the wineglass was trembling a little. His mother's illness had always been a knot in his heart. After taking the pills given by Jiang Chen today, he immediately went to the hospital for a test, and surprisingly found that his mother's illness had not only been cured, but even the organs within her body seemed to be 10 years younger, which made him overjoyed, and he was more and more impressed with Jiang Chen. You're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. A meal was eaten with all the guests and hosts, and then the few people dispersed. Jiang Chen returned home. Zhang Yi had already gone to sleep, so he went back to his room to cultivate. However, at 12 o'clock in the evening, a piercing phone call suddenly rang out. Chapter 22 Qianlong makes a move. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. How could someone still call him at this hour? Picking up the phone, he saw that it was actually Ding Cohen calling, so he picked it up. You're that punk Jiang Chen? Now get your ass over to the Imperial Clubhouse and bring that 1,000-year-old wild ginseng with you. An unusually cold voice rang out from the other end of the phone, and Jiang Chen instantly heard that it was Lu Gui's voice. Mr. Jiang, you mustn't come. Lu Gui is bringing an expert. Bang bang. Before Ding Cohen could finish his words, he let out a gurgling scream, clearly having been severely beaten by the other party. I'll give you half an hour. Otherwise half an hour from now will be the death of Ding Cohen. After saying that, the other party directly hung up the phone. Jiang Chen instantly realized that it must be because he had angered the other party when he fought with Lu Gui for the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng at the auction in the first place. Thinking about it, he got up and walked out. Ding Cohen was not bad. He knew what he was doing. There might be some things he needed to deal with in the future, and he still owed Ding Cohen a small favor for the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Soon, he rode an electric car to the Imperial Clubhouse. At this time, the Imperial Clubhouse was in a mess, and many of Ding Cohen's minions were lying on the ground, wailing. Jiang Chen walked straight to Ding Cohen's office. At this moment, Ding Cohen's nose was bruised and swollen, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, paralyzed against the wall of the room where there was the majesty of a big brother. Surrounding him are a few strong and incomparable big men. Lu Gui smoking a cigar, facing Ding Cohen sitting, a face of madness. In the middle of the room stood a middle-aged man. It was the practiced man Qianlong beside Lu Gui at the auction. Mr. Jiang, why are you really here? Hey! When Ding Cohen saw Jiang Chen, he immediately covered his head and sighed. Jiang Chen's medical skills were great, but right now, dealing with Qianlong relied on real force. So many of his own brothers and even gold medal fighters were not Qianlong's opponents. What could Jiang Chen do with a handless doctor? He's just here to die. Finished. Young people are really too impulsive. Can't stand being scolded. Bang! Lu Gui kicked Ding Cohen in the chest. Damn! Here have you this underlings defeated to talk? That being said, Ding Cohen, you also have quite a lot of guts. Even looking for a door-to-door waste to cure your mother. Is it because you think she has a long life? Ha ha. Lu Gue spat towards Ding Kuan and said with a sneer, Lu Gue, Nima, I'm telling you Mr. Jiang is extremely close to Su Wenzhong and the Tang family. If you dare to touch him, they won't let you go. Ding Kuan said through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha. Are you beaten silly? On this kind of soft food waste will be valued by them? Laugh me to death. Lu Gue said with a big laugh. Then he looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Kid, I've underestimated you. A soft rice-eating door-to-door waste who actually dares to come. Aren't you very powerful? Dare to call out to me. Lu Gue, at the auction, I heard that you've been a dog in that what's-his-name Lin family for years. Come on, learn to bark a few times for me to hear. Boss, this still needs to be learned. This kid was originally a dog. Ha 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 ha, should have been born in the wrong fetus. Yes, born to be a dog's life. Lu Gui's little brother instantly laughed out loud. Qianlong frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Chen. Hand over the 1,000-year-old wild mountain ginseng and I can give you a way out. As soon as Qianlong spoke, Lu Gui and the others instantly stopped talking. Jiang Chen, however, had a flat face. Only that coldness flashed in his eyes. Ding Kuan, now call your people. Tonight, you'll receive Lu Gui's territory. Cold words came out from Jiang Chen's mouth. The entire office was suddenly silent. Ha 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 ha, this punk heck is he being funny? Not only is he a dog, he's a blind dog. Ding Kuan is having trouble protecting himself, but he's still letting him receive our territory. He doesn't know how to die. Immediately afterward, a burst of laughter erupted. As soon as Ding Kuan covered his face, he shook his head inside continuously. If Jiang Chen hadn't cured his mother, he would have thought that Jiang Chen was mentally ill. How could he even say such crazy words? It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. So what if you are just as good as your medical skills? Dare to talk to Lu Gue like this? You're dead this time. Kid, it seems that you are not as useless as I thought, but you really don't know the height of heaven. If you want to pretend to be better, you have to show a little bit of strength, or else you are just a fool. My patience is limited. Hand over the 1,000-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. There aren't many people alive who dare to call me Qianlong's bluff. Impatience flashed in Qianlong's eyes as he said in a cold voice, what kind of thing are you? Also want to take the 1,000-year ginseng from my hands? Are you worthy? Jiang Chen spoke out faintly, not putting Qianlong in his eyes at all. An ordinary person was just an ordinary person. Even if he had a bit of skill, it was just an ordinary person that he could kill with a single finger. Hiss. Everyone was sucking in a mouthful of cold air, their faces full of incredulity. A punk dared to speak to Qianlong like this. This was looking for death. Waste. You seek death. Killing chances erupted in Qianlong's eyes, and his body tensed up, about to strike. Mr. Chen, don't be in a hurry to make a move. Killing a chicken doesn't require a bull's knife. Making a move with this kind of trash will easily dirty your hands. It's better to hand him over to me. I will let this trash know what it means to beg for life and beg for death. At this time, Lu Gue suddenly ran to Qianlong's side and said respectfully, although he was a local bigwig, he didn't dare to be a little slow to someone like Qianlong who had a powerful body. After all, he was able to eradicate Ding Kuan, but he still relied on others. Good, get the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng before he dies. Qianlong nodded and walked to the side of the sofa and sat down. Rubbish, you're good. How dare you say such treacherous words? I only wanted to tease you a little. In that case, not only can you not leave today, your adoptive father and mother as well as that wild seed daughter all won't survive, and I'm going to get them killed in front of you. Lu Gue walked in front of Jiang Chen, his face gloomy and murderous. Bang! Jiang Chen raised his foot and kicked Lu Gue in the chest. Immediately Lu Gui's figure flew to the wall like a kite with broken strings, spitting out blood furiously. Qianlong, who had just sat down, suddenly had his eyes glazed over and stood up again. This punk didn't seem like an ordinary person. Chao Nima, dare to hit me. Dog, waste him for me. Lu Gue became furious, and with a wave of his hand, one of his juniors immediately stepped forward. This was the strongest little brother under him. He had just lost face in front of Qianlong. He had to get it back. Rubbish, suffer death. Dog quickly ran towards Jiang Chen and slammed his fist into Jiang Chen's chest. Bang! Jiang Chen still kicked out, and Dog similarly spat blood from his mouth and flew out. The crowd was stunned. If Lu Gue had just been attacked, this time, Dog was definitely prepared. So how could he be kicked away by this punk? This punk was actually an expert? Ago was the most powerful expert besides Qianlong. What the hell are you guys waiting for? All of you get on me. Make sure you get this punk killed for me. Lu Gue roared out in anger. Although those little brothers were scared in their hearts, but the boss had spoken. Each one of them hardened their heads and rushed towards Jiang Chen with their weapons. Jiang Chen laughed coldly, and met him face to face. And when he struck, it was a vicious move. And this group of juniors were either broken arms or legs, and each one of them fell to the ground holding their arms and legs, and cried out in pain. In just a moment, only Jiang Chen and Chen Long were standing in the office. When Ding Kuan saw this, he was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. I didn't think Jiang Chen was not talking nonsense, but really had the ability. Lu Gui's henchmen were not even a match for him. Lu Gui also stunned. This legendary waist is also too powerful. Only the smile on Ding Kuan's face hadn't faded. When he saw Chen Long standing in front of Jiang Chen, his face changed once again. It was because of Chen Long that he was defeated this time and was killed by Lu Gui at his base camp. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, could he deal with Chen Long? Chapter 23 Defeat. Slap. Chen Long laughed and clapped his hands. Kid, you do have some skill, but to think that you can turn the tables on me, Chen Long, just because you have this much skill? You're still dead. You have too much nonsense. Jiang Chen shook his head, his tone filled with disdain. Rubbish, you seek death. Chen Long was furious, his entire body rushing towards Jiang Chen like a cannonball, his fist wind blazing, to deliver a heavy blow to Jiang Chen. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen raised his fist and collided with Chen Long. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. Chen Long's arm bent over at a 90-degree angle in the opposite direction. Ah! Chen Long let out a mournful screaming sound, clutching his arm as bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Bang! Jiang Chen added another kick. Chen Long directly flew out, hitting the wall, a mouthful of blood spurting out, his entire body wilting. Ding Kuan, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't want to see these people in Songjiang, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Ding Kuan struggled to stand up and said with an excited expression, his tone filled with respect. He hadn't even expected that Jiang Chen was not only an excellent medical practitioner, but even his hands were so terrifying. Chen Long was a gold medalist in underground black boxing, and countless black boxers had died under him. His own right-hand man was not even worth mentioning in front of Chen Long. Such an expert was a piece of trash in front of Jiang Chen. So how powerful must Jiang Chen be? Thinking like this, Ding Kuan's gaze towards Jiang Chen was different again. Previously, Ding Kuan was only grateful to Jiang Chen because he had cured his mother. Now, he was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Strong people were respected. Jiang Chen, you can't touch me. My brother is Chen Sihai of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. If you touch me, my brother won't spare you. Chen Long forced himself to endure the pain and gritted his teeth. Hiss! Ding Kuan and Lu Gui immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Chen Long in shock. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was a major power in the Jiangbei provincial city, and as the owner of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Chen Sihai was extremely powerful. It was unexpected that Chen Long was Chen Sihai's own brother. Mr. Jiang, what to do? Ding Kuan's face was a little gloomy as he looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Only, in his eyes was a trace of a heavy killing chance that flashed by. Is the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce very powerful? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. A waste is a waste. Even if you are a bit more powerful, you are still a waste. You don't even know about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Lu Gui's face once again regained its openness, a sneer on his face. In his heart, he was even more delighted. Finding Chen Long to help this time was simply a 2-for-1 move. If he could take this opportunity to get on the big boat of Chen Sihai, then his future road would simply be smooth. Mr. Jiang, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is extremely strong. It is said to be worth tens of billions of dollars, and Chen Sihai is a big shot who has his hands in the sky, and has a great relationship with those dignitaries in the north of the river. Ding Kuan said in a deep voice. Kid, know my brother's power, right? Now hand over the 1,000-year-old wild mountain ginseng. You two kneel down, kowtow to me a few times to apologize for your mistakes, and then cut off your own limbs. I can spare your lives, Chen Long said with a cold smile. I'm sorry, the 1,000-year wild mountain ginseng has already been given to me to use, Jiang Chen said with a calm face. Used? Then there's nothing I can do about it. Originally I didn't want to kill you, except that you're just too unaware of death. How dare you use something that I've taken a fancy to? If you commit suicide now, or let me kill you, I can guarantee that I will not touch your family again. Killing intent flashed in Chen Long's eyes. Kid, why don't you hurry up and roll over here and let Brother Long kill you? Wastes also want to turn over. You're hilarious. Lu Gui laughed out loud with a smooth face. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and walked towards Chen Long. Ha ha ha. This waste. The moment he heard about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he wimped out. Humph. Fear of death. This kind of male. What's the use of having a bit of strength? Still a dog. Lu Gui's juniors endured the pain and once again spoke out to sneer. When Ding Kuan saw Jiang Chen's actions, he was instantly disappointed in his heart. In fact, things had developed to this point. There was basically no room for reconciliation. Releasing Chen Long and the others would be met with retaliation, and killing them would be the same. However, Jiang Chen chose to apologize, which made him despise Jiang Chen a lot more in his heart. Kneel down. Learn to bark like a dog. Seeing Jiang Chen come to him, Chen gritted his teeth and said with a sardonic smile on his face, only to be greeted with a kick to Jiang Chen's chest. Pay back your 1,000-year-old wild ginseng in your next life. Put. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from Chen Long, and when he went to look again, his chest had been completely sunken in, and he couldn't be dead anymore. The entire office was once again silent. A needle could be heard. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in horror. This punk in their eyes had actually dared to turn Chen Long. How could he dare? You dare to kill Chen Long. Don't you know how to write the word death? You're dead. You're all dead this time. Reacting, Lu Gue roared in shock. Chao Nimas, is there a place for you to talk here? I'll bring people to exterminate your people in a while. Reacting, Ding Kuan endured the pain and rushed to Lu Gue, kicking him to the ground. Ding Kuan, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember what I said. Jiang Chen lightly glanced at Ding Kuan, turned around and left. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Ding Kuan looked at Jiang Chen's departing back with both guilt and admiration. Next, when Ding Kuan's men arrived, they began their counterattack against Lu Gue. This time, Lu Gue had brought all of his capable men with him, and after being wasted by Jiang Chen, how could his men be a match for Ding Kuan? Overnight, all of Lu Gue's properties were taken down by Ding Kuan without any effort. This instantly caused quite a shock in Songjiang. However, all of this was just a small matter for Jiang Chen. The next morning, he woke up early and re-sacrificed Yi Yunbing's bracelet, arranging a few small formations before handing it over to Jiang Yi. Dad, this string of bracelets looks good. Jiang Yi touched the bracelet and loved it. Like it, Dad will get you a better one in the future. Jiang Chen hugged Jiang Yi. His heart warmed. Just then, he received a call from Yi Yunbing. Jiang Chen, do you have time now? My dad just went out. Let me go pick you up. Yi Yunbing's sweet voice came out. Good. Jiang Chen told Yi Yunbing his location. Jiang Chen, you actually live here. Yi Yunbing looked at the imposing villa in front of her, and another hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Could it be that the information from his own investigation was wrong? Although the Lin family was rich, they couldn't afford this kind of villa that could easily cost tens of millions of dollars. Could they? Someone else gave it to me. Jiang Chen said with a slight smile. Yi Yunbing's eyes flashed indistinctly, so she didn't ask any more questions, and led Jiang Chen to drive towards her own home. Chapter 24. The Five Emperor Money Gourd. Yi Yunbing's family lived in a single villa in the villa area in the eastern suburb of Songjiang. The environment of the villa area was tranquil, green and refreshing, and even the aura was surprisingly much denser than that of the Yunshan villa area he was in. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that it wasn't too far from his adoptive father's old home. Arriving at Yi Yunbing's family's villa, Jiang Chen saw the rich fury qi permeating the villa with just a glance. Jiang Chen, how is it? Yi Yunbing's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Chen with a look of urgency in them. It's better to go in and take a look, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Although he had already become an immortal cultivator and there were records about feng shui and xiangjutsu in his master's inheritance, his cultivation level was still too low and he wasn't able to see the problems at a glance. The two walked into the villa. There were several calligraphy and painting antiques in the hall, a peony picture that symbolized auspiciousness and wealth, a koi picture that symbolized a good year, and some blue and white porcelain. At this moment, all of these things were drenched in a rich black baneful aura. The richness of the black aura had reached a point of no return, and it was feared that in a few days, all of Yi Yunbing's family who lived here would meet with a plague of bloodshed, and their family would be destroyed. Fortunately, there is a gourd inlaid with 5 emperors' money, should be treated as an antique collection. This gourd has the function of warding off evil spirits and driving away the evil spirits, resisting a lot of the evil spirits. Otherwise, Yi Yunbing's family might have been killed. After observing the entire villa, Jiang Chen still hadn't discovered the source of the demonic aura. Ms. Yi, I'm afraid we still need to go to your room to take a look, Jiang Chen said. Since the baleful aura didn't come from within the villa, it could have come from outside. Alright, Yi Yunbing blushed slightly. However, Jiang Chen's actions last night had completely convinced her of the other party's strength, so she wasn't wary at the moment. Yi Yunbing's room was covered in pink dress-up, which made Jiang Chen a little surprised that the seemingly cold and icy Yi Yunbing had some little woman's mentality inside. However, he didn't care about this, but came to the window and looked outside. At first glance, there was an endless amount of fury that was spreading to the villa. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked towards the mountain peak that was slightly far from the villa area, and immediately his eyes lit up. The source of the fatal qi was actually that mountain peak. At the same time, he was excited in his heart. It was only at this moment that he saw clearly that it was actually a natural spirit gathering formation. The mountain peak in the distance was the eye of the natural spirit gathering formation, and Yi Yunbing's family villa happened to be at the closest place to the spirit gathering formation. As a common cultivation formation used by immortal cultivators, the function of the spirit gathering formation is to gather spiritual qi for immortal cultivators to use for cultivation. Yi Yunbing's house was the closest to the spirit gathering formation, so the spiritual chi would also be a bit thicker. The reason why there would be a fury, it was likely that there was an evil demon practicing on that mountain peak, and this evil demon wanted to draw on the essence and chi of human beings, and the closest Yi Yunbing's family would naturally be the first to bear the brunt of it. Yunbing! Yunbing! It was at this moment that a man's shout suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the sound of going up the stairs. Oh no! My dad is back! Jiang Chen, you mustn't say anything about breaking. We're not breaking in a while. Just say it's my friend. Let's go out. Yi Yunbing's face changed. She said hurriedly, with an apology in her eyes. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. How was this coming to save someone's life similar to cheating? Shaking his head, he followed Yi Yunbing out of the room. Binger, why are you staying in the house in broad daylight? This is? A middle-aged man with a Chinese character face and looks vaguely similar to Yi Yunbing saw Jiang Chen. He was stunned and asked out loud, Dad, this is my friend Jiang Chen. He came to our home to play. Yi Yunbing hurriedly introduced. Good day, uncle. Jiang Chen also slightly saluted. Yi Guanxing frowned and looked Jiang Chen up and down. His daughter had always been high and cold, plus she was a big star. For the sake of her own reputation, she had never brought a man home at all, and even the men she had contact with were few and far between. Now suddenly with a strange man he did not recognize into his room. Out of the face is still a little red. There is definitely a problem. Especially since Jiang Chen was dressed shabbily, it heightened his vigilance. Dad, didn't you go to work? Why are you suddenly home? Seeing that his father's gaze was a bit off, Yi Yunbing hastily changed the topic. Thinking that he still had a VIP reception today, Yi Guanxing didn't continue to dwell on Jiang Chen's issue and secretly remembered him, intending to investigate later. I invited our Jiangbei's famous feng shui master, Master Li Hongbin, to come to our home to look at the feng shui. Right now the person is down there. In a while you have to be more respectful, got it? Yi Guanxing city was extremely deep. He smiled and nodded at Jiang Chen, and looked at Yi Yunbing and said, Feng shui master? Dad, haven't you always said that these are feudal superstitions? Why did you suddenly hire a feng shui master again? Yi Yunbing asked with a puzzled expression. Shu, keep your voice down. Originally I didn't believe in these things, but this Master Li is not ordinary. He has shown feng shui to quite a few powerful people in Jiangbei and has well-developed connections, and this Master Li told me the difficulties our family has recently encountered as soon as he met me, which is quite accurate, so I asked him to come back to look at the feng shui for our family. Yi Guanxing said softly with a heavy face. Then a hint of fire flashed in his eyes. Yi Yunbing was delighted in his heart, seeing that his father had actually started to believe in these things as well. He wanted to introduce Jiang Chen to his father. However, it was stopped by a look from Jiang Chen. Alright, stop it. Master Li is giving us a feng shui reading. You follow me down to pay your respects. As for him, just stay here for now. Yi Guanxing frowned and said, Dad, let Jiang Chen follow as well, and also meet Master Li's lofty demeanor. Yi Yunbing said hurriedly. She already knew Jiang Chen's strength. In case that Master Li couldn't solve it, she could still let Jiang Chen solve it. Yi Guanxing saw Yi Yunbing's resolute look and disliked Jiang Chen more and more. What kind of ecstasy did this kid put on this daughter of his? It must be investigated clearly afterward. Good, then let him follow, but don't let him talk nonsense so as not to offend Master Li. The three of them said and went downstairs. An old man with a full head of white hair and an immortal style was walking around the hall with a compass or something like that. Master Li, this is my daughter Yi Yunbing. Yi Guanxing enthusiastically introduced Li Hongbin. Li Hongbin nodded, looked Yi Yunbing up and down, and said, I really guessed correctly. Your daughter is just like you. The Hall of Seals is black, a sign of great evil. Miss Yi should have encountered a lot of troubles lately, and even a plague of blood and light, right? Yi Yunbing nodded her head in surprise. She didn't expect that this Master Li did have some skills, and was actually the same as what Jiang Chen had said. Although yesterday Jiang Chen had already eliminated the demonic aura from Yi Yunbing's body. However, she had been tainted with it again as soon as she returned home. Then I wonder if Master Li can see why we have such a great evil omen. Even though Yi Guanxing was in a high position, his face at this moment became a bit anxious. Of course, Yi's city, this villa of yours is already in the Yin position, and there is also a 5 Emperor Qian gourd placed. This object should be unearthed from the Qin dynasty, paired with the 5 Emperor Qian. Such an ancient object of such a long time ago, carries an extremely heavy Yin qi, which seriously affects your family's fortune. This gourd should have been placed for a long time, right? Li Hongbin said indifferently. What Master Li said is good, so it is this object that is at fault. Yunbing, quickly take it away. Yi Guanxing said. This was originally an antique that her wife brought back when she went out for a trip, but she didn't think that there was even this kind of harm. This thing cannot be taken away. Taking it away would be the end of the Yi family now. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke out faintly. Chapter 25, Driving Out. The entire hall went silent. and they all looked at Jiang Chen. Kid, I warned you, don't talk nonsense in front of Master Li. Yun Bing, mind your friends, or don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Guangxing immediately frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, Dad, Jiang Chen also knows some feng shui physiognomy. This time it was me who asked him to come and help our family look at the feng shui. Yi Yunbing hurriedly said, Yun Bing, don't talk nonsense, he's so young, what does he know about feng shui? Yi Guangxing chided, Dad, really, Master Li, this kind of yellow-haired brat is only blabbering in order to attract my daughters and my attention. You don't want to be general with him, please continue with the cracking method. Before Yi Yunbing could finish her words, Yi Guangxing interrupted her with a voice and looked at Li Hongbin with an apologetic face. However, Li Hongbin's face was unhappy at this moment, and he had no intention of letting Jiang Chen off the hook. To be questioned by a junior about his feng shui physiognomy, it was simply outrageous. Kid, you know feng shui? A hint of disdain flashed in Li Hongbin's eyes as he asked. Slightly understand, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Young age and claptrap, I, Li Hongbin, have been in the feng shui world for several years, and I have never looked wrong. Since you dare to voice your denial, then you must tell the reason why you can't take away this 5 emperor's money gourd today, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite, Li Hongbin said in a cold voice. Yi Yunbing looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes, wanting to hear how Jiang Chen would explain. Yi Guangsheng, on the other hand, sighed and stopped speaking, but his gaze toward Jiang Chen became even more fed up. It's simple, what happened to his family has nothing to do with the feng shui of this villa, but because of that mountain not far away, there's a baneful aura formed inside that mountain, which drifted here and affected their essence. And now the baneful aura is growing. If it's not removed in time, I'm afraid that it will cause Uncle Lia's family's home to be destroyed. And this 5 Emperor Qian gourd can resist the invasion of the baneful qi. It is because of its existence that the baneful qi was able to be suppressed a bit. If it is taken away, the baneful qi will instantly erode the entire villa, and disaster will come in an instant. Jiang Chen pointed in the direction of that mountain and said indifferently. It was too metaphysical to speak of something sinister and evil, so he could only say that the mountain possessed the baleful energy. Nonsense! What an uninformed person! Yun Bing, is this what you call a friend? To even say something like fatal qi, you're usually quite stable. How could you make friends with this kind of lunatic? Yi Guangxing's face reddened with anger. He could no longer care about his face as the head of the city and directly scolded out loud. Ha 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 ha, I've been in the feng shui world for so many years, but I've never heard such ridiculous words before. Even the words you can pull out of the usual words used by Jianghu crooks like the Fury. It's simply ridiculous. And that mountain is at least a few miles away from here. How dare you say that this so-called Fury Chi is able to erode here? There are quite a few villas in this villa area. Why aren't the people in the other villas affected by this baleful Chi? Kid, you simply don't know what to say. Get lost. Li Hongbin laughed back in anger and rebuked in a cold voice. Dad, Jiang Chen is someone with real skills. The baneful aura he mentioned really exists. Yesterday he helped me remove the baneful aura. I feel like the pressure on my body is gone. Don't believe me? You can let Jiang Chen give it a try. Yi Yunbing but hurriedly said, looking at Jiang Chen with a gaze filled with guilt. Yunbing, shut up. In front of Master Li, don't talk nonsense. Afraid of offending Li Hongbin, Yi Guangxing hurriedly chided. Miss Yi, these charlatans usually have some tricks to deceive people. You are not deeply involved in the world. You were fooled by him. Where under the sky is there any such thing as breaking qi? Li Hongbin shook his head with a disdainful face. Yi City, I have arranged for Master Li to dine at the Marriott Hotel. At this time, a young man suddenly walked in. Seeing that the atmosphere within the living room was not right, he immediately froze and looked at Jiang Chen, who was gazing at several people. Jiang Chen? Little son, you know him? Yi Guangxing turned his head and asked with some surprise. Yi City, his name is Jiang Chen. He's a door-to-door son-in-law. Sun Lin said succinctly. Yesterday, Yi Yunbing was the one who entrusted him with the help of checking Jiang Chen's information. Only that as a secretary, he naturally wouldn't say such words on such an occasion. Door-to-door son-in-law? Thinking that his daughter, who was the head of the city, was friends with a soft-eating door-to-door son-in-law, and even came out from a room, Yi Guangxing's face became even more ugly. If this matter were to spread out, what face would he, the city chief, still have to see people? Yi Yunbing's innocence was also ruined. Kid, don't think that if you cheated my daughter by relying on the tactics of a charlatan, you'll be able to cheat me, daring to use such a small trick in front of me. Yi Guangsheng, ridiculous. Get out while I still have patience now, Yi Guangxing said in a deep voice. Li Hongbin was dumbfounded. It was a shame that he had spoken so much to a soft-eating door-to-door waste. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Dad, no, we can't kick Jiang Chen out, otherwise our family will definitely suffer. Yi Yunbing had an eager face. Since Miss Yi believes in this liar, then the old man won't bother here anymore. Yi City, farewell. Li Hongbin's face sank as he said faintly, Master Li, you mustn't leave. I'll drive this soft-eating door-to-door waste out. Yi Guangxing was shocked and hurriedly stopped Li Hongbin before looking at Yi Yunbing. Yunbing, tell him to get out. Otherwise, I'll have little son call the police to arrest this Jianghu liar. Yi Yunbing's face was stagnant. With his father's status, if he were to deal with Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he would encounter great trouble. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I'll ask you to come over later when my father isn't around. Yi Yunbing came to Jiang Chen's side and whispered. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I'm afraid that after the 5 Emperors' money gourd was thrown out, the Yi family would be in great trouble. That 5 Emperor money gourd really can't be moved, or else a great disaster will befall them. If they encounter a crisis, running to the southwest corner of the courtyard under the poplar tree can suspend the crisis. Jiang Chen thought about it. Yi Yunbing was not a bad person and reminded. The southwest corner belonged to the yang position of this villa, and the poplar tree's yang energy was strong, which could slightly resist the invasion of the demonic energy. Kid, how dare you curse our family? Simply outrageous. Hurry up and get lost. Xiao's son, watch him leave. If he dares to misbehave, immediately call the police. Yi Guangxing droned in a cold voice. Farewell. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile and turned around to head out. Discovering the natural spirit gathering formation was the biggest gain of his trip. However, this spirit gathering formation was already broken, and he still needed to find some materials for constructing spirit gathering array disc spells in order to replenish the spirit gathering formation. Moreover, he had his own considerations for this place. Such an important place had to be held in his hands, and it was best to buy it. Simply outrageous. Yunbing, in the future, don't bring this kind of unsavory person to the house. I almost offended Master Li today. Seeing Jiang Chen painfully leave, Yi Guangxing's anger smoothed out a bit. Yunbing, throw this 5 Emperor money gourd out. The farther away the better. Dad, why don't we just listen to Jiang Chen? Yi Yunbing said stubbornly. I'll throw it myself. You're pissing me off. Yi Guangxing immediately picked up the 5 Emperor money gourd and headed outside. Only, the moment this 5 Emperor's money gourd left the villa, if Jiang Chen were here, he would definitely be able to see that an extremely dense fury chi instantly enveloped the Yi family's villa. Chapter 26, One Finger. After throwing that gourd, it seems like it did get easier on me. Master Li really lives up to his name. Maybe it's because of the psychological effect. When he entered the door again, Yi Guangxing had a smile on his face. Many thanks to Master Li for being able to come to the rescue. Quickly please take a seat. I'll make tea for you. Yi City is polite. Some small things are not enough. Li Hongbin smiled faintly, in the manner of a high-ranking person. Yunbing, see, Master Li, this is the high man's demeanor. Like that kid just now, that kind of crook. You have to be careful in the future. Yi Guangxing educated while making tea. Bang! Yi Guangxing finished making tea and had just sat on the sofa when the sofa suddenly collapsed instantly. He directly fell into the wooden frame of the sofa, and the sharp wood pierced his leg at once, and silk blood flowed out from his leg. Yi Guangxing immediately let out a miserable scream. Dad, what happened to you? Yi Yunbing instantly let out a cry of alarm and ran over to help Yi Guangxing up. Hiss! Yi Guangxing, who stood up, sucked in cold air in pain. His face was a little embarrassed. His hallowed city had even made such a joke in his own home. It may be that this sofa was bought too long. It is already old. In a couple of days for a new set of sofa. Sorry, let Master Li laugh. Li Hongbin smiled and nodded, afraid of Yi Guangxing's embarrassment. He didn't say anything. Thinking about Jiang Chen's words, the trace of bad premonition in Yi Yunbing's heart grew stronger. Yi City, Miss Yi, be careful. At this time, Sun Lin, who had already watched Jiang Chen leave the villa area, returned to the villa's living room, and suddenly his face changed greatly, only to see the living room's chandelier swaying and falling straight down. With a flash, he arrived in front of the two and pushed them away. Bang! The chandelier fell to the ground, smashing the already tattered sofa even more, and the chandelier also fell to pieces, and Yi Guangxing, who was at the very front, slipped and fell directly towards the ground after Sun Lin pushed him away. He hurriedly went to brace his hands on the ground, only just as his hands touched the ground, 2 clicks sounded, and both of his hands were directly fractured, once again letting out a mournful scream. Yi Yunbing's legs and face were cut by the chandelier fragments that flew up due to the impact, and a few small wounds were made, and silk blood flowed down. This time, Yi Guangxing and Yi Yunbing's faces changed. They suddenly thought of what Jiang Chen had just said, that after moving the 5 Emperor's money gourd, their family was in big trouble. Master Li, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say that if we just threw the 5 Emperor's money gourd away, it would relieve our family's crisis? Yi Guangxing forced himself to endure the pain and asked out loud. Li Hongbin also suddenly felt something wrong in his heart, but on his face, he was sure as hell. Yi City, throwing out that gourd will definitely be fine. It might be that the bad luck is leaving the villa, causing some turbulence. It should be fine now. Bang! His words had just fallen. One of the cabinets against the wall suddenly collapsed with a bang. Luckily Sun Lin was quick on his feet and pushed the two away once again. You liar! It's going to kill our family! Yi Guangxing roared in anger, his respect for Li Hongbin gone. Dad, let's hurry up and ask Jiang Chen to solve this matter. Otherwise I'm afraid our family will be finished. Yi Yunbing said eagerly. Yi City, I'll go invite back Mr. Jiang. Sun Lin said hurriedly. No, prepare a car, I'll go with Yunbing. Yi Guangxing said eagerly. If he stayed here now, he didn't know what disaster he would encounter. He didn't dare to guarantee if he would lose his life before Jiang Chen returned. What's more, he had just offended the other party so much. If he didn't go and invite them in person, if the other party didn't come with a grudge in his heart, it would be over. Sun Lin hurriedly guided the two to the car. Bang! Only, just as the two of them got into the car, the tires of the car let out a popping sound and directly blew out. Then it was replaced with Yi Yunbing's car, which similarly had a flat tire. Yi City, why don't you guys just don't go? According to what Mr. Jiang said, hide under that poplar tree in the southwest corner. I'll go invite him. I'm sure he'll come back. Sun Lin hurriedly said. That's the only way. Little son, you go and come back quickly. Yi Guangxing was trepidatious and followed Yi Yunbing to under the poplar tree. Sun Lin, on the other hand, drove the last remaining car and quickly headed towards the entrance of the villa area. However, he hadn't driven far before he saw Jiang Chen waiting quietly by the roadside. A few minutes late. Looks like Yi City has encountered quite a bit of trouble. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Please Mr. Jiang, hurry back and save the Yi City family. Sun Lin got out of the car and said with a respectful face. At the same time, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen was really as good as God at anticipating things. He could even calculate the time. Why was this person so powerful? Thinking about it, his gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with respect. How could this kind of person be a door-to-door loser who ate soft food? It was definitely a person of high caliber. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He was also someone with a temper. Yi Guangxing had insulted him 3 times. He didn't want to care, except that Yi Yunbing had always trusted him. Therefore, he still decided to save their family. Getting into the car, Sun Lin didn't dare to be slow, and with a sharp turn, he carried it back to the villa. At this moment, Yi Guangxing and Yi Yunbing were gray. How could they still have the prestige of being the head of a city and a top-tier star in Xia? Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for just now. It's me, Yi Guangxing, who has no eyes. And listen to this liar's words please sir. You must save us, the kindness of saving our lives. I, Yi Guangxing, will remember it in my heart. Seeing Jiang Chen, Yi Guangxing pleaded in an urgent tone. Yi City, I'm a soft-eating door-to-door waste. I can't save you as the head of a city. Forgive me for not being able to do anything. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. It's my dog's eye view. Please don't take it personally with me. Yi Guangxing said with a face of remorse. Jiang Chen, can you save us? Yi Yunbing said with red eyes and a sad face. Li Hongbin was on the side, his face ugly and angry. Yi City, I admit that I was wrong, but this kid is a charlatan. There's no way he can save you guys. You shut up. Yi Guangxing couldn't care less about Li Hongbin's identity at this time, and loudly rebuked. You're not convinced, are you? I'll let you see my strength today. Jiang Chen laughed coldly, pinched his hands together and reached out to point at the villa. Several auras invisible to the naked eye flew out from his hands, directly hitting on top of those incomparably thick black baleful auras. Bared. The air suddenly emitted a small burning sound, and then a thick stench covered the entire villa. The black aura in the villa instantly burned away. Yi Guangxing and Yi Yunbing's 2 bodies instantly loosened up without any pressure or discomfort. Because of the attack of the deadly qi, the flowers and trees in the courtyard of the villa that had already decayed miraculously regained their vigor and became more and more green and colorful. This scene immediately caused the crowd to be amazed. It's too magical. Yi Yunbing's beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Chen, slightly lost in thought. The image of Jiang Chen reaching out and pointing just now had been deeply burned into her mind. Lingering. Chapter 27, Mr. Qing Jiang, spare me. Thank you Mr. Jiang for helping me. Mr. Jiang's ability really makes me admire you to the core. It was my fault just now. Please make sure you don't take it personally. I'm here to apologize to you. Yi Guangxing could be the head of a city. Naturally he was a smart person, immediately said with an apologetic face. At the same time, his heart was astonished beyond belief. This Jiang Chen was only in his 20s. Why would he have such amazing abilities? It was unbelievable. As for what soft-eating door-to-door waste, he now scoffed. How could someone with this kind of ability actually be a door-to-door son-in-law? Yi City is polite. This time if it wasn't for Yunbing's repeated requests, I wouldn't have stepped in. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yi Guangxing laughed bitterly in his heart, but he felt more and more that Jiang Chen was not a pool animal. A city chief himself had lowered his voice so lowly, and the other party not only didn't have the slightest intention to flatter, but also seemed to have some disdain for it. This person was either a little cutie. This person is either a cutie or someone with great ability. Jiang Chen was clearly the latter. This kind of person must be flattered. Luckily, this daughter of his had a good relationship with Jiang Chen, and there was still an opportunity for détente. Using some blindfolds to deceive people is nothing more than that. It's really shameless. At this time, Li Hongbin, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out coldly and said, Li Hongbin, don't demonize the public here. Please leave. Yi Yunbing coldly rebuked. Just now, this person almost killed their family with one sentence, and also so viciously denigrated Jiang Chen. At this moment, she was both angry and hateful towards this person. Yi Guangxing didn't say anything and also gazed at Li Hongbin with cold eyes. Jiang Chen looked at Li Hongbin with interest, wanting to know what else this old thing had to say. Yi City. Just now, this kid definitely arranged some kind of organ means in the villa before we came. When you threw out the 5 emperors' money gourd, this feng shui bureau was broken by me. Your family was already fine, but he activated that organ, which caused everything to happen later. All of this was actually directed by him. Li Hongbin was a self-proclaimed Jiangbei feng shui master. Naturally he could not be willing to be compared to Jiang Chen as a brat. At this moment, as if he had found a loophole in Jiang Chen, he said frantically, your bull ***** ting me. I've been following Jiang Chen all along. I didn't see him move anything at all. Yi Yunbing spoke out in anger. Ms. Yi, are the tactics of this kind of charlatan not something you can see? Li Hongbin shook his head and said disdainfully. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Looks like you're really unrepentant. Then I'll let you taste the taste of the fury. Saying that, Jiang Chen rushed at Li Hongbin and pointed a finger. The tip of the finger, a black baleful chi that was invisible to the naked eye, instantly covered Li Hongbin's body. Rubbish, pretending to be a god. This set of yours can only deceive the father and daughter of Yi City who don't know feng shui. I Li Hongbin since childhood to learn feng shui physiognomy. 18 years old out of the master. 25 years old will give a just entered the system of small staff against the sky to change the fate. Now that person has been a city official. 40 years old. I gave a downtrodden young man to set up a wealth-gathering feng shui bureau. 20 years passed. Now that young man has been the richest man in Jiangbei. 50 years old. I solved the drought of Jiangbei power. Was honored as the provincial head of the guest of honor. And all the people I made friends with are dignitaries. You a soft food door waste. Want to use this trick to deceive me? Still tender. Li Hongbin's face was disdainful and his pride was overflowing. As his words fell, Yi Guangxing and the others froze, not expecting Li Hongbin to be so powerful. A city official, the richest man in Jiangbei, and the provincial head of the seat, which one of them pulls out is quite an impressive network of people. Mr. Jiang, why don't we just forget about this? Our family is fine anyway. Yi Guangxing came to Jiang Chen and persuaded him in a low voice. If what Li Hongbin said was true, then his connections were unimaginable. Although he had the premonition and confidence that in a few years, this young man in front of him would definitely be famous in Jiangbei as well. But now that his wings were not yet full, it was really inappropriate to have a feud with a character like Li Hongbin. Jiang Chen. Yi Yunbing also had a worried look on her face. She didn't know when, but she was already concerned about Jiang Chen in her heart. Now you know how powerful I am, right? If you want to live, immediately kneel down and kowtow to me and tell me clearly how you deceived Yi City and the others. Li Hongbin stood proudly and commanded. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sir, namely, kneel down and apologize now, and perhaps I'll leave you alive. Yi Guangxing's father and daughter were both stunned. If Jiang Chen's strength in reading feng shui was something they believed in, but was it some kind of joke to want to kill someone with this finger? Ha ha ha. Kid, you're really funny. Yi City, did you see that? This kid in addition to play the mouth kung fu. What else will it be? As if he had heard a heavenly joke, Li Hongbin covered his stomach and laughed. However, he hadn't laughed for long before his face, already red from laughing, suddenly turned black. Hurts me. What's going on? Immediately, he was a mouthful of black blood sprayed out, shaking like a sieve, covering his stomach and collapsed on the ground, rolling and screaming loudly, his face painful and incomparable. Hiss. Yi Guangxing and the others immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at Jiang Chen in shock. Jiang Chen had just said that he wanted Li Hongbin to experience the taste of the fury, but as a result, Li Hongbin had become like this. It must have been Jiang Chen's hand. This was simply too unbelievable. Jiang Chen, why don't you spare him, in case he really dies? You. Seeing Li Hongbin struggling in pain on the ground for so long, Yi Yunbing said with a worried face. Those people that Li Hongbin had just spoken of could be the powerful and noble people of the entire Jiangbei. If someone stood up for him, Jiang Chen was afraid that there would be a great calamity. Li Hongbin, are you convinced? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. I am convinced. Please Mr. Jiang, let me go. Li Hongbin fell to the ground and said through clenched teeth. You really convinced? Jiang Chen still had a bland face. Li Hongbin was violently shocked, forced himself to endure the pain and climbed up, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 3 times at Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I was not supposed to insult you. Please be generous and spare me. Seeing the famous feng shui master of Jiangbei kneeling in front of Jiang Chen like a lost dog at this moment, the crowd sighed for a while. Good, then I'll spare your life. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then a finger pointed at Li Hongbin's body once again, and the baleful qi that had attached itself to Li Hongbin's body instantly melted away, emitting a strong stench. Li Hongbin instantly felt the bone-piercing pain in his body and internal organs disappear into thin air, and the whole person let out a long breath. Roll. Yes. Li Hongbin didn't dare to stay with Jiang Chen at this moment. Getting up and nodding repeatedly, he quickly left the villa. However, when he turned his back to Jiang Chen, there was a strong viciousness flashing through his eyes, and he even hated Yi Guangxing and Yi Yunbing. Wherever he went, he was usually courted by the stars and treated with respect, but this time, he was like a lost dog. He was simply bullied too much. This revenge he must avenge. Chapter 28, That Mountain Has Problems. Mr. Jiang, you better be careful. This Li Hongbin's background is not small. Looking at Li Hongbin's departing back, Yi Guangxing said in a deep voice. After this incident, his outlook on Jiang Chen had completely changed. This was definitely a rather powerful character that was worth befriending. Therefore, the attitude had also changed drastically. Yeah, this person is obviously a sinister villain. If you treat him like this today, he will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. If there's any problem you must tell me. Yi Yunbing was equally worried. After all, Jiang Chen had offended Li Hongbin because of their family. If something happened because of this, she would definitely be exceptionally apologetic. No harm done. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not placing the slightest bit of importance on this kind of villain. Mr. Jiang, then is our family's problem considered completely solved? Yi Guangxing asked with concern. When he thought of the scene that had just happened, he just had palpitations. It was a matter of life and death. Not yet. As I said, all of this baneful qi is out of that mountain. If the problem of that mountain isn't solved, as time goes by, your entire villa area will have to be invaded by the baneful qi emanating from there. Jiang Chen said indifferently. There. Thinking of what Jiang Chen had said at the beginning and looking at the hill in the distance, Yi Guangxing's face appeared worried. After inspection there, it has just been planned as a construction site, and the bidding is going to take place tonight. So if something goes wrong, no, I have to hurry up and call to cancel the bidding for that piece of land. Even so, he was still frowning. He had just become the head of the city not long ago, his position was not stable, and developing this piece of land was considered one of his achievements. Stopping the bidding all of a sudden now would not only be a crisis of his personal prestige, but would also make the higher-ups have an opinion of him. Jiang Chen, however, was in a daze. It was really a sleepy person who sent him a pillow. He was just thinking about how to obtain that piece of land, but he didn't realize that this was going to be a bidding war. Jiang Chen, can you solve the problem of that mountain? Yi Yunbing asked. She naturally understood her father's plight. Yi City, there's no need to stop the bidding. It just so happens that I'm planning to buy this piece of land to develop it. I just need to prepare it and then I can solve the problem of that mountain. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Really? Yi Guangxing was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. That's really great. Like this. I'll send little son to pick you up for the bidding meeting today. No need. Tell me the address. I'll go there myself. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. There's also the problem of your family. I'll temporarily solve it for you first, to ensure that you won't be attacked by the demonic qi again during this period of time. Go and have someone find yellow paper, vermilion sand, chicken blood, and brushes. Jiang Chen explained clearly what was needed. Soon, Sun Lin returned with all the things. Jiang Chen drew a talisman to ward off evil with his aura and handed it over to Yi Yunbing. If you stick this talisman in the hall, you can temporarily inhibit the intrusion of the demonic qi. Remember, don't tear it off. Yi Yunbing hurriedly took it and personally affixed it to the villa's hall. Mr. Jiang, it's getting late now. Why don't you go eat with Yunbing? Yunbing, make sure to treat Mr. Jiang well. Yi Guangxing said as he made a look at Yi Yunbing. He obviously felt Jiang Chen's resistance to him, so he could only let Yi Yunbing approach Jiang Chen. Right. You've helped our family so much. I haven't thanked you yet. Yi Yunbing nodded her head hurriedly. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else, so he followed Yi Yunbing out of the villa area. After inquiring about Jiang Chen's preferences, Yi Yunbing, who was dressed very tightly, directly brought Jiang Chen to an ancient restaurant. At this time, although it had just arrived at mealtime, but the restaurant was unusually hot. They didn't have a reservation, and even the private rooms were gone. Sorry, there isn't even a private room, Yi Yunbing said with embarrassment as the two of them found a table in the corner and sat down. You, a big star, aren't afraid. What am I, an ordinary person, afraid of? Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're not an ordinary person. What star or not, I'm the ordinary person, Yi Yunbing said with an angry smile. Yunbing? I look like you from afar. I didn't think it was really you. With your status, how can you eat in the hall? I happen to have booked a private room. Let's eat together? A handsome-looking young man dressed in expensive clothes walked up to Yi Yunbing and said with a surprised face. No need, Zhu Jiahao. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have much status. I'll just eat here with my friends. Seeing the visitor, Yi Yunbing but frowned deeply and said icily. Only then did Zhu Jiahao realize Jiang Chen sitting opposite Yi Yunbing. Seeing Jiang Chen, although his looks were not bad, he was dressed very plainly, just like a hangman. His face sank, and an unusually dense coldness flashed across. The Shu family was one of the top families in Songjiang, and he was the future heir of the Zhu family, so his status was naturally quite high. He had always treated Yi Yunbing, a woman of unrivaled talent and distinguished family background, as his own forbidden domain, not allowing others to get their hands on her. However, no matter how hard he pursued, Yi Yunbing had always been very cold to him, and even simply ignored him, which made him very depressed. Today, he saw that Yi Yunbing was dressed up tightly to have dinner with a hangman. How could he not be annoyed? Yi Yunbing's character he knew too well. There was no man around at all. This was also the reason why he never gave up even after pursuing Yi Yunbing for many years. But now this hangman had given him a great sense of crisis. If they didn't have an unusual relationship, how would a big star like Yi Yunbing risk being photographed by the paparazzi to eat in the hall? Yunbing, who is he? Why would you dine with him? The more he thought about it, the more ugly Zhu Jiahao's face became, and he couldn't help but raise his voice to question. Zhu Jiahao, does who he is have anything to do with you? Who I want to dine with is my freedom. Please don't disturb our meal. Yi Yunbing was very annoyed with Zhu Jiahao's attitude and said in a cold voice. Yunbing, you're a big star. You have to think about your image. How can you dine with this kind of hangers-on? Tell me, did he trick you with flowery words? Zhu Jiahao was even more furious when he saw that Yi Yunbing was defending this hangman. Zhu Jiahao, please show some respect. Jiang Chen did me a big favor. He's my friend, not some hanger-on. If you keep talking like this, we won't even be friends in the future. Yi Yunbing glanced at Jiang Chen guiltily, and then immediately rebuked Zhu Jiahao in a cold voice. Just someone like him dressed in shabby clothes. Is he worthy of being your friend? Isn't he just doing you a favor and then using the opportunity to pester you? Don't worry, I'll deal with him. As soon as Zhu Jiahao heard this, his heart relaxed slightly and he looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. Chapter 29, Make a price. Kid, say it, how much will you pay so that you won't harass Yunbing anymore? Name a price. Zhu Jiahao said loudly with a cocky face. As long as a problem could be solved with money, it wasn't a problem. This restaurant was already hot, and Zhu Jiahao's voice immediately attracted many people's attention. Seeing this, Yi Yunbing hurriedly put on her mask and glasses, wrapping herself up tightly once again. Jiang Chen frowned. He hadn't wanted to get involved in the matter between these two, but Zhu Jiahao had actually brought the fire to himself. He slowly stretched out a finger. $1 million? No problem. I'll write you a check right here. When Zhu Jiahao saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes and he immediately wanted to pull out a check. This man is really heartless, giving up his girlfriend for $1 million. Scum, really scum. This kind of person should go out and get run over. The people in the neighborhood spoke out in anger, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain and anger. As for Yi Yunbing, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Could it be that in Jiang Chen's eyes, she was only worth $1 million? I'm talking about 100 million, Jiang Chen said indifferently. The smile on Zhu Jiahao's face hadn't even disappeared before it froze, and then became gloomy. Kid, what are you? Also dare to open your mouth to ask for 100 million. Do you deserve it? Now, this young master doesn't have the patience to bull asterisk with you. A hangman, the money is gone. You also hurry up and get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Zhu Jiahao coldly shouted. You don't even want to pay 100 million, and you still say you like her, and you can't even do your room service anymore. And you still want to find Yunbing as your girlfriend? Are you worthy? Jiang Chen sneered and choked back. Jiang Chen's words were like a thunderbolt, and the hall, which was still relatively lively, suddenly quieted down, and a pin could be heard. Everyone had their gazes fall on Zhu Jiahao, with a playful look in their eyes. Zhu Jiahao was first stunned, and then he was furious. Chao Nima, Lao Zi is in good health. How dare you, a hangman, slander Lao Zi? Believe it or not, I will kill you, smear you. You really think too highly of yourself. Not only are you not good at intercourse, but you also have gonorrhea. Otherwise, why would you spray such a strong perfume? In order to cover up the stench that emanates from your body. In the future, when you go out to have fun, you'd better be careful. Don't get into bed for less than 3 seconds. Not to mention, you'll also contract a whole lot of problems. Jiang Chen raised his hand, fanned it in front of himself, and said with a faint smile. While Yi Yinbing heard Jiang Chen, she snorted out a laugh and looked at Zhu Jiahao with disgust in her gaze. She hadn't paid attention to it before, but thinking back, the few times Zhu Jiahao had approached her, he would spray extremely heavy perfume on his body. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhu Jiahao's face immediately changed. Jiang Chen was absolutely right. He did have poor room service and gonorrhea, but these he had hidden very well. How could Jiang Chen know? Yunbing, what he said is a lie. I only have you in my heart, and would never go outside to womanize. Zhu Jiahao hurriedly explained to Yi Yinbing. Explaining is a cover-up. Why bother? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Asterisk. Really fake This person is quite handsome. Can't it be that Sunshine is still sick? Look at the situation may be true. It is really a golden floss outside the defeat in the Hey, lost old lady just saw him. Still want to hook up. Now it seems to be a human scum Some people even whispered in secretly disgust, and even laughed out loud. Zhu Jiahao's face became even more ugly. How are you doing has nothing to do with me, but please don't contact me again in the future. I will feel sick. Yi Yinbing said in a cold voice. Kid, I'll kill you. Zhu Jiahao was furious, and with one fist, he punched towards Jiang Chen. Bang! Jiang Chen slightly lifted his leg and kicked Zhu Jiahao's chest. Zhu Jiahao directly flew out and landed on the dining table not far away. His rice fell all over him. He was in a terrible mess. Kid, you're dead. Zhu Jiahao covered his chest, his face ugly to the extreme. Being called sick and beaten, he had never suffered this kind of aggravation in his life, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to skin Jiang Chen. Young Master Zhu, what's going on? The hotel manager who received the news rushed over with the security guards and helped Zhu Jiahao up. Manager Wang, this kid hit me. What do you say? Zhu Jiahao pointed at Jiang Chen and said in a cold voice. Come on people, quickly grab this kid. Manager Wang said loudly. The Zhu family was powerful in Songjiang. He didn't dare to offend them. As the manager of the hotel, you're going to arrest me without any distinction at all? Jiang Chen frowned and said. As he spoke, he gave Yi Yinbing a look, signaling her not to take off her mask and sunglasses. He didn't want to be in the news for coming out for a meal. Humph. Young Master Zhu is the son of the Zhu family in Songjiang, noble and unrivaled. While you are covered in ground floor goods, at a glance, you are a stinking beggar. It is hard to believe that young Master Zhu would go to mess with you? Manager Wang sneered and said with disdain. Yi Yunbing's body was wrapped tightly at this time, so she couldn't see her appearance at all. So Manager Wang didn't care about her identity. Kid, fighting with me? What are you? This kick, I will return it 100 times 1,000 times. Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile on his face. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and grab him for me. It just so happens that President Li of the Security Association is having dinner upstairs. Hand it over directly to President Li. Zhu Jiahao waved his hand. Those hotel security guards with rubber sticks rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, be careful, Yi Yunbing exclaimed, her tone filled with anxiety. When Zhu Jiahao heard these concerned words from Yi Yunbing, he was instantly enraged. He himself had been beaten up and Yi Yunbing hadn't shown the slightest indication. While he was surprisingly this caring towards this hangman. I'll pay $1 million to break this hangman's limbs. A group of security guards were even more excited after hearing this. That's $1 million. Each person can have 100,000 or so. Bang bang bang. However, this group of security guards were like dirt to Jiang Chen. He just casually made a few moves and put these security guards down on the ground with ease. The entire hall fell silent, looking at this scene incredulously. This man looked ordinary, but he didn't expect to have such good hands. Yi Yunbing's beautiful eyes were filled with color, and she was equally shocked. Jiang Chen had given her too many surprises. Not only did he know the art of feng shui, but he even had such outstanding hands. She knew that the security guards here were all specially trained, and there were quite a few retired guards in existence, but they hadn't even carried a single move from Jiang Chen. How strong was this man? Her little heart skipped a few beats. If she wasn't wearing a mask and glasses, someone would definitely be able to see that her cheeks were a little red. Zhu Jiahao's pupils shrunk slightly, not expecting this hangman's hands to be so strong. Immediately, he was furious. This hangman was simply lawless. In broad daylight, how dare you guys have a firefight? Do you still have me, Li Changming, in your eyes? Right at this moment, a furious voice resounded on the second floor. Chapter 30, My Honored Guest. At the sound of the crowd, they turned around to look, only to see several people flanking a middle-aged man walking down the stairs. Between the middle-aged man's walk and the beat, He carried the aura of a superior. He was Lee Changming, the president of the Songjiang East District Security Association. At this moment, his face was as gloomy as water, and he was incomparably angry. These people dared to be so rampant in front of him, the president of the Security Association, and had to be dealt with seriously. President Lee, you've come at the right time. This hangman has just indiscriminately struck out to injure me for no reason. Look at how I've been beaten by him. Zhu Jiahao pointed at his chest and the rice on his head and face, and said angrily, not only that, President Lee, I'm going to have the security guards arrest him. But it turns out that this kid is so proud of his strength that he even beat up the hotel security guards. You have to do it for us. Manager Wang added fuel to the fire. Lang Lang Chin Kuan, how dare you hurt someone in public? Simply bold. Li Changming looked at the wretched Zhu Jiahao. His face reddened with anger. He looked at Jiang Chen angrily and roared. What kind of person was Zhu Jiahao? That was the future successor of the Songjiang Zhu family, being bullied like this in his own precinct. In the grand scheme of things, it could even affect his future. President Lee, this hangman is trying to be a bully with a bit of kung fu. You must catch him and interrogate him properly. Maybe he has done something else to hurt the world. Zhu Jiahao looked at Jiang Chen and said smugly. As long as Jiang Chen entered the security association, he would have countless ways to torture him and make him beg for his life. Zhu Jiahao, it was clearly you who made the first move to injure Jiang Chen. How can you still turn black and white upside down? President Lee, just now, Jiang Chen was only defending himself. Yi Yunbing spoke out in anger. Xiao Bing, I was just scaring him a bit, but this kid intentionally hurt me. This kind of violent person might be able to hurt you one day. I will never let his plot succeed. Zhu Jiahao said as if he was looking out for Yi Yunbing. Today's matter would leave him with some bad impression in Yi Yunbing's heart. But when Jiang Chen, an unstable factor, was resolved, and he used some means to curry favor with Yi Yunbing, this matter would surely be over. Catch this kid for me. Li Changming glanced at Yi Yunbing and ignored it. With a wave of his hand, the few people behind him walked towards Jiang Chen. President Lee, could it be that you've decided it's my fault without even investigating? Jiang Chen asked indifferently, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yo, kid, you're pretty damn good at pretending. When I bring you to the Security Association, I'll investigate clearly, Li Changming said with a cold smile. Hangman, it's useless for you to say anything now, unless you kneel down and kowtow to me now. Maybe I can say a few good words for you in a while when you enter the Safety Association. Zhu Jiahao said condescendingly. Stop. Seeing that a few of Li Changming's men were already about to strike, Yi Yunbing spoke out again. What exactly do you want? Li Changming asked with a deep frown on his brows. Very impatient. Chairman Li, your call. Yi Yunbing took advantage of this gap and had called his father, Yi Guangxing's phone, and told him about the matter. Li Changming immediately froze and subconsciously picked up the phone to answer it. Li Changming, you bastard. You want to arrest my Yi Guangxing's honored guest without investigating, don't you? On the other side of the phone, Yi Guangxing's furious voice came. He wanted to flatter Jiang Chen by all means this time, and the planned land over the villa area still had to be solved by Jiang Chen. If it was destroyed by Li Changming, all his thoughts would be in vain. Yi City, rest your anger. How dare I catch your honored guest? I just catch a hangman here. Certainly not your honored guest. Li Changming trembled. How could he not hear that the voice of the other party was Yi Guangxing? Hurriedly stepped aside and whispered, you fart. Li Changming, you think I, Yi Guangxing, am a little cutie. Jiang Chen is my honored guest. My daughter Yi Yunbing is having dinner with him at the restaurant. How dare you lie to me? I'm telling you, if you can't handle this matter well, you won't be able to do your job as the president of the East District Security Association. Yi Guangxing was furious, hissing and roaring, shocking Li Changming's eardrums to the point of raw pain. Li Changming, however, trembled, panic flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen was actually Yi Guangxing's honored guest, accompanied by Yi Guangxing's daughter, the first-rate star of the Summer Kingdom, Yi Yunbing, which showed the status of Jiang Chen in Yi Guangxing's heart. This was not an ordinary importance, and one was trying to arrest him. Wasn't this ing looking for death? President Lee, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and catch this thug, Zhu Jiahao said unhappily. Arresting someone? Zhu Jiahao, what the hell is going on here? You'd better make it clear. Slandering others is illegal, Li Changming said angrily. He was incomparably angry in his heart at this moment. He almost offended Yi Guangxing because of Zhu Jiahao. No matter how rich the Zhu family was, it was still Yi Guangxing who decided his future prospects. President Lee, what do you mean? All these people saw that it was this hangman who hit me. What did I defame him for? Zhu Jiahao's face changed and he said in a gloomy tone. He simply didn't expect Li Changming to change his face to become so fast. Although the Zhu family was a top family in Songjiang, but the county officials were not as good as the current management. If Li Changming wanted to move him, he didn't have any way to do so. Yes? Come on people, Go and call up the restaurant's surveillance video and put it on the big screen, Li Changming said in a cold voice. Xu Jiahao's face immediately changed. If this video was played out, everything would be revealed, and he would have to be thrown into the Security Association. A great loss of face. President Li, what exactly do you want? Xu Jiahao said in a deep voice. That depends on what this Mr. Jiang wants, Li Changming said. After saying that, he came to Jiang Chen with a fawning face. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I've been tricked by this kid. How do you want to solve this matter? Hiss. The crowd in the hall sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of person was this shabbily dressed kid? Even Li Changming, the president of the Security Association, had to be so respectful to him. Have him apologize to me, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Xu Jiahao, quickly apologize to Mr. Jiang. Li Changming immediately looked at Xu Jiahao and said, President Li, what are you talking about? Xu Jiahao's tone was unkind. A district security association's president is just that. Does he really think he can cover the sky with one hand? Come on people, make a copy of the restaurant's surveillance video, notify the media reporters. I will investigate today's matter to the end, Li Changming said. Xu Jiahao immediately veins rippled, fiercely clenched his fists. Li Changming, this is a little bit of the back way, does not leave him, but he also do not dare to bet on whether Li Changming is pretending. After all, if they really found a media reporter, their Zhu family would lose their adults. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Xu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said, I don't think you're sincere enough, and you don't seem to recognize your mistake deeply enough, Jiang Chen said indifferently. I'm sorry. Xu Jiahao felt like his entire body was going to explode as he bowed to the end and said loudly, I accept your apology. Don't be a dog-eyed man in the future. President Li, I'll let this matter go. I can let him go. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Xu Jiahao left angrily, only his eyes were cloudy as he left. Chapter 31, Shameless Xiaoyuehua. Let's go too. Let's get our appetites stirred by this person. The hall quickly regained its calm, but Yi Yunbing said unhappily. Jiang Chen nodded. He was already full anyway. The two walked out of the restaurant together. I'm sorry, because of me, I got you into trouble again. The Shu family is very powerful in Songjiang. You should be careful. Yi Yunbing said guiltily. Lice don't itch. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, his tone filled with confidence. If these people didn't go overboard, he wouldn't do anything about it. If they went overboard, then it was simply too easy for him, an immortal cultivator, to kill without leaving a trace. Confident men were the most attractive. This was the only thought in Yi Yunbing's mind at this time. By the way, there are $3 million in here from your purchase of the bracelet, as well as a little bit of my heart. Thanks a lot this time. Yi Yunbing took out a card and handed it to Jiang Chen. You can't not want it. Your friendship is too expensive. I'll buy a tenth of it first. Fearing that Jiang Chen wouldn't want it, Yi Yunbing said playfully. Yi Yunbing was originally a beauty, and a high-cooled beauty at that. A playful expression suddenly appeared on her face, causing him to lose his mind for a while. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. Every knit of her brows and smile is beautiful. What are you looking at? Are you mesmerized by me? Other men looking at her with such eyes, Yi Yunbing would definitely get angry. But with Jiang Chen looking at her like this, a wave of pride was in her heart instead. No need. You did me a favor this time too. Jiang Chen touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. Don't you still have to bid for that piece of land? How can you do it without money? Do you think $10 million is too little? Yi Yunbing urged. Jiang Chen froze. This woman was really sweet, and he did lack money, so he took the card over. Alright, thank you. Right, how did you know that Zhu Jiahao had those problems? Yi Yunbing asked curiously. Because I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, I can tell at a glance, Jiang Chen said with a smile. A Chinese medicine practitioner is so powerful? Then what's wrong with me when you take a look? Yi Yunbing bristled, a little unconvinced. You have dysmenorrhea, and because of stress and frequent late nights, you have migraines. In a while I'll give you a prescription. Take the medicine according to the prescription, and you'll be cured soon. Jiang Chen took a look and said with a smile. Yi Yunbing's face flushed slightly. Then she stared wide-eyed with an unbelievable expression. This was all able to be seen? This time, she completely believed in Jiang Chen's medical skills. This man was just too powerful. Feng Shui metaphysics, medical arts, kung fu. Surprisingly, he was proficient in all of them, and he was also considerate. Her heart fluttered hard a few times, feeling that Jiang Chen was like a black hole, attracting her. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen, I have something very important to tell you. Where are you? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yuehua said in a soft tone. Jiang Chen frowned. I don't seem to have anything to say to you. He didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards this snobbish woman. No, if you don't see me, I'll call you every day to block you. I know where your adoptive parents often go to buy food. Zhao Yuehua directly played a rogue. Where are you? Jiang Chen asked. Dream Paris Cafe. Okay, I'll go find you here. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want this woman to disturb his life. Had a falling out with your girlfriend? Yi Yunbing said seemingly jokingly, but her heart trembled slightly. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. No, my ex-wife's best friend, a snobbish woman. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, oh. Yi Yunbing instantly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, then laughed. Then I'll send you there. Then I'll trouble you. Soon. Yi Yunbing parked her car in front of the Dream Paris Cafe, and Jiang Chen walked into the cafe himself. However, Yi Yunbing waited for a while and also secretly followed him in. What's the matter with you? Speak quickly. Looking at Zhao Yuehua, who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner and was not the least bit disheveled from being unemployed, Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Sit down first. I ordered you the specialty coffee here. Keep you satisfied. I'm good to you, right? Zhao Yuehua said with a delicate smile on her face, and threw a wink at Jiang Chen. I don't like coffee. Just hurry up and say what you have to say. And don't harass me after you've finished. Jiang Chen ignored her winks and said impatiently. Good. Then I'll be straight with you. Jiang Chen, I want to be your girlfriend. I think it should be more than enough to match you with my condition, right? Zhao Yuehua said with a confident face. Jiang Chen was stunned. Had this woman taken the wrong medicine? In the past, she had looked down on herself, but now she was taking the initiative to mention being his girlfriend? Immediately, it dawned on him that this gold-digging woman had probably seen his $20 million, so she had moved her heart. She was really snobbish. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your default. Jiao Jiao is not as good looking as me, and her body is not as good as mine. Being with me is your best choice. Zhao Yuehua saw that Jiang Chen didn't speak. She secretly sneered in her heart. Waste is waste. Still not thinking about my body? Although she loathed Jiang Chen to the core, but as long as she succeeded in seducing Jiang Chen, wouldn't Jiang Chen's $20 million become hers? For the sake of that $20 million, even if she let this punk take advantage of her, she endured it, and then kicked Jiang Chen when the money arrived. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not interested in you. Jiang Chen shook his head, speechless. Stop pretending. Jiang Chen, you're still pretending to be pure with me. Don't think I don't know that when you were with Jiao Jiao in the past, every time I went to Jiao Jiao's house you peeked at me, and you weren't still fascinated by my looks and body? Now you're still pretending to be a gentleman with me? A woman like me, with your condition. It's your luck to be able to be with you. Don't be ungrateful. Zhao Yuehua said with a snort with an expression of I've seen through you. After saying that, she also intentionally straightened her back, revealing a deep career line with a better line of sight from Jiang Chen's angle. But I can't make empty promises when I'm your woman. Your $20 million has to be given to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, what if you go out and fool around behind my back? Zhao Yuehua continued, finally exposing her purpose. Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. This woman was simply narcissistic to the core. She really thought he was a little cutie. I'm sorry, I don't think you really deserve $20 million. Not only do you not deserve $20 million, you don't even deserve $20,000. Jiang Chen stood up and said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen, you really don't know what's good for you. I, Zhao Yuehua, no matter my figure and looks, am top of the line. Which point is not worthy of you? I'll give you one more chance. You'd better promise me, otherwise you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Zhao Yuehua said angrily. You call a mediocre powder like you top-notch? Still regretting your life? Are you worthy of my boyfriend? At this time, Yi Yunbing, who had sneakily followed her in, suddenly walked up to Jiang Chen and instantly hugged Jiang Chen's arm, looking at Zhao Yuehua with a cold smile. Chapter 32, Whose Debt is Counted. Jiang Chen immediately felt an extremely noticeable softness in his arm, and his body stiffened slightly. Zhao Yuehua took a good look at Yi Yunbing, who had removed her mask and sunglasses, and her face instantly darkened. She didn't recognize Yi Yunbing, but this woman crushed her in every way, whether it was her temperament or her looks, or even her figure. In front of Yi Yunbing, it was as if she was an ugly duckling. Jiang Chen, you're really a loser. When you have money, you go and play with this kind of woman. Which clubhouse did you find this from? Of course Zhao Yuehua wouldn't admit defeat and sneered bluntly. At the same time, her heart was dripping blood. That was money she recognized as her own. It was all squandered by Jiang Chen. Snap! Jiang Chen slapped Zhao Yuehua's face. You better keep your mouth clean. My girlfriend is not something you can insult. Jiang Chen, you dare to hit me? Zhao Yuehua covered her face with an incredulous expression. This person used to be a loser who ate soft food, and now he dared to hit her? If you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll also dare to hit you, so don't harass me in the future. Jiang Chen said indifferently, turning around to leave. Alright, you have guts. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Now you leave $10,000 out of the $20 million and call me with the rest of the money. or else I'll immediately tell Jiao about you owning $20 million. But I have asked Jiao. You haven't gone through the divorce procedure yet, and there is a clause in your divorce agreement that you are a clean slate. When the time comes, you'll have to give all of this $20 million to Jiao, and for me to be able to leave you 10,000. I've already been very kind to you. You should be thanking me. Zhao Yuehua had a haughty face and said in a commanding manner. In her opinion, as long as she threw this killer out, Jiang Chen would definitely fall in line. After all, between netting and leaving 10,000, Jiang Chen would definitely choose to leave 10,000 behind. Surprisingly, there are still women like you. A cousin like you deserves more than $19 million? Yi Yunbing snorted out a laugh. Tell her if you want to. Let's go, Jiang Chen said with a cold face. This was the so-called bosom friends, who could discard anything in front of money. After saying that, he left the cafe with Yi Yunbing. Jiang Chen, I'm going to make you suffer. The smile on Zhao Yuehua's face dispersed as she said angrily. This woman has really refreshed my 3 views. After exiting the doorway, Yi Yunbing spat out. She was already this kind of person. Nothing to be surprised about. Send me home. Jiang Chen shook his head. Stinky dad, what did you do? Not accompanying me either. Seeing Jiang Chen go home, Jiang Yi beamed, strained her face, and crossed her arms like an adult, questioning. That little expression made Jiang Chen want to laugh for a while. Daddy's wrong. I'm not hurrying back to accompany Yi. Jiang Chen hugged Jiang Yi and said with a smile. Looking at the lovely Yi, Jiang Chen thought about it. It was time to make a clean break with Lin Jiajiao, otherwise he wouldn't know how many things he would encounter in the future. However, in order to avoid trouble, he still had to make some preparations. With that in mind, he went to his room and made a call to Tang Ruoxue. He was just about to call Lin Jiajiao, but it turned out that Lin Jiajiao happened to call him. Rubbish, get your ass over to my house immediately. After one sentence, Lin Jiajiao hung up the phone. Jiang Chen was expressionless as he waited until Tang Ruoxue came to the villa, and after the two of them had gotten together, Tang Ruoxue left. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, rode his electric bike and lightly arrived at Lin Jiajiao's cottage. Good you punk, how dare you hide $20 million behind Jiajiao's back? Thankfully Yuehua told Jiajiao, otherwise we would still have you in the dark right now. You white-eyed wolf, all these years of eating and living in our house, and you still want to take the money away on your way out. Dream on. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the villa when Lin Jiajiao's mother, Yang Huiqin, came running over, pointing at Jiang Chen's nose and cursing loudly, as if she was cursing a dog. $20 million, more than their Lin family's assets. This money absolutely can't let Jiang Chen this trash take away. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. This wife still thought she was her son-in-law even now? You shut the hell up. What are you in my Jiang Chen's eyes? Jiang Chen said coldly. Yang Huiqin trembled at Jiang Chen's eyes, but she reacted by becoming incomparably angry. You punk have turned against the heavens, haven't you? Dare to scold me. I'll beat you to death. With that, Yang Huiqin was slapping towards Jiang Chen. Snap. Jiang Chen grabbed Yang Huiqin's hand. Yang Huiqin, in the past, you were my mother-in-law and I gave you face. Now you're nothing but a fart in my eyes. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Rubbish. You're unbridled. Who gave you the guts to dare to talk to my mom like that? Don't you know your own identity? Just a dog. With a chortle, Lin Jiajiao and Zhao Yuehua both slowly walked down from the second floor. Jiang Chen, don't think I don't know. You just got lucky and saved Tang Ruoxue's grandfather. Then they gave you money and face to help you act. Now I'm afraid Tang Ruoxue no longer has anything to do with you, right? Kneel down for me now, and I can consider leaving you 5,000 out of that $20 million to use as living expenses. Lin Jiajiao looked down on Jiang Chen as if she was looking down on a dog. Humph, Jiang Chen, you're not only a waste but also a scum. I'm just persuading you to return the money to Jiajiao and you hit me. Are you still not a person? Now hurry up and hand over the money, then slap yourself until I'm satisfied. Zhao Yuehua said hatefully and freely. Jiao, this trash just tried to beat me up. Giving him $5,000 is too much. For trash like him, I think $50 is enough. You're just too kind-hearted, being dragged down by this trash for so long before you figured out to kick him. Yang Huiqin looked at Jiang Chen with hatred and said, why should I give you money? Jiang Chen was amused by these three people. How thick-skinned did these people have to be to say such things? Rubbish, it's come to this, and you're still pretending with me? Don't forget, we haven't gone through the divorce procedure yet. The divorce agreement is still valid. Black and white. You have agreed to a clean break. All your money is mine. You can't take a single penny away. Of course, if you hand it over painfully, I don't want the living expenses I used to give you every month. This is already very good for you, right? I advise you not to consume my patience. Lin Jiajiao flung the divorce agreement in her hand and said condescendingly, snap, waste, I really didn't think. You're not wasteful to the point that you still have such a heart. No wonder you were able to compete with me for that string of bracelets in the first place. It turns out that you're spending our money to act like a big spender. That 3 million. You'd better find a way to make up for it. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. A burst of applause sounded. Zhao Tianyu, who had received Lin Jiajiao's call and rushed here, blocked the doorway with a few fierce-looking thugs, looking at Jiang Chen with a fierce smile on his face. Humph, you punk are pissing me off. Where's that string of bracelets? That's also mine. Hand it over to me. Thinking about the $3 million at the auction, Lin Jiajiao was furious. Her heart was heaving. That was her money. Alright Jiajiao, don't talk nonsense with him. Jiang Chen, hurry up and hand over the bank card and password. After we withdraw the money, Jiao Jiao will go with you to go through the divorce procedure. And in the future, you'll just continue to go and be your waste of space. Ha ha, if you don't hand it over, you won't be able to get out of here today. Zhao Tianyu laughed openly. Lin Jiajiao, since you said that all of my money is yours, then who is counting the debt I borrowed? Jiang Chen suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 33 Acting. Jiang Chen, you're so funny. Your debt, that's what you borrowed yourself. What does it have to do with me? Is it hard to believe that you still want me to help you pay it back? Dream on, Lin Jiajiao said with a look of disgust. Jiang Chen shook his head. This woman was really shameless to the extreme. If that's the case, then why should I give you this $20 million? How good would it be for me to take it to pay off my debt? Jiang Chen, don't give your face away. Your debt holds up to $400,000 or $500,000. Take $20 million to pay off your debt. Who are you fooling? Fine, I can agree. I'll help you pay off your debt. Lin Jiajiao was afraid that Jiang Chen really wouldn't take the money out, so she could only say so. Once the money was in her hands, she would kick Jiang Chen away. Wanting her to help pay back the money was a dream. Cheap for you, punk. All divorced from Jiajiao. Jiajiao still has to let you be cheap. Yang Huiqin said with a displeased face. In that case, let's sign an agreement where you promise to help me pay off my debt. Jiang Chen said. Fine fine. Lin Jiajiao said impatiently. Immediately went upstairs, wrote an agreement to help Jiang Chen pay off his debt, signed and pressed her handprints, took it down and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swept a glance. A cold smile flashed in his eyes and stuffed it into his pocket. Alright, now that the agreement is also given to you, hand over the bank card and password. Lin Jiajiao said with her heart on fire. I only came here to divorce you today. I don't have the money. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Rubbish, you want to die don't you? The faces of the few people present were instantly gloomy, and the thugs brought by Zhao Tianyu immediately approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had anticipated this step. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the number out. You can come over now? Come to this again? Tang Ruoxue has returned your favor. I'll see who else you can find to save you. Zhao Tianyu said with a snort. Rumble. Soon, there was a roar of cars, and a Mercedes with a few vans stopped at the entrance of the villa. Tang Ruoxue walked down, followed by more than 20 strong men in halter tops jumping down from the van. Lin Jiajiao and the others' faces were stagnant. They didn't expect Tang Ruoxue to come again and bring so many thugs with her. Don't be afraid. This belongs to you and Jiang Chen's private matters. No matter how powerful the Tang family is, they can't meddle in your family affairs. After being surprised, Zhao Tianyu said with a cold smile. When Lin Jiajiao heard this, she was also relieved. She wanted her own money, and no matter how high Tang Ruoxue's status was, it had nothing to do with her. Miss Tang, even though Jiang Chen saved your grandfather, the payment you gave him is already enough. Why are you still helping him so much? And today's matter is that we're acting according to the divorce agreement. Jiang Chen promised to net out his family in the first place. The $20 million you gave him belongs to our marital property. That is, my money, so there's no reason for you to interfere, right? Lin Jiajiao stepped forward and said with a straight face. Who said I'm here to help him? I'm here to ask for a debt. I took my grandfather's card and lent Jiang Chen $20 million in the first place. Now I'm asking him to pay the debt. Tang Ruoxue said with a cold smile. After saying that, she took out a note signed with Jiang Chen's name and waved it in front of Lin Jiajiao. Only after Lin Jiajiao saw the words on it clearly did she put it away. MS. Tang, I've already spent all of that $20 million, and now I don't have any money on me anymore. Jiang Chen said, handing over the agreement written by Lin Jiajiao to Tang Ruoxue. Spent it all? Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly and suddenly looked at Lin Jiajiao. Just now you said that you and Jiang Chen are not divorced yet, so his money is your money, right? Then this $20 million of debt also belongs to the marital debt. You pay it back for him. As her words fell, the 20 or so big men picked up the steel pipes in their hands and took a step forward, looking menacingly at Lin Jiajiao. What? Lin Jiajiao's face turned white and she took a few steps back in fear. The remaining few people were also shocked. Jiang Chen, you're too ruthless, right, to spend all the money? and pit Xiao Zhao to help you pay off your debt? Zhao Yuehua said through clenched teeth. Miss Tang, that's his own debt. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiaojiao hurriedly shook her head and said, Ha, the money is yours. The debt is not yours? Are you taking me? Tang Ruoxue, for a cutie, Tang Ruoxue said with a cold smile. I don't care what's going on with you guys. Anyway, the IOUs are in my hands. And the divorce agreement. Zhang Chen also handed it over to me. I'll give you 3 days to return the $20 million to me. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Oh yeah, Ms. Tang, I have an agreement here. Zhang Chen handed Tang Ruoxue the debt repayment agreement that Lin Xiaojiao had just written for him. Tang Ruoxue swept a glance and directly laughed. Lin Xiaojiao, this is in black and white and has your handprint. You've taken on Zhang Chen's debt, and you're still pretending with me? Rubbish, you pitted me. Lin Xiaojiao roared through gritted teeth. She had never thought that she had been pitted by a waste. Zhang Chen, you're damn ruthless, Zhao Tianyu said fiercely, then looked at Tang Ruoxue. Ms. Tang, this is a ploy you discussed with Zhang Chen, isn't it? Deliberately making a fake IOU to help Zhang Chen bring out that $20 million? As his words fell, Lin Xiaojiao and the others also reacted. Miss Tang, aren't you going too far with this? A family as big as your Tang family, using this kind of ploy with a small family like us? Although Lin Xiaojiao was furious, she didn't dare to tear her face off with Tang Ruoxue. Humph, don't talk about those useless things. Now all the evidence is in my hands, no matter if it's civil or military. How do you want to play? I, Tang Ruoxue, will play with you. The Lin family has a small company, right? And the Zhao family's company. If you don't pay back the money, both of your companies are ready to go bankrupt. Tang Ruoxue didn't care in the slightest about the ploy being seen through, and said with a cold smile. A few people's faces changed again. A family like the Tang family, if they wanted to deal with the two of them, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Therefore, even though they knew that this was Zhang Chen's ploy with Tang Ruoxue, there was nothing they could do about it. Ms. Tang, it's impossible for me to return the money. What exactly do you want? Lin Xiaojiao said. How about it? Then divorce Zhang Chen. As long as you divorce Zhang Chen painfully, I'll forget about this $20 million debt. Tang Ruoxue laughed. Fine, Zhang Chen, count yourself cruel. I'll go divorce with you, Lin Xiaojiao said through gritted teeth. Just like that, with Tang Ruoxue and the others following, Lin Xiaojiao and Zhang Chen painfully received their divorce license. Zhang Chen didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his heart, and his face was indifferent. Ever since Lin Xiaojiao treated Zhang Yi like a stranger, he no longer had any feelings for Lin Xiaojiao. Zhang Chen, now that you're divorced, you still have more than $10 million. Let's have a candlelight dinner tonight to celebrate you. Ha, Tang Ruoxue said as if she was deliberately angry at Lin Xiaojiao, pampering herself beside Zhang Chen. Rubbish, you won't always be this lucky. We'll see. Lin Xiaojiao stomped her foot fiercely in anger and turned around to leave. It was at this moment that Zhang Chen's phone suddenly rang again. Again an unfamiliar call. Rubbish, Wang Hongjie is in my hands now. Hurry up and get your ass over here. Remember, you're the only one who's coming. Otherwise you'll be waiting to collect Wang Hongjie's corpse. On the other side of the phone, a gloomy caracal laugh came out, reported an address, and hung up the phone. Chapter 34, Have you thought about how to die? Looking at the phone that was emitting a blind tone, Zhang Chen's face was instantly gloomy. The voice on the other end of the phone was very familiar to him. It was none other than Sun Hao, who he had met at the reunion only a few days ago. Moreover, he vaguely heard a cry of pain coming from the other end of the phone, and it was Wang Hongjie's voice. He didn't expect Sun Hao to be so ruthless that he didn't care about the friendship of his classmates in the slightest. What's wrong? Did you encounter something? Do you need my help? Seeing that Zhang Chen's face didn't look too good, Tang Ruoxue asked with a concerned expression. It's just a small matter. I can solve it myself. Zhang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile. Really? Tang Ruoxue tilted her head, somewhat disbelieving. Of course it's true. Thank you for today. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid my divorce with Lin Xiaojiao wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Why are you still so polite with me? Just treat me to dinner sometime. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Zhang Chen poutingly and said. Okay, no problem. Alright then, you go ahead and take care of things. I'll leave first. Remember to call me if anything happens. Tang Ruoxue said knowingly, sending Tang Ruoxue away. Zhang Chen directly called a car and followed the location given by Sun Hao to an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. Before he even entered the factory, Zhang Chen heard a gurgling scream, and the sound came from none other than Wang Hongjie. Anger flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes as he quickly walked towards the factory building. At this moment, Wang Hongjie was naked and tied to a pillar in the factory building. Sun Hao was holding a baseball bat, swinging it hard at Wang Hongjie one by one. Even because of the force, a slight bend had appeared on the steel baseball bat. Wang Hongjie's entire face was drenched in blood, and there was barely a good spot on his body, but he was heartily holding his breath and letting out gusts of muffled grunts of pain. The two hands were hanging in the air as if they were fake, as if they had been broken. The entire person's breath was shriveled and dying. Around them, there were a few burly men in black undershirts and gnarled muscles, chatting cheekily. Chao Nimas, dare to expose me in front of Tang Ruoxue? Are you convinced? Sun Hao asked with a sardonic smile while knocking on his baseball bat. Sun Hao, Nima, you piece of trash, with you also want to fight with Brother Chen. What kind of thing are you? Bah! Wang Hongjie spat a mouthful of phlegm directly onto Sun Hao and cursed through gritted teeth. You seek death. Sun Hao's entire body instantly exploded, forcefully swinging the baseball bat up and hitting above Wang Hongjie's left leg at once. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out in the empty factory building. Wang Hongjie's left leg instantly broke. Ah! Wang Hongjie screamed miserably and woke up, his entire body trembling from the intense pain. Convinced? Foolish? Sun Hao sneered. Sun Hao, Nima, if you have the ability, kill me. Want me to serve you? You dream. Wang Hongjie didn't wimp out in the slightest and roared. I like hardcore people like you, who don't beg for mercy even after how they're beaten. Sun Hao grinned, stepping on Wang Hongjie's freshly broken left leg with one foot. Ah! Wang Hongjie once again let out a miserable scream, and his trembling became even more powerful. Jiang Chen, who had walked into the factory building, saw this scene, and his entire being was instantly furious with anger, and his eyes were burning with rage. Wang Hongjie was his best brother. If he hadn't offended Sun Hao by standing up for himself at the reunion, how could he have been captured and beaten like this by Sun Hao? Sun Hao, you seek death. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and let out a muffled roar, which instantly spread throughout the entire plant, attracting the attraction of the plant's crowd. Jiang Chen, you quickly go ah! Sun Hao will kill you. When Wang Hongjie saw Jiang Chen, his face changed and he shouted with all his strength. Only after this sentence was exited, he was so angry that a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out and he directly fainted. Bah! How dare a piece of trash go against me? Sun Hao! Sun Hao spat a mouthful of spit at Wang Hongjie, then holding a baseball bat, he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Rubbish, you damn well have some balls, actually dare to come. It seems you have a close relationship with Wang Hongjie, you two won't be glass, right? Ha ha, ha ha ha. This kind of friendship, not in bed certainly can't place out. Sun Xiao is too humorous. It is estimated that this door-to-door son-in-law can't get into his own wife's bed at home and can only get into this trash's bed. As Sun Hao's words fell, the burly men burst out laughing, looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a fool. This group of people were the outlaws that Sun Hao had spent a lot of money on, in order to deal with Jiang Chen and Wang Hongjie, when he offended Tang Ruoxue and Ding Kuan by bragging at the reunion. Their family company was targeted by the Tang family, and in just a few days' time, all business was cut off, the capital chain broke, and the company went bankrupt. Therefore, his hatred for Jiang Chen was already in his bones. Today, he first ordered someone to capture Wang Hongjie, and then he lured Jiang Chen over, just to get them killed. Sun Hao, we are at least classmates, how dare you lay such a cruel hand on them? Seeing that Wang Hongjie's state wasn't too bad, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but his face grew more and more gloomy. Classmate? Chao Nima, you can really pretend. Do you deserve to be my Sun Hao's classmate? A mess. You were jealous of Lin Jiajie and Mao Rongrong liking me, so you purposely set up a trap to harm me, luring me to offend the Tang family and Ding Kuan. Otherwise how could my family's company go bankrupt? Now I have nothing. Nothing. It's all blamed on you. This soft-eating door-to-door waste. Sun Hao said with a crazed face, his mind already vaguely perverted. Self-inflicted evil. I've never framed you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Let Hongjie go. Cut off your own legs and turn yourself in. I can spare your life. Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. Break your own legs? Turn yourself in? Spare my life? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen, you're still a idiot. Sun Hao was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Jiang Chen. I know you know Ding Kuan. So what? You're all alone now, and you still want to pretend in front of me. What kind of thing are you? Aren't you a bully? How come you can't even save your brother? Sun Hao smiled sinisterly, taking a baseball bat and knocking on Wang Hongjie's body with a sneer. Looks like you're obsessed. Jiang Chen's gaze was gloomy and watery. Rubbish, cut the crap. Don't you know so many big shots? Aren't you a bully? Now I want you to kneel down for me, kowtow and call me daddy. Maybe I can give you a hard time. Sun Hao said condescendingly. Young son, it's too cheap to treat him like this. I think it's better to let him lick our shoes clean. How boring to lick shoes. Eat all our piss and... You're so disgusting, but I like it so much. The crowd's words immediately brightened Sun Hao's eyes. Not bad, Jiang Chen. I'll give you a chance to eat all of our piss and I'll give you a good time. Otherwise, I heard that you still have a daughter and adoptive parents. Anyway, I'm planning to leave Songjiang. Before I leave, I'll kill your adoptive parents first, then take your daughter and leave Songjiang. I'll personally raise her, and when I've had enough fun, I'll send her to a bar to make money to support me. Ha 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 ha. Sun Hao's entire mind had become perverted, laughing madly. Since he was a rich second generation since he was a child, he had always been well dressed, and when faced with the situation of his company going bankrupt and becoming a pauper, he simply couldn't accept it, so he blamed Jiang Chen for all of this. If Jiang Chen hadn't harmed him, he would still be a rich second generation. Jiang Chen's eyes were raging with murderous intent that instantly bubbled up. The dragon has reverse scales, touching them will lead to death, and his daughter and parents were his scales. Sun Hao, have you thought about how to die? Chapter 35, True Fire. Let me die. Do you deserve it? Ha ha ha. Don't think I don't know that you just got lucky and saved Tang Ruoshu as grandfather. What are you capable of on your own? My group of brothers, any one of them can you to death. Sun Hao laughed out loud. Sun Xiao don't bull asterisk with him. He's a loser. Just get him killed directly. Sun Xiao, this classmate of yours is probably a son-in-law who has been at the door for too long, and his brain is stupid. Dare to act so pretentious in front of our brother's door. If we don't torture this waste properly today before letting him die, we won't even agree. A group of burly men had cold faces, looking at Jiang Chen with sneers and killing intent in their eyes. In that case, then you'll die. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he walked towards Sun Hao, seemingly slowly, but in an instant, he had closed in on Sun Hao and the others. Brothers, get on me. Waste him for me first. I'm going to torture and torment this trash later. Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he roared out. Young son, dealing with this kind of trash, I'm more than enough on my own. A burly man jumped out, sneered, and threw a punch head-on at the approaching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent as he kicked out, kicking the man in the chest. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the man flew directly to a pillar several meters away. Puff! Blood spurted out in a big gulp. His head tilted, and his breath was all gone. Jiang Chen shot out with anger, and this person was directly kicked to death. Silence. The entire plant was silent as a pin could be heard. Just a single kick had sent a strong man of nearly 200 pounds flying more than 10 meters away. How powerful was this man? Quick, quick, all of you together. Waste him for me. Sun Hao shrunk his neck, pointing at Jiang Chen and roaring sternly, but a bad premonition was gradually rising in his heart. Brothers were killed. This group of burly men had long been furious beyond measure. This time they pulled out their guys and rushed towards Jiang Chen in unison. Bang bang bang! Jiang Chen's expression was cold, but his strikes were extremely vicious. With every step, a strong man flew out and landed on the ground, either dead or maimed. A gurgling sound of miserable wailing emanated from the entire plant. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Chen and Sun Hao were left standing opposite each other. Sun Hao, without your background, you're the real trash. Suffer death. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, but this smile was a devil's smile in Sun Hao's eyes, causing his body to chill. Rubbish. You don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill Wang Hongjie now. Seeing the scene of strong men flying out of the ground one after another, Sun Hao was shocked. He simply did not expect that this waste would be so powerful. Wasn't he just a waste that eats soft food? He quickly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and pointed it at Wang Hongjie's neck. Jiang Chen walked with his face still cold, seeing that he was only 3 or 4 meters away from Sun Hao. Chao Nima. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, Sun Hao couldn't hold on any longer and forcefully stabbed the dagger hard into the aorta on Wang Hongjie's neck. Snap! Before the dagger in Sun Hao's hand could stab Wang Hongjie's body, Jiang Chen's speed increased violently, and in a moment, he arrived in front of Sun Hao. With a crisp sound, Jiang Chen ruthlessly grabbed Sun Hao's wrist that was holding the dagger, and the tip of the dagger was only a centimeter away from Wang Hongjie's aorta. Click! When Jiang Chen exerted a slight force, Sun Hao's wrist was directly pinched off, and the dagger in his hand also fell with a sound. Ah! Sun Hao covered his wrist and let out a miserable scream, his face instantly turning pale. Waste! Nymphet! Waste! Jiang Chen laughed coldly and quickly struck out, slamming hard against Sun Hao's remaining legs and arms, and all 3 of his remaining limbs were also broken. The intense pain directly caused Sun Hao to faint. However, how could Jiang Chen let him go just like that? A stream of aura flew out from between his fingers and landed on Sun Hao's head, and he opened his eyes once again. Jiang Chen, please spare me. I can give you all my money as long as you spare me. Dare to touch my brother, you have no choice but to die. Jiang Chen sneered. I'm telling you, killing is against the law. If you let me go now, I definitely won't look for trouble from you in the future. Otherwise, even if you kill me, you won't be able to run away. Sun Hao stammered. There was a hint of threat in his tone. Why should I run? Sun Hao, you have no idea what kind of existence you're talking to. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed coldly and secretly pinched his hand, a flame instantly appearing above his palm. Then, he fiercely pointed at a burly man not far away who was seriously injured and not yet dead, and the fire in his palm flew out of his palm at speed and shot towards the burly man. Boom! After this fire seedling flew onto the strong man, it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye until it wrapped all around the man. As the fire grew, a miserable, oozing cry of pain continued to emanate from the burly man's mouth. As time passed, his voice gradually became smaller and smaller, to the point where it completely disappeared in the end. By the time the flames disappeared, only a small piece of ash remained on the ground, and when the wind blew, it dissipated into the air. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at this scene in horror. This had completely exceeded their imagination, giving birth to flames and then completely burning the person away. Is this still something a human can do? Sun Hao was even so scared that he trembled up, and a puddle of yellow water flowed out from underneath his body. The stench was incomparable. You are not human. You are not human. Please don't kill me. Sun Hao hardened his pain and knelt on the ground with all his strength. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so die. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, not bothering to ink with Sun Hao any longer. A fire flew out, and Sun Hao burned into ashes amidst gushing cries of pain. Big brother, spare our lives. We were wrong. Spare us. Seeing Jiang Chen look at them, the strong men who were still alive kowtowed and begged for mercy. Only, Jiang Chen was not paying any attention to their pleas, as a few flames flew out, and the people present were reduced to ashes. Phew, my realm is still too low. The internal aura consumed by forcibly using this kind of true fire is too much. After destroying the bodies of these people, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. However, not destroying the bodies wouldn't work, and it would be even more troublesome if the people from the security association found out about him. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want anyone to break his tranquility. Afterward, he hurriedly arrived in front of Wang Hongjie. At this moment, Wang Hongjie's state was very bad, and his entire body had entered a state of shock. Jiang Chen hurriedly took out silver needles and began to give Wang Hongjie acupuncture. A trace of pure spiritual qi followed the silver needles into Wang Hongjie's body. With several needles, Wang Hongjie's state gradually stabilized, and his breath returned to normal. Only then did Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, because of the forced use of true fire, there was not much aura left in his body, and he could not save Wang Hongjie completely, so he could only go to the hospital. Carrying Wang Hongjie on his back, he headed outside. Chapter 36 Breaking Up. Songjiang City First Hospital. Jiang Chen had already used acupuncture to heal Wang Hongjie's internal injuries, and also helped him to connect the broken bones. Therefore, the hospital just checked Wang Hongjie's body once, and then treated and bandaged Wang Hongjie's external injuries, and he was fine. This friend of yours really has a great life. He was injured like this, but his internal organs didn't have the slightest problem. The little nurse in charge of Wang Hongjie said with a face of admiration. In response, Jiang Chen just smiled faintly. After thinking about it, Jiang Chen still decided to give Wang Hongjie's girlfriend, Wang Lily, a call. After all, these two people had already reached the age of marriage, and Wang Hongjie's injury and hospitalization certainly could not be hidden from Wang Lily. For Wang Lily, this woman, Jiang Chen very dislike, because too mean and snobbish. Wang Lily is quite beautiful. When Wang Hongjie chased her for a long time, Wang Lily agreed to be with him. After the two together, Wang Hongjie every month's salary to hand over, and Wang Lily often to Wang Hongjie wants some luxury goods, because like Wang Lily, Wang Hongjie had to go out part-time, sometimes back home, have been 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Wang Lily, however, does not know the slightest heartache. Wang Hongjie often beat him at every turn. Wang Hongjie did not dare to make a sound. Jiang Chen, what are you calling me for? Is it Wang Hongjie promised to lend you money again? I'm telling you, no way. You don't want to take out a penny from me. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lily said in an unusually disgusting manner. Jiang Chen immediately frowned, but still said, I'm not borrowing money from you. Hongjie was injured and hospitalized. He's now on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department of the first hospital. 311. I'll talk to you. Hospitalized? I know. Hang up. Wang Lily said coldly, and then hung up. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows deeply. Wang Hongjie was with this kind of woman. Even if he got married, I'm afraid he wouldn't be happy. Brother Chen, how did you get out? Where's Sun Hao? It was at this moment that Wang Hongjie woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw that Jiang Chen was fine, he let out a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked, I called the police before I went there, and when the people from the safety association arrived, Sun Hao's gang got scared and fled. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Something like killing someone would definitely be hard to accept for an ordinary person like Wang Hongjie, so he casually found a reason to put it off. Let's not talk about this, Hong Jie. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, otherwise you wouldn't have been so badly injured. Jiang Chen said guiltily. Brother Chen, what are you talking about? We've been good brothers for so many years. Your business is my business. Somehow that son of a is a shameless villain. You have to be careful of him in the future. Don't fall into his trap. Wang Hongjie, however, smiled bashfully, not forgetting to remind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was touched for a moment in his heart. This was truly a good brother. Good brothers don't see outsiders. How do you feel now? I feel fine. It's really strange. I was injured so heavily, but now I feel like nothing is wrong. Wang Hongjie said with some surprise. That's good, Jiang Chen said with a smile, then he thought about it and still said, Hongjie, how are you and your girlfriend doing? We're pretty good. I've already decided that she's the person I'm looking for in my life. By the way, we've been discussing our engagement recently. Brother Chen, you must go to our wedding at that time. Lily has a few girlfriends. I'll help you pull strings at that time. Speaking of Wang Lily, Wang Hongjie's face was full of sweetness. At a glance, he was the one who fell in love. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He was afraid that Wang Lily didn't think so in her heart. Clang! While the two were chatting, the door to the ward was suddenly violently pushed open. A relatively pretty-looking, but somewhat mean and heavily made-up woman walked in with a sullen face. Seeing Jiang Chen, she frowned slightly with a disdainful expression. Lily, why did you come over? Seeing Wang Lily, Wang Hongjie looked surprised. His eyes filled with sweetness. Jiang Chen called me. I came to see if you're dead, Wang Lily said with an impatient face. Jiang Chen's face was cold. This woman was just too much. Wang Hongjie was at least her boyfriend, but she spoke so meanly. But this was something between Wang Hongjie and Wang Lily. There was nothing he could say. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me, Wang Hongjie said with a happy face. You think I will worry about you? Really narcissistic. You die with me have anything to do? Wang Lily said with a cold smile and a cold face. Lily, how? Do you talk like that? I am your boyfriend. Wang Hongjie's face was stagnant, and he said with some aggravation. How did I talk? I told you a long time ago, don't be with this kind of waste. You prefer not to listen. This time injured and with this waste, you just deserve it, Wang Lily said with a disdainful face. Brother Chen is not a waste. I forbid you to say that about Brother Chen. Wang Hongjie glanced at Jiang Chen guiltily, then said in an agitated tone. Not a waste? Oh, eating a woman's soft rice, tidying up housework and cleaning at home, also washing clothes and cleaning the toilet. His own child is sick. There is no way at all. Is this a man? What is it if it's not a waste? Jiang Chen, are you calling yourself a waste? Wang Lily sneered at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lightly glanced at Wang Lily and didn't say anything. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of woman. Wang Lily, shut up. If you keep talking about Brother Chen like that, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing Wang Lily talking more and more excessively, Wang Hongjie angrily yelled loudly. Fine, Wang Hongjie, you're really bold and fat. How dare you yell at me for such a loser? Still want to hit me, don't you? Wang Lily instantly exploded, pointing at Wang Hongjie's nose and roaring loudly. I didn't. I just don't want you to stop insulting Brother Chen. Brother Chen isn't the same as before. He's already divorced Lin Jiaojiao, and he's also a capable person. Wang Hongjie shrunk his neck and immediately wimped out, mumbling in a small voice. I said, why did he find you again? So he divorced Lin Jiaojiao. He must have no money to live, and wants to cheat some money from you to spend. After eating a woman's soft rice, you want to eat a man's soft rice again? Really laugh me to death. Waste will always be waste, never become a man. Wang Lily snorted and said, Wang Hongjie, people like you, just a dog can't change to eat. With you this waste, no future at all. Let's break up. Lily, what did you say? Wang Hongjie was instantly confused and asked in a frozen manner. Are you deaf? I said I want to break up with you. Wang Lily became more and more annoyed. Chapter 37 Shameless to the extreme. Lily, the two of us have been good for so many years. We are going to talk about marriage. You want to break up with me? Wang Hongjie stammered and asked. Talk about marriage? Oh, Wang Hongjie, you can really dream. Follow you I ate how much bitterness. What blessings have not enjoyed. With you such a waste of marriage. That is my shame. Wang Lily as if looking at the little cute. Like looking at Wang Hongjie. But all these years, I quit smoking and drinking for you. Saved all my money for you. And took out a loan to buy a house. The homeowner wrote for you. And I went to help with anything in your house. I am so good to you. Why do you want to break up with me? Wang Hongjie's face instantly turned pale. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Wang Hongjie did this. To put it bluntly, he was a dog licker. Unfortunately. Licking a dog. Licking to nothing in the end. Less to make you sound so pathetic and disgusting. All these years you want a car without a car. A house is still a loan to buy. You are such a waste of a person. Do you think deserve this girl? Wang Lily said with a cold smile, her tone vicious and incomparable. Jiang Chen frowned deeper. This woman was also too desperate. From her body he seemed to see Lin Jiaojia. The same snobbery, the same ruthlessness. But I can't just break up with you so simply. My old lady has followed you, a loser, for so many years, and lost such a good amount of youthful years for nothing. You have to compensate me. Don't you have an antique vase from the Ming dynasty? Give it to me as our breakup fee. Wang Lily said in a churlish manner. That was left to me by my father. Why should I give it to you? Besides, all the money I've earned over the years is in your hands. Wang Hongjie said angrily. Just your little money. What the hell? It's not enough to pay for a few of my bags. You still have the nerve to mention it to me? Lily baby, still not done with that loser? I think it's better to do it my way. This kind of person just doesn't eat the soft ones. At this time, a man in his 30s pushed the door and walked in, sneering. Lily, who is he? Why do you call you baby? Wang Hongjie immediately noticed that something was wrong and questioned loudly. Who is it? Ha ha. Introduce myself. I am Lily baby's boyfriend Zhou Long. We have been dating for 2 years, Zhou Long said with a smile on his face, and as he said that, he also wrapped his arms around Wang Lily's thin waist and ruthlessly touched it twice. Brother Long, you hate it. Wang Lily patted Zhou Long as if she was pampered, with a sweet face, not caring that Wang Hongjie was still in front of her. Rubbish. See, Lily and I are the true love, and you are just a servant of Lily. Honestly, hand over the vase and I can leave you alone. Otherwise, with my Zhou Long's position in Songjiang, getting you killed is like playing, Zhou Long said with a cold smile. Wang Lily, so you are this kind of woman. You said that you only loved me in the beginning. Seeing this scene, Wang Hongjie's face reddened with anger, and his entire body began to tremble. Wang Hongjie, you don't really think that I ever liked you, do you? A hangdog like you, how can you deserve to be loved by me? Wang Lily, what I like is a man like Brother Long. Wang Lily followed. Oh yeah, Lily is good in bed. The two of us are quite harmonious. I'm sure you've never experienced that, right? Ha ha. Brother Long, you hate it. He is just a dog. How is he worthy of my bed? I usually just reward a bone. He can be happy for days. Put. Wang Hongjie was furious and instantly a mouthful of blood sprayed out. You pair of dogs, get lost. I won't give the vase to you. Wang Lily, return my money to me. Dogs, give face to face. Zhou Long was furious and punched towards Wang Hongjie. Bang! Only before Zhou Long could touch Wang Hongjie, his figure flew out and landed on the wall of the ward, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Dare to touch my Jiang Chen's brother. What are you guys? It was at this moment that Jiang Chen stood out and said in a cold voice, letting Wang Hongjie see Wang Lily's true colors would also make Wang Hongjie die, which was why he hadn't said anything. Rubbish, you dare to hit Brother Long? I'll beat you to death. Wang Lily was first startled, then she was madly grabbing at Jiang Chen. Snap! Jiang Chen didn't have the sense of compassion, and directly slapped Wang Lily to the ground. Waist, you, being slapped by the waist in her own eyes. Wang Lily was instantly furious and roared sternly, if you dare to curse me and my brothers again, I'll kill you, Jiang Chen said in a cold voice, a murderous aura instantly radiating from his body. Wang Lily felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast from the distant past, as if she spoke again, this ferocious beast would tear her apart. The rest of her words were instantly swallowed back in fear. Hongjie, this kind of woman doesn't deserve you at all, just break up. Jiang Chen then turned his head, looked at Wang Hongjie, and said, Brother Chen, I understand. Wang Hongjie nodded his head vigorously, but a hint of tears flashed in his eyes. Wang Hongjie, who hadn't even cried out under Sun Hao's cruel abuse, was shedding tears at this moment. A man's tears were not light, but just not to the place of sadness. Kid, who the hell are you? Dare to hit me, Zhou Long? At this time, Zhou Long covered his chest and stood up, saying with a fierce face, Brother Long, this brat is a door-to-door son-in-law who eats soft food. His daughter is sick, he doesn't even have the money to treat her, and now he's been kicked by his wife. Seeing Zhou Long up, Wang Lily seemed to have a backbone, climbed up and ran to Zhou Long, whispered, so it's a soft food door-to-door son-in-law, really ing loli ah, boy, dare to hit me, now kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, then lick the tops of my shoes clean, I can consider releasing you. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Long's eyes and he said in a cold voice, the two of you now kneel and kowtow to my brother and apologize for your mistakes, then pay back all his expenses over the years, and perhaps I can spare you. Jiang Chen also said in a cold voice, ha ha ha, are you a? Do you know who I am? Dare to make me kneel down? What kind of a thing are you? Kid, Long's family is starting a company with a market capitalization of tens of millions of dollars. With money you can be smashed to death, regardless of black and white. How do you want to get you? Hurry up and kneel down, so as not to make Long angry. Wang Lily's body was almost about to hang on Zhou Long, said condescendingly, "Oh, then I'd like to find out how you can make me die." Jiang Chen wasn't the least bit afraid and said with a faint smile, well, kid, you a punk dare to call out to me, Zhou Long, today I'll let you know what power is. Zhou Long laughed back in anger and said, after saying that, he directly punched the phone out. Brother Wu, this is Zhou Long ah. My brother was beaten up in Songjiang First Hospital. You have to do something for my brother. Chapter 38, I, Wu Chang, am heaven. Kid, do you know who I just called? The one I called is the captain of our Eastern District Security Association's defense team. Do you know how powerful I am? Kneel down for me now. Maybe I can spare you. Otherwise I will definitely make you sit through the bottom of the jail today. Zhou Long finished his call and looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly with a cocky expression. Brother Long, you still know the captain of the defense team? Wang Lily instantly brightened up, as if she had discovered a treasure, and tightly hugged Zhou Long's arm. What do you mean you know ah? That's my good big brother. The relationship is too good to be true. I, Zhou Long, have been mixing in society for so many years, and I know countless such powerful people. Zhou Long said openly, Brother Long, you are too good. People love you so much. Wang Lily's eyes were glowing, and she kissed Zhou Long on the cheek. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to take off Zhou Long's clothes and have a fight with him. Following this kind of man would not be a waste of life. Wang Hongjie, Jiang Chen, did you hear that? Brother Long knows so many big shots. How are you going to fight him? Why don't you do what Brother Long says? With that, she turned around and looked at these two with a lofty gaze. Wang Lily, we've been together for so many years at least. Do you have to be so vicious? Wang Hongjie said with an indignant face. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over the vase. Otherwise when Brother Long gets angry, both of you will have to go to jail. Wang Lily said with a cold smile. Wang Hongjie immediately stagnated, looked at Jiang Chen, and said with a clench of his teeth, okay, I can hand over the antique vase. I still say the same thing. Now you two kneel down and kowtow. Hand over Hongjie's money, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen directly interrupted Wang Hongjie's words and said in a cold voice, ha ha ha, you punk, are you scared silly? It's come to this, you still dare to pretend with us. Stinking silly, Wang Lily said with a cold smile. Snap, Jiang Chen flung his hand and slapped Wang Lily to the ground again. Didn't you remember what I told you? If you dare to curse me again, I'll hit you back. Chao Nima, how dare you hit my woman? This time you're dead. No one can protect you, Zhou Long said in a fierce voice. Bang! It was at this moment that the door of the ward was pushed open once again, and a group of people dressed in Security Association clothes walked in. Who the hell dares to touch my brother? The person in the lead walked in condescendingly. Brother Wu, you have to do right by your brother. This kid is a door-to-door loser who eats soft food. Not only did he beat me up, but he also beat up my girlfriend. Even after I reported your name, he is still unscrupulous and said that you're just a fart. Don't worry, after this today, I will definitely show something. Zhou Long ran to Wu Chang, pointed at Jiang Chen, and added to his words. Asterisk. Kid, you're pretty damn bullish, aren't you? Arrest me. Once Wu Chang heard Zhou Long's words, he nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Chen. His face immediately sank. As someone from the Security Association, you're going to arrest me without asking me why I beat them up? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Ha ha ha. In the East District, there is no one that I, Wu Chang, can't arrest. Boy, I advise you that you'd better tie your hands, otherwise don't blame me for getting on the instruments. Wu Chang sneered and said, rubbish, aren't you bullish? How come you're not bullish now? Wang Lily stood up and said with a smooth face. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he picked up the phone and called Li Changming. The two had exchanged numbers when they were at the hotel. Asterisk. Still want to call someone? Well, I'd like to see who you can call. In Dongcheng District, I, Wu Chang, am the sky, and even the King of Heaven has to give me face when he comes. Wu Chang waved his hand, stopping his men's actions, and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Brother Wu, who can this punk call in? It must have gone to be a dog begging his ex-wife again. Wang Lily said with a big smile. Li Changming's phone was quickly put through. Mr. Jiang, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Is there something I need to handle? On the other end of the phone, Li Changming curtly said, do you know someone called Wu Chang? He said that he is the sky in the Eastern District and wants to arrest me back to the Security Association. Jiang Chen said indifferently. What? This dog? Li Changming was covered in cold sweat all of a sudden. He was almost so scared that he squatted his ass on the ground. He had just offended Jiang Chen this morning. He didn't think that his own men would come back to offend Jiang Chen in the afternoon. If Jiang Chen was angry and told Ji Guanxing about this matter, then he would be completely finished. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I'll deal with this matter seriously. Wait a moment, I'll rush over. Li Changming said tremblingly. Good, I'll wait for you. Jiang Chen told Li Changming the address and hung up the phone. Kid, pretending is kinda like that. I wanna see what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd today. If the people you invited aren't enough, let's see how your master Wu will concoct you in a while. Wu Chang said with a cold smile. 10 minutes later, a sound of fast walking came from outside the building. Yo ho, this person is not bad. Sounds like he brought quite a few people, but what's the point? Ha ha. Disdain flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. Zhou Long and the others also laughed out loud. Although Wu Chang didn't bring many people, they were all powerful people in Songjiang. Someone dared to go against them? Creaking, the door was carefully pushed open. Seeing the situation inside, Li Changming walked in with a gloomy face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still an old thing ah. Look at this Mediterranean head. Woo, this is also a big man ah. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long laughed with a sneer. It won't be Jiang Chen, the adoptive father of this waste. I heard that his adoptive father is also a piece of trash. What's the use of calling an old waste? Wang Lili smiled even more brilliantly. As for Wu Chang, the smile on his face had stagnated, and the hairs on his body instantly exploded when he heard the words of the two Zhou Longs. Snap! Wu Chang ran to Zhou Long and Wang Lili and slapped each of them hard. You two dogs! Shut the up! Brother Wu, what are you doing? The two Zhou Longs were dumbfounded by the beating and covered their faces with a puzzled look. As for Wu Chang, who had the time to care about the two of them? He ran to Li Changming, bowing his head and fawning with a flattering face. President, why have you come? If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known that your brother Wu has such a great power. The sky of the Eastern District, isn't it? Li Changming asked in a cold voice. President, no how dare I No, Mr. Jiang is my honored guest. You even want to arrest him? You're not more imposing than me? Wu Chang's entire face instantly went pale, looking at Jiang Chen in horror. What kind of great god did he provoke here? The entire ward was instantly silent. A needle could be heard. Chapter 39, then call for someone. Li Changming quickly ran to Jiang Chen and said with a respectful face, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for failing to discipline him. Please forgive me. President Li, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I think you should reflect on this. Otherwise, things will definitely happen again in the future. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Jiang's lesson is right. I'll definitely fix things up when I go back and make them behave properly. Li Changming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and roared, looking at the president of the hallowed Eastern District Security Association being like a grandson in front of Jiang Chen. The people present were suddenly shocked. In the hearts of Zhou Long and Wu Chang, fear spread continuously. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Brother Wu, this must be an actor hired by this punk. How could he, a soft-eating door-to-door punk, make your president come personally? Wang Lili roared with a frantic face. Jiang Chen's image of a waste in her mind was already deeply rooted. She simply didn't believe that Jiang Chen would make the president of the Hallowed Security Association so respectful. Damn, stinking cousin, shut the up. Wu Chang was trembling with anger. Wu Chang, you're expelled. I've sent someone to start investigating your matter. You're waiting to go to jail. Li Changming said in a cold voice. Chairman, don't I'm wrong. Jiang Chen, I'm wrong. Please let the chairman let me go. In the future, I'll work for you as a cow to repay your favor. Wu Chang flung himself on his knees and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. This kind of person should be punished as he deserved. He still didn't know how many people he had screwed over in the Security Association over the years. What's more, he didn't have any friendship with the other party at all. Mr. Jiang, what's going on with these two? Li Changming pointed at Zhou Long and Wang Lili and asked. The two of them are in cahoots, coming over to rob my brother's antique vase, and they're going to keep my brother's money for themselves. Jiang Chen said indifferently. No king's law simply outrageous. Really don't know shame. Come on people, bring me back. Seriously, deal with it. Li Changming gave an order, and a few people from the Security Association came over. President Li, catching someone in the act. You have to arrest us without evidence. Isn't that out of line? Zhou Long snapped out of his shock and said stiffly and irritably. Although Li Changming was very powerful, but the Security Association always had to emphasize evidence when doing business. That's it. Does whatever Jiang Chen says mean anything? I think you're just deliberately trying to curry favor with him. You want to arrest us? Why don't you arrest him? Wang Lili covered her face, which had already been beaten into a pig's head, and said hideously. Li Changming's face was stagnant. This kind of thing, he as the president of the Security Association had to investigate clearly before he could do so. Otherwise it was extremely easy to make a mistake. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Li Changming had a special status. If he wanted to deal with these two people, he could only rely on explicit methods. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to solve this matter completely. Chairman Li, you go first. I'll handle things here. Mr. Jiang, I'll go investigate these two now. No need, I said. I'll handle things here. Just discipline your men in the future. Jiang Chen said coldly. Yes, then I'll leave now. Li Changming shuddered at Jiang Chen's icy cold eyes, and hurriedly nodded his head, leading his men away. Rubbish, so you were pretending with us. That was quite a decent play. Once Li Changming left, Wang Lili suddenly sneered. Jiang Chen frowned, not understanding what Wang Lili meant. Zhou Long was also confused. Baby, what does it mean? Brother Long, can't you see? President Li is such a big person. If he wanted to deal with us, wouldn't that be a breeze? But why doesn't he take us? It's because Jiang Chen just asked him to play the fool and scare us. This President Li might still be the one this punk found by relying on his ex-wife's connections. He's afraid of revealing himself, so he hurriedly let President Li go. Waste, you've divorced your ex-wife, and you're still using other people's connections. Aren't you afraid that they'll fix you? Wang Lili said with a sneer as if she had discovered the trick. Zhou Long also came to a realization, and immediately his face became gloomy. Asterisk playing with me Zhou Long, thinking that you can muddle through by finding President Li to act? I'm telling you, this thing is not finished today. You wait for me. Zhou Long viciously cursed a few times, then made the call. Brother Dog, I'm at Songjiang First Hospital. Come quickly, there's a fool here who's messed with me. Brother Dog? Is it the local snake in this area? Brother Dog? I heard that he is following Lu Gue and is powerful. Wang Lili said in surprise. Not bad. But recently Lu Gue was gotten rid of by Ding Kuan. He threw himself under Ding Kuan again, and now his territory is even bigger than before. Zhou Long said unusually proudly. Did the trash hear that? A character like Dog is a big man who kills without blinking an eye. As long as he comes, both of you losers will have to die. Unless, right now, you guys hand over the vase right now and kowtow on the ground and beg us. Once Brother Long is in a good mood, he might even let you guys go. Wang Lili said with a soothing face. Dog brother, this kind of gray aspect is not the same as the kind of character like Li Changming. There is nothing to worry about, and he can kill you when he says so. Originally, I didn't want to bother with you guys in general, but today you'll die a miserable death. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of Sun Hao's matter. In case Zhou Long is the same as Sun Hao in the future, and puts a black hand on Wang Hongjie, then it's really undefendable. Since that's the case, then he must solve this matter today. He picked up the phone and called Ding Kuan. Come to Songjiang First Hospital. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I'm right near the first hospital. I'll bring someone over here. Ding Kuan immediately replied back. Ha, you dumbass. Learning from Brother Long again? You think your ex-wife's family is the top family in Songjiang? Who do you want to find to help you play the game and they will come? Brother Dog is Kuan's subordinate. Don't you dream. Beware of your ex-wife knowing and coming over to break your dog's legs. Seeing this, Wang Lili immediately sneered and laughed. Knock knock knock. After a few minutes, a trotting sound came from outside the room door, followed by the door being pushed open, and Ding Kuan walked in with two of his juniors panting. Mr. Jiang, where are those ungrateful dogs? Ding Kuan walked to Jiang Chen and asked respectfully. It's the two of them. Jiang Chen pointed at Zhou Long and Wang Lili and said indifferently. Asterisk. Rubbish, this is the person you're looking for? An old thing who's almost in his coffin with two little mongrels? Seeing Ding Kuan's trio, Zhou Long immediately snorted out a laugh. Ha, I say waste, this can't be your adoptive father's fox and dog friends, right? One by one, they look like dying wastes. I think you'd better give them an insurance policy. It's unlikely that they'll die on the road one day. Wastes really can only make friends with wastes. Wang Lili even covered her stomach and laughed rampantly, tears giving way to laughter. Mr. Jiang, are these two little than pups done with death? Ding Kuan was furious and looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 40, The Repetitive Woman. Asterisk. Old thing. UING human waste talk quite powerful UING count a thing? Know who I called in a while? Dog brother, believe it or not I will call the dog brother to get you dead? Zhou Long heard Ding Kuan's words, viciously said. Dog brother is what dog thing? Very powerful? Ding Kuan sneered and said. Old thing, you're still quite arrogant. Even brother dog dares to insult. You wait for death. Wang Lili looked at Ding Kuan with eyes like a dead man. Old thing, really an uneducated goods. Let me tell you, brother dog is the big brother of this area. Now you kneel down for me. Maybe I can get your brother dog to spare your life later. Zhou Long said in a commanding manner. You can make brother dog work for you? Ding Kuan asked indifferently. I can't talk about doing things, but do you know who brother dog's big brother is? That's our Songjiang's gray big brother. Ding Kuan. I have a good relationship with Ding Kuan, and had a meal together yesterday. Ding Kuan in the gray area of Songjiang, that is a big man, said let you die 3 nights. You do not want to live to 5 nights. now you know my power, right? Hurry up and kneel down, Zhou Long said with an open face. Oh, then how come I don't recognize you? Ding Kuan asked playfully. Ha ha ha, old thing, how the hell do you dare to impersonate my good brother Ding Kuan? People like you don't even deserve to lick brother Kuan's shoes. Dog-like things. Zhou Long had a sneer on his face. At this time, the ward door was pushed open once again and a group of people walked in. Who the hell dares to bully my brother? A burly man with a cross-faced face walked in and stormed out. Brother dog, help! This old thing not only hit me, but also called you some kind of dog. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. You must ruthlessly fix a few of them. Yes, there's also this punk. I want him dead. Zhou Long saw the person who came, immediately ran over, said with a hideous and incomparable face, which one is not afraid of death dare to scold me? Kneel down for me. Brother dog was immediately furious and roared. Ding Kuan, who had his back to the dog brother, turned violently and looked at the dog brother. His face was gloomy and watery. Dog thing, you're pretty awesome. When brother dog saw Ding Kuan, his entire body was instantly stunned. Then his face instantly turned pale and his body began to shake. Brother dog, see, this old loser even dared to curse you in front of you. And by the way, he even pretended to be your big brother. Ding Kuan, he simply deserves to die. You hurry up and get him killed. Zhou Long was delighted in his heart. He didn't expect Ding Kuan to be so ungrateful. He was at this juncture, but he still dared to taunt. This is good. In a moment, brother dog will beat him a little harder. Brother dog, however, was so scared that he couldn't stand still. This stupid Zhou Long, this is to kill him? He had been following Lu Gue, and now that Lu Gue had been thunderously destroyed by Ding Kuan, he could only throw himself under Ding Kuan. However, Ding Kuan had always been on the defensive against those of them who used to be under Lu Gue. As a result, Zhou Long dared to be so disrespectful to Ding Kuan. He grabbed Zhou Long's hair and violently slammed his fist on his face, directly breaking Zhou Long's nose. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Long was instantly in a sorry state. Chow Nima, how do you talk to brother Kuan? Someone come and give me a beating. Brother dog threw Zhou Long to his little brother, while he himself ran to Ding Kuan and flopped down on his knees. Brother Kuan, spare my life. I didn't know you were here? What? He's brother Kuan? Zhou Long and Zhou Lily were immediately scared out of their wits. Just now they were still discussing Ding Kuan, but it turned out that the person himself had actually come. Thinking about how he had just bragged in front of Ding Kuan, Zhou Long's face was even more ashen. Jiang Chen, this punk, had directly called in Ding Kuan, the biggest grey big shot in Songjiang. How was this possible? Dog, you're arrogant. Don't you still want me to kneel? Ding Kuan said with a cold smile. Thud thud thud. Dog kowtowed like garlic. His brain knocked blood. I was wrong. Kuan, I was wrong. In this matter, I don't count. Didn't you come to deal with Mr. Jiang today? See how Mr. Jiang disposes of you. Ding Kuan looked at Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, spare my life. Zhou Long just gave me a call. I didn't do anything. Brother dog looked up at Jiang Chen. His legs rubbed in front of Jiang Chen. He couldn't stop kowtowing, his body trembling as he said, this person is at your own discretion. Jiang Chen looked at Ding Kuan. Ding Kuan, however, his heart trembled. Jiang Chen was looking at his performance. He smiled coldly. He had just taken over Lu Gui's industry. He was worried that he had no way to fix this group of Lu Gui's men. This time, it was just in time. Old dog, you're pretty damn good. Do you think that I, Ding Kuan, am inferior to Lu Gue? Come on people, break a leg for me. Ding Kuan said coldly. In an instant, there was a junior brother holding down the dog. Another junior brother with an iron rod swung a bat on the dog's leg. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out. Brother dog pressed his already broken leg and screamed in agony. Shut up! Don't disturb Mr. Jiang, or I'll break your other leg as well. Ding Kuan shouted in a cold voice. Dog hurriedly forced himself to endure the pain and shut his mouth, looking at Zhou Long with murderous intent in his eyes. If it wasn't for this idiot then gave him a phone call, how would he have suffered this kind of harm? Mr. Jiang, what about these two people? Ding Kuan once again looked at Zhou Long and Wang Lily with cold eyes. Zhou Long and Wang Lily were already trembling with fear. This time it wasn't the one from Li Changming just now, just moving his mouth, but really moving his dick. They knew that Jiang Chen really wasn't acting. Plop plop plop. The two couldn't stand the fear in their hearts any longer and knelt on the ground in unison. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll return all the money to Wang Hongjie. No, I'll take out $1 million myself to compensate him. Please, spare me. Zhou Long said with a prayerful face. I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Ding Kuan, this kid cuckolded my brother. I want him to be a man for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen said. Quick, do as Mr. Jiang says. With a wave of Ding Kuan's hand, there were a few juniors who swung Zhou Long's body in a big zigzag pattern. Don't, Jiang Chen, I'll give you all my money, don't let me not be a man. Zhou Long struggled hard, but he couldn't break away at all. The whole person suddenly went crazy and begged for mercy. Self-inflicted sin cannot live. If just now you painfully hand over the money, perhaps I can spare you, only that you do not know how to die. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and waste him, Ding Kuan yelled. A junior brother immediately stepped down hard with a foot. Oh, Zhou Long completely became a eunuch and cried out in pain. Mr. Jiang, what's next? Seeing Zhou Long's expression, Ding Kuan subconsciously shrunk his legs and asked, break the limbs of these two people. I'm going to make them unable to crawl out of bed for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen said again. Don't, Jiang Chen, we are friends, how can you do this to me? Spare me. Wang Lily screamed in shock. Being friends with you will give me nightmares. Jiang Chen's face was cold. When Wang Lily saw this, her heart sank and she crawled to Wang Hongjie's hospital bed. Hongjie, my dear, you quickly let Jiang Chen let me go. If he's willing to deal with Zhou Long, just break his limbs. Don't ever hit me. I was forced by Zhou Long in the beginning, and he even said that if I don't follow him, he'll deal with you. I was forced to stay with him. I actually wanted to protect you. Wang Lily cried bitterly. Stinking cousin, why the hell are you so vicious? When you deliberately seduced me, you even said that Wang Hongjie's family had an antique vase that was worth a few $1 million. Otherwise why would I come to the hospital with you? Jiang Chen, what I said is true, and this woman used to ask me for money every time she played with me. I have the transfer records, and our chat records are all kept. Zhou Long was trembling with anger, exposing Wang Lily's true nature. Surname Zhou, you're shameless, you even keep these things. Wang Lily looked viciously at Zhou Long. Chao Nimas, Lao Zi has already been victimized by you to the point where I can't even be a man. You don't want to be good either, damn it. Wang Lily hurriedly looked at Wang Hongjie. Hubby, I was just confused for a moment. You must forgive me. In the future I'll live my life with you properly. I will definitely not betray you again. Hongjie, what do you think? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Hongjie. Brother Chen, you see to it, this woman's death has nothing to do with me. Wang Hongjie said in a cold voice. Good, then do as I say. Jiang Chen nodded and pronounced the result of Wang Lily and Zhou Long. Chapter 41, Bidding Session. Brother Chen, I didn't expect I've been good to Wang Lily for so many years. I've been a licking dog, and as a result, she did this to me. At first, I didn't even lend you any money because I was afraid of her anger. Now that I think about it, I'm really sorry. When everyone left, only Wang Hongjie and Jiang Chen were left in the hospital room. Wang Hongjie cried bitterly. Jiang Chen sighed, patted him on the shoulder and said, Hongjie, it's all in the past. It's better to know this woman's nature now than later on after you guys get married. Everything has to be looked forward. As long as you're good, you don't have to be afraid of other people's betrayal. Right, Brother Chen, you're right. I must work hard to make money in the future. Wang Hongjie's eyes gradually became firm. Just in time, I'm planning to develop a real estate property. You come and help me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This was also what he had wanted to do. Wang Hongjie was so close to him. He should help him too. Developing a real estate property, that has to require a lot of money, right? And you have to borrow from the bank. Brother Chen, do you have the money? Wang Hongjie said with some surprise. To develop a property at random, it wouldn't take several $100 million. I'll take care of the money. Don't worry, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Let's do it this way. That antique vase in my house isn't much use to keep. Why don't I just sell it and contribute some money as well? Wang Hongjie seemed to have made up his mind and said, but that was left to you by your father. It's okay. My father left it to me because he also wanted me to have a good life. Wang Hongjie said as if he had untied his heart. Good. In that case, tomorrow I'll treat your injuries and accompany you to sell vases. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew that Wang Hongjie was also a strong person. If he just gave him a job, then it would inevitably be hard for him in his heart. Since he was willing to spend money to get in, it was a good thing. After comforting Wang Hongjie, Jiang Chen left the hospital and rushed towards the Yangli Auction Company, which was going to auction off the land of the Spirit Gathering Formation tonight. Yangli Auction Company was a fairly large auction company in the whole of Songjiang, often organizing various auctions or bidding sessions. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Is this a place for a punk like you to come? Get lost. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the entrance of the company when he ran into his ex-father-in-law, Lin Changyuan, and his ex-mother-in-law, Yang Huiqin, who said with a disgusted look on his face, "You dead waste, what an evil heart, even colluded with MS Tang to bring out our family's $20 million. You hurry up and give it back or I won't let you go." While Yang Huiqin was pointing at Jiang Chen with an agitated face, cursing loudly. "What $20 million? Lin Changyuan froze and asked hurriedly. He had just come back from overseas business negotiations and didn't know anything other than the fact that Lin Jiaojiu and Jiang Chen had divorced. So, Yan Huiqin told Lin Changyuan what happened today. Lin Changyuan was instantly furious. You white-eyed wolf, how much money did our Lin family spend on you all these years? You even took away our $20 million on your way out. Are you a human being? Hurry up and return it to me. Lin Changyuan pointed at Jiang Chen's nose, his heart heaving with anger. Although their Lin family had gotten some money in the past few years, but $20 million was more than all of their family's assets, he had to get it back. That's my own money. Why should I give it to you guys? It's fine if you guys want it. Go find Ms. Tang Ruoxue to ask for it. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Lin Changyuan immediately stagnated. What was Tang Ruoxue's status? What was his status? How would he dare to go to Tang Ruoxue to ask for money? Wasn't this looking for death? Also, I don't owe your family anything over the years. If I say I owe, it's also you who owe me. When I took advantage of my car accident, all my money was taken by you guys. Even he got sick and didn't give me any money. Thanks to you guys who have the face to say it. Jiang Chen then rebuked in a cold voice. Asshole, you punk have turned against the heavens, haven't you? Since you've joined our family, everything you have is naturally ours. That little bit of money is naturally ours as well. You're really bloodthirsty. Can't it be that $200 a month isn't for her to cure her illness? Lin Changyuan said with an angry face, as if he was the one who had suffered the greatest humiliation. Jiang Chen shook his head. These two people were simply unreasonable people. He had to be lazy to pay attention to them and turned around to walk inside the auction company. You white-eyed wolf. Sooner or later you'll be struck to death by lightning. Yang Huiqin cursed loudly. Let's go. I'd like to see how this punk gets into the bidding. Lin Changyuan suppressed the anger in his heart and pulled Yang Huiqin towards the door. Sir, please show your invitation. Jiang Chen walked to the entrance, and the security guard in charge of checking the invitation asked in a business-like manner. This bidding meeting was very important, and the people invited were all prominent figures in Songjiang, so in order to avoid some idle people mixing in, the inspection was very strict this time. Ha ha, security big brother. This kid is a door-to-door son-in-law who was kicked out by my family. I really know too well. A soft-eating door-to-door waste. How can he have an invitation for this kind of occasion? Lin Changyuan walked over quickly and said with a sneer. That's right, Jiang Chen, you really think you're a person with a bit of money? What kind of place is this? But it's a place where only upper-class people like us can enter. A mountain chicken can never turn into a phoenix. You're still a piece of trash. You're not qualified to enter this kind of place. Hurry up and get lost. Yan Huiqin also followed with a sneer. In the past, when facing Jiang Chen, she was able to beat and scold him whenever she wanted to, but now that Jiang Chen not only had the money, but was also treating her cross-eyed, this made her exceptionally unhappy. Hearing the words of the two, many people were immediately looking at Jiang Chen with strange gazes. In the eyes of those of them who fancied themselves as upper-class people, people like soft eaters were the lowest of the low, making them nauseous. I'll go. This man is too disgusting, having hands and feet but still eating soft rice. I just heard, he not only eats soft rice, but also secretly transferred $20 million from his father-in-law's family. Simply too shameless. This kind of man deserves to die. A group of people who were watching the rarity mocked. Jiang Chen, do you hear me? Look at how annoying trash like you are. Don't get lost yet. Lin Changyuan said with a soothing expression. That's right. Do you know where this is? This is the territory of the Shu family. You've already offended the Shu family by coming here without an invitation. Brother security, hurry up and arrest him. Yang Huiqin added fuel to the fire. Sir, please take out the invitation letter. Otherwise please leave this place. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't refute, the security guard's face turned cold and he looked at Jiang Chen with a wary face. Rubbish. It's fine if you want to go in. I can give you an invitation in charity. However, you must spit out the $20 million to me. Lin Changyuan said with an open face. Who says I don't have an invitation? Jiang Chen laughed coldly and pulled out from his pocket the invitation that Yi Guanxing had given him today. The security guard took Jiang Chen's invitation and just scanned it. His face immediately changed, bowing slightly with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry sir, it's me being abrupt. Please enter. The entire scene was instantly silent. Chapter 42, Encountering Ex-Wife's Parents. Chow. These two people are naughty stupid than people have invitations still so then. Yes, the people who can get the invitation here are definitely not ordinary people. These two people won't be messing it up. Security guards, hurry up and kick them both out. Don't affect us entering the venue. The crowd of onlookers immediately switched directions and began to sneer at Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin. The faces of the two instantly turned pitch black. They fancied themselves as big shots in the upper class, and to be mocked and insulted by so many people on such an occasion was simply humiliating. Therefore, the gazes of these two looking at Jiang Chen were filled with hatred. It was all because of this loser that they were being ridiculed by these people, especially Lin Changyuan. He was the one who loved Face the most, so how could he possibly stand this kind of aggravation? At once, he pointed at Jiang Chen and said loudly, "Waste, this invitation is definitely not yours. You forged it, didn't you? You should hurry up and admit it. Otherwise, if you let people find out that this invitation is fake, you'll just wait for death." Incorrigible, Jiang Chen shook his head and was about to head inside. "Stop right there," Lin Changyuan roared in anger. "Old thing, shut up. Since Mr. Jiang has the invitation to the bidding session, he's the most honored guest of our auction house. If you dare to speak out of turn again, don't blame us for being impolite." The security guard checking the tickets loudly chided. Accompanying his chiding, the several security guards behind him immediately rushed up with their weapons and aggressively surrounded these two people. The security guard checking the tickets couldn't stand these two people for a long time. If it wasn't for the two of them talking nonsense here, how could he have treated Jiang Chen so poorly and almost caused a big problem? Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin were immediately scared and trembled. "I'm telling you, we're guests invited by Mr. Zhu. If Mr. Zhu finds out that you've been so insulting to us, you won't be able to do this job anymore." Yang Huiqin reacted and yelled in a shrill voice. Lin Changyuan, on the other hand, instantly brightened up, hurriedly picking up the phone and dialing out, "Mr. Zhu, come quickly. Someone forged an invitation to enter the bidding meeting." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer on his face. "Rubbish, I've just talked to called Mr. Zhu, he'll be coming over soon. Dare to forge the invitation letter of Yangli auction, you're dead this time." And when those security guards saw Lin Changyuan's confident face, they were a bit uncertain. Zhu Jiahao was the vice chairman of Zhu's group. If these two were really Zhu's honored guests, then they would definitely lose their jobs if they treated them like this. Who dares to cause trouble at our Yangli auction? At this time, Zhu Jiahao, who was dashing in a well-tailored suit with hairspray in his hair, furrowed his brows and walked over quickly from inside. "Mr. Zhu, you're here. Let me tell you, this kid forged our company's invitation letter and wants to fish in troubled waters to run into our company. He definitely wants to do something bad. I'm afraid that he's harming our company's interests, so I hurriedly called you." When Lin Changyuan saw Zhu Jiahao, his face was instantly happy and he greeted Zhu Jiahao, saying with a flattering face, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, look at how shabbily this kid is dressed. How could this kind of person have an invitation to such a high-end bidding meeting as ours? Isn't that discrediting our company?" Yang Huiqin also said with a sneer on her face. Zhu Jiahao looked in the direction that the two were pointing, and his face instantly changed. His eyes skyrocketed with anger as he gritted his teeth and roared, "So it's you, this trash." Jiang Chen also frowned slightly. He didn't realize that this Yangli auction company was actually the Zhu family's property. It was really a narrow road between enemies. "Mr. Zhu, you recognize this punk?" Lin Changyuan was slightly stunned, looking at these two men thoughtfully. "Humph, a silly guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and steals a woman from me." Zhu Jiahao, thinking of being insulted by Jiang Chen in the restaurant today, Zhu Jiahao's heart grew angrier and angrier, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with killing intent. "Rubbish, how dare you? Do you know what Mr. Zhu is? How dare you grab a woman from him? Looking for death? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for Mr. Zhu?" Hearing Zhu Jiahao's words, Lin Changyuan was stunned, then his heart was overjoyed. He was worried about not having a way to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't think that this punk would have offended such a big shot like Zhu Jiahao. It was simply a case of someone sending a pillow when he fell asleep. "You son of a, not only did you seduce a hospital nurse behind my daughter's back, but you even dared to steal a woman from Mr. Zhu. You scum, go to hell." Yang Huiqin sniffed and also chided loudly. "He's your son-in-law?" Zhu Jiahao reacted and instantly brightened up and asked, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, this loser is a dog that used to be in our family, who ate soft rice in our family for 6 years before being kicked out of the house by my daughter." Yang Huiqin hurriedly said back, "Kid, you're pretty damn bullish. Just like this you still dare to pester Yun Bing?" As if Zhu Jiahao had caught Jiang Chen's heavenly handle, he questioned with an excited face, "I'm here today to participate in the bidding meeting. I have your company's invitation letter. Please get out of the way." Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Invitation letter? Where is it? As far as I remember, our company didn't send out invitations to trash like you." Zhu Jiahao said with a sneer. The security guard who had checked the tickets had turned pale when he saw the scene, his hands trembling as he handed the invitation to Zhu Jiahao. "Tear." Zhu Jiahao didn't even look at the invitation and directly tore it with one hand. "Zhu Jiahao, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Nothing means. This invitation of yours is fake at first glance. I suspect you of forging the invitation, but I don't have any general knowledge with you. A soft food door-to-door waste. Hurry up and get lost." Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Zhu Jiahao looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile on his face, a strong provocation in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Waste. I've long said that this invitation of yours is fake. Fortunately, Mr. Zhu is clear-sighted. Otherwise you still got your way. Lin Changyuan said with a sneer. Mr. Zhu, the two of us just told this group of security guards that this invitation is fake, and as a result, these security guards are going to beat us up, so you have to do it for us. Yang Huiqin, however, was a person who took every cent for granted, and was exceptionally annoyed at the rude behavior of those security guards just now, immediately pointing it out. Zhu Jiahao's face sank as he looked towards those few security guards who were already trembling in fear. You few have your wages deducted this month. Yes, young Zhu. The few people hurriedly nodded their heads. What are you still standing here for? Get the hell out of here. The few security guards turned around and vented all their anger on Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for him, how could they have their wages docked? Zhu Jiahao, are you sure you won't let me in? Chapter 43, Stop it. Jiang Chen's face remained calm as he looked at Zhu Jiahao. If it wasn't for the bidding for the piece of land with the natural spirit gathering formation this time, he would have turned around and walked away a long time ago. Ha 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 ha, what kind of a thing are you? Jiang Chen, this is my territory. You still think someone can back you up? With trash like you, you're also worthy of entering our bidding meeting? Zhu Jiahao laughed out loud, looking at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a little cutie. General, Mr. Zhu, this kind of trash won't grow up without a lesson. I think you should teach him a hard lesson. Lin Chengyuan egged on from the side. He already hated Jiang Chen, this white-eyed wolf, and couldn't wait to see him beaten to death. Right, Mr. Zhu, this kind of punk not only forged our company's invitation, but also dared to snatch a woman from you, so I can't do without a lesson. Yang Huiqin hurriedly followed. Immediately, she turned to look at Jiang Chen with a condescending expression. Rubbish, hand over that $20 million. We can consider pleading for you, so that Mr. Zhu can spare your life and only beat you half to death. The crowd of onlookers saw this scene and already understood everything. This kid is also bullish enough to even dare to mess with Zhu Jiahao. Yeah, it looks like what these two said is true. This person is a door-to-door son-in-law. This time he is probably dead. A small person is a small person, presuming to enter our high society. This is not a dream. Everyone immediately turned their words once again and stood on Zhu Jiahao's side. Rubbish, dare to forge our young Li Auction's invitation. Now kneel down for me, kowtow and apologize. Perhaps I can spare you, Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile. This was after all his own bidding meeting. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Just teach Jiang Chen a lesson. And when he had time later, he would find another opportunity to get him killed. Zhu Jiahao, you're looking for death, you know? Let me in, and I can consider sparing you, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Ha ha ha, waste, you have a pit in your ing brain, right? In my territory, you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you want to die? Zhu Jiahao laughed furiously and arrogantly. Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and sent the call out. All of you come to the entrance of the venue. Come over at speed. Mr. Zhu, be sure to teach him a lesson to death. Lin Chengyuan was ecstatic in his heart. He didn't expect that at this point, Jiang Chen would still dare to be so deadly. It was simply just what he wanted. This person, he simply doesn't know what's good for him. That's right, daring to threaten Mr. Zhu, this is offending him to death. Incorrigible ah. Some of the people who were originally dissatisfied with Zhu Jiahao's bullying behavior and had some sympathy for Jiang Chen, when they heard Jiang Chen's words, they also shook their heads slightly, no longer sympathetic, and even a little disgusted. Everyone, the bidding session is about to start. Guests with invitations please enter in case you missed the bidding session. After Zhu Jiahao finished his phone call, he said to the crowd of onlookers. Although the crowd still wanted to see how Zhu Jiahao would teach Jiang Chen a lesson, but the bidding meeting was still important, so they could only take out their invitations and hand them over to the security guards. You guys did a great job this time. Hurry up and enter the venue. In a moment the bidding meeting will start. Perform well. If you can satisfy me, I'll give your Lin family a little sweetener since I'll make sure that your Lin family will be taken to the next level. Zhu Jiahao then walked closer to the two Lin Changyuan and said with a soft smile. At this moment, the more he looked at these two, the better he looked at them. The enemy of the enemy, that was a friend. Especially since they might have to rely on these two to expose Jiang Chen in front of Yi Yunbing in the future. Their Zhu family, as the top family in Songjiang, wanted to support a small family like the Lin family, just like playing. Thank you Mr. Zhu. Thank you Mr. Zhu. Don't worry, we will definitely work hard to ensure your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Changyuan was overjoyed. His face smiled like a flower, fawning and saying softly. He was acquainted with Zhu Jiahao at a certain banquet, and had gone through a lot of trouble to ask for Zhu Jiahao's contact information. and then he had continuously flattered and ingratiated himself. And this time, he finally found a chance to climb into a relationship with Zhu Jiahao. This time, he participated in the bidding meeting. What he wanted to do was very simple. That is, to maliciously raise the price, so that the bidding thing sold for a higher price. Not only would he be able to get a portion of the commission from it, but he would also be able to get the projects under Zhu's group, so he was naturally very willing to do such a good thing. Moreover, he was able to tell from Zhu Jiahao's expression that they had helped him stomp on Jiang Chen this time, making him very satisfied and treating them very differently. Waste, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to further my relationship with Mr. Zhu so easily, ha ha ha. It seems the trash still has a use for it. Lin Changyuan came in front of Jiang Chen and said softly, his tone filled with villainy. Waste, remember to return our $20 million, otherwise in case you are killed by Mr. Zhu in the future, this money of yours will be brought into the coffin. Yan Huiqin still couldn't forget about that $20 million. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, a burst of running sounds came, and from the middle of the venue, a dozen black-clothed men came running. Each of these men's suits were taut, their gazes were fierce, and their aura was horrifying. Rubbish, I know you're somewhat capable. The unusual 3 or 5 people are not your match, but trash like you are just beating up those ordinary security guards. These people are bodyguards specially hired by our Zhu family. Many of them are also gold medal fighters in the boxing ring. Beating the likes of you is like playing. Do you know the difference between you and me now? Rubbish, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to me, otherwise, in a moment, it's not up to me to say what they'll beat you up to. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhu Jiahao's eyes as he said with a cold smile, those guests who originally wanted to go in, when they saw these dozen of big men, they stopped their steps, ready to go in again after watching the rarity. With you? With you? Have you forgotten the humble way you bowed and apologized to me today? Jiang Chen shook his head, his tone filled with disdain. Rubbish, you're looking for death. Zhu Jiahao's face instantly sank. Jiang Chen dared to tear him down in front of so many people. How many of you? Get together and waste him for me. Zhu Jiahao pointed at Jiang Chen and yelled, and those bodyguards rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen first frowned, wanting to make a move, but then, after glancing at the entrance of the venue, his frown loosened and he didn't move a muscle. Asterisk. This dude is scared silly, isn't he? It's not even moving. Humph, knowing that you have to take a beating, but still pretending with Mr. Zhu, you're just looking for death. Hit harder, make sure to kill this white-eyed wolf. Ha ha ha, this dog thing, it's finally going to get its comeuppance. When the crowd saw Jiang Chen not moving, they thought he had been stunned and sneered. What are you pretending to be, kid? Think I won't beat you up if you admit defeat? Hit me harder. Zhu Jiahao sneered. Stop it all. Chapter 44 Apologize. A furious voice came from the crowd, and they all turned their heads to look inside. Secretary Sun. Good day, Secretary Sun. Some of the people who recognized the visitor changed into a pleasing face and fawned. Sun Lin was very anxious at this time. Yi Guangxing attached great importance to this bidding meeting. After all, there were several extremely important projects in it, and regarding that piece of land in the eastern suburbs, Yi Guangxing was even more afraid of problems and assigned him to personally come to receive Jiang Chen. He waited for half a day inside the venue. The bidding will start, but also did not see Jiang Chen's shadow. The heart is unusually anxious. So, he came out to look for Jiang Chen, who knew that he would see this scene at the entrance of the venue, and was instantly furious. In case the bidding session was disrupted because of Zhu Jiahao's recklessness, it would all be over. When Zhu Jiahao saw Sun Lin, he also greeted him with a smile on his face and respect in his tone. Secretary Sun, the bidding meeting is about to start. What are you going to do? Don't look at Sun Lin as just a secretary, but the Prime Minister's door is a 7-ranked official, not to mention the secretary who has been following Yi Guangxing all along. The moment he comes out basically represents Yi Guangxing. Even the presidents of those associations have to be exceptionally respectful to him. Although the Zhu family is powerful, but the face of the city chief should be given must also be given. Especially this time the bidding will be. But the Zhu family is not easy to get from the above, which also has Yi Guangxing's consent. Therefore, he also knew how much importance the top attached to this bidding session this time. What are you doing? Don't you know what day today is? If you disrupt the bidding meeting, can you afford it? Sun Lin looked at the scene in front of him, his face gloomy. Oh, this punk forged our invitation to this bidding meeting and is still here to cause trouble. I'll order someone to kick him out so as not to disturb this bidding meeting. Zhu Jiahao pointed at Jiang Chen and said with a disgusted expression. Sun Lin looked in the direction Zhu Jiahao was pointing, and at once saw Jiang Chen surrounded by a group of black-clothed bodyguards. As if struck by lightning, his face changed greatly. If Jiang Chen was kicked out, and the issue of that piece of land was not resolved, Yi Guangxing did not know how much he would be affected. and his job as a secretary would come to an end. Zhu Jiahao, you bastard! Sun Lin cursed loudly. Secretary Sun, don't be angry. Don't worry, I'll immediately kick him out and definitely won't delay the bidding meeting tonight. Although Zhu Jiahao was angry in his heart, he dared not speak up. He thought that Sun Lin was angry because Jiang Chen hadn't been kicked out by him yet, and hurriedly yelled at the dozen or so black-clothed bodyguards. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and kick this punk out. Zhu Jiahao, you even dared to drive out Yi City's honored guests. It seems like Yu Zhu Group doesn't want to host this bidding session either, right? Sun Lin's tone grew more and more gloomy. Secretary Sun, how dare I drive out Yi City's honored guests? You're joking with me. Zhu Jiahao still didn't understand Sun Lin's meaning and laughed helplessly. Fine. Mr. Jiang Chenjiang is Yi City's honored guest. This time, Yi City specially ordered me to personally receive Mr. Jiang. You instead want to drive him outside. Do you think that Yi City can't get into your Zhu family's eyes? After Sun Lin said that, he ran directly to Jiang Chen and bowed slightly. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for causing you to be treated this way. Hiss. Everyone present immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at the scene in front of them with an unbelievable expression. The secretary of the head of a city was so respectful to such a shabbily dressed person like Jiang Chen? What the hell was going on here? Zhu Jiahao and Lin Changyuan were also dumbfounded. Secretary Sun, did you recognize the wrong person? This kid used to be a door-to-door son-in-law who ate soft food and was kicked out by his wife's family because of his waist. This is his former in-laws. They can testify. And the invitation this time was also forged by him. Zhu Jiahao was struck by lightning, and after he reacted, he said with a face of disbelief, he definitely didn't believe that a loser like Jiang Chen would be an honored guest of Yi City. Even he couldn't be so highly regarded by Yi Guangshen. Not bad, Secretary Sun. This waste has been freeloading on our Lin family for 6 years. He's a waste to the core. There's absolutely no way he could be Yi City's honored guest. Right. If this kind of waste is Yi City's honored guest, it's a big joke. Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin said unknowingly. Nonsense, Mr. John's invitation was given by me personally. How could it be fake? Your Zhu family is indeed powerful. The above gave your family such an important matter. Yet you are lawless and reckless. I'll call Yi City and revoke your family's qualification to hold the bidding meeting this time. Sun Lin picked up the torn invitation on the ground. His anger was incomparable, and he immediately took the phone out. Seeing Sun Lin being so solemn, Zhu Jiahao instantly panicked. Even if he was no longer willing to admit in his heart that Jiang Chen was Yi Guangxing's honored guest, but with Sun Lin being so solemn, how could he not believe it? If Yi Guangxing had a problem with the Zhu family because of this matter, the Zhu family's development in Songjiang would definitely be affected in the future. At that time, he would be the sinner of the Zhu family. Secretary Sun, please don't. We're all old friends. Is it necessary to be like this? Zhu Jiahao said hurriedly. This matter is not for a secretary like me to decide. Now, you and those two people, apologize to Mr. Jiang first. Sun Lin said in a cold voice. Secretary Sun, there's no need to make a scene like this, right? Zhu Jiahao's face was stagnant. Today this was in his own territory. Asking him to apologize to Jiang Chen in front of so many Songjiang high society figures, then his face was completely gone. Apologize to him? Impossible. He's just a dog of our Lin family. Why should I apologize to him? Lin Changyuan directly refused. When Jiang Chen was in the Lin family, he was at his beck and call. Asking him to apologize to someone he saw as inferior was tantamount to killing him. Making me apologize to him unless you kill me. You can't be this overbearing even if you're the secretary of Yi City, right? Be careful, I'll sue you. Yang Huiqin bristled and said with a defiant face. Jiang Chen laughed coldly in his heart. This Yang Huiqin really thought this was her home. She even dared to say such words. Fine. Zhu Jiahao, you're really something. Let's wait and see then. After saying that, Sun Lin walked to the side and made the call. In just a few moments, Zhu Jiahao's phone rang. It was his father. Zhu Yangli, you loser. How dare you mess with Yi City's honored guests? Do you still want to live? Hurry up and apologize to Yi City's noble guest, or else you won't return to our Zhu family. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Yangli said furiously. Dad, me, what me or not me? If it wasn't for the fact that I have some friendship with Secretary Sun, he would have called Yi City long ago. Now go apologize. After saying that, Zhu Yangli hung up the phone. Chapter 45. Listening to the blind tone on the phone, Zhu Jiahao clenched his fists fiercely. The hatred for Jiang Chen in his heart had reached its peak. However, he had to go and apologize to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, Zhu Jiahao said through gritted teeth. Remember how I taught you to apologize at noon today? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Zhu Jiahao glared at Jiang Chen and said, Secretary Sun, I see that Mr. Zhu doesn't seem to be too satisfied with your arrangement. so I'll leave first, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Zhu Jiahao, it seems like you're forcing me to call you city? Sun Lin said in a cold voice. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, Zhu Jiahao bowed and roared. And you too, hurry over and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Sun Lin pointed at Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin again and shouted. Jiang Chen, we're your in-laws, asking us to apologize to you. You're going to be struck by lightning. Lin Changyuan's face was like black charcoal as he said in a deep voice. Right, if you do this, you are a great unfiliality. You'll be cursed by 10,000 people. Now you hurry up and enter the venue. This matter will be settled. Do you hear me? Yang Huiqin still refused to bow her head. Instead, she rebuked Jiang Chen in a commanding manner. Jiang Chen frowned. The bidding meeting was important and he was too lazy to bother with these two people. So he looked at Sun Lin. Secretary Sun, let's let this matter go. Let's go to the bidding meeting. Mr. Jiang is really generous. Let's go in then. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sun Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen really pursued it, he really didn't know how to explain to Yi Guangsheng, Zhu Jiahao, and those two. Mr. Jiang is magnanimous and won't bother with you in general. But in the future, if you let me know that you're disrespectful to Mr. Jiang again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Sun Lin guided Jiang Chen into the auction venue. Didn't you guys say that this kid is just a door-to-door waste from your family? Why would he be Yi Guangsheng's honored guest? When only a few people were left at the entrance of the venue, Zhu Jiahao's face was as gloomy as water as he looked towards Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin. The two of them immediately shivered in fear. Mr. Zhu, what we said is true. He really is our family's door-to-door son-in-law. He's been in our family for 6 years and has always been a waste of space. He doesn't even have the money to treat his own daughter's illness. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Lin Changyuan hurriedly explained. Chow, are you fooling me now? Looking for death? Zhu Jiahao cursed, and instantly his bodyguards surrounded towards the two. Mr. Zhu, I know, Yang Huiqin suddenly exclaimed, then hurriedly said, Mr. Zhu, you may not know, this kid didn't know what kind of luck he had, and saved the Tang family's old man, Tang Tianming. Jiang Chen probably knew that this auction company was yours, and was afraid that he'd come to be retaliated against by you, so he asked Tang Tianming to find Yi City and help him put on this show. This punk saved Tang Tianming? Zhu Jiahao froze and his face turned a little ugly. Although the Zhu family was considered a top family in Songjiang, there was still a gap from a family like the Tang family, especially the Tang elder. Back then, was an extraordinary status. If he told Yi Guangsheng, then Yi Guangsheng might actually play this scene with him. Moreover, if the Tang family wanted to protect Jiang Chen, then he really couldn't move him. Mr. Zhu, you don't have to worry. This kid has made the Tang family do a lot of favors these days, and this time, they all went to Yi City, so I'm afraid that they are no longer willing to help him. Yang Huiqin said with a cold smile. Zhu Jiahao was instantly relieved. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Oomph, this punk gave me this embarrassment. I will definitely not let him go. You guys behave yourselves in a while. Right, keep an eye on this punk for me. If he wants to bid, raise the price to death for me. Yes, Mr. Zhu, don't worry. Lin Changyuan immediately patted his chest and assured. Along with Jiang Chen's arrival, the bidding session began. At first, it was some projects that Jiang Chen had little interest in. However, he did find a very interesting thing, which was that Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin would bid when someone was bidding, deliberately raising the price. And every time they made a bid, they would do it so covertly that if they didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even notice. At least 5 or 6 of the projects or lands that were up for bidding were raised a lot higher because of their bids. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, having already seen the role these two were playing. While Jiang Chen was pondering, a piece of land appeared on the projector on the stage, the very same land where the natural spirit gathering formation existed. The following piece of land to be bid on is this piece of land on the outskirts of the Eastern District. The specific information is already in your hands. The starting price is $50 million, and each bid shall not be less than $1 million. The host introduced. I bid 51 million. At this time a man raised his hand. Brother Wang, this piece of land has a lot of trees, and there are also small hills. It's not worth it to buy it to build a neighborhood. What are you buying it for? That's right, and it's so far away from the city. It's not appropriate to plan it as a commercial area. It can only be a park, right? Starting at $50 million. It's not worth it. Seeing this person's offer, the two people beside him asked with a puzzled look. The man called Brother Wang just smiled faintly and did not reply. Information is money. He had long gotten the news that this was a piece of land for the city's prime development, and the policy would definitely be particularly good. $52 million. At this time, not far away a person also raised the number plate offer. 55 million. 58 million. Soon, the price of this piece of land rose to $70 million, but as the price increased, the people making the offer were all a bit torn. Jiang Chen sighed. He hadn't done anything like this before and hadn't realized that buying a piece of land would be such a high price. With the little money he had, it wasn't enough to compete with these rich people. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, money is not a problem. Yi City has already said that if you buy this piece of land, he will step in and negotiate with the bank to give you a loan up front, and he will also give you facilities in some other aspects. Sun Lin said at the side. $71 million. Jiang Chen nodded and raised his hand to start quoting. $72 million. Lin Changyuan, who had been keeping a close eye on Jiang Chen, saw the scene and immediately raised his hand and quoted the price. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and raised his hand again. Lin Changyuan immediately followed suit. Just like that, the other people who wanted to bid for this piece of land had been completely muted, leaving only Jiang Chen and Lin Changyuan to bid. The price had already reached $100 million. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart and suddenly raised his hand again. $110 million. $120 million. Lin Changyuan raised his hand without even thinking. Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped making offers. Chapter 46 The Pit. This gentleman has bid up to $120 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The host picked up the bidding hammer and asked the crowd present. Lin Changyuan was drinking the dragon well on the table with a cozy face. Old man, it's okay for you to bid so high, right? Yang Huiqin on the side, however, asked with some worry. What do you know? It's not once or twice that I've raised the price at bidding sessions. Otherwise why would Mr. Zhu ask me to help raise the price? Since this punk was able to bid all the way from $70 million to $110 million, that means he's bound and determined to win this piece of land. So of course we have to take advantage of the opportunity to knock him a little bit more, so that we get a little bit more in our draw. Lin Changyuan said with a proud face. But can this loser come up with so much money? In the face of money, Yang Huiqin sobered up a lot and asked with some concern. When it came to money, Lin Changyuan's face also slightly changed, because it had already been a minute as soon as possible, and Jiang Chen surprisingly hadn't bid yet. This gentleman has bid up to $120 million. Is there any higher price? Along with the host asking again, Lin Changyuan's face instantly darkened, and Zhu Jiahao, who was watching all this behind the curtain, also changed his face as well. Damn, these two old things, if you screw me over, let's see how I'm going to clean up your mess. $120 million for the first time. After the price was fixed at $120 million, there was no one else to make an offer, and soon the host began to shout the price in preparation for the hammer. Mr. Jiang, are you not going to buy this piece of land? Sun Lin beside Jiang Chen asked somewhat anxiously. This was the issue that Yi Guangxing attached the most importance to. If Jiang Chen didn't buy it, how would he explain it back? Secretary Sun, don't worry, this piece of land, no matter whose hands it falls into, in the end, it will return to my hands. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, confident beyond measure. But won't the problems there hurt people? If we let other people buy it. Sun Lin wanted to say something. It's fine, the problem there is serious, but it won't hurt anyone's life anytime soon. It will only cause a lot of harm to the owner of this piece of land. As long as you pay attention to this piece of land, that's all, Jiang Chen said, and as his words fell, Sun Lin immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen was trying to pit people against each other. So, he didn't ask. And when Lin Changyuan heard the host's first shout, he couldn't sit still. Those who were in their line of work were afraid of encountering this kind of problem. If they shouted the price into their own hands, then they would be finished. $120 million. Second time. Moderator, wait. Lin Changyuan immediately stood up and yelled. This gentleman, do you have any questions? The host's tone stuttered as he asked. Jiang Chen, why don't you offer any more? Lin Changyuan looked at Jiang Chen and questioned loudly. I'm not buying it, so of course I'm not making an offer. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded and said, don't you want this piece of land? You have to buy it. Hurry up and make an offer. Lin Changyuan said in a churlish manner. Wow, the entire venue was in an uproar, followed by laughter. Is this person sick? They've raised the price for others and they're still asking them to make an offer? Silly, isn't this a pit? You guys don't know right. This young man used to be the son-in-law of these two old things, but has already been kicked out of the house by them. Aren't even their son-in-law anymore, and still dares to order people around like this. Really sick. A group of people looked at Lin Changyuan like he was a fool. This gentleman, please calm down a bit. Now I'm going to start the countdown. The host frowned and said, wait, host, he's my son-in-law. I'll let him have this. Just $110 million. Panic flashed in Lin Changyuan's eyes. This kind of bidding that was spoiled by himself, but he had to pay for it himself. He didn't even have $20 million. How could he have $120 million? Right. Jiang Chen, We've already given you a $10 million bargain. You mustn't be ungrateful. Hurry up and pay up and buy this piece of land. Yang Huiqin also realized that something was wrong and ordered, if you guys don't want to buy this piece of land, why are you still bidding against me? Are you being instructed to intentionally raise the prices of your customers? Zhang Chen sneered and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. I said, why do these two people feel familiar to me? It seems like when I bid on the project I took, he bid on it, and in the end, he made me pay an extra $10 million to take it down. I also have the impression that I had that project because they bid an extra $5 million. My extra $8 million. Heck, they must be this bidding will find to raise the price. Simply too wanton. That's right, this is a bidding meeting organized by the above. Even someone dares to mess up? Zhang Chen's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and countless people reacted and began to angrily question Lin Chengyuan and Yang Huiqin. The two instantly trembled in fear, their faces pale. Zhang Chen, you dog, you're talking nonsense. I'm your father-in-law. How dare you frame me like that? You white-eyed wolf. Zhang Chen, you dog that shall not die. Everyone, he's the one who framed us. The two men pointed at Zhang Chen and cursed. Secretary's son, I'll give you a task. As long as you complete it, I'll explain the reason at Yi Guangxing. Zhang Chen whispered in Sun Lin's ear. With that, Sun Lin suddenly stood up, his face reddening from anger. You guys have eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts. You even dare to mess up the bidding meeting that Yi City has taken exceptionally seriously. This time I will definitely report to Yi City. You guys will just wait to sit through the bottom of the jail cell. Secretary's son, we didn't. We were just joking with Zhang Chen. Don't. Lin Chengyuan had been paralyzed with fear, and said with a terrified face, unless you guys give up the person behind the scenes, I can let you guys off the hook in this matter. Sun Lin said again. As his words fell, Zhu Jiahao in the background was once again unsightly. If he was confessed to by these two people, not only him, but even the Zhu family's credit would have to stink in Songjiang. Offended these high society figures, but also offended Yi City. How will the Zhu family develop in the future? Thinking of this, he immediately sent a text message to Lin Chengyuan. This piece of land, I'll pay for it. I'll call you immediately. You'll pay for it on the spot, and buy it in your own name. If you dare to expose me, I want you all dead. Soon after, Lin Chengyuan received the text message, subconsciously glanced at it, and was instantly excited. The entire person's mental state changed drastically. Secretary's son, I'm really sorry that I lost my temper just now. I'll take this piece of land for $120 million. Wow, the entire venue was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Lin Chengyuan, who was just about to die of fright, suddenly changed his attitude drastically. It was clearly Zhang Chen who was bidding against me maliciously just now, and I wanted to expose his ugly face before I put on that show. I, Lin Chengyuan, am at least an upper-class person in Songjiang. How can I not even understand the rules of a bidding session? In order to show my innocence, I have decided to pay the bill immediately now, Lin Chengyuan said with a bashful face. Chapter 47, I wish you all the best. Slap. Backstage of the bidding meeting, Zhu Jiahao's face was as gloomy as water, and he slapped Lin Chengyuan's face. Damn, old thing, do you know how much money you cost me? That's $120 million. Mr. Zhu, I was punked by that punk. He knew about my relationship with you, so he deliberately lured me into bidding. Not only was he punking me, he was also punking you. Lin Chengyuan covered his already red and swollen face and said with a face of fear, that has nothing to do with me. $120 million. Either you take it out and the land goes to you, or your family dies. Zhu Jiahao's tone was filled with killing intent. After saying that, his two bodyguards walked up, each pulling out a dagger from their back waist, their cold light flashing. Mr. Zhu, our Lin family is small. How can we have $120 million? Please let us go. Where had Yang Huiqin seen this kind of stalking? She was instantly scared and trembled as her face turned pale and incomparable. Mr. Zhu, don't. There's a problem. There's a problem here. Lin Chengyuan was completely scared, and with a sudden flash of light in his mind, he shouted, what problem? I hope you won't waste any more of my time. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Zhu Jiahao said in a cold voice. Mr. Zhu, think about it. We've been guessing that it was Yi Guangxing that Tang Tianming found to help Zhang Chen with his act, but what if we guessed wrong? Lin Chengyuan suddenly said with a cold smile. What do you mean? Don't riddle me. Hurry up and say it. Zhu Jiahao said impatiently. What if it was Tang Tianming who instructed Zhang Chen to come to this bidding session to bid for this piece of land? We really know Zhang Chen too well. He only has $20 million at the end. How could he bid for this land worth hundreds of millions? This bidding meeting was organized by the Shu family again. It's likely that Tang Tianming sent this loser Jiang Chen to attract attention in order to hide the fact that the Tang family is the one who's going to bid for this piece of land. And it's possible that the Tang family has already reached some kind of private cooperation with Yi Guangxing, and in this matter today, it might be the Tang family targeting your Zhu family. The more Lin Changyuan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. More and more he felt that his speculation was true, and his tone became more and more confident. Zhu Jiahao's heart jumped hard and fell into deep thought. In recent years, the Shu family had risen much faster, and the Tang family, as an old top family in Songjiang, overlapped a lot with the Zhu family's business areas, and naturally had a lot of friction with their Zhu family. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly felt that what Lin Changyuan said was very reasonable. Mr. Zhu, this time, if I hadn't made a bid to sabotage Jiang Chen's bidding, it's likely that this piece of land would have fallen into the hands of the Tang family. Seeing that Zhu Jiahao's face changed, he must have listened. So Lin Changyuan began to show his merit, with a hint of aggression in his tone. Zhu Jiahao glanced at Lin Changyuan. Good, let's just say you did the right thing this time, but since you bid on this piece of land, you have to come up with some money as well. $30 million, to develop this piece of land in cooperation with our Zhu family. Although Zhu Jiahao was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. This matter wasn't finalized yet. He had to pull Lin Changyuan. Mr. Zhu, our family's assets are less than $20 million. How am I going to come up with $30 million? Lin Changyuan said with a helpless face. Then I don't care. If you can't come up with it, it proves that what you said is a lie. Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile. Old man, promise Mr. Zhu, haven't you always wanted to cooperate with the Zhu family? Isn't this just right? And it's good to talk about money, although we can't get it out. Zhao Zhao's boyfriend Zhao Tianyu's family has it. Yang Huiqin whispered in Lin Changyuan's ear. Lin Changyuan immediately brightened up. Ever since he got to know Zhu Jiahao, he had been treating Zhu Jiahao as an ancestor, in order to cooperate with Zhu's family, and take this opportunity to become a powerful family in Songjiang. This time, it was definitely the best opportunity. Regardless of whether the land was wanted by the Tang family or not, the Shu family definitely wouldn't waste this piece of land anyway. As long as he seized this opportunity, their Lin family would be able to rise to prominence. Alright, Mr. Zhu, then please give me some time. I'll go and gather the $30 million, as soon as possible. Don't try to run away or don't blame me for being rude. Get out. Zhu Jiahao waved his hand. The two walked out of the backstage, and at this time, the bidding session just ended. Jiang Chen refused Sun Lin to send him off and walked out of the venue by himself. You white-eyed wolf, how dare you try to trap me on such an occasion? You'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Lin Changyuan happened to see Jiang Chen and ran over quickly, pointing at Jiang Chen's nose and cursing loudly. Rubbish, do you think I'm sure to die after making Mr. Zhu broke his fortune? Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, Lin Changyuan's face suddenly became smug. Tell you what, punk, it's all thanks to your blessings. Now our Lin family and Zhu family are planning to cooperate to develop that piece of land. At that time, our Lin family will soar into the sky and become the great family of Songjiang, while you'll still be a waste of space, only able to look at us with a gaze of admiration. I've long said that you're a lost cause. Look, as soon as you left our Lin family immediately got on board with the Zhu family. Is it especially regretting divorcing our Jiao Jiao now that you can't eat our family's soft rice? Ha ha, waste. If you can hand over that $20 million right now, maybe I can still consider waiting for our Lin family to soar and give you a mouthful of food and continue to keep you as a dog. Yang Huiqin said even more condescendingly, as if their Lin family could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars tomorrow and become a big family in Songjiang. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this pit he dug would bury the Lin family in the process. There should be a lot of money in developing that piece of land, right? Do you guys have money? Jiang Chen held back his laughter and asked. Luckily Zhao Zhao divorced you, otherwise how could we find such a good son-in-law like Tianyu? We naturally get our money from him. This is also bringing my good son-in-law to make money. Yang Huiqin said with an open face. Then I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Jiang Chen shook his head and walked towards the outside. This Zhao Tianyu was really an unlucky bastard. He deserved it. Dog thing. When our Lin family is powerful, you must not cry and kneel down to ask for it back. We won't even raise you even if we raise a dog. Lin Changyuan finally got out a mouthful of bad breath and sneered loudly. Jiang Chen left the Yongli auction company and returned to the villa. Xiao Chen, I discussed with your mom. I'm a bit uncomfortable living here and want to bring Yi back to my hometown to live. Just after returning to the villa, his adoptive father Jiang Hongjun suddenly came over and said. Jiang Chen frowned. Right now he had offended quite a few people. In case someone couldn't deal with him, it wouldn't work to take his adoptive parents or Yi. However, seeing that his adoptive father was so determined, he couldn't say anything. Anyway, when the land in the eastern suburbs was developed, their house would have to be demolished, so there was no hurry. Okay, Dad. Then you guys can take EE back to live at home. I'll go over there when I'm fine, Jiang Chen said. Chapter 48 Swap. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up and went to the first hospital. Wang Hongjie's injuries had already improved, and after Jiang Chen's treatment, he was directly cured and discharged from the hospital. After following Wang Hongjie to his hometown to get the antique vase, the two of them rushed towards Songjiang's chowder market. Hai Bao Yuan. Hai Bao Yuan has a variety of vendors selling antiques and curiosities. There are also some selling charms. Fortune-telling business. Very chaotic. After Jiang Chen's appraisal, this Ming Dynasty antique vase was worth at least a few $1,000,000. Among the books that his master had left him, there were not only cultivation techniques and medical skills, but also antique appreciation and other various things. Arriving at the Sea Treasure Garden, Jiang Chen and Wang Hongjie split up. Jiang Chen went to buy some array plate materials needed to complete the natural spirit gathering formation, while Wang Hongjie went to the antique store to sell the vase. After about half an hour of searching, Jiang Chen had collected the materials roughly, only that there were still some materials missing, which he really couldn't find in the Sea Treasure Garden. So, he came to the largest antique jade store in the Sea Treasure Garden, Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, which he had agreed with Wang Hongjie. However, before he even entered the door, he saw a lot of people gathered outside the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, seemingly looking at something rare, while inside the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion came a burst of quarrels, one of which was none other than Wang Hongjie's voice. Jiang Chen also looked inside. At this moment, Wang Hongjie was holding a vase and arguing furiously with the people from the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion. Kid, you came to our Ancient Rhyme Pavilion with a fake antique vase to hit the big time. I, Zhou Yunliang, am generous and won't bother with you in general, but it's all been discovered by us that this vase of yours is fake, and you're still messing around here. Are you looking for death? Hurry up and get lost, or don't blame me for not being polite. A middle-aged man's face was as gloomy as water as he chided in a cold voice. This man was Zhou Yunliang, the manager of the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion. As his words fell, several security guards in security uniforms immediately surrounded him. Looking at Wang Hongjie aggressively, Wang Hongjie was immediately scared and took a step backward. You fart. This isn't even the vase I gave you. That vase was left to me by my father. I recognize it. This one of yours is a replacement. Hurry up and return my vase to me, otherwise I will immediately call the police. Reacting, Wang Hongjie angrily roared. Kid, rice can eat indiscriminately. Words cannot talk nonsense. Our ancient charm pavilion in the Sea Treasure Garden that is the best reputation of the antique store. Always pay attention to the reputation. Do you know how much our ancient rhyme pavilion's monthly water flow is? Would I kill the reputation of our ancient rhyme pavilion because of a broken vase? Are you worthy? Dare to slander our ancient rhyme pavilion for taking your vase? If you can't produce evidence today, I'll immediately call the police to arrest you right now and sue you for libel, Zhou Yunliang said in a deep voice, his tone filled with anger. Oomph, that vase of mine has a small gap in the mouth. This vase of yours doesn't have a gap at all. It's the one you changed for me just now when I asked you to check it, Wang Hongjie said defiantly. Oh, I also said that there is a small nick on my money, and all the money on you is stolen from me? This kind of excuse you can find out. You are really a talent, Zhou Yunliang said with a teasing face. Ha ha ha, Manager Zhou is really hilarious. This kid is also a fool. Does this kind of excuse stand up? This kid is really able to mess around, taking a fake vase and being recognized. He still dares to pretend to be here. Don't you know whose territory this is? Ancient Rhythm Pavilion has the best reputation. How could it possibly do such a thing? Yes, bumping into luck is bumping into luck, and still dares to extort, simply looking for death. This kind of young man is really shameless. The crowd of onlookers pointed at Wang Hongjie and sneered. Kid, either you hurry up and get lost, or you show me the evidence, and if you dare to make trouble in our Ancient Rhythm Pavilion again, I'll call the security guards to send you to the Security Association right now, Zhou Yunliang said impatiently after laughing loudly. You, guys. Wang Hongjie covered his chest, but he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned and squeezed through the crowd, quickly walking over to Wang Hongjie. Hongjie, what's going on? Brother Chen, when I came here with that vase from my house, I gave it to their people here to have it appraised, but when they brought it out, they gave me a different vase and said that the vase was fake, Wang Hongjie said. Jiang Chen took the vase in Wang Hongjie's hand and just took a look at it and said, this vase is indeed a fake. It's not the one you have. Kid, give face to face, right? But our Ancient Rhythm Pavilion opened its doors to do business, and we've also encountered your kind of nonsense. Still, since you say it's a fake, then why don't you come up with the evidence? Zhou Yunliang laughed back in anger, looking at the two with a sneer on his face. Goo, Manager Zhou is really generous. Having reached this point, he can still be so tolerant. No wonder he can be the manager of Ancient Rhythm Pavilion. Admire. Ah. Some people said as if to curry favor. Evidence? It's simple. If I say it's not, it's not. I'll give you two choices. Hand over my brother's vase, or hand over $5 million, and I can treat this matter as if it didn't happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Kid, you're making fun of me, aren't you? You two dogs. You've blackmailed me. Zhou Yunliang, looking for death. Come on people, give me a beating. Send it to the Safety Association afterward. Zhou Yunliang yelled, and those few security guards rushed towards the two. Jiang Chen protected Wang Hongjie behind him, and his body moved violently, and in just a few strokes, he knocked these few security guards to the ground. Afterward, Jiang Chen walked towards Zhou Yunliang with a cold face. A sluggish killing machine spread out from Jiang Chen's body, and the atmosphere was instantly tense. Kid, do you know where this is? This is the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, the property of Song Jiang's top family, the Tang family. If you dare to sow your wild oats here, the Tang family won't let you go. You're dead this time. Seeing Jiang Chen pressing step by step, Zhou Yunliang was so scared that he took 2 steps back and said threateningly through clenched teeth. Jiang Chen was stunned, and his steps stopped. The Ancient Rhythm Pavilion was surprisingly the property of the Tang family. He had just wanted to demolish this black store, but since it was the Tang family's property, he really didn't feel good about doing such a thing. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be to meet with Tang Ruoxue in the future. However, Jiang Chen's this days was seen in the eyes of the crowd, but they thought that Jiang Chen was afraid of being retaliated by the Tang family. Kid, why aren't you moving? Are you afraid? Aren't you a bully? Come and hit me. Chow, dog-like thing, hurry up and kneel down for me. Maybe I can consider helping you with a few kind words in front of the Tang family, so that you don't die so tragically. Seeing this, Zhou Yunliang puffed out his chest, a flash of sarcasm in his eyes, and said in a commanding manner, "What are you?" Chapter 49. What kind of threat is this? Jiang Chen raised his head, smiled coldly, and violently raised his leg. Zhou Yunliang's figure instantly flew out like a kite with broken strings, flying into the wall, a large mouthful of blood spurting out before he slowly slid down. The entire scene was instantly silent as everyone looked at this scene incredulously. Asterisk. This kid is so damn bullish. Even Zhou Yunliang dared to hit him. Isn't this looking for death? Right. Zhou Yunliang is at least the manager of the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion. That's also considered to be the Tang family's direct lineage. To dare to hit him, the Tang family will surely have to get him killed. Really don't know what's good for you. The crowd of onlookers reacted, and all of a sudden, they looked at Jiang Chen like he was a dead man. Kid, you're dead. I'll definitely get you killed. Zhou Yunliang forced himself to stand up with the pain and roared. Soon, a few more black-clothed big men came over from the back hall of the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, and these men had hideous faces and gnarled muscles. They were not good people at first glance. Waste him for me. Zhou Yunliang gave an order, and these black-clothed men were about to make their move. Stop. It was at this moment that an angry rebuke came from outside. Parting the crowd, Tang Ruoxue walked in with an icy cold face. Missy, it's good that you're here. As soon as Zhou Yunliang saw Tang Ruoxue, he was like seeing a savior, jogging up to the front. Just who is it that dares to cause trouble and beat up people in the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion? Not giving face to my Tang family? Stand out for me now. Tang Ruoxue droned in a cold voice. This Ancient Rhythm Pavilion was under her care, and today was supposed to be her inspection, but it turned out that she came across this kind of thing, which clearly didn't give face to her Tang family, so how could she not be angry? Missy, it's these two little took a fake vase to our Ancient Rhythm Pavilion to cheat money. Was I recognized? They not only do not leave, but instead slander our Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, replace their vase. Want to blackmail money. I didn't agree and moved the Tang family out, but as a result, this kid didn't fear the Tang family at all, and said that the Tang family was nothing, and directly hit me with his hands. Zhou Yunliang pointed at Jiang Chen and Wang Hongjie and said in an unusually angry manner. When Tang Ruoxue heard this, she became more and more angry. To think that someone would dare to come to the Tang family's territory to blackmail, simply looking for death. Thinking that, she looked in the direction Zhou Yunliang was pointing and saw Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Why haven't you contacted me in the past 2 days? Tang Ruoxue came in front of Jiang Chen, pleasantly surprised, and said gently. After saying that, her face turned a little red. With her status and looks, it was always others who chased her. She had never chased anyone else, and as a result, when she met Jiang Chen, this straight man who couldn't stand oil and salt, she really didn't have a clue what to do. Hiss. The crowd present immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, incredulously looking at the scene in front of them. Just now also a cold face of the Tang family's big miss unexpectedly changed so quickly, so gentle to talk to a man. And look at the meaning of this is also very like him. What the hell is going on? Can't it be that this kid has some big head? Zhou Yunliang was even more trembling, his face a little white. I accompanied my brother to the ancient rhythm pavilion to sell vases, and as a result, you, the manager, swapped my brother's vase and took a fake one to him. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Zhou Yunliang, what the hell is going on here? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for not remembering old times. Tang Ruoshua's face changed as she coldly looked at Zhou Yunliang, unjustly accused. Missy, I'm really more unjust than a sinus E. I've served our Tang family for so many years, you know my character. How could I possibly do something like this to ruin the signboard? Zhou Yunliang said with an aggrieved face. Tang Ruoshua was also slightly stunned and had some difficulty judging. This Zhou Yunliang had indeed served in the Tang family for many years, and was considered an old man. Otherwise the Tang family could not have allowed him to take the position of manager of the ancient rhythm pavilion. After all, antiques and antiques were considered one of the Tang family's more important industries. It seems like you don't see the coffin. When Jiang Chen saw Tang Ruoshua's expression, he understood her misgivings and coldly looked at Zhou Yunliang, saying, Mr. Jiang, you are Miss Tang's friend. I can say sorry for what happened just now. However, you can't just frame me on the basis of being Miss Tang's friend, can you? Although I, Zhou Yunliang, am only a manager, but I am also a person who wants to save face. I definitely haven't touched your friend's antique vase. Fake is fake. Ms. Tang, if you also suspect me, the big deal is that I won't do this manager position. I'll resign now, Zhou Yunliang said with a righteous face. Manager Zhou is right. People are righteous and not afraid of crooked shadows. The Tang family, as the top family in Songjiang, can't promote this kind of unorthodox style of falsely accusing others. That's right, if Manager Zhou is really fired because of this matter, then this ancient rhythm pavilion is considered rotten. Right, I will definitely not come here to buy things in the future. Anyway, the Tang family can rely on their power to call black white and white black. The crowd once again murmured. When Zhou Yunliang heard this, he was immediately delighted, and a flash of provocation flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. It was as if he was saying, what can you do to me if you know Tang Ruoshua? Jiang Chen, are you sure he's changed? Tang Ruoshua's face was also a little unsightly. This was, after all, her own store, and if the reputation of the ancient rhythm pavilion was tarnished because of this incident, the Tang family would definitely suffer a major blow in the antique and vintage industry in the future. Brother Chen, why don't we just forget about it? Consider me unlucky. Seeing this situation, Wang Hongjia pulled Jiang Chen from behind. Although he was angry, he knew what the consequences would be if he didn't find the evidence in the end. It seems that you are very confident, Jiang Chen asked with a smile. I'm not confident, but I'm upright and not afraid of shadows, Zhou Yunliang said with a faint smile. Is that so? Well then, let me ask you, is this ancient painting from the Southern Song dynasty real or fake? Jiang Chen pointed at the painting on the wall closest to him and asked. Of course this one is real. Our ancient rhythm pavilion has always been known for its fidelity. Is it hard for me to specialize in placing a fake here? Zhou Yunliang bristled and said with disdain. However, his heart was flooded with mutterings. This painting is indeed a fake, but the person he found to make a fake is very good. Not to mention that the general public, as some experts in the appreciation of antiques, are not necessarily able to see out. What's more, Jiang Chen just came here in a few minutes, not even close to the painting. How could he see it? It must be this kid blowing me up. Is it? Jiang Chen walked over and removed the painting. The painting was made of cloth and silk. Jiang Chen's finger pressed on a somewhat torn spot in the middle of the painting. Then with a sharp jerk, a thread had been pulled out by him. The whole scene was quiet. This was an ancient painting worth millions of dollars, but it was actually ripped by Jiang Chen this time. Ms. Tang, did you see that? He destroyed the painting in our store. Zhou Yunliang immediately said angrily. Tang Ruoshua was also slightly stunned and a bit puzzled. Everyone, what kind of thread is this? Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly and brought the drawn thread to the crowd. Chapter 50 Breaking it down. This is nylon, synthetic material. How can there be synthetic materials in this ancient painting? This is a damn fake painting. Seeing the material of the thread in Jiang Chen's hand, these people immediately cried out in shock. Tang Ruoshua's face immediately turned cold, her eyes looking at Zhou Yunliang with anger. Zhou Yunliang, what's going on here? I need an explanation. Zhou Yunliang's heart instantly panicked. He simply didn't expect that Jiang Chen, a kid dressed so shabbily, would have such a good eye that he could even see the imitations that he had gotten someone to carefully create. He borrowed the identity of the manager of the ancient rhythm pavilion, and in the past 2 years, he had silently exchanged the imitations for quite a few real pieces of the ancient rhythm pavilion to take to resell. This kind of thing to do more. There has not been a problem. His guts are also big. Not only stealing and replacing the store antiques, sometimes also stealing and replacing the guests to appraise the antiques and antiques. Of course, he stole for antiques, and antiques is also a precautionary approach. It is to change some seemingly little background, especially the poor antiques. After all, these people are small and insignificant. As long as he took out the Tang family this tree pressure, these people will not dare to make a fuss. I did not expect today is to let him look away. However, now, there is Tang Ruoxue in. How can he not admit that he has done these things? Otherwise he will be finished. Thinking of this, he immediately looked terrified and said, Miss Tang, this is my fault. It might be that our appraiser from the ancient rhythm pavilion hit his eyes, and even acquired a fake painting. This is my dereliction of duty. I will definitely teach him a hard lesson. Your ability to shrug off pots is really something. Jiang Chen sneered, and came to another celadon, asking, so is this celadon real or fake? There's also these 3 paintings, and this set of 4 treasures of literature. Soon, Jiang Chen turned around the first floor hall, and every few steps, he would reach out and point out an item. As he pointed out more and more things, Zhou Yunliang's face became more and more ugly. By the end of the day, his face had turned as pale as paper, and his entire body was trembling with fear. Just what kind of person was this kid? Surprisingly, he was able to distinguish the fake goods he had dropped at a glance. Even contemporary antique appraisal experts didn't have this ability, right? Zhou Yunliang's performance was naturally seen in Tang Ruoxue's eyes, and her face was instantly as gloomy as water. She knew that even without appraisal, she could already tell that the thing Jiang Chen pointed out was a fake. Zhou Yunliang, do you still need me to find someone to appraise the authenticity of these antiques one by one? With so many antiques, it can't be that all of our appraisers from ancient rhythm pavilion have hit their eyes, right? Tang Ruoxue said in a deep voice, her tone filled with anger. Plop! Zhou Yunliang was so scared that he directly knelt to the ground. Missy, I'm wrong, spare my life. Say, where are those real antiques? Tang Ruoxue asked in a cold voice. It has already been sold by me. I am willing to return all the money. Please beg Missy to spare my life. Zhou Yunliang desperately cowed out on the ground. Even because of the force, his forehead directly knocked through. Silk blood flowed out. Where is my brother's vase? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. In the cabinet in the back hall. Zhou Yunliang said hurriedly. Someone come, take Mr. Wang to the cabinet in the back hall and fetch the vase. Bring Zhou Yunliang down to me. Tang Ruoxue was like a strong woman in a shopping mall at this time. Her words and demeanor were strong. Don't, Missy, please spare me. Zhou Yunliang was dragged down like a dead dog, and no one paid attention to him no matter how much he cried out. Although Tang Ruoxue didn't say how to dispose of him, everyone present knew that for daring to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth and take advantage of the Tang family, Zhou Yunliang's life was over. Afterwards, Tang Ruoxue looked to the crowd of onlookers and said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry everyone. I didn't expect our ancient rhythm pavilion to produce this kind of supervisor. It's my fault for not supervising well. I announce that as long as you can prove that you have bought a fidelity antique in our ancient rhyme pavilion, and that the item you bought was a fake, you can receive double compensation from our ancient rhyme pavilion. Snap! As Tang Ruoxue's words fell, a group of people began to applaud. Miss Tang is really atmospheric. To promise double compensation. Yes, it's really everyone's style. Can. In the future we'll have to come back to ancient rhythm pavilion to buy things. Miss Tang, we understand you. It's not your fault. Blame it on this shameless villain Zhou Yunliang. In vain I thought he was a decent person just now. Bah! The crowd exclaimed. Jiang Chen was also bright. I didn't expect that Tang Ruoxue was not only beautiful, but her ability was also extraordinary. A few short sentences let the ancient rhythm pavilion, which was about to face a big loss of credibility, turn into a safe place. Jiang Chen, thank you so much for today. If it wasn't for you, I still don't know how long I would have been fooled by this asshole Zhou Yunliang. In case something like this happens again someday, the reputation of the ancient rhythm pavilion will be completely finished, and our Tang family will definitely suffer major losses. Pissed me off, this scum. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed, Tang Ruoxue's pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Jiang Chen and thanked him. Speaking of Zhou Yunliang, she was furious for a moment as she gritted her teeth. They're all friends. It's out of the ordinary to say this. Jiang Chen was a little uncomfortable by Tang Ruoxue's blunt stare, and hurriedly said with a smile, just friends? Tang Ruoxue beamed her little mouth and said with an unhappy face, good friends? Humph, that's more or less the same. Tang Ruoxue then nodded in satisfaction. Good friends would be lovers in the future. By the way, how did you know that all these things are fakes? Tang Ruoxue asked with a curious expression. Because I can appraise antiques. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You actually know how to appraise antiques? Tang Ruoxue sighed in awe. Her beautiful eyes were full of color. This man was just too powerful, wasn't he? He could practice medicine, martial arts, and now he could even appraise antiques. This was simply an all-round talent. The more she thought about it, the more she became infatuated with Jiang Chen in her heart. Brother Chen, the vase is back. It was at this moment that Wang Hongji walked over holding the vase that his father had left for him. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry that you were subjected to this injustice today. Let's do it this way. I'll acquire this vase of yours. What's your price? Tang Ruoxue said. This, Chen brother, how much do you say is appropriate? Being stared at by Tang Ruoxue, this absolute beauty. Wang Hongjie was a little embarrassed and looked at Jiang Chen and asked, this vase should be worth $4 to $5 million. Jiang Chen said, good, then at $5 million, I'll acquire it. Tang Ruoxue said with a smile, many thanks, Ms. Tang. Wang Hongjie was overjoyed in his heart, and his eyes were filled with ambiguous colors as he looked at Jiang Chen and Tang Ruoxue. Jiang Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. Tang Ruoxue looked at Jiang Chen and said, Chapter 51, The Evil One. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked in a daze. It's like this. I've recently taken a fancy to one thing, but I'm a bit unsure about it, and since you know how to appraise antiques, I'd like you to help me go over there and palm my eyes. Tang Ruoxue looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant face. Well, no problem. Then you'll inform me of the specific time. Right, I happen to have something I want you to help with as well. My brother and I want to open a real estate company, but we don't know much about the procedures of opening a company. Can you send someone to explain it to my brother? But you don't need to help, just let him work it out on his own. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You want to open a real estate company? Tang Ruoxue was stunned. Yeah, now that I'm divorced anyway, I'll get myself some business to support myself in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright then, I'll find someone to teach him first. Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. Just like that, Tang Ruoxue and Wang Hongjie exchanged numbers. Tang Ruoxue still had to reorganize the ancient rhythm pavilion, so Jiang Chen and the two of them left the ancient rhythm pavilion. Jiang Chen first returned to the villa and put down the array plate materials he had procured. Then he rushed to his adoptive father's house for dinner. Stinky Dad, why did you come back so late last night? And you didn't know to put Yi to bed. As soon as she entered the door, Jiang Yi was the one who beamed her little mouth, accusing with an aggrieved face. Daddy is wrong. If Daddy comes back late in the future, he will give Yi a vacation. Okay? Jiang Chen hugged Jiang Yi and said with a loving face, good. Jiang Yi then smiled joyfully. Bang bang bang. A sharp and hard knocking sound rang out, followed by the door being directly pushed open. I say old Jiang, are you still paying back the money you owe me? A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard, his tone somewhat unkind. Jiang Chen frowned. He recognized the visitor. He was a friend of his adoptive father's from his previous job, called Qian Yuan Tao. But hadn't he already given money to his adoptive father? Did he forget to return it to him? Jiang Hongjun, who was lying on the recliner in the courtyard, stood up and said doubtfully, Old Qian, haven't I already returned that 70,000 to you for 75,000 with interest? Old Jiang, are you kidding me? You want to get rid of me with $5,000 of interest? Isn't that a bit excessive? Qian Yuan Tao said with a cold smile. Old Qian, the interest I gave you isn't low. Right, I borrowed your money for 3 months. If I follow the bank's interest rate at most, I would have given you more than $1,000. Now I gave you 5,000. It's quite a lot. Jiang Hongjun frowned and said, 5,000 is quite a lot. You really dare to say ah. Now prices are soaring. Money is becoming more and more worthless. The $70,000 I borrowed from you for 3 months, it will have to depreciate quite a lot of money. Old Jiang, you speak from your conscience. It is hard to believe that the money I lent to you will still make me lose money? Qian Yuan Tao said unhappily. What exactly do you mean? Just say it straight. Jiang Hongjun had sensed that something was wrong and asked bluntly. Nothing means? Do you know how much money I can make in 3 months if I put this $70,000 on trading? 70,000 becomes at least 3 to 400,000. If I didn't see you pitiful in the beginning, I would have lent it to you. Seeing as we usually have a good relationship, I don't want you to have more now. You make up another $230,000 for me. Let's forget about this matter. Qian Yuan Tao said with a smile on his face. Old Qian, aren't you pitying people? I know the business you do. How can it be so profitable? Besides, how can you borrow 70,000 in 3 months and pay back 300,000? Aren't you robbing in the open? Jiang Hongjuan's face reddened with anger and questioned. Old Jiang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Nowadays these days those who can lend you money when you reach out for it can be good people. I borrowed your money. You don't pay me back. Instead you still scolded me. How can you be so heartless? Qian Yuan Tao pointed at Jiang Hongjun and said angrily. Old Qian, even the loan companies outside don't have such a high interest rate as you. The money I borrowed has already been returned to you. We already have 2 no debts. Please leave. Jiang Hongjun was also hot-tempered and said coldly. Old thing, you are really a white-eyed wolf. I also tell you today this money you also have to return. Do not return also have to return. Otherwise do not blame me not polite. Qian Yuantao snorted coldly and said, I don't have money. I won't give it to you even if I have money. Zhang Hongjun said in a cold voice, no money, that's good. Just in time. I recently met a big boss. His daughter's eyes were blinded in a car accident. I see that this granddaughter of yours has good eyes. How about this? You donate the corneas of this granddaughter of yours to that big boss, and I'll waive this $230,000 for you. How about it? I'm just soft-hearted. $230,000 for a pair of corneas. You've made a fortune. Qian Yuantao suddenly turned his words to Zhang Yi in Zhang Chen's arms and said with a smile, Qian Yuantao, you're dreaming. Was it my granddaughter's cornea that was on your mind when you lent me the money in the first place? I said why you never contacted me, but as a result, you suddenly contacted me 3 months ago and took the initiative to lend me money. So it was like this. Zhang Hongjun suddenly figured everything out, pointing at Qian Yuantao, his heart heaving with anger. Asterisk. You're not stupid yet. Since you know, then I won't talk nonsense with you. You think I will casually lend you $70,000 just for the sake of that little bit of broken friendship with you? What kind of dream are you having? If it wasn't for the fact that I investigated that this granddaughter of yours has quite pretty eyes in order to flatter that big boss, do you think I would have lent you the money? Cut the crap. You'd better agree to it painfully. Otherwise if that big boss knows you don't agree, your family will be dead. Oh yeah, that big boss is Zhang Dachong, the boss of our Songjiang Dingsheng real estate company. You can't afford to mess with him. Qian Yuantao said with a sly smile, completely exposing his purpose. When Zhang Hongjun heard this, his face changed greatly. Dingsheng Real Estate Company was the top real estate company in Songjiang, and as its boss, Zhang Dachong, was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and was also a big shot in the upper class in Songjiang. I didn't expect my granddaughter to be missed by this kind of person. Afraid, right? Afraid to hurry up and hand your granddaughter over to me. I see that you are also quite strapped for cash. Maybe if the Zhang general manager is happy, he will also reward you with some money. Qian Yuantao saw Zhang Hongjun's face changed, and immediately said in a condescending manner. After saying that, he also specifically glanced at Zhang Yi's big beautiful eyes. A hint of fire flashed in his eyes. TSK. This pair of beautiful big eyes. General Manager Zhang will definitely like it. I also have to thank you If not for you how do I have the opportunity to hook up with General Manager Zhang? Ha ha ha. Dad. He's a bad guy. Zhang Yi was frightened by Qian Yuantao's eyes. Her face turned white, and she vigorously shrunk into Zhang Chen's arms, whispering, I'll give you 1 minute to get out of our house. Chapter 52, Zhang Dasheng. Zhang Chen was holding Zhang Yi, his face as gloomy as water, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How dare he hit his daughter with his idea? Unforgivable. Asterisk. Kid, you ing a soft food eating door-to-door waste. Is there a place for you to speak here? Get the hell off to the side. Qian Yuantao laughed back in anger. He naturally knew Zhang Chen, and also knew that Zhang Chen was a soft-eating door-to-door waste, so he didn't give a damn about Zhang Chen at all. Now you kneel down and kowtow and apologize. I can spare you, Zhang Chen said indifferently. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize and spare me? You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. You punk aren't at home serving your wife tea and washing her feet and massaging her. You've come here to pretend to be a pussy? Who doesn't know how much of a loser you are? The Lin family doesn't even treat you as a human being. They treat you as a dog, calling you around. I see. You're not even as good as a dog. Qian Yuantao sneered and laughed. I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, and want to touch my daughter, you're looking for death. Zhang Chen said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. You don't want to blow awesome. Just your wastefulness. Think I don't understand? Still looking for death? Don't say Chief Shang. I can press you to death with one finger. Understand? Zhang Hongjun, you raise this waste in other people's homes eat soft ricey too much. Really think they are a person? But it is just a dog to rely on people's power dog thing. Lin family I know. You ask them dare to go against Mr. Zhang? If General Manager Zhang can look at your daughter's cornea, that's lifting you up. Don't know what's good for you. Qian Yuantao said with a sneer. Dad, cover Yi's eyes. Zhang Chen handed Zhang Yi over to Zhang Hongjun and instructed. Xiao Chen. Zhang Hongjun wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Zhang Chen's firm eyes, he sighed and covered Zhang Yi's eyes with his hands. Seeing this, Zhang Chen took a step towards Qian Yuantao. Qian Yuantao had a sneer on his face, but after meeting Zhang Chen's eyes, his entire body shook violently. This look of killing intent was biting and chilling, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Rubbish, what do you want? Let me tell you, I, Qian Yuantao, have been mixing in Songjiang for so many years. I have countless connections, and I'm doing this for Mr. Zhang. If you dare to hit me, don't blame me for not being polite. Thinking that he was actually frightened by the eyes of a punk, Qian Yuantao's heart was a burst of fury, and he loudly shouted, "Bang!" Jiang Chen didn't pay the slightest attention to Qian Yuantao's shouting and kicked out, directly kicking Qian Yuanhong into the wall. With this kick, Qian Yuantao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. "Dog, how dare you hit me? I won't let you go. I will definitely kill you, and I will tell Mr. Zhang about what happened today. He will definitely not let you off." Qian Yuantao covered his heart and said viciously, "Now call Zhang Dacheng over." Jiang Chen said in a cold voice, since someone dared to think about his daughter, he had to set this matter straight once and for all. "What did you say?" Qian Yuantao froze and asked. "I said, call Zhang Dacheng over now." Good. I'll call Mr. Zhang right now." Qian Yuantao was instantly overjoyed in his heart. Looking at Jiang Chen with a look of idiocy, he dared to ask him to call Zhang Dacheng. He really had eaten too much soft rice, and had eaten his brain bad. Thinking about it, he hurriedly picked up the phone and called out, said a few words to the person on the other end of the phone and hung up. "Kid, you wait for death. I'll see how to concoct you when Mr. Zhang comes," Qian Yuantao said with a scowl on his face. Bang! Jiang Chen once again kicked Qian Yuantao's chest. "Shut up, speak again and I'll waste you." Qian Yuantao's gaze was resentful, but he didn't dare to speak again. Squeak! After not long, there was a sharp sound of brakes. Several luxury cars stopped outside the courtyard of Zhang Hongjuan's house. Quite a few black-clothed bodyguards stepped down from the cars and came to the luxury car at the head. Immediately, a middle-aged man walked down from the lead limousine, along with a young, slightly pretty-looking but heavily made-up woman. The middle-aged man quickly walked into the courtyard, with the others following closely behind. "Mr. Zhang, you have to do right by me. I was beaten up by this punk in order to find a cornea for your daughter, and when I reported your name, this punk even scolded you, saying that you are nothing." Qian Yuantao immediately rejoiced when he saw the visitor, struggled to stand up and jogged to Zhang Dacheng, saying with an aggrieved face and adding a few words, "Hubby, look, how beautiful that child's eyes are. If her corneas were to be replaced for our Tongtong's eyes would definitely be even more beautiful. I don't care. I'll take this child's cornea. You must get it for me." Before Zhang Dacheng could say anything, a young woman with heavy makeup on the side was pointing at Zhang Yi's eyes and said in surprise. This woman was Zhang Yanli, Zhang Dacheng's wife. This scene, however, caused Zhang Yi to become even more afraid, her little face turning white. "Grandpa, they are bad people. I'm afraid. Dad, take Yi back to the house." Jiang Chen was afraid of scaring Zhang Yi, and turned his head to Zhang Hongjun. Zhang Hongjun nodded and turned around to leave. "Who told you to leave? Stop right there. Hurry up and hand this little brat over to me. I'm taking her to the hospital right now to transplant my daughter's corneas." Seeing that Zhang Yi was going to be carried away, Zhang Yanli instantly became furious and rebuked loudly. It was as if Zhang Yi's corneas were already her daughter's. "Old Qian, you've done a beautiful job in this matter. Don't worry, you won't be spared the benefits," Zhang Yanli said with a satisfied face. "Thank you, Mrs. Zhang, but this kid doesn't agree to donate his daughter's corneas." Qian Yuantao was overjoyed in his heart, but said with some difficulty, "Humph, I want her daughter's corneas. That's his honor. I don't care if he agrees or not, right, hubby?" Zhang Yanli said with an arrogant face. "Dad, go in," Jiang Chen said to Zhang Hongjun, then he turned to look at these people with a gloomy face. "Wanting my daughter's cornea, are you worthy? Hubby, look at this dog, how dare he talk about people like that? He simply doesn't put you in his eyes. You have to teach him a good lesson." Zhang Yanli immediately looked at Zhang Dacheng in an unusually aggrieved manner and pouted. "Kid, where do you hang out? Dare to talk to me, Zhang Dacheng, like this?" Zhang Dacheng said in a deep voice. His Dingsheng group was at least the leader of the real estate companies in Songjiang. Usually even the patriarchs of those top families in Songjiang were polite when they saw him, and for Jiang Chen to speak to him in such a tone of voice, it infuriated him greatly. "Mr. Zhang, you're overestimating him. He's just a door-to-door son-in-law who eats soft food. He doesn't even have the money to save his own daughter's life. There's no need for you to be so polite when treating this kind of waste." Qian Yuantao sneered. Chapter 53. What's all the noise about? "Che, I thought what kind of tough character it is. It turns out to be a dog that eats soft food. What's the point of pretending with us? Isn't it just about money? Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Say it, how much do you want? We can afford it," Zhang Yanli said with a cold smile on her face. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhang Dacheng's eyes as well, seeing Jiang Chan's extraordinary temperament. He had thought that he was some kind of character, but it turned out that he was just a waste of soft food. "Now the few of you kneel on the ground and apologize to our family. I can consider releasing you," Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. "Waste? You're looking for death," Zhang Dacheng said in a cold voice. "I, Zhang Dacheng, have been in the society for more than 20 years. and I've never been fond of doing things that are forceful. I can forgive your rudeness to me today, but you must donate your daughter's corneas. As a reward, I can pay to cure your daughter's congenital heart disease. I know you don't have money. Rubbish, mister. Zhang gave you face, don't give me face, hurry up and agree, so you can still keep a life. Xian Yuantao said with a cold smile on his face. Hubby, isn't this too cheap for this person? He just wanted us to kneel down. Zhang Yanli said with a displeased face. Zhang Daqian, what are you in front of me? Dare to make a move on my daughter. Looking for death. Zhang Chen sneered. Fine, fine. After so many years, not many people have dared to talk to me Zhang Daqian like this. Since you're giving your face away, then don't blame me. You guys get on me. Zhang Daqian was furious and anxious, and with a wave of his hand, his bodyguards rushed towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's eyes became colder and colder. His body swayed, his fists and kicks were added to each other, and all of Zhang Daqian's bodyguards collapsed on the ground and wailed in pain. Zhang Daqian's eyes immediately condensed. His bodyguards were all selected from the retired special guards, but they were not even a match for Zhang Chen. Xian Yuantao and Zhang Yanli were even more scared and trembled, not expecting the waste in their eyes to be so powerful. Kid, I admit to being a bit capable, but do you think that just because you're a bit stronger in this era, you can do whatever you want? My power can completely crush you, Zhang Daqiang said with his face still calm. Bang! Only when his words had just fallen, Zhang Chen's figure had already rushed in front of Zhang Daqiang and punched him in the chest. Zhang Daqiang instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Dog thing, how dare you hit my husband? This time you're dead. I'm going to let you and your family die without a burial place. When Zhang Yanli saw this scene, she was first terrified. Then, she screamed and roared out, grabbing at Zhang Daqiang with her teeth and claws open. Slap! Zhang Chen raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yanli's face. Instantly, her slightly reshaped nose went askew, and half of her face immediately became red and swollen. Rubbish! How dare you hit Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang, you're finished. Let me tell you, I've already called the police. In a moment the people in charge of this area's security will be here. You're waiting to be taken in, Xian Yuantao said with a cold smile. Zhang Chen even dared to beat up Zhang Daqiang. This time he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Bang! Zhang Chen once again kicked Xian Yuantao off. Kid, you've got guts. All these years, you're still the first person who dares to touch me. Zhang Daqiang, there'll be no place for you in Songjiang in the future. Zhang Daqiang gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice. I gave you guys a chance, but you don't cherish it. Want to touch my daughter? Are you ready to die? Zhang Chen said in a cold voice. Rubbish, stop pretending. The people from the Security Association have already arrived. You're just waiting for the bottom of the jail. Qian Yuantao spat out blood and laughed. As Qian Yuantao's words fell, a Security Association car came from far and near and stopped outside the courtyard. Two people from the Security Association quickly ran in. Captain, this is our Ding Shang Group's chairman and general manager, Mr. Zhang Daqiang Zhang. This kid committed an assault and beat up Mr. Zhang and us. You guys must do something for us. Xian Yuantao shouted loudly. Unbridled, in broad daylight. How dare you commit murder in public? Simply lawless. You, the captain at the head of the group instantly became furious and cursed loudly, looking towards Zhang Chen. However, when he saw Zhang Chen's appearance, his entire body immediately trembled, and the rest of his words could no longer be uttered. Captain Wu, hello again. I didn't think you weren't expelled. Ha, Zhang Chen said indifferently. The person who came was none other than Wu Chang, the captain of the East District Security Association's defense team who had stood up for Zhou Long last time. So it's Mr. Jiang. I wasn't expelled, but I've been transferred down here to be in charge of security in this area. I'm really sorry for what happened last time. I was all set up by that Zhou Long. Please don't ever bother with me in general. You must forgive me. Wu Chang reacted and immediately trotted to Zhang Chen with a fawning smile on his face, bowing slightly and saying carefully. Between words, he also kept stealing eyes to hit Zhang Chen's expression on his face, afraid that Zhang Chen would still remember his hatred. Right now, he didn't dare to offend Zhang Chen in the slightest, otherwise, he was afraid that he would even have to finish this job. I just hit these guys, are you here to arrest me? Zhang Chen glanced at Wu Chang and asked. Mr. Jiang, you're joking, how could I dare to arrest you? Since it's you who made the move, then surely this group of ungrateful people of theirs have messed with you. I will definitely give you an explanation. Not only this time, in the future, if something happens to Mr. Jiang's family, be sure to call me. I promise to do my best to serve Mr. Jiang. This glance caused Wu Chang to tremble and hurriedly patted his chest to assure him. Captain Wu, I think that no matter if it's our family's safety, but the safety of this area, you have to treat it with care. I hope that you can recognize the mistakes you made before and reform yourself in the future so that you don't make the same mistakes again. Jiang Chen lightly educated. Yes, Mr. Zhang's lesson is right. I will definitely reform myself in the future, and promise not to make the same mistakes as before. Wu Chang nodded his head like garlic, just like a student. The conversation and behavior of the two immediately caused the people present to stare in disbelief. The imagined image of Jiang Chen being arrested didn't appear. Instead, this person from the Security Association was being lectured by Jiang Chen as a grandson, and this person still had a respectful face. What the hell is going on here? Captain Wu, I'm Zhang Daqiang, the chairman of Ding Shang Group. This kid hit me. Shouldn't you arrest him? Reacting, Zhang Daqiang immediately flared up and questioned in a deep voice. He, Zhang Daqiang, was at least a famous person in Songjiang, but in the eyes of this Captain Wu, he was not as good as this door-to-door waste who ate soft rice. It was really too deceitful. That's right, as a person from the Safety Association, you even helped to curry favor with an assailant. It's simply outrageous. I will definitely sue you. Zhang Yanli was even more furious as her body began to tremble. What are you arguing about? What Ding Shang Group? What General Manager Zhang? You have offended Mr. Jiang. Then it must be that you have done the wrong thing. Any more noise and I will take you to my place right now. Wu Cheng frowned and reprimanded loudly. It was so hard to have a chance to flatter Jiang Chen. It was all stirred up by this group of people. Chapter 54, You Have No Fertility. Zhang Daqiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that this small Security Association person would dare to talk to him like this. Captain Wu, these people trespassed into our home, tried to take my daughter away, forced me to donate my daughter's corneas, and had to beat me up. But I put them down. This belongs to self-defense, right? Since Wu Chang had changed his ways, Jiang Chen didn't want to make things difficult for him. Pointing at Zhang Daqiang and the others, he said, What? Outrageous! How dare you break into a house and commit murder? How dare you be so vicious to a little girl? Do you still have the king's law in your eyes? Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured. This time I will strictly follow the rules and ensure that I won't let these people get away with it and give you a satisfactory explanation. When Wu Chang heard this, he was furious. In the area under his management, such a thing had happened, and it still involved Jiang Chen. He had to handle this matter properly. Xiao Wang, call our place and apply for backup. Bring all these lawless people back to our place and make sure to bring them to justice. Wu Chang looked at the man from the Security Association on the side again and said loudly, Okay, Brother Wu. Xiao Wang didn't dare to slack off and immediately made the call. Asterisk. You a little lowly staff of the Security Association. How dare you arrest me? Believe it or not, one call from my husband will make you lose this job? I'm telling you, you'd better hurry up and arrest this punk and punish him severely, then kneel down and apologize to us. Otherwise, we're not done with this matter. When Zhang Yanli heard this, she immediately became furious, pointing at Wu Chang and roaring loudly, not putting Wu Chang in her eyes in the slightest. She and Zhang Daqiang were an old married couple, and with the addition of having given Zhang Daqiang a child a few years before, Zhang Daqiang had doted on her more and more, even to the point of spoiling her. No matter what she did, Zhang Daqiang would step in and fix it for her. This was what allowed her to develop an arrogant, domineering and lawless character. When Wu Chang heard Zhang Yanli's words, his face was immediately gloomy. Fine. I'm a small Security Association person, right? You guys are great. The chairman of the Ding Shang Group, right? Little Wang, you contact the media here. When you bring these people back in a while, I want to see people from the media videotaping and interviewing at the door. Right? Don't you still know a few anchors? Tell them to come over for a live broadcast. Let all these people be on TV in the news. And afterward I'll hold a special press conference to talk about today's matter in its entirety. Aren't they powerful? I'll make them famous again. Wu Chang was genuinely angry this time. His tone was cold and unrelenting. When Zhang Daqiang heard this, his face changed drastically. He was able to tell that what Wu Chang had said was by no means false. Just being brought to Wu Chang in their place, that setting this matter right was easy for him. So he had not been afraid, and even hated Wu Chang extremely deeply. But if there are news media people there, this matter can be difficult to do. He, Zhang Daqiang, a well-known real estate tycoon in Songjiang, was exposed for doing these underhanded things. Then he would be completely finished and there was no way to redeem himself. Foolish, you think we'll be afraid just by saying that? Some news media is just that. My husband often deals with it. Is it hard to be afraid of you? Dog thing. Zhang Yanli, however, wasn't afraid at all and cursed with a sneer on her face. You idiot. Shut up. Zhang Daqiang suddenly chided loudly. Zhang Yanli immediately froze. The two of them were married for a few years. Zhang Daqiang had never yelled at her. They were all cupped in their hands for fear of falling, in their mouths for fear of melting. I didn't expect that he would dare to yell at her for the sake of such a few small people. In an instant, she was furious. Zhang Daqiang, you, I have given you a daughter so that your old Zhang family has a descendant. How dare you yell at me? I'll fight you. Zhang Yanli grabbed towards Zhang Daqiang with an angry face. Hiss. Zhang Daqiang was careless, and his face was directly scratched with a long bloody scar, which caused him to suck in a mouthful of cold air in pain. However, his face was helpless, and he softly apologized. Yanli, I'm wrong, but this matter absolutely can't be on the news or on the internet, or else this company of mine will be finished, and will have to be finished as well. What's finished? You are a big boss with $2 billion. Can't it be that you can't even handle these few little people? You just don't want to cure your daughter's eyes. Anyway, she's a girl. You Zhang Daqiang don't like it. Maybe you've already found a little one outside behind my back to give you a son. I don't care. Today you have to teach these losers a hard lesson. Otherwise I'll take my daughter away and not let you see her for the rest of my life. Zhang Yanli said in a commanding manner. Yanli, don't. I'm wrong. Zhang Daqiang looked helpless, looking at Zhang Chen and the others with an embarrassed face, the aura of a successful man that he had just dissipated. Everyone, can we settle this matter privately? Zhang Daqiang, you loser. How dare you lower your voice to this group of little yakuza who beat up your wife? How did I, Zhang Yanli, find a loser like you? Zhang Yanli viciously scratched Zhang Daqiang a few times, causing Zhang Daqiang to have a few more blood marks on his face. Stop it. If you have anything to say, you can go back and talk to us later. You stinking woman openly insulted our security association's people. I will definitely punish you severely. Wu Chang loudly chided. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. He could sort of see that the person who was really being unreasonable was Zhang Yanli. Zhang Daqiang, a successful man, was sort of a wimp for the sake of a daughter. Zhang Daqiang, do you usually have frequent pain in your 2 kidneys? And you haven't had a child all these years until after you married Zhang Yanli? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. How do you know? Zhang Chen's words caused Zhang Daqiang to snap. Hubby, don't listen to this loser pretending. You know quite a lot of these things from the friends you've made. This kid might have heard about it too. He's definitely trying to get close to you to win favor. Zhang Yanli sneered from the side. Not only do I know this, I also know that you were frozen when you went into the water as a child, and you were also hit by a hard object in the waist. From that time onwards these 2 kidneys of yours started to ache, and the pain is even more intense especially when you are exposed to cold. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This, how do you know? Zhang Daqiang was instantly horrified. This matter, over the years he had never told anyone else. Even his ex-wife and current wife Zhang Yanli he had never told. It was just his own secret. How could Jiang Chen know? Hubby, this kid must be a blind cat who met a dead rat. You hurry up and find someone to do them all. Zhang Yanli said impatiently from the side. I know one more thing. You're not fertile. Chapter 55, informing things like a god. The entire scene was stunned, and everyone looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. He actually said that Zhang Daqiang was infertile, but he had a daughter. You punk, what the hell are you talking about? You, hubby, this kid even dared to say such treacherous words. This is obviously provoking the relationship between our couple. If you don't get him killed this time, I will divorce you. Reacting as if she had been stepped on, Zhang Yanli instantly exploded with anger, pointing at Jiang Chen and cursing loudly. Shut up. Zhang Daqiang's face, however, immediately became gloomy, as he pushed Zhang Yanli away and looked at Jiang Chen. Shocked. Mr. Jiang, what did you say? I don't have the ability to procreate? Asterisk. Not only are you yelling at me but you're also pushing me. I'll fight you. Zhang Yanli once again wanted to grab Zhang Daqiang. Snap. This time Zhang Daqiang, however, did not back off, but slapped Zhang Yanli violently, slapping her in the face. Zhang Yanli instantly planted herself on the ground and cried out in pain. Jiang Chen was able to tell in a single word that he had been injured and frozen by water when he was a child, so he already somewhat believed Jiang Chen. Not bad. Back then in the cold water your 2 kidneys had been frostbitten, and your vas deferens was completely blocked, but your condition is rather special, and the hospital couldn't detect it. Not only that, when you go to the toilet since that time, do you feel that you can't urinate and wait for urine? In truth, this is all because your kidneys were injured a long time ago. Jiang Chen said indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital to check if your daughter is related to you. Zhang Daqiang didn't say anything, but instead turned his head to look at Zhang Yanli. His gaze had turned cold and fierce. Jiang Chen was definitely a high-level person for being able to tell his symptoms and what he had been through so accurately. Honestly, is Tong Tong my child or not? Zhang Daqiang asked in a deep voice, his tone carrying a strong murderous aura. Back then, he and his ex-wife had been unable to have a child, and in the end, they had no choice but to divorce. Not long after the divorce, he bumped into Zhang Yanli at a KTV. The two hooked up a few times, and Zhang Yanli ended up going to him with a lab sheet. saying she was pregnant with his child. Zhang Daqian was on the verge of going crazy for his child at the time, and when he encountered this kind of thing, he was naturally overjoyed and immediately married Zhang Yanli. Hubby, of course Tong Tong is yours. We've been in a relationship for several years. You wouldn't just believe this loser's word, right? Zhang Yanli pleaded, looking exceptionally pitiful. Jiang Chen was really quite impressed with this woman's acting skills. Having reached this juncture, she was still in such a state of mind. Zhang Daqiang, is it true that you haven't touched Zhang Yanli for almost 2 months? Jiang Chen suddenly said, you'd better not touch her anymore. She's already contracted syphilis for almost 2 months. No, it's impossible. You're talking nonsense. You're the one with syphilis. You punk! Zhang Yanli instantly changed her color, subconsciously covering her abdomen as her body began to tremble. By this moment, everyone could see that Zhang Yanli had a ghost in her heart. Wu Chang and the others had looked at Zhang Daqian with a sympathetic face. Not only was the child not his own, the woman had gone behind his back to find another man. The real estate tycoon of Songjiang was a mess. Come on people, catch her for me. Zhang Daqian's face was as gloomy as water. Letting his bodyguards grab Zhang Yanli, then he turned his head towards Jiang Chen and Wu Chang. His attitude was put extremely low. Mr. Jiang, Captain Wu, today's matter is my Zhang Daqian's fault. I will definitely come to the door to make amends after I have finished dealing with the matter. Can I take them to leave first? Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of keeping them, Wu Chang gave the people he brought with him a wink and made way, not going to stop them. With a grateful nod, Zhang Daqian hurriedly got into the car with his people and left. Mr. Jiang, what about this person? Wu Chang asked as he pointed to Qian Yuantao, who was trembling at this moment. He came to my door to blackmail my father. What should we do? Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. Good, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will deal with him seriously. Xiao Wang, take this old boy back and interrogate him properly. Wu Chang nodded his head and with a command, Xiao Wang grabbed Qian Yuantao and shoved him towards the car. Jiang Chen, spare me, I'm wrong, please let me go. It's my larded heart. Qian Yuantao pitifully prayed. But for this kind of man with sinister intentions, Jiang Chen didn't have any sympathy at all. I also have to thank Captain Wu for his help today. Mr. Jiang, you're welcome, some small thing, not worth mentioning. In the future, if Mr. Jiang has something, one phone call, Wu Chang, will definitely be there. Wu Chang patted his chest and assured. However, you are really a god man, to know so many things about Zhang Daqian. Wu Chang turned his words around and said with a fawning smile, his eyes filled with respect. I'm a doctor, so I'm naturally able to see what's wrong with him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Wu Chang's heart shook. He hadn't seen a doctor who could tell so many things without using instruments. This was simply a godly doctor. With Zhang Daqian's matter in front of him, he now completely believed in Jiang Chen's medical skills. Cough cough. Mr. Jiang, can you help me see what's wrong with me? Wu Chang asked somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Chen looked Wu Chang up and down and smiled faintly. Overindulgence, kidney loss, night sweats, and room trouble. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a man of God. Wu Chang completely believed Jiang Chen, then rubbed his hands together. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can give me a prescription to regulate it. Yes, I'll give you a prescription. You stick to it for a week without drinking, and you'll be cured of this problem. Many thanks, Mr. Jiang, Wu Chang said with a grateful face. After sending Wu Chang and the others away, Jiang Chen returned to the house. Little Chen, is everything alright? Jiang Hongjun asked with concern. Dad, it's already fine, don't worry, Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's good. Hey, didn't expect Qian Yuantao to be such a person. At first I thought he was really a good person. Jiang Hongjun said with a sigh. Okay, don't say it. Fortunately Xiao Chun has the ability. Otherwise this time it's over. That Qian Yuantao, I used to think he is not a good person. Don't contact him in the future. Hurry up and come to eat. Today Grandma made you your favorite braised pork. Chenfen said with a smile on her face. Long live Grandma. Zhang Yi immediately ran over and hugged Chenfen with a happy face. The family ate happily. While eating, Jiang Hongjun suddenly received a phone call, and when he hung up, he frowned slightly. Old man, what happened? Seeing Jiang Hongjun's face not looking good, Chenfen hurriedly asked. Chapter 56 Adoptive Father's Old Schoolmate. Old Wei is treating us tonight, saying that his son-in-law has negotiated a big deal and is looking for old friends to celebrate. So let's all go. Jiang Hongjun sighed and said, what to celebrate? Is to show off. When you were rich in business, they couldn't wait for their daughter to marry Xiao Chen, and then your business is yellow. They don't even contact. So snobbish. Don't bother with them. Don't go, said the old Wei. Good-tempered Chen Fen also changed his face. The old Wei named Wei Changlin is a classmate of Jiang Hongjun. When Jung Hongjun is the first in their group of students to do business rich, I do not know how many people flatter them. Jung Chen graduated from university. Jung Hongjun several $1 million, more than the Lin family at the time to be rich, which is also when Lin Jiaojiao agreed to marry Jung Chen the main reason. However, not long after, Jung Hongjun business was pitched. The family fell. The house and car were taken away by the bank. The former classmates and friends have to avoid him like the plague. This way Changlin has come a few times, but are in front of Jung Hongjun show off. Old Wei said, if we do not go, he let his son-in-law send a car over to pick us up. Jung Hongjun sighed and said, Mom, Dad and Uncle Wei are classmates after all. This doesn't go, there's no telling what nasty things they'll say. Go, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Right, let's go, Jung Hongjun said firmly. Chen Fen sighed and didn't say anything else. In the evening, after Jiang Chen's family finished cleaning up, they took a taxi towards the West Lake House. West Lake People's Home was a more characteristic upscale restaurant in Songjiang. Being able to treat guests at such a place, it was clear that Wei Changlin's son-in-law was a good mixer. In front of the West Lake People's House, Wei Changlin with his daughter Wei Xiaoman and son-in-law Ran Wenba were welcoming guests. Dad, how come Jiang Hongjun and his family haven't come yet? Ran Wenba asked with an anxious face. To outsiders, it might seem like the two families were on good terms. However, only he knew why he longed for Jiang Chen to come. He was just a kid from an ordinary family, and when he was in college, he had been pursuing Wei Xiaoman, but at that time, because Jiang Chen's family was rich, Wei Changlin wanted to set up Wei Xiaoman and Jiang Chen together, and Wei Xiaoman also quite liked Jiang Chen, so she didn't even take a proper look at him. Later, Jiang Chen married Lin Jiaojiao. Jiang Hongjuan's business is yellow, and he opened the company Made Money, which chased Wei Xiaoman. Over the years, he had always wanted to ruthlessly step on Jiang Chen and his family for a while, and this time, he had signed a bill with Ding Sheng Group with a profit of $6 to $7 million, and he felt that his strength was already ready, which was why he was celebrating this time. Bo 1. Don't worry, I told them, if they don't come let someone pick them up, they will definitely come, Wei Changlin said with a smile. He similarly held this mindset when he was young, because Jiang Hongjun made money doing business while he was a part-time worker. Many women liked Jiang Hongjun, and he had been unconvinced. Now that he managed to find a rich son-in-law, and his family is also rich, how can he get out of that bad breath? Is that cab driver Jiang Hongjuan's family? Wei Xiaoman's excited voice fell, and a cab stopped in front of them. Jiang Hongjuan's family then got out of the car. I say old Jiang you said you used to be a big boss worth millions. Even if the business is yellow, take out some money to buy a car is no problem, right? Do you need to live so frugally? Glancing at the distant cab, Wei Changlin said somewhat reproachfully, but his tone carried a strong sense of taunting. Dad, what are you talking about? I heard that Jiang Chen has always been a soft eater in that Lin Jiaojiao's house. It seems like he only has $200 a month for living expenses. What's this amount of money enough for? Uncle Zhang's little money. In addition to daily expenses, he still has to subsidize Jiang Chen. How can he still have spare money to buy a car? Wei Xiaoman chided Wei Changlin, but once she heard it, she could tell that this was ridiculing Jiang Chen. When she was trying to get on Jiang Chen's rich second generation, she hadn't made much effort, but as a result, Jiang Chen had been ignoring him, which made her hate him. Jiang Chen, you are a high school student. You have hands and feet. Why do you have to go to be a soft food door son-in-law? How let people look down on Look at me. When I graduated from college, I'm not one, and then I rely on their own hands to work hard, and now my company has a market value of 5 million. People what family background is useless, but also have to rely on their own. Ran Bowen seemed to be thinking about Jiang Chen, but in reality, he was elevating himself to belittle Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. He had already tried to overestimate the shamelessness of these three people. He didn't realize that he had still underestimated it. Old Wei, if you called us here just to mock us, then we'll leave now, and we won't contact each other again in the future. Jiang Hongjun, didn't treat you poorly in the first place. Jiang Hongjun frowned and said unhappily, Gu, old Jiang don't know how to tease, do you? How many years of friendship between our two families? Open such a joke cannot afford to open? This is no money. How the heart of the mind is still small. Okay, don't make a temper. Hurry up. You arrived. People have arrived. Wei Chanlin joked. Hey, since I'm here, let's go up and take a look. Jiang Hongjun said to Chun Fen rather forlornly. So the two of them walked into the West Lake House one after the other and arrived at the private room. Che, coming so late, letting us wait for him, thought he was the big boss with millions of dollars in the past, playing a big game. That's right, in the past when he had money to pretend, then also even if, now or no money is still like this. Spoiled stink. I heard that in the past 2 years, Jiang Hongjun has been borrowing money all over the place, and his family is already poor. I don't know if it's true. Good risk, good risk. In the beginning, fortunately I did not go with him. Otherwise now how humiliating. The people Wei Changlin invited this time were basically former classmates. And when these people saw Zhang Hongjun, they whispered and sneered. Chen Fen was trembling with anger, wanting to pull Zhang Hongjun and the others to turn around and leave. However, she knew that if they left, she didn't know what would be rumored by these people, so she could only endure it. Wei Changlin heard the words of the crowd, but his heart was refreshed. But on his face, he smiled and waved his hand at everyone. All students, you must not blame Lao Jiang, he also has no way. The family does not have a car. We all know how difficult it is to take a taxi now. Our classmates, more tolerance. Put. Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard Zhang Hongjun's words. Looks like the rumors are true. Zhang Hongjun is really mixed up. He can't even afford a car. Can't afford to buy an expensive one. Buy a cheap one as well. Which have money If he has money, that adopted son of his will go to someone else's house as a door-to-door son-in-law? Sneering words once again came out from these people. Chapter 57, Ripping Your Face Off. Seeing this situation, Wei Changlin knew that he couldn't say any more and directly raised his wineglass up. Fellow old classmates, this time I thank you for coming to my son-in-law's celebration. My son-in-law doesn't have any great ability. He just knows how to do a little bit of buying and selling. This is not just with Ding Shang Group's Zhang Daxiang Zhang general manager signed a roughly profit of $6 to $7 million. I'm setting up a few tables here just to thank everyone for taking care of me. His words immediately caused the entire box to suck in a breath of cold air. Ouch! Ding Shang Group is the biggest real estate company in our Songjiang. I heard that Chief Zhang is worth billions of dollars. Yes, Mr. Zhang is a big shot in the whole of Songjiang who turns his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Wei, you're too modest. Where we have helped is that people Bo Wen promising? You found a good son-in-law Bo Wen is only in his 20s. He's going to become a multi-millionaire big boss. He's really too capable. You can't forget about us poor friends in the future. The crowd laughed and cajoled as they spoke one sentence at a time, their tones filled with fawning currying favor. There were no good people among them. They were generally just part-timers, and when they met a big boss like Ran Bowen, they naturally had to flatter him. Uncles and aunts are too polite. Ran Bowen, no matter what degree of mixing, will always be your juniors. In the future there are things to say. I absolutely will not shirk. After all, Ran Bowen is also a man of the scene, usually often socialize. At this time, the words he said were very beautiful, making the crowd very satisfied, and couldn't stop nodding his head in praising him. Bowen actually, it's thanks to Uncle John's family that you can become what you are now. At this time, Wei Xiaoman suddenly smiled and spoke out, drawing the topic to Zhang Hongjuan's family. Xiaoman, aren't you joking? Your Uncle Jiang and his family are all smashed up right now. How can they help Bo Wen? It's good enough not to trouble Bo Wen, a middle-aged man said with a snort. The others also laughed out disdainfully. Aunts and uncles, what Xiaoman said is really right. I really have to thank Uncle Jiang's family, especially Jiang Chen. Back then, Jiang Chen, relying on the fact that his family had a bit of money, was so empty-minded that he couldn't even look at a good woman like Xiaoman, and had to go and be a door-to-door son-in-law. And then Xiaoman stayed with me, encouraging me to start my own business, and that's how I got to where I am today. So I really have to thank Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'll toast you. Ran Bowen smiled and raised his cup at Jiang Chen, drinking it all in one go. Jiang Chen smiled bashfully, not caring at all. This man really doesn't know how to be ashamed. He's talking about him like this and he's still able to laugh. Yeah, after old Jiang went bankrupt, I heard that this kid went into a rich family, and as a result, he wasn't treated as a human being at all in that family, and was used like a dog. Yeah, what a shame. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of shame, the crowd began to talk at once. Old Jiang if I say, Jiang Chen this has hands and feet, to do what kind of door son-in-law? Simply come out to find their own things to do. Wei Changlin said with seeming concern. Xiao Chen has divorced that woman. Zhang Hongjun said with a sullen face. Divorced? That's good. To be a son-in-law who eats soft food at home, that's going to be poked at. Let's do it this way. We are also old friends. Bowen, why don't you help Jiang Chen arrange a job in your company? Wei Changlin looked at Ran Bowen and said, well, it's not that hard to do. It just so happens that I signed this cooperation contract with Ding Shang Group, and the company still needs to recruit some people. How about this? Jiang Chen, come to my company. I'll arrange a job for you as a bricklayer. 5,000 a month. Is that good enough? Ran Bowen looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. Sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He was waiting for this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, why don't you hurry up and thank my husband? This brick moving job is a bit tiring, but $5,000 a month is quite a lot. This is still on the basis that our two families are good friends. Other people would be $4,005 a month. Wei Xiaoman said with a playful smile. No need. I have my own job. I don't need your help. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, you're not addicted to eating soft rice, are you? You still want to find a woman to eat soft rice, right? We're also good friends. I have to advise you, man, you still need to be a bit progressive. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. Ran Bowen said with a disappointed face. Bowen is right. A big man, going to eat soft food. What's it like? Yeah, this kid gives face-to-face people Bowen to arrange for him to work for a salary of $5,000 a month, although a little tired, but enough to feed him and that child of his, right? Hey, young, all day long want to sit and enjoy, really waste to home. A group of people also spoke out to sneer. Who said that Xiao Chen is going to eat soft rice? I tell you, Xiao Chen in the future is going to do great things. Zhang Hongjun said loudly in anger, saying him he could endure, but saying Jiang Chen, he really couldn't endure. Old Jiang, look at you. What are you angry about? All of us classmates are Jiang Chen's elders. Educating him is also for his own good. However, if you ask me, you're also spoiling him too much. Jiang Chen, this child does have a problem with his thoughts. All day long he thinks about being good and easy, so how can he be a person who does great things? I'm not praising my son-in-law. People Bowen is really eat hard, do great things, then Jiang Chen really do not know how many times better. Hey, to say a word from the heart, I am now very fortunate, when you refused Xiaoman and Jiang Chen together thing. Otherwise, now we Xiaoman still do not know how much suffering it. Wei Changlin spoke eloquently, completely letting out that bad breath in his heart at first. Old Wei, what do you think you're doing? How can you compare Bowen with a waist like Jiang Chen? Is there a comparison? Yes, and no ability and also want to face. How to go to eat other people's soft rice when it is not face. If you ask me, this kind of person is simply heartless. People help him to see that he looks like, as if the company lacks him. Disgusting. This family is all like this. It's ridiculous. Wei Changlin, from today onwards, our two families should not contact each other. You don't deserve to be my friend. Let's go. Zhang Hongjun was so angry that he slammed the wine glass in his hand and pulled Chenfen and Jiang Chen to leave. Zhang Hongjun, you've reached this point and you're still pretending with me? I, Wei Changlin, don't deserve to be friends with you? What kind of thing are you? Still think you're the millionaire from before? What a ing laugh. I'll tell you, I called you here today just to humiliate you. Weren't you great before? How does it feel to be pressed by me now? Wei Changlin said with a cold smile, completely tearing his face off. Jiang Chen was instantly furious, and just as he was about to lash out, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 58, Zhang Daxiang apologizes. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number, but picked it up anyway. Is this Mr. Jiang Chen? I'm Zhang Daxiang. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Daxiang asked in an unusually respectful manner. It's me. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Mr. Jiang today's matter is my Zhang Daxiang's fault. I misheard the words of that and brought you so much trouble. Please you must forgive me. I want to go to you to give you a face-to-face apology. Please you must give me this opportunity. Otherwise I can't sleep or eat well. Zhang Daxiang said in an unusually painful manner. Jiang Chen frowned. Then, he said, I'm at Westlake People's 201 box. Come over. Mr. Jiang, I'm near Westlake People's house. I'll go over right away. Zhang Deliang was overjoyed and immediately nodded his head and said, Jiang Hongjun, let me tell you, right now I'm really too happy. My daughter Xiaoman is lucky that she didn't marry Jiang Chen, this soft-eating door-to-door waste in the first place. Otherwise she can't lift her head up in this lifetime. Wei Changlin mocked Jiang Hongjun. What's so great about Ran Bowen? In the future, our Xiao Chen will definitely be able to surpass him. Chenfen was unusually angry and blurted out, ha ha ha, want to surpass our Bowen? You guys dream away. Just with this soft-eating waste, my husband can crush him to death by casually moving his hands now. Bowen is now working with Mr. Zhang of the Dingshan Group. His future is unlimited. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even the Lin family that he has joined. He can't compare to Bowen. Wei Xiaoman said with a cold smile. The two sides were still arguing when Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Is Zhang Daxiang very powerful? In my eyes, it's not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke out, his tone icy cold. Jiang Chen, you are reckless. Is Zhang Daxiang something a dog like you can insult? You kneel down and apologize right now, or else I'll call Chief Zhang right now and have him personally come over to punish you. You dare to insult General Manager Zhang. If this matter is known to General Manager Zhang, your family will be finished. Ran Bowen's face changed as he loudly rebuked. Although he felt that no one in today's group would know Zhang Daxiang, but in case today's matter reached Zhang Daxiang's ears, then if he didn't punish Jiang Chen, there was no chance that Zhang Daxiang would take his anger out on him. Chow, this soft rice man is also ing stupid. Someone like Mr. Zhang can be crushed to death with one hand, and he's even saying that it's not worth mentioning. This kind of person is really wasteful to the core. Even dare to say such words, he really doesn't know anything. Hurry up and kneel down. You wasteful person can die by yourself. Don't involve us. A group of people were shocked and cursed at Jiang Chen. If your family kneels down to my father now, perhaps I can spare your family. Jiang Chen, however, was not the least bit moved and said coldly, Jiang Hongjun, this waste of a son of yours, has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts? Right, how dare he make our family kneel down? It's simply outrageous. Don't you blame this old classmate of mine for not showing mercy. Bo 1, teach this punk who doesn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Wei Changlin was instantly furious and said, right, Bo 1, make sure to teach this family a lesson, and let Mr. Zhang straighten them out. Wei Xiaoman also gritted her teeth and said, good, Dad, Xiaoman, I'll call General Manager Zhang. Punk, your family will wait for death. Ran Bowen sneered and made the call. Originally, he only had a one-sided relationship with Zhang Daxiang and happened to leave his number, but it was just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to make good relations with Zhang Daxiang. Thinking about this, he was even more excited. Sure enough, waste still has a use for waste. The phone just rang once and was hung up by the other party. Ran Bowen put down the phone and looked at Jiang Chen, bossing him around. Rubbish, your family is quite lucky. Chief Shang might have something to deal with and hung up on me. Now I'll give you another chance. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize, or else suffer the consequences. Then this matter can't end like this. How about this? Bo 1, you find a few people to watch them first. When you can contact General Manager Zhang, then send a few of them over to General Manager Zhang to dispose of them. Wei Changlin said in a cold voice. General Manager Zhang, here. Right at this moment, outside the box suddenly came a burst of chaotic walking sounds, followed by the door of the box opening. Zhang Daxiang brought a dozen black-clothed bodyguards and walked in quickly. Only at this moment, Zhang Daxiang's face was a bit haggard and heartbroken, and more than that, it was still suppressed anger. Mr. Zhang, when Ran Bowen saw the person who came, he was instantly jolted. Of course he knew Zhang Daxiang. He didn't expect that they were just talking about him, and he came right away. It seems that this strength of mine can also enter the eyes of Zhang Daxiang. He even personally came over to look for me. Ran Bowen thought excitedly in his heart. Among the people in this box, besides him, who else could recognize such a big shot like Zhang Daxiang? Chief Cheng, you've come at the right time. It's this kid who just scolded you and said that you're nothing. It's outrageous. I asked him to kneel down and apologize to you, but he even ignored it at all. Ran Bowen ran to Zhang Daxiang and said with an excited and additive face, rubbish, General Manager Zhang is here now. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and apologize? Maybe the other General Manager Zhang has a lot of generosity and give you a dog's life. Ran Bowen turned around and condescendingly said to Jiang Chen again. Once the people in the box heard Ran Bowen's words, they all looked at Jiang Chen gloatingly. Zhang Daxiang, the principal owner, had arrived, so this punk's family was definitely finished. Jiang Hongjun, see, our family Bowen invites a meal, and even other people, Zhang Dichang, have come. How can this waste of a family of yours compare to my son-in-law? Worlds apart, Wei Changlin said condescendingly. Pa! Zhang Daxiang saw the person Ran Bowen was referring to, but he was furious and slapped Ran Bowen hard on the face. He couldn't wait to flatter Jiang Chen now. How could he possibly deal with him? Who the hell are you? Dare to speak to Mr. Zhang like that? Zhang Daxiang chided loudly. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? I'm Ran Bowen, the owner of your Ding Sheng Group's partner, Bowen Company. Being slapped in the face by Zhang Daxiang in front of so many acquaintances, Ran Bowen's face immediately couldn't hang on. What the hell, Bowen Company? I don't know. Get lost. Zhang Daxiang pushed Ran Bowen away and trotted to Jiang Chen, bowing to the end. Mr. Jiang, I was blinded by lard and did something ridiculous today. Please, you must forgive me. Otherwise I can't rest in peace. However, Jiang Chen was sitting blandly, paying no attention. Jiang Yi was his heart, and if Zhang Daxiang had moved against him, that would be touching his scales. Hiss. The people in the entire box were to a mouthful of cold air. Just now they thought that Zhang Daxiang would use the most ruthless means to deal with Jiang Chen, but the result is now to give this waste to bend over and apologize. What the hell is going on? That is the chairman of Ding Sheng Group, Song Zhang's real estate tycoon. Ran Bowen, because with Zhang Daxiang a little relationship, they all want to flatter Zhang Daxiang this kind of person, but to their hearts of the waste to apologize. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, shocked beyond belief. Chapter 59, Dissolution of Cooperation. Mr. Zhang, are you mistaken? This kid can be a waste. Ran Bowen couldn't care less about the anger in his heart as he ran over and said loudly, get him away from me. Zhang Daxiang's bodyguards immediately pushed Ran Bowen away. and looking at the calm-faced Jiang Chen, Zhang Daqiang clenched his teeth and directly flung himself to the ground. Mr. Jiang, it's me, Zhang Daqiang, who has no eyes and dares to offend you. Please say something. What do you want me, Zhang Daqiang, to do, so that you can get rid of the bad anger in your heart? The entire hall was dead silent. Everyone felt their three views shattered. Not only did Zhang Daqiang bend down to apologize, he even knelt down to Jiang Chen. This had completely caused him to lose his ability to think. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Daqiang and said indifferently, "Alright, get up. Let's forget about this matter. If you do it again in the future, don't blame me for being impolite." Yes, Mr. Jiang is right. I was tricked by that cousin this time, and nearly caused you trouble. This is my fault. Here is a check for 10 million. Consider it as a little apology from me. Please do accept it. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Daqiang's heart was overjoyed. He finally let out a sigh of relief and stood up. He then pulled out a check and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Hiss. The crowd present once again sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That was $10 million. The people present might not have had the chance to earn so much money in their entire lives, and Zhang Daqiang had just so easily given it to Jiang Chen. This waste? Ran Bowen was on the verge of going crazy when he saw this scene. He had come to this meal today specifically to step on Jiang Chen, but as a result, now there was a mess, and this face of his was about to be smashed by Jiang Chen. Mr. Zhang, I'm not convinced. Jiang Chen is just a piece of trash. What gives you the right to treat him like this? Ran Bowen questioned hysterically. What kind of thing are you? Do I, Zhang Daqiang, need you to question my matters? Don't blame me for getting you killed if you dare to call Mr. Jiang a punk again. Zhang Daqiang turned to look at Ran Bowen, once again regaining the arrogant aura of that Songjiang real estate tycoon, and chided condescendingly. Chief Cheng, I admit that you, Zhang Daqiang, are a big shot in our Songjiang, but Bowen is at least your business partner, signed a cooperation contract with you, and you also said that he has a lot of potential. Are you not being too bullying by pretending that you don't know him in order to curry favor with Jiang Chen now? Wei Xiaoman was equally unable to bear this great sense of loss and said loudly. When Ran Bowen heard this, he immediately trembled in fear. What he told Wei Xiaoman was all bragging. This cooperation of his was only a few $1 million of profit. He had only signed a contract with the deputy manager of the business department of Dingsheng Group. As for Zhang Daqiang, he could not qualify to sign a contract with him directly. Signed a cooperation contract with me? And I said that the potential is great? Zhang Daqiang's eyes instantly narrowed. Someone, investigate for me what kind of cooperation our Dingsheng Group has with this what's-his-name Bowen company? The person beside him quickly called for confirmation. Mr. Zhang, it's all a misunderstanding. With my status, how can I sign a contract with a big shot like you? My wife drank too much and is just babbling. Ran Bowen but hurriedly said, Husband, where did I drink too much? Mr. Zhang, I don't know why you were kneeling down to this punk, but you have told my husband that you are optimistic about him, and also said that he is the rising star of our Songjiang real estate industry. Being a man leaves a silver lining for the future. You treat my husband like this, in the future after my husband becomes powerful in the real estate industry, aren't you afraid that you'll be targeted? Wei Xiaoman said with a cold smile. Ran Bowen immediately looked as if he was dead. He didn't expect Wei Xiaoman to say all of his bragging words. Isn't this looking for death? Ha ha ha. Well, targeting me Zhang Daqiang, right? Upstart, isn't it? Zhang Daqiang laughed back in anger and looked at his bodyguard. Have you found out about Bowen Company? Boss, Bowen Company has a market capitalization of $4 million, and has just signed a cooperation with our company's deputy manager of the business department, Zhang Xing, with a profit of about $5 to $6 million. The bodyguard said hurriedly. Good, then cancel the cooperation with Bowen Company now, and put the word out to me in Songjiang. Whoever dares to cooperate with Bowen Company in the future, that's just messing with me. Zhang Daqiang, a rising star? I will make him unable to get up in this life, Zhang Daqiang said with a cold smile. What? Ran Bowen trembled. He had pressed all his money and manpower into the cooperation with Dingsheng Group. If the cooperation was cancelled now, then all his efforts would be in vain. What was even more tragic was that Zhang Daqiang's words were equivalent to pulling him into the industry's blacklist, and in the future, it would be difficult for him to engage in the construction industry in Songjiang by an inch. Plop! Ran Bowen knelt on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Mr. Zhang, don't. I'm wrong, please let me go. If I don't have this cooperation, this Bowen company of mine will be finished. Finished? Dare to insult Mr. Jiang? This is your fault. Zhang Daqiang sneered and said. Immediately, Ran Bowen looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading face. Jiang Chen, please let Mr. Zhang let me go? It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. I can't dissolve the cooperation with Dingsheng Group. otherwise I'll go bankrupt. Everything is over for me, Ran Bowen said, gritted his teeth and looked at Wei Changlin and Wei Xiaoman. If it wasn't for Wei Xiaoman talking too much, where would he have ended up in this situation? What the hell are you two still standing for? Hurry up and kneel down and beg Jiang Chen for me. Wei Changlin and Wei Xiaoman were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect Zhang Daxiang to do this for a punk. Wei Changlin didn't want to bow down to Jiang Chen, and looked at Jiang Hongjun, saying, "Old Jiang, look, we're all friends, do we have to make it like this? Just now we were just joking around with you guys. You can't even afford to joke around? You hurry up and let Xiao Chen talk to Mr. Zhang, retract what he just said. We are still good friends. Jiang Chen, if you have a conscience, for the sake of our two families' friendship for so many years, you should hurry up and let General Manager Zhang let our family go. Otherwise our family will always hold a grudge against you." Wei Xiaoman said Jiang Chen with a displeased face, as if all the fault was on Jiang Chen. "It's all over? Does that have anything to do with me?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Wei Changlin, this is also Xiao Chen joking with you guys. You shouldn't play down Jiang Hongjun sneered. Jiang Hongjun, don't have a friend like you. We don't need to contact each other anymore in the future. Xiao Chen, let's go. Zhang Daxiang, I'm very satisfied with the way you've handled this matter." Jiang Chen nodded at Zhang Daxiang and followed his adoptive father's family outside. "Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Jiang." Zhang Daxiang didn't stay any longer once he was happy, and led the people to follow him out. "It's all over. It's all over." Ran Bowen's entire body instantly collapsed to the ground, his gaze empty. "Hubby, let's think of another way. Can it be that we can't do business without Zhang Daxiang?" Wei Xiaoman said through gritted teeth. Snap! Ran Bowen slapped towards Wei Xiaoman. "Stinking cousin, you killed me." Chapter 60. Something happened to the ground. "Mr. Jiang, can that tell you something alone?" Zhang Daxiang trotted to follow Jiang Chen and said with an embarrassed face. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, naturally knowing that the thing that Zhang Daxiang wanted to talk to him about was the matter of his two kidneys. But today, Zhang Daxiang had helped him out, so he didn't mind helping him out, so he followed Zhang Daxiang to the side. "I can treat your problem, but it's too late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow," Jiang Chen said. Zhang Daxiang was instantly overjoyed. Jiang Chen had pointed out his symptoms today. He felt that Jiang Chen must be extraordinary. He didn't expect that it would actually make him guess correctly. He hurriedly nodded his head and thanked him. Then, Zhang Daxiang personally sent someone to send Jiang Chen's family back to their hometown. Jiang Chen also accompanied Jiang Yi to sleep in his old home. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen suddenly received a call from Yi Yunbing. "Jiang Chen, do you have time now?" Yi Yunbing asked somewhat anxiously. "What's wrong, Yunbing?" Jiang Chen asked. "There's a problem with that piece of land you mentioned. Now that my father has rushed to the scene, I'm afraid that something will happen to him. Can you go over and help take a look?" Yi Yunbing said in a pleading tone. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Everything was within his expectations. He had once observed that natural spirit gathering formation from a close distance. The baneful chi inside it had already densified to a certain point. There was nothing wrong with a distance away from it, but if a person walked in, he was afraid that the baneful chi would quickly erode him, causing delirium. Of course, these aura can't kill a person quickly, unless the time inside is too long. This is also the reason why he asked Yi Guangxing to keep a close eye on this place and dared to hand over this piece of land to Zhu Jiahao. "Is someone showing symptoms of delirium? Foaming at the mouth, and babbling?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yeah, how do you know?" Yi Yunbing was instantly startled. "I heard that it was the Zhu group that sent a team of surveyors to try to survey the terrain and develop the real estate, but it turned out that the pair of surveyors went in and became delirious one by one, sputtering and talking gibberish. Fortunately, someone passed out a signal in time, and the group of surveyors were able to survive." "Good, then I'll go over and take a look now," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Then I'll go pick you up." Yi Yunbing was delighted in her heart and said hurriedly, "No need, this land is not far from my old home here. I'll just walk over." Jiang Chen said. "Good, then let's meet at that piece of land." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen walked out of the house. That piece of land was not far from Jiang Hongjuan's house, and Jiang Chen arrived after only a short while, but he didn't go to Yi Guangxing at the first opportunity. Instead, he went to the surveyor's side to look at the situation. At this moment, there were already quite a few people standing on the flat ground not far from the hill. The people from the safety association and the paramedics were there. There was also a group of people wearing straight suits with an air of superiority standing at the very front. Each of these people had serious faces, and their anger was oppressive to the extreme. "Zhu Jiahao, what's wrong with you? Your Zhu group just took over this piece of land and caused this kind of major accident. You must be responsible for this." Yi Guangxing looked at Zhu Jiahao, his gaze gloomy to the extreme. He was even more furious in his heart. The situation at the bidding meeting that day, Sun Lin had already made it clear to him. If it wasn't for Zhu Jiahao's intervention, This piece of land would have long been auctioned by Jiang Chen, and he didn't need to worry about this piece of land. However, now that it had been auctioned off by Zhu Jiahao, there was no way for him, as the head of the city, to speak out about these things, or else if word got out that he, a head of the city, espoused superstitions in the eyes of others, it would be very unfavorable for his future development. Therefore, he could only exert as much pressure as possible right now to get Zhu Jiahao to let this piece of land to Jiang Chen and have Jiang Chen develop it. Uncle Yi, this matter is definitely a fluke. In the future, I promise that there will be no more problems. Zhu Jiahao's body trembled slightly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly. In his heart, he was unusually helpless. Why did Yi Guangxing come just after something went wrong here? And the battle was so big. Even the safety association and ambulance were called. Thinking about it, he also glared fiercely at Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin who were on the side. If it wasn't for these two old things giving themselves a hard time, how would he have come across this situation? Now he already had the desire to kill them. Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin shrank their necks in fear, their hearts equally anxious. Yesterday, through selling their assets, bank loans, and borrowing money from Zhao Tianyu, they finally managed to gather enough money for $30 million. As a result, the funds had just been invested, and then this kind of thing happened, and even alarmed the city chief. They had long been scared out of their wits. If this $30 million went down the drain, their family would be finished. A chance event? So many surveyors had problems at the same time, and you're saying it's a chance event. Are you taking me, Yi Guangxing, as an idiot? Yi Guangxing said in a deep voice. Uncle Yi, how dare I? Please, you must believe me, there will be no more problems with this piece in the future. Zhu Jiahao hurriedly assured. Yi's city, those surveyors who went into the mountain have already been rescued and woken up. Other than being weak, there are no other illnesses. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white coat walked up to Yi Guangxing and said respectfully, Good, it's good that it's fine. Have you found the reason for those symptoms? Yi Guangxing was slightly relieved. If there was a problem with casualties, this matter would be a big deal. Not for now. These people seem to be caused by shock, the middle-aged man said. Yi Guangxing's heart was clear. This was definitely caused by the fatal qi that Jiang Chen had mentioned. When he thought of the horrific consequences of the spread of the baneful qi that Jiang Chen had mentioned, his heart just became more and more anxious. Boom! It was at this moment that a fiery red Ferrari stopped not far away, and Yi Yunbing walked down from the car. Jiang Chen, who happened to confirm that the surveyors were fine, also stepped out of the ambulance, and happened to follow Yi Yunbing to the front of several people. When Zhu Jiahao saw Jiang Chen and Yi Yunbing appearing together again, he was so angry that he trembled. But he didn't dare to speak because Yi Guangxing was in front of him. Lin Changyuan was furious when he saw Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen punking him, how could he have taken out $30 million to invest? And this time he was facing such a big problem. All of this must have been Jiang Chen's deliberate setup to harm him. Waste, you white-eyed wolf, deliberately pitting me, I'll beat you to death. You punk, you just divorced my daughter and hooked up with her. This prodigal hoof with a cousinly face. Which bar did you bring her out from? You bereft of heavenly conscience. When Yang Huiqin saw Yi Yunbing beside Jiang Chen, she pointed at her and cursed her with vicious words. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and Yang Huiqin's entire body was instantly smacked to the ground. Old Thane, shut the up. Chapter 61, Playing Dead. Yang Huiqin covered her face and looked at Zhu Jiahao incredulously. Mr. Zhu, what are you hitting me for? I'm scolding that cousin. This cousin even seduced a punk like Jiang Chen. She's a rotten bastard. Snap! Yi Yunbing, who came closer, slapped Yang Huiqin's face, anger flickering in her beautiful eyes. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. You're the one who's a cousin. Your whole family are all cousins. A little girl's family. Not only do you curse, but you also dare to strike out and hurt someone. You are indeed a cousin. Humph. I'll teach you. A cousin. A lesson today on behalf of your father. For Zhu Jiahao slapping Yang Huiqin, Lin Changyuan dared to be angry, but for Yi Yunbing, a cousin in his eyes, he didn't care and raised his hand to slap Yi Yunbing. A hint of fear flashed in Yi Yunbing's eyes. Splat! Before Lin Changyuan could touch Yi Yunbing, his wrist was held by Jiang Chen. This caused Yi Yunbing to feel at ease for a while, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a gentle gaze. You dead waste, let go of my hand. Heck, you soft food dog, how dare you eat your way out of this? Can't you see that this cousin hit my wife? Lin Changyuan still didn't know the slightest thing about death and cursed. Chow! You guys shut the up. Zhu Jiahao was about to die of fear. These two old things dared to call Yi Yunbing a cousin in front of Yi Guangsheng, and even taught Yi Yunbing a lesson on behalf of Yi Guangsheng? This is ing to death. Uncle Yi, Yunbing, this old woman is talking nonsense. I'll teach her a lesson for you. After saying that, his men ran over and gave Yang Huiqin and Lin Changyuan a smack. Help! Yang Huiqin screamed in pain, Her whole face was whipped into a pig's head, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Mr. Zhu, what are you hitting us for? Lin Changyuan cried out in pain. Yi Guangxing looked at Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin. The aura of a superior person unfolded as he angrily questioned. My Yi Guangxing's daughter you also dare to insult, and you also want to educate her on my behalf. What a big nerve! Boom! The beaten Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin were instantly struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper and their bodies began to tremble. They were just ordinary people with a little bit of money, a world away from the city head status. They even dared to call the city chief's daughter a cousin. And there were so many obscenities. Getting beaten was already considered light. Even if they were beaten to death, they should still be. Yi City, I'm sorry, we don't know your daughter. Please be kind and spare us. Lin Changyuan begged for mercy while being beaten. Yi City, spare my life. I'm wrong. I'm the one who didn't grow eyes. Please spare me. Yang Huiqin heard Yi Guangxing's words, was even more directly scared and collapsed on the ground, wailing and praying. Uncle Yi, these two people really don't know what's good for them. I'll call someone to bring them down. Zhu Jiahao hurriedly said, giving his men a look. Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin were pulled down. Zhu Jiahao, you are at least the young master of the Zhu family. Hanging out with this kind of people, your Zhu family is really getting less and less progressive. Yi Guangxing said with a sullen face. After saying that, he rushed towards Jiang Chen and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Jiang, this ex-father-in-law and mother-in-law of yours are really bad in character. It's good that you've already divorced that wife of yours, or else I don't know how they would have dragged you into this. Seeing Yi Guangxing treating himself, the Zhu family's son, in such a bad manner, but treating Jiang Chen, this punk, so respectfully, Zhu Jiahao was instantly furious and clenched his fists fiercely. Uncle Yi, what are you doing? He's a soft food waste. What's the point of being so polite to him? Zhu Jiahao vaguely had the flavor of questioning. Zhu Jiahao, you bastard. Your hallowed Zhu family's eldest son opens his mouth to talk about trash. Where is your family's education? Yi Guangxing's face instantly sank as he coldly rebuked. After saying that, he gave a wink to Sun Lin at the side, who immediately called the others away. Zhu Jiahao, I also have some friendship with your father, so I might as well tell you the truth. Jiang Chen was hired by me to specifically deal with this piece of land, and it was only because Jiang Chen agreed to bid for this piece of land at the original bidding meeting that I went ahead with the bidding. So, I think you might as well sell this piece of land to Jiang Chen. Yi Guangxing said, Uncle Yi, you're asking him to solve the problems with this piece of land, and ask me to sell this piece of land to him? Impossible. Zhu Jiahao was already upset in his heart, but at this moment, he was about to explode with anger. Zhu Jiahao, you can't solve the problem of this piece of land. It's better to let Jiang Chen solve it. Yi Guangxing said again, Uncle Yi, this is definitely an accident. If you don't believe me, I'll bring someone in now. Zhu Jiahao was furious and said, Mr. Zhu, I advise you not to bring people in, or else you'll have to end up with that group of surveyors as well. Jiang Chen said indifferently, is there a place for you to talk here? Someone go in with me. Zhu Jiahao coldly glared at Jiang Chen, but he didn't dare to call Jiang Chen a waste, but he wouldn't go soft in front of Jiang Chen, his love rival. After saying that, he took a few surveyors and bodyguards and walked towards the direction of the hill. Seeing this, Yi Guangxing didn't stop him. If he didn't let Zhu Jiahao know the seriousness of the problem, he definitely wouldn't let go of this piece of land. Mr. Jiang, nothing will go wrong with them, right? Yi Guangxing looked at Jiang Chen and asked, there won't be any major problems, just the same as those surveyors just now. Jiang Chen said with a smile, Dad, have you seen what this Zhu Jiahao is like? In the future, you should stop urging me to get in touch with him. It was at this time that Yi Yunbing said, I didn't expect this Zhu Jiahao to be so untalented. It's my eyes that are clumsy. With those words, Yi Guangxing shook his head and sighed. Help there are ghosts quickly run After not long, suddenly from not far away came a burst of terrified shouts. A group of people led by Zhu Jiahao ran toward Yi Guangxing and the others with panicked faces, but as they ran, some people kept falling and fainting. Quickly go and resuscitate. Yi Guangxing waved his hand towards those medics. The paramedics immediately ran towards Zhu Jiahao and his group. After Jiang Chen and the paramedics rescued them, these people soon woke up. Zhu Jiahao, this land is now a piece of jeopardy. Aren't you ready to sell it to Jiang Chen? Yi Guangxing came to Zhu Jiahao who had already woken up and asked. Zhu Jiahao glanced at Jiang Chen hatefully. When he thought of the horrible scene he had just seen, he just shivered. It was too horrible. Uncle Yi, I can sell this piece of land for $120 million, not a penny less. Jiang Chen, you call me now. Zhu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said, this piece of land, I can only offer up to $10 million. Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly. Chapter 62 Bloodshed. $10 million? You're dreaming. Big deal. I won't use this piece of land. I won't cheapen it for you either. Zhu Jiahao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He bid $120 million for the land. Jiang Chen even wanted to take away $10 million. Simply dreaming. Uncle Yi, this matter is not that I don't want to help you. It's Jiang Chen who is bullying people too much. From now on, I won't send anyone here again. Then there won't be any problem. After saying that, Zhu Jiahao got up and walked outside. Today he had suffered too much anger. If he stayed here again, he would have to go crazy sooner or later. Mr. Zhu, if you encounter a bloodbath, remember to come and find me to sell your land. But by that time, I won't be able to offer $10 million, $5 million at most. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Less pretending with me here. This young master will never be able to sell the land to you. Zhu Jiahao's figure stagnated. Then he said with a cold smile. Yi Guangxing's eyelids also twitched. It was too ruthless. The bidding starting price was also $50 million. Jiang Chen even only offered $10 million, and even had to offer $5 million. His heart became more and more anxious. If the problem of this piece of land was not solved, in case the baneful qi spread out and plagued the people nearby, and if there was a human life, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Jiang, let's put it this way. I'll look for the bank again and ask them to lend you a sum of money without interest. Yi Guangxing had no choice but to say. He thought Jiang Chen was saying this because he didn't have any money. Yi City, no need. If it wasn't for your Yunbing's face and not wanting to make things difficult for you, I wouldn't even want to pay for this piece of land. Jiang Chen smiled blandly. Yi Guangxing immediately froze. Not paying out money to take a piece of land from someone for nothing? Jiang Chen, but in that case, how can we solve the problem of this piece of land? Yi Yunbing was not only worried about his father's future, he was equally very worried about the lives of the people in this neighborhood. When he thought of Zhu Jiahao's body, which was already haunted by a baneful aura when he left, and as the developer of this piece of land, he was a thorn in the side of that evil creature in the spirit-gathering formation, and he would definitely have to be gotten rid of first. Therefore, he didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he smiled and said, in less than a day, Zhu Jiahao will be begging me to buy his land, and I will naturally solve the problem here by then. As soon as Yi Guangxing heard this, he felt that Jiang Chen probably really didn't have any money, and that's why he was looking for this reason. Mr. Jiang, how about this? Yunbing should still have a lot of money there. Why don't you let her advance you this money, and you can buy the land over first? Yi Guangxing pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Yi, you can still call me Xiao Chun. No need. Since I said so, I'm sure of it. Don't worry, the problem of this piece of land will be solved soon. Zhu Jiahao can't hold on for long anymore. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Yi Guangxing's face appeared hesitant. This piece of land had become his heart disease. A moment without solving it, a moment in his heart would be unsettled. Dad, what Jiang Chen says to do, how do you listen? Don't you still trust him? Yi Yunbing walked to Yi Guangxing and whispered. Right, Xiao Chen. Then uncle can rely on you. Let's do it this way. Let's go to our house to rest for a while and wait for news from Zhu Jiahao. Thinking of Jiang Chen's miraculous ability, Yi Guangxing hurriedly nodded and said, Good, dead trash. Don't be so arrogant, thinking that you can be unscrupulous just because you have Yi Guangxing backing you up. I will get you killed one day. Zhu Jiahao cursed loudly while driving the Mercedes, releasing the anger in his heart. Boom! Just as he was speeding up, a big truck suddenly came out from the intersection in front of him. He was startled and jerked the steering wheel. Bang! The Mercedes directly crashed into a large tree by the roadside. The entire front end of the car was completely smashed. The airbags instantly poked out. He was directly smashed all over his face. Blood then flowed down his nostrils. Zhu Jiahao immediately let out a miserable scream, hurriedly opened the car door and ran down. Young master, are you alright? The car following behind Zhu Jiahao stopped, and several bodyguards hurriedly ran over. Him. Where did that big truck come from? I'm fine. Zhu Jiahao cursed and walked towards the bodyguard's car. Ka-ching! He had just taken no more than 2 steps when the big tree's branch suddenly broke, falling directly and smashing on Zhu Jiahao's head. He let out a cry of pain again. A narrow wound appeared on his head. Blood poured down, looking unusually oozing. Quick! Send me to the hospital. Zhu Jiahao grimaced in pain and quickly ran to the car. But just as soon as he sat down, the leather seat of that brand new and luxurious Mercedes suddenly sprouted a spring, and Zhu Jiahao sat on his butt on top of the spring. Oh! Zhu Jiahao's face was pale with pain, and he had an urge to die. Gongzi, is this the bloodbath that person spoke of? A bodyguard suddenly stammered. Zhu Jiahao was shaken, suddenly thinking of what Jiang Chen had said when he was leaving. What the is a plague of blood and light? The bull **** said by a punk. You guys believe it too? All ing superstitions? Hurry up and send me to the hospital. Zhu Jiahao slapped the bodyguard hard and yelled. Yes, yes. The driver who drove the car hurriedly started the car, but the car didn't go in the slightest. Gongzi, the car broke down. Carry me to another car. Gongzi, the car's tire is flat. Chow, how the hell do you guys usually maintain your cars? In the end, Zhu Jiahao was like a funnel with blood flowing from everywhere on his body, being carried by a bodyguard and surrounded by a few big men, rushing to the nearest hospital. Little Chen are you planning to buy this piece of land to develop real estate? Yi Guanxing in the villa asked with a smile. Right. Well, if you have any problems, talk to me later. In Songjiang, I can still help you a lot. Yi Guanxing took the opportunity to draw a relationship and said, Uncle Yi, thanks, Jiang Chen said with a smile. What's the point of being polite? You and Yunbing are good friends. It's only right that I help you. Yi Guanxing looked at Yi Yunbing with a playful tone. Dad, you. Yi Yunbing's tone stalled and glanced at Yi Guanxing angrily. At this time, Yi Guanxing's phone rang. He picked up the phone and just listened to a sentence. Then his face appeared shocked. Dad, what's wrong? Yi Yunbing saw that his father's face did not look right and hurriedly asked. Just now, Zhu Jiahao called me and said that he is willing to sell that piece of land to Shaochen now, for only $10 million. Yi Guanxing said horrified, as if he had seen something horrible, his face covered in shock. It had only just been less than 2 hours, and Jiang Chen's words had been fulfilled. How on earth did this person do it? Jiang Chen, then let's go buy the land immediately now. Yi Yunbing smiled excitedly and said, as if it was her who had made this happen. Jiang Chen thought about it. Now that Zhu Jiahao was in bad luck. Wherever he went would involve others. So he said, help me ask Zhu Jiahao to meet at his house. You guys take me there. Little son, contact Zhu Jiahao. Yi Guanxing hurriedly said to Sun Lin, then looked at Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, let's go to Zhu Jiahao's villa now. The group quickly arrived at Zhu Jiahao's villa. They happened to come across a large truck slowly walking over surrounded by several cars. What is the meaning of this? Yi Guanxing's few people were puzzled. The next thing they saw was Zhu Jiahao, who was covered in gauze and only had a face left, being carried out, with countless bodyguards surrounding him in the middle, slowly walking towards the villa. Bang! Suddenly, a stone flew from nowhere and smashed on Zhu Jiahao's head. He immediately let out a miserable scream. Only then did Yi Guanxing and the others understand what was going on. Thinking about what happened to them that day, Yi Guanxing and the others were instantly enlightened. Zhu Jiahao was definitely haunted by the demonic qi. In the middle of the villa's living room, Zhu Jiahao sat in his wheelchair, gritting his teeth as he looked across at Jiang Chen. Ever since he had left from that land, he had encountered countless dangers along the way, causing his body to be bruised and battered. At first, he hadn't believed Jiang Chen's words about the plague of blood and light, until the dangers became more and more numerous, and only then did he have to believe what Jiang Chen had said. Thinking about this, gloominess flashed in his eyes. Making him bow down to this trash in his eyes was even harder than killing him, only that he had no way out, and he also hoped that Jiang Chen would be stricken with bad luck after he had bought this piece of land, preferably dying in a while. $10 million? As long as you've sent over the money, I'll sign it right away. Zhu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said, I've changed my mind now. I won't spend a single cent on this piece of land. You'll give it to me for nothing. Chapter 63, going back on his word. Jiang Chen's words fell, and the entire living room fell dead silent. Jiang Chen, don't bully people too much. That's the land that I spent $120 million on. You want to get something for nothing? Impossible. Zhu Jiahao roared angrily. Let's put it this way. I don't want your land for nothing. As long as you give me this piece of land, I can help you relieve your bloodshed. Jiang Chen said indifferently. You're really quite capable of bragging, thinking that just because a blind cat met a dead rat and said that I had a bloodlight plague fulfilled, you really think you're a great immortal? You're nothing more than a door-to-door waste that eats soft food. Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile. Zhu Jiahao, I managed to get Xiao Chen to agree to solve the problem of this land. Don't make a mistake for yourself. Yi Guanxing said in a deep voice. Uncle Yi, you and my father are old friends. You're my elder, and you're the head of the city. Originally, I should have listened to your words, but listen to Jiang Chen's words. Are they human words? Asking me for $120 million of land for nothing. I will never agree. Zhu Jiahao said angrily. Jiang Chen waved his hand, stopping Yi Guanxing's next words and looked at Zhu Jiahao. At this moment, Zhu Jiahao, except for the heart where there wasn't much black aura, the rest of the place was already covered with black aura. Moreover, these black baleful qi were gathering towards his heart, and when his heart was also completely covered with black baleful qi, it would be his time to die. Zhu Jiahao, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, whether you agree or not, I won't want this piece of land anymore, because I won't talk business with a dead person. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, who are you scaring? I, Zhu Jiahao, am blessed with a great life. I've persevered through these few hours. Is it possible that I'll die in these 10 minutes? Funny, Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile. However, Jiang Chen stopped talking, while Yi Guanxing and the others moved away from Zhu Jiahao, fearing that they would be implicated in a while. Bang! As soon as Zhu Jiahao's words fell, the chandelier in the living room didn't even give the bodyguard a chance to react, and it directly fell with a bang, smashing half of Zhu Jiahao's body, with countless glass shards piercing into his body. Puff! Zhu Jiahao cried out in pain, followed by a large mouthful of blood spraying out. A face instantly became pale, and the whole person suddenly became deathly pale. It seems like you probably won't last 10 minutes. Give me $20 million and this piece of land. I can keep you from dying. You'd better agree quickly. Otherwise, after a minute, you'll have to add $10 million. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hiss. Yi Guanxing and the others immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is too ruthless. Not only do you want the land for nothing, but you also want $20 million. And after a minute, you have to add $10 million? This is much faster than robbery to money. You dream, Zhu Jiahao said through clenched teeth. But Jiang Chen was no longer paying attention. Pfffff. Zhu Jiahao suddenly spat out several mouths of blood in succession. His face was white and scary. His pupils began to be lax, and he looked like he was already almost as good as a dead man. Zhu Jiahao, your Zhu family has so much money. Is it possible that you want to die here? Yi Guanxing asked in a deep voice. I agree. Please save our young master quickly. The head bodyguard at the side gritted his teeth and said, 3 minutes have passed now. A total of $50 million. Credit the money to my account. Gift me that piece of land, and I'll step in to solve his problem. Jiang Chen said. Yi Guanxing's eyelids jumped. He had some friendship with Zhu Jiahao's father, Zhu Yongli after all. If Zhu Jiahao died in front of his eyes like this, Zhu Yongli would surely harbor hatred towards him, which would be unfavorable for him who had just assumed his position. Xiao Chen, why don't you just save him first? This way, I will be the guarantor, and let him transfer all these things to you afterward. Thinking of this, Yi Guanxing took a deep breath and said. Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Guanxing and finally nodded, reaching out and pointing at Zhu Jiahao. The aura instantly flew to Zhu Jiahao. Zzz. Zhu Jiahao's body emitted a burst of fishy stench, causing the crowd to cover their noses, and his face improved, his lax pupils regaining their vigor. Zhu Jiahao moved his body, feeling refreshed and relaxed throughout. Now call $50 million into my account, and sign the grant agreement for that piece of land and hand it over to me. Jiang Chen said. Pooh. Jiang Chen, what are you pretending for? You just lifted your finger and pointed it at me, and you cajoled everyone that you were saving me? There's nothing going on with me at all. Everything is all made up by you. You think I, Zhu Jiahao, am a little cutie. I won't give you anything. Hurry up and get out of here. Zhu Jiahao said with a cold smile. Zhu Jiahao, Xiao Chen saved your life. I'm helping you as a guarantor. Can't you even sell me as a guarantor? Yi Guanxing became furious. Uncle Yi, as you can see, he didn't do anything just now. He completely lied to us. How could I possibly give him money? Zhu Jiahao said with a smile, clearly having played the scoundrel. Zhu Jiahao, you're shameless. Yi Yunbing cursed. Yunbing, this isn't shamelessness, it's that this kid is a carnelier who can't do anything at all. Jiang Chen had anticipated that Zhu Jiahao was going to renege on his debt, so he just removed some of the fury from Zhu Jiahao's body. Okay, in that case, I've decided to change it and save you later. 100 million. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen, are you poor and crazy? Still 100 million? You don't need to scare me. This young master is already better. Get lost, Zhu Jiahao said with a disdainful face. However, as soon as his words fell, his face violently became pale once more, a mouthful of blood spurting out, his vitality fading. Young master, the bodyguards were shocked and ran to Zhu Jiahao. Jiang Chen, you poisoned me, didn't you? Hurry up and hand over the antidote. Zhu Jiahao pointed at Jiang Chen and said hatefully, if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to poison you at all. Jiang Chen said indifferently, hurry up and save our young master, or don't blame us for being impolite. The bodyguard leader knew that Jiang Chen would never save anyone easily this time, so he could only use force to solve the problem. As his words fell, all the bodyguards aggressively surrounded Jiang Chen. You guys are unbridled. I, Yi Guanxing, am here, and you guys dare to show off? Simply lawless. Yi Guanxing cursed loudly. Yi City, the Shu family spent a lot of money to invite us. We can't watch the young master die. Sorry, the bodyguard leader said in a deep voice, then looked at Jiang Chen. Hurry up and save my young master. No saving. Jiang Chen shook his head. Go, the bodyguard leader roared, and these elite bodyguards rushed towards Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Only this group of bodyguards that the Zhu family had hired at a high cost were all put down to the ground by Jiang Chen in just one look. Yi Guangxing and the others were once again shocked. They knew how powerful these security guards were. Many of them were mercenaries who had traveled between life and death, but they were not even Jiang Chen's opponents. Just how powerful was this person? Yi Yunbing's beautiful eyes were even brighter. She had already overestimated Jiang Chen as much as possible, but she hadn't thought that she had still underestimated him. This kind of man was just too handsome. She suddenly felt her heart beating a little faster. $120 million, plus that piece of land. I can save you. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Zhu Jiahao. Chapter 64, The Trouble with the Settlement Ground. Zhu Jiahao slumped in his chair, his gaze shocked and angry. Wasn't Jiang Chen just a waste of time who ate soft food? Why were his hands so good that he had so easily taken care of his elite bodyguards? What made him even more furious was that the price for saving him had gone straight to $120 million. However, at this point, he already felt that his consciousness had begun to be confused, and death was constantly approaching. He didn't dare to go against Jiang Chen at all, and could only nod with all his might. Now pay me the money in my account. The gift agreement is typed out and signed. Then I can save your life. Don't play tricks on me again. My patience is limited. Jiang Chen said coldly, his tone filled with a strong sense of solemnity. After saying that, Jiang Chen once again stretched out his finger and slightly eliminated some of the fatal qi from Zhu Jiahao's body. Zhu Jiahao's body once again felt much more relaxed, while this time, he didn't dare to play around anymore, and hurriedly ordered his men to act. Soon, $120 million was credited to Jiang Chen's re-established account, and the grant agreement regarding that piece of land was also sent along with it. Jiang Chen lowered his head and checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he signed his name. Since then, the piece of land of the natural spirit gathering formation belonged to him. Now that both the money and the land are given to you, hurry up and save me. That feeling of being on the verge of death struck again, and Zhu Jiahao said anxiously. Jiang Chen stretched out his fingers. Aura surged out from his body, and a large amount of sickening, fishy odor once again appeared in the living room. Soon, the foul aura in Zhu Jiahao's body was swept away by Jiang Chen, and he immediately felt relaxed, the endless pressure on his body dissipating. But then, he was gritting his teeth, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with thick killing intent. This time, not only had he given away $120 million of land for nothing, but he had also given away $120 million. In just 2 days, he had lost over $200 million. These were not considered heavy losses for the Shu family, but they were given to Jiang Chen, a thorn in his side, so how could he not be angry? Jiang Chen, count yourself ruthless. We're not done with this time. I'll get this back sooner or later, Zhu Jiahao said with a sinister gaze. Jiang Chen shook his head. The threat of an ant was just a joke to an elephant. If Zhu Jiahao dared to go overboard again, he would go as far as to exterminate the Zhu family. Yun Bing, let's go. Jiang Chen took the grant agreement and said, Zhu Jiahao, behave yourself. Yi Guangxing coldly rebuked. Today, Zhu Jiahao even dared to disobey his words as a guarantor, making him furious beyond measure. Zhu Jiahao, please don't contact me again in the future. Erratic villains like you make me sick, Yi Yunbing said in a cold voice. In the past, she only hated Zhu Jiahao, but this time, she was already disgusted with Zhu Jiahao. Zhu Jiahao clenched his fists fiercely. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. One day, he would let Yi Yunbing know that he was the most powerful person. I hope that the matter of this land will be resolved by you as soon as possible. Little Chen, I'm here to pay my respects. Walking out of the Zhu family villa, Yi Guangxing changed his serious expression from earlier and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, saying, Uncle Yi, don't worry. Since this piece of land is already mine, I will naturally resolve the issue, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright, Yun Bing, you are responsible for sending Mr. Jiang home. Yi Guangxing let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. Jiang Chen, what's going on with that piece of land? How do you plan to settle it? In the car, Yi Yunbing asked curiously. Well, if I tell you, you won't be able to understand. Jiang Chen touched his nose and said with a smile. For Yi Yunbing, a person who had always believed in him, Jiang Chen had a good attitude. Che, looking down on who? How do you know I can't understand if you don't say it? Come on. I'm now scared every day that something like what happened before will happen again. Even the few announcements my agent gave me, I've pushed them off. Yi Yunbing glanced at Jiang Chen with some displeasure, and her tone actually carried some flavor of pettiness. The first-tier big star who was regarded as the dream girl by the entire Xia public was actually pampering herself. Even if she was as calm as Jiang Chen, at this time, a hint of fluctuation couldn't help but rise up within her heart. There's a ghost in that land. Jiang Chen thought about it and decided to say it in the simplest and most understandable words. Creak! The Ferrari sports car jerked to a halt, letting out a sharp braking sound. Jiang Chen, don't joke. Where in this world are there any ghosts or gods? Yi Yunbing said with some alarm. Look, you don't believe me when I say it. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an expression that I had expected. Then you said that the solution to the problem of that piece of land is to exterminate the ghosts there? Yi Yunbing then asked. Jiang Chen nodded his head. No, I'm going to go with you. Otherwise how will I know if you lied to me or not? Although Yi Yunbing was a bit scared, she still said out of the strong curiosity she felt towards Jiang Chen. If you don't let me, I'll sneakily follow you. You always have to go to that land anyway, right? Afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't agree, Yi Yunbing said in a way that was close to playing a scoundrel. Jiang Chen helplessly laughed bitterly, fading away the coat of a big star. This woman seems a bit cute. Moreover, he was afraid that if he didn't let Yi Yunbing go, and she was driven by curiosity to enter that land alone, at that time, he couldn't guarantee that the evil creature would not step in. After all, the impact of killing a person and killing several people were not the same. Okay, tonight at 10 o'clock, you come and pick me up, Jiang Chen finally said. That's more like it. See you tonight, Yi Yunbing said with a satisfied nod. Jiang Chen returned to the villa this time and started making the array disc that perfected the broken natural spirit gathering formation. After a while, looking at the several incomplete array discs that had been made, he frowned slightly. Lacking yellow essence iron, wanting to refine complete array discs is still not possible. Fortunately this land has already come into my hands. I just need to slowly search for it. It soon reached 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Yunbing drove an SUV to pick up Jiang Chen. Don't you need to bring any guys? Any magic weapons or anything like that? Yi Yunbing looked at Jiang Chen, who hadn't brought anything with him, and asked. You're nervous? Jiang Chen glanced at those yellow talismans, mahogany swords and so on in the back seat looked like they were bought in the hands of those charlatans. I'm not nervous, I'm trying to be foolproof, Yi Yunbing said in a heartfelt manner. Jiang Chen also didn't want to embarrass Yi Yunbing, signaling her to drive, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at the place where the natural spirit gathering formation was located. As soon as they got out of the car, the cold wind hit their faces, and Yi Yunbing shivered, tightened her clothes, and hurriedly picked up the mahogany sword and yellow talisman from the back seat. Jiang Chen was hilarious by this woman's actions. You'll have to follow me closely in a while. Don't panic, it's fine, Jiang Chen soothed Yi Yunbing, then walked towards the inside. The further inside they went, the more serious the aura of death became, and the gloomy wind gusted, chilling the bottom of one's heart. Yi Yunbing was trembling and couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen smiled, casually slapping away a few strands of the baleful aura that attacked him and Yi Yunbing, looking towards a cave with a gloomy gaze. A mere evil creature dares to act recklessly in front of me. Looking for death. Chapter 65, Treating Tang Tianming. Kid, you and I don't interfere with each other. You've spoiled my good deed 3 times and 4 times, and you still dare to come to my door. You're the one looking for death. A mass of black mist violently appeared at the mouth of the cave, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing sound like a stone scratching glass. This black mist kept changing shape, and several different human faces appeared, emitting a burst of mournful screams from within the black mist, like demons escaping from the 9 hells. Jiang Chen's heart was clear. What he expected was right. This evil creature was just a dead person's soul unintentionally absorbing a large amount of spiritual qi and generating a spirit. Those different human faces were the souls of the people he killed. Seeing this black mist, Yi Yunbing instantly shrieked in fright. She had lived in this world for more than 20 years, and it was the first time she had seen something so terrifying, so incomprehensible. Her legs immediately jumped and her entire body hung onto Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly felt a refreshing fragrance enter his arms, especially at his arms, but he felt it completely large, compared to Yi Yunbing's slim figure. There was a strong contrast. Jiang Chen slightly moved his arm to find a more comfortable position. However, Yi Yunbing was surrounded by fear at this time, and didn't feel any of this at all. Thinking of the horrible guy they were facing, her body began to tremble. Jiang Chen gave Yi Yunbing an aura, and only then did Yi Yunbing feel her entire body relax. With me here, it's fine, Jiang Chen laughed. Seeing Jiang Chen's smile that was full of security, Yi Yunbing's heart completely quieted down. Immediately, she sensed something strange. Yi Yunbing's face flushed red, and she fiercely glared at Jiang Chen. This stinking man, what a time to take advantage of her. Jiang Chen, can you fight it? Yi Yunbing got off Jiang Chen and asked with an anxious face. Of course I can. Jia. Kid, big talk, you're afraid you don't know my terror, right? I don't want to provoke you. It's not that I'm afraid of you, I'm just too lazy to find you trouble. Since you don't want to live to find over, then I will extract your skin, devour your soul, let you live forever, suffer endless torture. The black mist Jia laughed coldly, and then it opened a large black mouth that seemed to be able to devour everything, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Jiang Chen and Yi Yunbing. It's over, Yi Yunbing cried out in his heart. Jiang Chen, however, smiled coldly. A murine soul, how dare you speak out of turn? Today, I'm going to destroy you. After saying that, Jiang Chen slowly raised his right hand and spat out 2 words. Thunder comes. In a blink of an eye, electricity was born in the void, and a lightning bolt that pierced people's eyes appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, the surroundings as bright as day. Jiang Chen held the thunderbolt in his hand, just like a heavenly god who was in charge of people's lives and deaths. Yi Yunbing, who was the closest to Jiang Chen, had been completely dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Creating lightning with his hands, what kind of magical means was this? Only in movies would these things appear. Could it be that Jiang Chen was a god? And when the black mist saw this scene, it let out a mournful scream. It was originally an evil creature, and was most afraid of things like lightning, and instantly, it retreated backwards at a speed 10 times faster than when it came. Want to run? Can you run? Jiang Chen sneered and violently threw the thunderbolt in his hand. In a flash, the thunderbolt elongated and flew madly towards the Yin soul. Spare my life. The black mist only uttered these words, and then without any resistance, it dissipated like ice and snow, emitting a foul-smelling gas. The moment the black mist dissipated, Yi Yunbing also felt that the invisible pressure that he had just entered this place had also disappeared. Jiang Chen, what exactly are you? Yi Yunbing looked at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze, and there was adoration, worship, and curiosity in her beautiful eyes. I'm a god. Jiang Chen laughed faintly. Che, teasing me again. Don't think I haven't watched TV? You're clearly one of those ghost-catching Taoist priests type. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Don't worry, I won't say anything about today's matter. It's a secret between the two of us. Yi Yunbing's face turned a little red as she spoke. Today, Jiang Chen's heroic stance that was like a god descending from the heavens was completely engraved into her heart, making her unable to extricate herself. Even, as she looked down at herself, her heart suddenly lost a little. She really shouldn't have jumped off Jiang Chen just now. Alright, now that the problem of this land has been solved, you and your father can rest assured. Send me home. Jiang Chen's heart jumped at that look in Yi Yunbing's eyes, and he hurriedly said, Are you that unwilling to stay with me? Yi Yunbing glared at Jiang Chen and pouted. To be able to stay with a big star, that's my honor, but it's getting late. You have to go home and rest. By the way, remember to grab the medicine I prescribed for you. Jiang Chen said. Yi Yunbing's heart was warmed, and she didn't speak anymore, driving the car to send Jiang Chen back to the villa to rest. The next day, Jiang Chen had just gotten up when he received a call from Tang Ruoxue. Jiang Chen, can my grandfather's disease be cured? On the other end of the phone, Tang Ruoxue said with a small red face. Jiang Chen counted the days. It had been a few days since Tang Tianming had taken a third of the spirit-gathering pill, so he could perform the needle treatment. Yes, you can. Come pick me up, Jiang Chen said. Not long after, Tang Ruoxue arrived at Jiang Chen's villa and picked him up, arriving in an ancient and colorful detached manor. The manor was simple and generous, with ancient decorations, and after entering the door, there was a small bridge in water, fragrant flowers, and a relaxing environment. The environment where the old man lives is quite good, Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's for sure. This manor was personally designed by my grandfather. Not bad, right? Don't you want to develop real estate? You can learn from this design idea of my grandfather, Tang Ruoxue said proudly. Jiang Chen shook his head. The neighborhood he designed was in the spirit-gathering formation. For mortals, it was definitely a heavenly realm on earth, and this manor of Tang Tianming's wasn't much, but he didn't say anything. Following Tang Ruoxue, he arrived in the living room. At this moment, Tang Tianming was drinking tea, and when he saw Jiang Chen, he stood up with a big smile. Little Chen it's been a long time, why don't you know to come and see me? Elder Tang, haven't I always had things to take care of? Well, I heard about it. It's to start a company, isn't it? A man still has to have a bit of a career of his own. If there are any difficulties, just say so. I, Tang Tianming, still have some faith in Songjiang. By the way, last time, I also want to thank you for Ruoxue uncovered Zhou Yunliang, the thing that eats outside. Tang Tianming said with a smile. Elder Tang is polite. I'll perform the stitches for you first, Jiang Chen said. Good. Tang Tianming's physical condition had already recovered well. Jiang Chen was just performing the needles to consolidate once more and force out the toxins in his body. Soon enough, the needling was finished. Ruoxue, what is it that you called us husband and wife over for? Chapter 66, Unbelief. At this time, a middle-aged couple in their early 30s walked into the villa's living room. Little Song and Little Shen are here. Come and sit down. Alright, you young people have a good chat together. I'm an old man so I won't get involved here. Seeing the visitors, Tang Tianming thoughtfully glanced at Tang Ruoxue and suddenly smiled playfully. After saying that, he left the living room. Tang Ruoxue, on the other hand, blushed and hurriedly waved at the couple. Brother Seiheo, Sister Wan, come and sit down. Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This is my grandfather's friend's son, Song Seiheo, and this is his wife, Shin Wan. The two of them are the god of wealth of Songjiang, and the future successors of Qixing Bank. Tang Ruoxue smiled and introduced Jiang Chen. Hello guys. Jiang Chen thought of Tang Tianming's playful smile just now, and understood in an instant. His heart filled with emotion. Investing in real estate required a large investment, and although he had more than 100 million, it was still too much for developing a high-grade neighborhood. Obviously, Tang Ruoxue had introduced this couple to himself, wanting to help him financially. This woman was quite meticulous. The little princess of the Tang family has found her preferred husband, hasn't she? Xinhuan instantly brought out a hint of teasing on her face when she saw that Tang Ruoxue had actually introduced them in such detail. However, there was a scrutinizing look in her gaze towards Jiang Chen, as if a mother-in-law was looking at her son-in-law, which could be seen in the deep affection between her and Tang Ruoxue. Sister Wan, what are you talking about? Jiang Chen and I are just ordinary friends. Tang Ruoxue blushed and pouted her lips, but it was clear that there was some sense of being a thief. Alright, we get it. Ordinary friends who have met their parents. Xinhuan blankly glanced at Tang Ruoxue, then asked, then tell us, what is the matter that called us here today? The two of us have postponed an important meeting to come to the appointment. Brother Seiheo, Sister Wan, haven't you guys been worried about not having a child all these years? Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. Hey, Ruoxue, you don't know our family's old man is already fretting over us now. The words that hang on his lips every day is that if he wasn't slightly older, he would definitely give me a younger brother. Song Seiheo sighed and said helplessly, Ruoxue, you didn't call us here today to introduce us to a divine doctor, did you? Elder Tang's illness suddenly got better. Was he saved by the divine doctor? Xinhuan, however, had a penetrating mind and brightened up before her eyes, asking in a somewhat urgent tone, not bad, Brother Seiheo, Sister Wan, Jiang Chen is the divine doctor I invited for you. My grandfather's illness was cured by him. He has a hand of divine needles that are out of this world. With him out there, I'll be able to take care of your problems handily, Tang Ruoxue said with exceptional confidence. However, as her words fell, Song Seiheo and his wife frowned. Song Seiheo, in particular, began to size up Jiang Chen. Being in his 20s, he looked to be about the same age as them. Even so, it was unlikely that he was a divine doctor. Chinese medicine was already profound. At the age of 20 or 30, even the Chinese medicine that they had studied was just fumbling after their master. How could they be proficient in Chinese medicine and still be a divine doctor? Ruoxue, is he the divine doctor you are talking about? Song Seiheo asked. Ruoxue, there are too many crooks these days, and you're the first lady of the Tang family. You usually have less contact with people, so you're easily deceived. Xinhuan also looked skeptical and said, alright, Ruoxue is still young. Song Seiheo waved his hand and looked at Jiang Chen. Brother, how old are you? Studied Chinese medicine in college? From whom did you learn from? I basically know all the famous TCM practitioners in Songjiang. Don't try to cheat me. Facing Song Seiheo's interrogative tone, Jiang Chen's brows were also deeply knitted. I studied business administration in college. My teacher has gone to another world, and I'm not a miracle doctor, just a Chinese medicine enthusiast, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Then you must have a license to practice medicine, right? Xinhuan asked. No, I just recently learned the art of medicine, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Isn't this a joke? Ruoxue, you heard what this kid said, right? Not to mention whether he has learned the art of medicine or not, he doesn't even have a license to practice medicine, and he dares to treat people. Isn't this a case of seeking money and killing people? Song Seiheo roared out in anger. Ruoxue, you're still too young. This person is a liar, specializing in cheating innocent young girls like you. Tang Lao was really confused. He didn't even see the bottom of this kid. Disgust also flashed in Xinhuan's eyes as she looked at Jiang Chen. Brother Seiheo, Sister Wan, what are you guys talking about? You guys don't trust him yet you still don't trust me? Moreover, my grandfather's illness was cured by Jiang Chen, and at that time, Grandpa Su was also at the side, Tang Ruoxue said somewhat angrily. Although the Tang family was on good terms with the Song family and had a lot of business dealings, Jiang Chen's position in her heart was definitely higher than these two, so naturally he had to be on Jiang Chen's side. Ruoxue, this kind of charlatan has a lot of tactics, true or false. Maybe he happens to have some kind of prescription that cured Tang Lao, and then he takes this opportunity to cheat the rich people of Songjiang through you. You're really naive, Xinhuan said in a deep voice. Kid, you're pretty good, huh? To be able to trick Ruoxue into this, you really do have a hand in it, but you've met me. It's considered your bad luck. Now explain your crime and let Ruoshue know your true nature. Maybe I can consider not sending you to the Security Association, Song Sehyo said with a cold smile. Song Sehyo, Shinwon, you guys are really too much. Jiang Chen is the one I kindly invited to cure you, but you ended up insulting him as a liar and sending him to the Safety Association. Tang Ruoshue's face turned red with anger as she loudly rebuked. Ruoshue, how can you be so unkind? For the sake of a liar, you even talked to your brother Sehyo and I like this. You've really saddened us too much, Shinwon said. That's right, Ruoshue, you are young. I don't see eye to eye with you, but this time, in order to respond to your invitation, but we purposely pushed a very important financing meeting. This shows that your sister Wan and I attach great importance to our relationship with you. As a result, you even do this to us? Hey, little Wan, let's leave her alone. Let's go. Song Sehyo pulled Shinwon and was walking towards the outside. You guys. Tang Ruoshue, however, was so angry that she couldn't speak at all. Wait. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke out and called out to the two. Liar, are you still trying to explain something? Song Sehyo sneered. Your explanation is of no use to me. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Ruoshue's face, I, Song Sehyo, would want to send you into the Security Association with ease. Trash. Chapter 67, Buying a Car. Explanation? I'm not interested. Doesn't Mr. Song often have symptoms of dizziness and astigmatism, heartburn and insomnia, excessive dreams, facial redness, tinnitus, night sweats, hot hands and feet, and dry mouth? Oh right, is it because you have suffered damage to your meniscus? Jiang Chen asked with a faint smile, looking at Song Sehyo. How do you know? Song Sehyo asked with a shocked expression. However, Jiang Chen simply ignored it and looked at Shinwon again. Ms. Shin, you should have symptoms of mental exhaustion, cold form in limbs, late onset of menarche, irregular menstruation, and soreness in the waist and knees, right? Also, you often experience epigastric pain, loss of appetite, belching, nausea, vomiting and other symptoms, right? Song Sehyo and Shinwon had been dumbfounded. The symptoms Jiang Chen had described were actually exactly the same as the two of them, as if they had told him. They were certain that they hadn't seen Jiang Chen since the beginning. So why did he know in such detail and accuracy? Could it be that this man was already truly a divine doctor in terms of his attainments in Chinese medicine? Then do you see why we can't have children? Song Sehyo then asked. Oh, it's very simple. Ms. Shen has difficulty ovulating because of the above-mentioned symptoms. While you have kidney deficiency and certain things are extremely scarce, one medication and one acupuncture treatment, you will be able to give birth in less than half a month, Jiang Chen said. When the two heard Jiang Chen's words, they were immediately overjoyed. Wanting a child was not only their wish, but also the wish of their elders. But they had been married for 5 or 6 years and had not been able to get pregnant. What with the Chinese medicine conditioning, IVF, and all sorts of Chinese and Western medicine combined therapies not being able to make Shinwon pregnant, this had made them anxious. Now that Jiang Chen had been able to tell them what was wrong with them without even examining them, he had believed Tang Ruoshue's words. Moreover, he also said that he could make them pregnant, so they were immediately moved. Really? Then hurry up and treat us, Song Sehyo said urgently. No treatment, I'm a liar, Jiang Chen said coldly, then looked at Tang Ruoshue. Ruoshue, I still have things to do. I'm leaving first, you don't need to see me off. Saying that, he turned around and left. Mr. Jiang, stay ah. Song Sehyo and Shinwon instantly changed their colors and shouted towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's footsteps did not stop and he soon left the manor. Ruoshue, you have to help old brother in this matter. If your sister-in-law and I don't have any more children, both of our families will have to go crazy. Song Sehyo hurriedly looked at Tang Ruoshue with a thirst in his eyes. I kindly invited Jiang Chen here to cure you guys. And what did you do to him? Now that you know how powerful he is, you guys are only regretting it, aren't you? How many years have we been friends? Would I lie to you guys? Tang Ruoshue questioned angrily. Ruoshue, we were wrong. It's mainly because your big brother Song and I have encountered too many charlatans in the past few years, one after the other saying that they can cure us, but in the end, they are all running for money, so we have to be on guard, Shinwon said with a helpless face. Do you know, when Jiang Chen saved my grandfather, we had to send him $20 million and a villa. He didn't want it at all, or we begged for it, he only wanted it, and he's a treasure expert. For antiques a glance will be able to see the real and fake. This kind of person needs to cheat your money? The more Tang Ruoshue said, the angrier she got. Xiao Shui, it's my brother who was wrong. My brother should have believed you. But now that things have become like this, your sister-in-law and I regret it too. No matter what, our two families and you and I have been friends for so many years. You must help us. Song Si-hyo said with a bitter face, looking at the two men's expectant eyes. Tang Ruoshu sighed. Well, actually, Jung Chen is quite a good person. I didn't believe in him at first, but as long as you guys have touched him with sincerity, he will definitely help you guys with your treatment. However, it's better to wait until his anger subsides, then I'll contact him for you guys. Fine. Then everything depends on your sister. If there's anything in the future, talk to Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely help you. Song Si-hyo said with a sigh of relief. Jung Chen walked out from Tang Tianning's manor. After thinking about it, it would be more convenient to buy a car, and he planned to let his adoptive father participate in the company's operation as well. Over the years, although Jung Hongjun hadn't said anything, he knew that his adoptive father had always been haunted by the fact that the company had gone bankrupt in the first place, and he had to cheer him up. With that in mind, he took a taxi towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, a car that he could both drive himself and give to his adoptive father. As soon as he got into the car, his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Dacheng calling. He picked up the phone with a slight smile. Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you have the time. I would like to. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Dacheng stuttered a bit. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Dacheng's disease is not difficult to treat, but certainly can't avoid undressing and whatnot. The adoptive father's house has fewer rooms and more people. It will definitely be inconvenient. It's better to go to the villa. I know. How about this? You go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Fine. I'll go over right now. Look, a hanger-on who came by taxi seems to be coming to our store. A salesman sneered out when he saw Jiang Chen, who came down from the cab, covered in ground goods. This direction is really coming to our store. It's probably just to take pictures and pretend to be something else. I'm not going to receive him. Yes, it must be to come to our store to take a picture to pretend to be more than cheat women. I don't know which woman is so unlucky. Several other salesmen also sneered and laughed out. Jiang Chen walked into the store without a single person getting up, and he started walking around by himself. In fact, his research on cars was relatively small, but he still knew a lot about the several series of Mercedes-Benz. Thinking that this car might be driven for his adoptive father in the future, he felt that he still had to buy a better one, so that his adoptive father would have face when he went out to talk business in the future. So he began to look at the pricing of various cars, and finally, his eyes fixed on a Mercedes Maybach. This car bare car price of 2.87 million, the formality should be more than 3 million, but with his wealth at this time, to buy this car is no problem at all. Jiang Chen looked at the waiters who were sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting, frowned slightly and asked loudly, "May I ask how long it will take for the formalities to come down after paying the cash for this car?" But after waiting for half a day, no one got up to pay attention to him. "I want to buy a car." Jiang Chen came to a person whose badge said manager and said in a cold voice, "If you want to rub the air conditioning, rub the air conditioning. Don't go in and take pictures if you're taking pictures. Don't dirty our car." The sales manager raised his head and said impatiently. Chapter 68, Meeting Zhao Yuehua again. As a sales manager, what kind of service attitude is this? Jiang Chen asked in a cold voice as he frowned deeply. For real customers we will entertain with the most enthusiastic attitude, but for stinky hangers-on like you, why should we entertain? Aren't you just coming in to rub the air conditioning and take pictures to prepare to send to your goddess? We've already given you face by letting you in. Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, don't blame us for calling the police. The sales manager stood up and sneered with a cold smile. "I want to buy that Mercedes Maybach. Pay now," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. You're a stinking hanger-on. You're quite ugly, but your dreams are quite beautiful. Can you read numbers? That's 2.87 million? You won't be able to earn that much money in your whole life. Manager, hurry up and call the security guards to blow him out. Letting him be here, I think it will affect our store's business." "Right, I think we should set up a sign at the entrance. No dogs or poor people are allowed to enter, so that we don't have to drive out the garbage every day, and we can't do any business. Hurry up and get out. We don't welcome stinky hangers on here." A group of salesmen burst out laughing, sneering at Jiang Chen. "Kid, now I've changed my mind. I won't let you rub our air conditioner here anymore. Hurry up and get out. Otherwise I'll immediately call the security guards to kick you out," the sales manager said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen frowned deeply. These dog-eyed people, but with his status, there was no need to fight with them about this. Just buy it somewhere else. With that in mind, he turned around to leave. "Jiang Chen?" An exasperated voice came, and Jiang Chen met Zhao Yuehua head on. At this moment, Zhao Yuehua was leaning on a big-bellied thug, a little birdie. When she saw Jiang Chen, she was immediately furious, her face reddening beyond recognition. "Yuehua, who is this kid?" The big-bellied thug on the side frowned and asked. Although this person was shabbily dressed, but he was good-looking and had a good figure, and the fact that his own woman had seen him and had the wrong attitude made him savor it. How could Zhao Yuehua not hear the jealousy in the thug's tone? She was delighted in her heart. This thug was the one she had recently hooked up with, and was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, quite rich. Hubby, this kid is the ex-husband of my best friend that I told you about. A soft-eating door-to-door son-in-law. A piece of trash. Zhao Yuehua ruthlessly squeezed into the thug's arms again and said with a pouty face, but the man was just too fat. She couldn't squeeze at all. Mr. Chen, you're here. Come on. Our store has a new Mercedes Maybach top of the line. 2.87 million, just right for your status. This hangman is the trash that came to our store to rub the air conditioning and take pictures. Is he in your way? Don't worry, I'll kick him out. The sales manager trotted over and smiled fawningly at the thug. Wait, the thug suddenly said with a wave of his hand, then blocked Jiang Chen's way, his gaze looking at Jiang Chen grimly. Mr. Chen, you know him? The sales manager was stunned and asked. Everyone, you probably don't know this person. This person is my girlfriend's ex-husband. He is a door-to-door trash who eats soft food. Back then, my girlfriend gave him just $200 a month for living expenses, and he still had to curry favor with my girlfriend like a dog. Do you guys say it's not trash? Zhao Yuehua snorted and said loudly to the people around her. Being able to taunt Jiang Chen in front of the crowd made her heart very happy, and the depression from the previous times she had suffered defeat at Jiang Chen's expense was swept away. Moreover, this thug she was now looking for was worth 100 million. Wasn't it more than Jiang Chen's 20 million incense? It turns out to be a door-to-door waste that eats soft food. Really? Hanging to the home. Just pretending to be quite like, but also I wanna buy Maybach. You eat to go. I've seen trash, but I haven't seen such trash. A group of salesmen and many guests in the store have revealed a sneer and burst out laughing. Hubby, you have to do it for me. This trash was always peeking at people when he was still divorced from my best friend. Later on, when they divorced, they even pestered me, wanting me to be his girlfriend, corrupting my reputation, my bank job. I lost it because of this. Zhao Yuehua suddenly pouted and said pitifully, even her eyes reddened, but there was a hint of a conspiratorial smile flashing in her eyes. The thug's face was immediately gloomy. Kid, kneel down and apologize to Yuehua. I can let you off in this matter. Otherwise don't blame me for getting you killed. Rubbish. Mr. Chen is a big boss with $100 million. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chen? Your kind of life as a dog. I guess you've knelt down quite a few times, right? Kneeling this once more is nothing. If you annoy Mr. Chen by not buying a car from our store, I will definitely get you killed. The sales manager hurriedly said viciously to Jiang Chen from the sidelines. Jiang Chen glanced at the three of them, his face bland, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. What are you three? Dead trash. How dare you brag about it even at the end of your life? My husband is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Stepping on you is like stepping on a grasshopper. Zhao Yuehua said with a haughty face. Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? Believe it or not, if I just call some people, I can kill you too? The thug's face sank. Then he looked at the sales manager. Did you hear him just insult me? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely not buy another car from your store in the future. And you can keep that Maybach for sale. Yes. Mr. Chen, calm down. I know what to do. The sales manager's face changed drastically when she heard this. This thug was a big powerful customer of hers. She had earned a commission of $200,000 to $300,000 in the hands of this thug. If she offended him, not only would she make a lot less money, the manager's position might have to be lost. Thinking of this, the hatred in her gaze towards Jiang Chen was thick. It was all because of this punk. Kid, you're really giving your face away. Letting you kneel down and apologize to General Manager Chen's girlfriend. That's your honor. Since you don't know how to honor me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Security guards, hurry up. Arrest this dog for me and send him to the security association. The sales manager roared loudly. Mr. Chen, what do you think about handling it like this? The sales manager looked at the thug with a fawning face. Don't send him to the safety association first. Let's find a quiet house first and let my baby get out of breath before we talk about it. Baby, how about it? The thug looked at Zhao Yuehua and asked. Hubby, people love you. Tonight, Zhao Yuehua was overjoyed in her heart. Being able to personally beat Jiang Chen up was something she had dreamed of all these days, and now she could finally realize it. Fine. Then do as Mr. Chen said. Security guard, hurry up. The sales manager nodded his head like a peck of rice, looking towards the few security guards who ran over and shouted. A few security guards quickly ran over and surrounded Jiang Chen, waving the guys in their hands, about to strike. All stop. Chapter 69, tearing each other apart. An angry roar came, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the 4S store, only to see Zhang Daxiang striding in with a few black-clothed bodyguards. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? When the thug who had just had a haughty face saw the visitor, His attitude changed drastically and he greeted him with a fawning smile on his face. The people in the 4S store were stunned. This thug was a big boss with $100 million. Even he had to be so respectful and fawning to the person who came. So who was this person? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this the chairman of Ding Sheng Group, Zhang Daqiang? Is Ding Sheng Group very powerful? Of course, Zhang Daqiang's personal fortune alone is $2 to $3 billion. Do you think it's powerful? No wonder this thug greeted Zhang Daqiang like a grandson. Someone in the group recognized Zhang Daqiang and immediately whispered to the people aside, "Get lost." Without even looking at the thug, Zhang Daqiang directly pushed him aside. As the thug and the crowd were stunned, Zhang Daqiang walked up to Jiang Chen with his bodyguards and bowed violently. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm late." Hiss. The crowd present sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at this scene with unbelievable gazes. The hallowed Zhang Daqiang would actually bow and pay homage to a door-to-door waste of soft food. What the heck was going on here? "Get up. It's not too late. I haven't gotten this car yet," Jiang Chen said. The thug who was pushed away had a face of iron. "Mr. Zhang, what are you?" That sales manager's face was even more pale when she saw the scene. Of course she knew Zhang Daqiang, and quite familiar. This is their store's big customer. Every year here have to buy many cars. Even this 4S store manager have to provide for him. Zhang Daqiang did not pay attention to the thug, but then asked, "Mr. Jiang, what is this all about? I came to buy a Maybach, and this sales manager said that I'm a stinking hanger-on who came to rub the air conditioning and take pictures, and wanted to kick me out. Then I met these two people and asked me to kneel down and apologize to them," Jiang Chen said indifferently. When Zhang Daqiang heard this, he was so angry that his face turned red, and his body began to tremble because of his anger. "Mr. Jiang, don't worry, leave this matter to me." After saying that, he violently turned around and looked at the thug. "Fatty Jean, you're quite powerful. Mr. Zhang is my Zhang Daqiang's honored guest, yet you made him kneel down and apologize. You're really imposing," Zhang Daqiang asked in a cold voice. Fatty Jean trembled in fear, but he believed Zhao Yue's words. He simply didn't believe that a door-to-door waste like Jiang Chen, who was a soft eater, would be Zhang Daqiang's honored guest. He must have mistaken him for someone else. "Mr. Zhang, you've recognized the wrong person, haven't you? He's just a soft-eating door-to-door waste. How could he be worthy of being your honored guest?" "Mr. Zhang, that's not bad. Jiang Chen is my best friend's ex-husband. I'm too familiar with this loser. Apart from being a braggart, he doesn't know. How can this kind of person be your guest of honor?" Zhao Yuehua also followed and confirmed. Snap. At Zhang Daqiang's signal, two of his bodyguards stepped forward and aimed two hard mouths at Zhao Yuehua in eruption. Their faces immediately swelled up. "Bastard, don't blame me for insulting Mr. Jiang again." Zhang Daqiang's gaze was stern. Zhao Yuehua was instantly furious. The resentment in her heart skyrocketed as she herself was given another beating because of Jiang Chen. She hadn't heard the voices of those people talking in the distance, so she didn't recognize Zhang Daqiang at all. In her opinion, her husband had come because the other side had come with a lot of people, so she was old and admittedly wimpy, and wasn't afraid of this Zhang Daqiang at all. "You, who do you think you are? Dare to hit me and my husband?" Zhao Yuehua rushed at Zhang Daqiang and cursed loudly. "Yuehua, pa!" Just as Fatty Jin's words left his mouth, a bodyguard slapped Zhao Yuehua's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You dare to hit me? Let me tell you, my husband is a big shot with hundreds of millions of dollars. You are relying on the fact that there are more people and you hit the two of us this time. In the future, my husband will surely retaliate back 100 times 1,000 times." Zhao Yuehua gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Oh, want to retaliate against me? Fine, I'll accompany you. Fatty Jean, I hope you still have the strength." Zhang Daqiang smiled playfully. Snap. "Zhao Yuehua, don't drag me along if you wanna die. Spew your mouth full of again. Be careful who I get you killed." Fatty Jean was so scared by Zhao Yuehua's words that he almost jumped up. Then he looked at Zhang Daqiang with a fearful face. "Mr. Zhang, I'm not familiar with this woman. Her words don't have anything to do with me. You can do whatever you want to do with her." A lot of his money was due to Ding Sheng Group casually rewarding some projects down the road, and he ate a little sweetness. If he broke the relationship with Zhang Daqiang, his financial path would be blocked. Moreover, he had recently invested in a few projects, and when the time came, the supply of funds was insufficient, and he could only face bankruptcy. Zhao Yuehua was just a plaything with a time limit in his eyes, and when he got tired of playing with it, he would naturally throw it away. How could he lose his money for such a plaything? "Fatty Jean, you white-eyed wolf, but you called me your wife and wanted to marry me. Now you're talking about me like this." Zhao Yuehua exploded with anger, ran to Fatty Jean, pushed and shoved, said hatefully, "Splat." Fatty Jean didn't hesitate to slap Zhao Yuehua's face. You cousin, Lao Zi is just teasing you. You are nothing but a plaything of mine. Every time we have sex, I will give you money. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Put. As Fatty Jin's words fell, there were quite a few people who laughed. This was clearly saying that Zhao Yuehua was a sellout. Zhao Yuehua immediately turned red with anger, her heart filled with rage. I'll fight you. At once the two fought together. But Zhao Yuehua is not the opponent of Fatty Jin. Just a few times will be knocked over by Fatty Jin on the ground. Looking at the wretched Zhao Yuehua, Jiang Chen had no waves in his heart. This kind of woman just deserved it. Mr. Zhang, please spare me. It's all because of this cousin. She misled me. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to be rude to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. You're generous. Please let me go. With that, Fatty Jin flung himself on his knees in front of the two. Thud 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 thud, unable to stop kowtowing and bitterly begging. Mr. Jiang, what do you think should be done with the two of them? Zhang Daqian looked at Jiang Chen and inquired. Jiang Chen, you dare to instruct someone to beat me? I'm telling you, you better let me go now, otherwise Zhao Jiao won't let you go. Zhao Yuehua roared hysterically. Spare them, Jiang Chen said indifferently. He was really too lazy to bother with this kind of woman in general. Mr. Jiang is generous. He won't bother with you guys in general. Get lost, Zhang Daqian rebuked in a cold voice. Then he turned his head, his eyes looking angrily at the sales manager. Chapter 70 Treatment. The sales manager had long since started trembling with fear at this point. She had never dreamed that the hangman's waist in their eyes would be the honored guest of Zhang Daqian, the big boss. This was simply too unbelievable. Scared by Zhang Daqian's cold eyes, her body trembled. With a fluttering sound, the sales manager collapsed to the ground in fear. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I didn't know that Mr. Jiang was your honored guest. Mr. Jiang, please, spare me. Humph, dog-eyed lowly contraption. Let me tell you, I've long looked at you with disdain. If it wasn't for your store manager begging me 3 times over to stay, I wouldn't have bought a car from your store. Mr. Jiang is such a big shot. To be insulted by you as a hangdog waist, you're simply outrageous. Maybach, isn't it? Zhang Daqian loudly rebuked, and as he said that, he suddenly punched the phone out. Drive over here. Seeing Zhang Daqian make a phone call and say something without a clue, the crowd was all confused beyond belief. Boom, boom. At this moment, a burst of sports car roar sounded. A brand new Lamborghini sports car directly parked in front of the 4S store. Fatty Jean, who just wanted to leave, and Zhao Yuehua walked right in front of the Lamborghini sports car. Fatty Jean just took a look and left. Zhao Yuehua's eyes were wide open and filled with love. In order to screen the rich second generation, she had deliberately studied various luxury cars, and this luxury car was one of her dream luxury cars, Lamborghini. This car was worth at least more than $10 million, something that an ordinary person could not get in a lifetime. Even if Fatty Jean was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if he wanted to buy a car like this, he would have to think about it for a long time. So she stopped her footsteps, wanting to see what kind of person will come down from the car. Anyway, she can't make up with Fatty Jean. She can only think of a way to find other rich people again. Soon, a young man in a suit came down from the car. This person was probably just in his 20s, with a small handsome look. This handsome man, this car of yours is so beautiful. Ah, what kind of car is this? Zhao Yuehua asked with a pretense of naivety and innocence. This is a Lamborghini sports car. The young man hurriedly closed the car door, then trotted inside. Zhao Yuehua's gaze eagerly looked inside. Mr. Jiang, it's a bit inappropriate for you to drive a Maybach at your age, isn't it? This Lamborghini was ordered by me a while ago. Since you don't have a car, I'll give it to you to drive. I've already asked someone to bring it, so I can transfer it to you right away. Zhang Daqian took the car key from the young man's hand and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands respectfully. What? Not only Zhao Yuehua, even the others in the 4S store were shocked. A sports car worth over $10 million was just given to Jiang Chen? This car is too flashy. I had mainly wanted to buy it for my adoptive father. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, in that case, that's good. You drive this Lamborghini, Mr. Jiang, and I'll ask someone to send this Maybach to the old man for you in a while. Zhang Daqian but immediately said, hiss. Everyone was sucking in a mouthful of cold air. Sending a Lamborghini of more than $10 million is not enough, but also send a Maybach with a total price of more than $3 million as a bonus? All of a sudden everyone looked at Jiang Chen differently. Zhao Yuehua trembled and almost fell to the ground unsteadily. This trash who used to be worse than a dog in her eyes had gotten 2 cars totaling more than $10 million without even saying a word. On what grounds? Thinking about it, her heart's hatred for Jiang Chen increased, and her gaze became even more resentful. If Jiang Chen agreed to be with her, then these things would be hers. This hateful piece of trash. At this time, the 4S store manager, who had already heard that Zhang Daxiang had come to the store, hurriedly walked over and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what's going on?" "Surname Zhang, I'm telling you, this trash sales manager insulted my valued customer Mr. Jiang. Now fire her immediately or else our group's cooperation with your 4S store will be cancelled from the next moment," Zhang Daxiang said in a deep voice. "Store manager, you help me beg for mercy. I didn't do it on purpose oh. When the sales manager saw the store manager, he immediately ran up and cried and begged for mercy. When the store manager heard Zhang Daxiang's words, he immediately trembled. And the cooperation with Ding Shang Group can not only represent the few cars ordered by Ding Shang Group, but also represents the human resources behind it. He naturally calculated this account clearly. Then he looked at the sales manager with cold eyes. "Get lost, you dog-eyed or fired. Hurry up and take your things and leave. Otherwise don't blame me for getting someone to throw you out." The sales manager was scared and trembled, didn't dare to speak again, and slipped away. "Put that Maybach on my account and finish the formalities for Mr. Jiang with the fastest speed." Afterward, Zhang Daxiang pointed at the Maybach and said, Yes, I'll go do it now." The store manager said with a smile on his brow, "Mr. Zhang, this is not necessary. I'll take that car of yours. I'll pay for this one." Jiang Chen said with a smile, Fine. Whatever you say Mr. Jiang." Zhang Daxiang didn't dare to be disobedient and immediately said. Then he looked at the store manager. "Do what Mr. Jiang says, do you hear me?" "I know, right, store manager. I'm going to open a company. I might have to buy a car from you in the future. I hope that in the future, you'll educate your own men properly. Don't be a dog-eyed," Jiang Chen said indifferently. The store manager immediately trembled, glared fiercely at those salespeople, and said with a fawning smile, "Don't worry, I will immediately educate them in a moment. And in the future, there will definitely not be a dog's eyes looking down on others here in my place." Those 4S stores and the sales staff heard, but also one regret their intestines are going to be green. This is a great customer If they let them catch, the future performance will absolutely soar. The result is because of their dog's eyes, lost such a big customer. Soon, the formalities of the two cars were done. Jiang Chen drove the Lamborghini, and Zhang Daxiang found someone to drive his Maybach, heading towards Jiang Chen's villa. "Mr. Jiang, cough, can you cure my illness?" In the villa's living room, Zhang Daxiang asked with an apprehensive face. After Jiang Chen said what was wrong with him and Zhang Yanli that day, he examined it and found that what Jiang Chen said was not at all wrong. He immediately knew that Jiang Chen was definitely not ordinary. "Of course I can. Take off your clothes," Jiang Chen said. Zhang Daxiang immediately understood Jiang Chen's meaning. Anyway, there were only a few of them men here, and they instantly stripped off their clothes. Although Zhang Daxiang's problem was stubborn, but in Jiang Chen's hands, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. And after only half an hour, he was completely cured. "Mr. Zhang, your disease has been completely cured. This prescription you take, when you are ready to have a child, the medicine you drink with the woman. Drink this medicine for 7 days. Keep the woman can get pregnant." Chapter 71. The neighbors looked down. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Daxiang trembled. Having a child was his greatest wish at this time. Without offspring, even if he made more money, what was the use? Therefore, Jiang Chen definitely had a heavenly favor for him. "Mr. Jiang, I, Zhang Daxiang, am unable to repay you for your great kindness. In the future, if there are things that need to be done by me, I will go up the mountain of daggers and down to the sea of fire. I will never complain." Jiang Chen thought about it. He was not really good at opening a company. Real estate was even more so. Ding Shang Group was originally the leader of the real estate industry in Songjiang. Asking Zhang Daxiang was definitely not a problem. It just so happens that the company I'm going to open is a construction company, and I may want to develop a real estate recently. Can Ding Shang Group take it on? Zhang Daxiang was worried that there was no good way to flatter Jiang Chen. He didn't expect to come across this kind of thing. Then he naturally couldn't let it go. He hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Of course I can. Of course I can. Mr. Jiang, as long as you set a time, I will immediately ask people to go to your place to start the work." "Good, no problem." Jiang Chen nodded. After Zhang Daxiang left, Jiang Chen drove the Maybach back to his adoptive father's house. Foster father's house. Zhang Hongjun was about to take Chen Fen and Zhang Yi out for a stroll. Boom boom. As soon as they went out, a car roar sounded and a black sedan stopped in front of them. Several people walked down from the car. A woman of about 50 smiled at Zhang Hongjun's family. Only in her eyes was a hint of disdain. "Io, old Jiang, old Chen, this is taking your granddaughter out to play?" This woman is called Li Mei. Is Zhang Hongjun family's neighbor? In the past, when Zhang Hongjun business rich, this family to their family bows very tight. Nothing to come over to ask for warmth. Send some special products. At that time Zhang Hongjun also think is a neighbor. the care also have to take care of. That time just in time for Li Mei's son graduated from college. He introduced him to a job through a business partner. But since Jiang Hongjun business losses, although the two families live across the street, but rarely have to come and go, encountered and often ridiculed Jiang Hongjun family. Jiang Hongjun said faintly, well, take the child to go out to play. Look at your age is not small, and have a few years old granddaughter. Go out and still have to walk. This is my son bought a new car, Volkswagen Passat, all down more than 200,000 it. Sitting inside that is called a comfortable. When to let your son Jiang Chen also buy you a. Li Mei patted the sedan, showing off said, put. When Li Mei's daughter-in-law Xiao Hui heard this, she directly laughed out loud. Sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Mom, you're still quite humorous. Jiang Chen, a son-in-law who eats soft food and was swept away by his wife, can afford this car? I think he'll only be able to ride an electric bike in this life. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang sorry I forgot about this matter. To say also, you say that your son how so unproductive. Have hands and feet have to go to be a door-to-door son-in-law. When a son-in-law not only did not take care of the family, but also rely on you two to give him to raise the child. To the child treatment, this person then people have to die with my son that has no comparison My son has recently been promoted, is now a department manager. The bonus alone is more than 200,000. You see this is not in order to take me out to play in the future, specifically to buy a car. Is not 100 times stronger than you guys this walk? Li Mei also said with a smile, her tone full of disdain for Jiang Chen. Jiang Yi beamed her little mouth and said angrily, I won't allow you guys to talk about my dad like that. My dad is a very powerful person. Jiang Hongjun frowned and spoke out angrily. Li Mei, how are you talking? How Xiao Chen is? That's his business. Why do you guys need to talk about it? Li Mei is a look of your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Didactic. Lao Jiang, look at you. How to talk about it is still anxious. I am not just anxious for you This child is 4 or 5 years old, but also did not go to school. We are here from the school is also quite far. It is difficult not to later you still walk to send the child Li Mei's son Jiang Yadong said conspiratorially. Mom, don't say that. Lao Jiang, their family walks this is green, which is like us in and out of the door or in the car. With their state of mind then, before he met Jiang Hongjun our Jiang uncle called. Since Jiang Hongjun bankruptcy began to call the old Jiang. Jiang Yadong's wife bristled and sneered. What is green or not? To put it bluntly, isn't it just a lack of money? Xiao Hui, don't talk nonsense. Your uncle Jiang used to be very rich, right? Old Jiang, Li Mei said with a delicate smile. What's the use of having money in the beginning, but it was still lost by him? Now the family doesn't even have a bicycle. The family suffers from poverty. Look at the way they live. It's a disgrace. Xiao Hui coldly mocked. Li Mei appeared to reprimand Xiao Hui, but her tone did not mean to reprimand at all. Xiao Hui, look at what you said. Jiang Yadong, however, had a cold smile on his face. Mom, what did Xiao Hui say? In the past, old Jiang earned some money. You see him drag the 258 like nothing to educate us. You see when I was trained like that, as if he is the richest it. Now you see their family mixed. How miserable. I see this is the evil of evil. Jiang Hongjun frowned deeply, but was too lazy to argue with this group of people. But Chen Fen was not doing it anymore, pointing at them and cursing. Li Mei, Jiang Yadong, do you have some conscience as human beings? In the beginning, if it wasn't for us, old Jiang, who stepped in to arrange a job for you, could you go to work for such a big company? Now that you've made money as a manager, you're starting to sneer at us, right? Jiang Yadong frowned with a displeased face. Old Chen, you're a bit unreasonable to talk like that, aren't you? A job is just a job. Is it hard to believe that with my ability I can't even find a job? If it wasn't for old Jiang begging me to go there in the first place, I would definitely have a better job. And now it's us begging you instead? Now we're begging you? You've got to have a conscience. That's right. At that time there were several big companies invited my son Yadong. If not for the fact that we Yadong is a man of old friendships. See your old Jiang licked his face and begged us. Can we Yadong go? Now see our Yadong has the ability to promote manager. Make money to buy a car. You guys are jealous, right? Do you want to blackmail money from us? We've been neighbors for so many years, and I just found out that you guys are so shameless. Li Mei said with a disgusted face. Chen Fen sneered and said, Li Mei, don't be a dog's eye. Let me tell you, our Xiao Chen is now powerful and lives in a villa. Would we look at your little money? It's just a 200,000 plus broken car. You still have the face to show off. Li Mei's family burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You guys can really brag about it. Just that punk Jiang Chen, would he live in a villa? Still looking down on a car that's over $200,000? If he has this ability, we'll immediately smash this new car. Rumble. It was at this moment that a car roar suddenly sounded not far away, and several people looked towards the direction from which the roar came. Chapter 72, Snob. This is the new Maybach ah. Jang Yadong looked at the car driving in the distance and said in shock, unable to stop the envy flashing in his eyes. Li Mei could not understand the value of this car, and asked doubtfully, Yadong, what is this Maybach is very powerful? Is it as expensive as our family's car? Shall we hurriedly pulled Li Mei aside and whispered with a red face, Mom, what are you talking about? This car full payment down to more than 3 million it, can buy our car more than a dozen it, ouch, so expensive, this car can fly as how? Li Mei immediately exclaimed, full of incredulity, I don't know who bought this car, but I haven't heard of anyone in our village who is this powerful? Jiang Yadong muttered. Xiao Hui, however, looked excited and said, Yadong, the one who can drive this car is definitely a big boss. If we determine who it is in a while, we have to bow to it. If this kind of person casually gives you a little opportunity, you will be able to rise to the top. Yes, we have to flatter them. Jiang Yadong nodded and said, Humph, a bunch of hobbits. How disgusting. Chen Fen said with a disgusted face, Old Chen, why are you cursing? Your family would like us to flatter you, but do you have that ability? A family of poorer than that. Besides, we Yadong have the ability. Other people's big bosses look up to us. Just by that trash Jiang Chen of your family, you can't flatter him even if you want to. People simply look down on him, Li Mei said with a cold smile. At this time, the Maybach suddenly stopped in front of these people, because the car's lamination is black, so the crowd could not see who was inside. Xiao Hui pulled Jiang Yadong and said with an excited face, Yadong, this big boss might be looking at you as good and wants to come down to instruct you a bit. In a while you have to behave better. Don't worry, Jiang Yadong said and ran to the car door with a respectful face. Crunch! The car door opened and Jiang Chen walked out from inside. Jiang Yadong, who had just wanted to speak, instantly turned red in the face, and the words he wanted to say were held back. Not only him, Li Mei and Xiao Hui also looked as if they had eaten. Their faces were ugly, and Zhang Hongjun and the others were also shocked. Jiang Chen looked at this scene and was somewhat unsure. Dad, what's wrong with you guys? When Jiang Yi saw Jiang Chen come out of the car, she immediately ran over happily jumping and jumped into Jiang Chen's arms. Dad, this car is so beautiful. Is it yours? Jiang Chen kissed Jiang Yi and said with a smile on his face, this car is Grandpa's. Ah, Grandpa has a car. In the future can sit in Grandpa's car. Jiang Yi said excitedly. Zhang Hongjun reacted and asked, Xiao Chen, this is the car you bought? Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't going to tell his adoptive father about opening a company yet. He would wait until everything was almost done. Yes, Dad, but I bought this car for you. In the future when you guys take out to play, you can drive this car. Zhang Hongjun's face appeared helpless. You child, the three of us, do we need to drive such a good car? Old man, what are you talking about? You don't have to use it. Has to use it too. Besides, Xiao Chen is capable now. He knows to honor us. What's wrong with you? Chen Fen reprimanded Zhang Hongjun. Right, Dad, you have to learn from my mom. Since we have money now, we have to live a good life. Can't we still live the old days? Jiang Chen also said with a smile. Chen Fen, however, looked at Li Mei and said with a raised eyebrow, Li Mei, what did you guys just say? This car is Xiao Chen's. Shouldn't you have smashed your cars? Li Mei, however, didn't believe that this car would be Jiang Chen's punk. With a sneer on her face, she laughed coldly. Che, this might be a car you guys rented from somewhere. I say Jiang Chen, why are you so vain at such a young age? Renting this car for a day isn't cheap, is it? Now that you've been kicked out of your home by your wife, it's not even easy to feed yourself, and you're still renting a car to pretend to be something else. It's really ridiculous. Xiao Hui and Jiang Yadong, who were doubting their lives, brightened up when they heard Li Mei's words. Yes, Xiao Chen, we are at least neighbors. It's a bit boring when you make this mess. Without a bit of real skill, you'll just use this kind of crooked method. What a waste. The two men sneered with their mouths. Jiang Chen frowned, but knowing the character of this family, he didn't bother paying them any attention. Chen Fen, however, could not let them off so easily. Jiang Chen had money. This matter their old couple knew clearly. How could this car be rented? And Jiang Chen was not this kind of vain person. She looked at Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, quickly, take out the vehicle registration certificate and show it to them. Jiang Chen nodded with a bitter smile. His adoptive mother must have been pissed off by these few people. This was all starting to climb up the ladder. He opened the car door and took out a large green book. Chen Fen got it in her hands and just glanced at it before coming to Li Mei and the others with a sneer on her face. Open your dog eyes and see. Whose car is this? What is written on it is my old man. You guys hurry up and smash the car. Li Mei. Three people looked at the name on the vehicle registration. It was really Jiang Hongjun. At once each face was unsightly. twisted their heads and left in ashes. Wife, what are you fighting with them for? Just a bunch of snobs, Jung Hongjun said. How much did we help them in the beginning? Now look at their attitude. It's infuriating to watch. Xiao Chen, you did a good job this time. Chen Fen looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Mom, don't get angry with people like them. Let's go out for dinner, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Good. Yi is also going to take the car out to eat delicious food. Jiang Yi was excited. Jiang Chen was heartbroken. For so many years, Yi had suffered too much after him, and even rarely sat in the car. At noon, the family returned home after dinner. Jiang Chen suddenly received a call from Wang Hongjie. What's wrong with Hongjie? Did the company setup run into any trouble? Jiang Chen asked. Brother Chen, everything is going well, but there is a small problem. Haven't you already asked me to find someone to survey that piece of land? According to the results of the survey, if we were to design it according to what you said about the neighborhood, we would need to invest at least $300 million, but the money we have right now is just too little, Wang Hongjie said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen nodded. The cell he had designed was designed to completely utilize the alignment of the natural spirit gathering formation, which meant that such a design was the best design. You don't have to worry about money. I'll think of a way. Your task is to recruit people for the company as soon as possible. Just set it up. Well, Brother Chen, when I was working in the past, I used to know a deputy manager of Qixing Bank who manages the loan business. I've already contacted him. You're the chairman of the board after all. Let's try it out together in the afternoon? Wang Hongjie asked. Chapter 73, Lin Family's Crisis. Qixing Bank? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Thinking of Song Sihao and Xinwan, he wanted to refuse, but this was after all Wang Hongjie's endeavor, so he couldn't veto it. Alright, then let's go over there together in the afternoon. Lin Family Villa. At this moment, Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin were sitting on the sofa with bruises and swollen noses. Their heads were bandaged, unusually wretched, and from time to time they cried out in pain. Outrageous! That white-eyed wolf Jiangchen! How dare he screw our family over like this? I'm furious. Lin Jiajiao looked at the two men's appearance, trembling with anger. Jiajiao, I told you in the beginning, don't be so nice to him, and give him $200 a month for living expenses. Look at it now. That white-eyed wolf is intentionally playing a game for us, and is about to pit us to death. That's $30 million. And when Zhu Jiahao sent people to beat me and your dad, he didn't even come out. He just watched me and your dad get beaten. He's just not a person. Yang Huiqin said through gritted teeth. Lin Jiajiao was very puzzled. She suddenly realized that ever since she divorced Jiang Chen, this punk seemed to be different from before, whether it was money or connections. Mom and Dad, you're saying that Jiang Chen knows Yi Guangxing and that Yi Guangxing specifically asked him to buy land? How could this punk know a big shot like Yi Guangxing? How could this kind of trash know Yi Guangxing? I've already talked to your dad. It must be the Tang family who wanted that piece of land and pushed him out as a tool person, Yang Huiqin said. Lin Jiajiao came to a realization. This made sense. I'd like to see how much longer he can be lucky. The big families like the Tang family are just giving him more favors because they are good at face saving. When they feel that Jiang Chen is useless, they will naturally kick him away. Lin Jiajiao said quickly. Because they were beaten, Lin Changyuan and Yang Huiqin went to the hospital early, and did not dare to contact Zhu Jiahao, so they did not know that the land had been taken away by Jiang Chen. At this time, Lin Changyuan was worrying about the funds of his family's company. That dog thing did this to our family. Surely there won't be a good karma. But now is not the time to talk about this. The most crucial issue now is that since the issue of that piece of land has not been resolved, our company's business can't be lost. But the company already has no liquidity. What are we going to do? Lin Changyuan said in a deep voice. Dad, how much working capital does our company need? Lin Jiajiao asked helplessly. To hold up our company's operation, we need at least 2 million. Preferably 3 million, Lin Changyuan said. Jiajiao, this matter is definitely out of our hands. Go ask Tianyu again. Their family is at least worth several $100 million. It's definitely not a problem to take out this amount of money. Yang Huiqin looked at Lin Jiajiao expectantly. Lin Jiajiao, however, frowned and said, Mom, his father controls him tightly. The 15 million we took from him for that piece of land is still his own money. Now he doesn't have much money left. I thought that he, a rich second generation, can be the master of their family, but it turns out that he is also a waste of money. If not for the fact that his family has several $100 million, I will not agree that you should be with him. Yang Huiqin skimmed her mouth and said with a disdainful face, Alright, stop it. Jiao, you give Tianyu a call and ask him if he still has a way. Lin Changyuan said. Lin Jiajiao could only make the call. After just a few sentences of chatting, she hung up the phone and brought out a smile on her face. Mom and Dad, Tianyu said that his uncle is the manager who manages the loan business at the Qixing Bank, and that he can lend us $3 million without interest. Fine, that's fine. As long as we can come up with the money first, then our company is still saved. Lin Chengyuan's heart was slightly relieved, and he was overjoyed. Shay, the original is to help our family loan. I thought that the money will be directly invested in our family. This person it is really in trouble to see true love. Before I think he is not bad, now see really stingy. Yang Huiqin, however, once again skimmed her lips and said with a displeased face, after Lin Jiaojiao's initial joy, then a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes as well. Your Zhao Tianyu family has so much money, it's hard not to still care about these $2 to $3 million. Can't you just take this debt over? Let's not talk about it. Let's solve our company's problems first. Lin Chengyuan sealed the deal. That afternoon, Lin Jiaojiao followed Zhao Tianyu and went to Qixing Bank, and at the same time, Zhang Chen and Wang Hongjie had already arrived at Qixing Bank. Because of the company's matter, Wang Hongjie had already come out from the shadow of being betrayed and was now in good spirits. The two of them sat on the sofa in the lobby. Wang Hongjie said to Zhang Chen, Brother Chen, this buddy I found is called Ji Haisheng. I've dealt with him a few times. He's nice. He said that if we mortgage our piece of land, there's still a hope to get this $300 million down. At this moment, a man wearing Qixing Bank's overalls hurriedly walked towards Wang Hongjie. Hongjie, I'm sorry, I'm a bit delayed here. Ji Haisheng apologized. It's fine, we also just arrived not long ago. Haisheng, this is my brother Zhang Chen, the chairman and general manager of our company. Wang Hongjie introduced to Ji Haisheng. Brother Chen, right? I've heard from Hongjie that none of us are outsiders, so I'll get straight to the point. I've already asked for instructions from above. That piece of land belongs to a piece of land in the plan above, so there must be a lot of benefits in the future. So if you guys agree to mortgage that piece of land, our bank can come up with a loan of $150 million. Hongjie, I'm doing my best. 300 million is just too much. The higher-ups don't agree at all. Ji Haisheng said helplessly. Wang Hongjie frowned. This 150 million compared to 300 million was still too much of a difference, so he looked towards Zhang Chen. Brother Chen, what do you think? Zhang Chen did the math. Getting this $150 million loan, along with the money he had on him now, would be enough for 300 million. Well, being able to come up with $150 million is already not bad. Thank you Haisheng, Zhang Chen said with a smile. While this was happening, Zhang Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Tang Ruoshua's call. Zhang Chen instantly thought of the reason why she was calling and picked it up. Hey, Zhang Chen, have you gotten over your anger? On the other end of the phone, Tang Ruoshua asked cautiously. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Being able to make Tang Ruoshua so cautious, it seemed that Song Siheo and Shenwan had a heavy position in Tang Ruoshua's heart. However, when he thought of the attitude of those two today, he was just bursting with anger. Ruoshua, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Chen, I know that their attitude in the morning puts aside anyone's anger. I'm also quite angry, but they're my best friends. They've already said they're going to repent, and they've been beating me up for a good half a day today, so can you help them heal a bit? Count me as begging you. Tang Ruoshua pleaded. Ruoshua, aren't they looking down on me? I'm a small quack. I'm not capable of healing them. For your sake, you let them come to me. If I'm in a good mood, I can consider helping them. That's good. He. Zhang Chen, you're the best. Where are you? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tang Ruoshua's heart burst with sweetness. I'm at the Qixing Bank, Zhang Chen said. Good, then I'll call them right now. Tang Ruoshua let out a slight sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Zhang Chen? Wang Hongjie? What are you two losers doing here? Chapter 74. How unceremonious. Zhang Chen had just hung up the phone when a disgusted voice rang out and Lin Jiaoju walked over with Zhao Tianyu on her arm. Do we need to tell you what we do? Zhang Chen frowned and said in a cold voice. You white-eyed wolf. It's not enough that you join forces with the Tang family to pit me. You even pit my parents. Zhang Chen, I really didn't see it. So you're so vicious. The more Lin Jiaojiao said, the more angry she became. She couldn't wait to run up and beat Zhang Chen severely. I remember back then, your parents were always saying that they had hooked up with the Zhu family, and that they would cooperate to earn big money in the future. Right, so how come they're losing money now? Zhang Chen sneered and said. It wasn't you who intentionally pitched us? I'm telling you. That $30 million will have to be counted on you. You have to return the money to us. Lin Jiaojiu was instantly furious and rebuked loudly. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this woman to be shameless to this extent. He had lost money on his own investment, but he wanted him to pay for it. Shaking his head, he no longer paid attention to this woman. Kid, I'm telling you, don't give your face away. We're not done with this matter. Zhao Tianyu said in a cold voice. That $30 million had 15 million of his. How could he not care? A middle-aged man wearing a Qisheng Bank work uniform walked out, and when he saw Zhao Tianyu, he walked over. Tianyu, what's going on? I've been waiting for you guys up there for a while. Why aren't you guys going up? Uncle, it's this kid who screwed my girlfriend Xiaojiu and their family out of money. There's still $15 million of mine in here. Zhao Tianyu saw the visitor, pointed at Jiang Chen and said coldly. When Zhao Hongjing heard this, his brows instantly furrowed, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Although his Zhao family wasn't much of a big family in Sanjiang, but at least he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and had a good reputation. To think that someone would dare to cheat his nephew out of his money, he had to teach him a good lesson. Thinking about it, he saw Jiang Chen's trio as soon as he looked up. Xiao Ji, what are you doing here? It's work time now. I see that you're also an old employee, so I won't bother with you in general. Now hurry back to work. Seeing Ji Haisheng, Zhao Hongjing was stunned and asked unhappily. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu and the others were obviously not dealing with Jiang Chen, and that Zhao Hongjing and Zhao Tianyu were close uncles and nephews, Ji Haisheng immediately felt that this loan was going to be a bust. However, he had already reported this matter to the top long ago, so he had to speak up at this time. Manager Zhao, the two of them are Jiang Chen, the general manager of Chen Hong Company, and Wang Hongjie, the deputy general manager, who came to our bank to discuss the loan. You punk also started a company? Hearing Ji Haisheng's words, Lin Jiaojiu was stunned, and then she was outraged. Waste, did you take my $20 million and open a company? Why are you so shameless? Is that money yours? Uncle, this kid you may not recognize. He is Jia ex-husband Jiang Chen, a soft food door-to-door son-in-law, all day long lazy. If not for Jiaojiu every month to give him living expenses, tube him food and shelter, he would have already died. As a result, when he was on his way out, he made a game and cheated away the $20 million that should have belonged to Jiajiao's family. This kind of person is a white-eyed wolf, Zhao Tianyu said with a cold smile. What? Zhao Hongjing's face instantly changed, and he asked in a deep voice, Ji Haisheng, they're the ones who wanted to take out a loan of $150 million? Yeah, Manager Zhao, haven't we discussed this? Cinnabar Hong is willing to take out that piece of land in the eastern suburb as collateral. Doesn't that piece of land have a policy above? A loan of $150 million can be given to them, Ji Haisheng said with a bitter face. That piece of land in the eastern suburbs? Lin Jiaojiu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Jiang Chen with a resentful gaze. Asterisk. You've already tricked that piece of land in Zhu Jiahao's hands? You're so damn ruthless. There's my dad's investment in there. Zhu Jiahao has already given the land to me for free. If you are not convinced, you can go ask Zhu Jiahao. It has nothing to do with me, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Zhu Jiahao's name, Lin Jiaojiu slightly shrunk her neck. With her status, how would she dare to question Zhu Jiahao? I'm telling you, you'll have to suffer retribution sooner or later. Lin Jiaojiu cursed viciously. Lin Jiaojiu, are you sick? What kind of thing are you? It's fortunate that Brother Chen divorced you in the first place. Otherwise I still don't know what kind of a mess you've made of this vicious woman. Wang Hongjie couldn't stand it anymore and cursed loudly. All of you shut up. This is Qisheng Bank. If you dare to yell again, don't blame me for not being polite, Zhao Hongjing said in a cold voice. For Lin Jiaojiu, he couldn't look at it 100 times. A woman who was already married. That's a broken shoe. But nay, this nephew of his liked it a lot. He couldn't do anything about it. Afterward, he looked at Jiang Chen. Kid, you're trying to get a loan from Qisheng Bank, aren't you? Zhao Hongjing asked in a condescending manner. Not bad, I do want a loan, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Good, that's fine. You first return my nephew's 15 million, and Lin Jiaojiu's family's 15 million, and the loan matter will be discussed. Zhao Hongjing originally only wanted to say Zhao Tianyu's 15 million, but when he saw Zhao Tianyu giving him a wink, he had to change his mouth. Rubbish, hurry up and pay back the money, otherwise you don't want to loan a single penny from here. You don't want the company you just set up to go bankrupt just because you have no business, right? Getting Zhao Hongjing's backing, Lin Jiaojiu immediately had a backbone. Looking at Jiang Chen with a sneer on her face, she said, Rubbish, aren't you great? Don't you have the Tang family backing you up? Didn't expect it. In front of me, Zhao Tianyu, you still have to obediently concede. Zhao Tianyu was equally relieved. He has the Tang family backing him up? Zhao Hongjing was slightly stunned. If there was a Tang family backing Jiang Chen up in the back, this matter would not be easy to handle. Uncle, you can rest assured, now the Tang family must have disregarded him. Otherwise this money, why would he come to Qisheng Bank for a loan? A word from the Tang family, more than 100 million is not easy? Lin Jiaojiu, however, had long thought about the trick, so the momentum was much bigger. As long as there is no Tang family backing, Jiang Chen is at their mercy to slaughter the life Zhao Hongjing suddenly realized. Also right, there is the Tang family out of the horse. Jiang Chen still need to come here to find an ordinary staff to borrow money in a low voice. Therefore, the worries in his heart were completely removed. Then if I pay back the money, is it true that you will lend me money? Jiang Chen asked with a playful face. Loan you money? Dream on. For a white-eyed wolf like you, if I loan you the money, I still don't know what you'll do? You don't want to loan out a single penny from me, Zhao Hongjing said with a sneer on his face, clearly thinking that he had Jiang Chen beat. You guys are just too much. We won't lend out this money. Wang Hongjie roared in anger. No loan? No loan is certainly fine, but you guys must pay back this money. Otherwise don't blame me, Zhao Hongjing, for not being polite. Zhao Hongjing's face sank. Oh, I'd like to hear how you're going to be nonchalant. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently and looked at Zhao Hongjing. Chapter 75, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Let's not talk about how many people I know in Songjiang's high society. It's easy for me to bring down your small company that was just set up. Just talking about this Ji Haishang, I can send him to jail right now, Zhao Hongjing said. Manager Zhao, what do you mean by that? I've been working diligently at Qixing Bank for several years. On what basis can you send me to prison? Ji Haishing's face changed and he voiced out a question. What do you mean? This Jiang Chen is a soft-eating piece of trash. His credibility can't pass Qixing Bank's scrutiny at all. While you are knowingly not reporting it, clearly trying to collude with them to pit our bank's money. This kind of eating and drinking behavior of yours has already violated the law. Not only do I have to fire you, but I also have to make you sit in jail, Zhao Hongjing said with a cold smile. Manager Zhao, is it whatever you say? I've followed all the normal approval procedures for reporting. What evidence do you have to prove that I've eaten my words? Ji Haishang was instantly furious. Evidence? Oh, I'm a loan department manager. Wanting to get you a staff is easy. My words are the evidence. When Wang Hongjie heard this, he was so angry that his face turned red. Ji Haishang agreed to give it a try because of his request. If he really went to jail because of this matter, then he would have to regret it for the rest of his life. You're slandering, planting evidence to frame you. Smear? Framing? Yes, I am slandering and framing him. Punk, fight with me. Do you have that qualification? Hand over $30 million and I can leave him untouched. Zhao Hongjing didn't care that the three of them knew about his plot. Sneering coldly, he looked at Jiang Chen and said, Uncle, there's also that piece of land. That was also tricked by this punk. Zhao Tianyu said from the side. Right, and that piece of land. Hand it over, otherwise I'll immediately call the police to arrest Ji Haishang and make him sit in jail. Rubbish, now you know how powerful we are, right? Without Tang Ruoxue backing you up, you're still a piece of trash. Better hand over everything, Lin Jiajiu said in a refreshed manner, once again regaining that lofty aura. Just with you guys, you want to frame my Jiang Chen's friend? Are you guys worthy? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, not caring in the slightest about the words of these few people. Rubbish, don't you dare to do this to me. I'll give you 10 seconds. Once the 10 seconds are over, I'll immediately call the police and arrest Ji Haishang first, then I'll screw the two of you, Zhao Hongjing said impatiently. Zhao Tianyu came in front of Jiang Chen, poking his finger hard at Jiang Chen's shoulder. Condescending. Rubbish, now kneel and kowtow to us. Maybe we can spare your lives. Bang! Jiang Chen raised his foot and kicked Zhao Tianyu to the ground. Zhao Tianyu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. What kind of thing are you? Garbage. Jiang Chen sneered and said, asterisk 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 you dare to hit me. I'll get you killed. Zhao Tianyu roared hysterically. Jiang Chen kicked Zhao Tianyu again, his gaze gloomy. It doesn't matter how you guys play with me. Dare to touch my friend. Looking for death. Rubbish. You dare to hit Tianyu. Reacting. Zhao Hongjing and Lin Jiajiu rebuked angrily at the same time. Immediately, Zhao Hongjing threw a punch at Jiang Chen, while Lin Jiajiu hurriedly went to help Zhao Tianyu. Jiang Chen similarly kicked Zhao Hongjing out. Zhao Hongjing stood up furiously, incomparably angry. Rubbish, you're dead this time. I'll definitely call the police to have you arrested. This time I'll not only make it so that your company can't get a single penny loan, but I'll also pull your company into the bank's blacklist, so that you'll be blocked by every bank in Songjiang. You just wait for your company to go bankrupt. That's not all. I'm going to send all of you to prison and make you sit through the bottom of the jail cell. Snap! Jiang Chen slapped Zhao Hongjing's face, and he directly spat out 2 teeth, blood poofing out. Try blocking one? Good, kid, you're bullish. Wait for me. Zhao Hongjing gritted his teeth in hatred and immediately punched the phone out. Soon after, there was a woman with a haughty stance walking over quickly with a group of bank security guards. This woman was none other than Yao Hong, the president of Qixing Bank. How dare you make trouble in our Qixing Bank? How dare you? When Yao Hong saw this scene, she immediately chided loudly. When Zhao Hongjing saw Yao Hong, he immediately ran over. Although his Zhao family had a bit of money, this Yao Hong was at least the president of Qixing Bank, and even if he was younger than him, he still had to treat him respectfully. Governor Yao. This kid is a soft food door-to-door son-in-law. The company he runs doesn't even have the qualifications to get a loan from our bank, and as a result, he colluded with our bank's Ji Haisheng, wanting to cheat money out of our bank. Fortunately, thanks to my nephew's reminder, I found out in time, which stopped them. As a result, this kid became enraged and directly beat me and my nephew, and threatened to kill us if I didn't lend them money. Zhao Hongjing added fuel to the fire and slandered President Yao. Zhao Hongjing slandered me. I didn't do anything like that at all. What I did was all in line with our bank's rules. Ji Haisheng's face changed, and he hurriedly explained. However, Yao Hong was simply not listening to the explanations of a small staff like Ji Haisheng. After all, Zhao Hongjing was able to reach the manager of the credit department. His background was not small. Outrageous. How dare you, even dare to cheat my Qixing bank's money? Come on people, call the police. Arrest these maniacs, Yao Hong said condescendingly. Ji Haisheng instantly turned white. Even Yao Hong, the bank president, didn't listen to his explanation. Then he didn't have any possibility of clearing his name at all. Kid, aren't you arrogant? Are you arrogant again to show me? Dare to hit me? If I say I'll let you sit through the bottom of the jail, you'll have to sit through the bottom of the jail. Zhao Hongjing sneered and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Snap! Jiang Chen slapped Zhao Hongjing's face, and blood flowed out. Arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. How dare I hit someone here? Blacklist their company and inform other banks that they are not allowed to lend to their company, Yao Hong said sternly. Jiang Chen looked at Yao Hong with cold eyes. As the president, you listen to the slanderous words of a villain and act recklessly without investigating. People like you don't deserve to be the president of Qixing Bank. Let me tell you, with me, Jiang Chen, you and this Zhao Hongjing will never be able to mix in this circle of the bank in the future, Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, is this kid sick? Dare to talk to our governor like that? Not letting the governor and manager Zhao mix in this circle? Who does he think he is? Didn't you hear? He's just a door-to-door waste who eats soft food. Not even as good as a dog. A few bank employees on the side looked at him like a little cutie. Like they were looking at Jiang Chen. Kid, you're really a waste of space. You don't even speak with a brain, Zhao Hongjing said with a big smile. Kid, why don't you show me how you won't let the two of us hang out in this circle? Yao Hong wrapped his arms around himself with a sneer. Knock knock knock. It was at this moment that a rush of footsteps sounded. Chapter 76, Driving Out. Song Sihao and Shen Wan walked in quickly with anxious colors on their faces. When Yao Hong's people saw the visitors, their faces changed and they fawned and came in front of the two of them. Although the Qixing Bank was a commercial bank opened by many shareholders, the Song family accounted for 85% of the shares and was a dominant player in the Qixing Bank. The resolutions made by the Song family basically represented the resolutions of the entire Qixing Bank. Therefore, Yao Hong and the others did not dare to offend the two Song Sihao at all. Young Song, Miss Shen, what brings you here? Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing both came forward and said respectfully. However, Song Sihao and Shen Wan didn't even pay attention to them. They just wanted to apologize to Jiang Chen right now. As for what these people were standing here for, they couldn't care less. The two of them directly crossed over them, and with a bright smile, they arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, this morning at Ruoshu's place, we didn't know how powerful Brother Jiang was. We're really sorry. It's the fault of the two of us. Please, you must forgive us. Right, Brother Jiang. You are a big man. Don't be general with the two of us. You must save us, Song Sihao and Shen Wan said with apologetic and remorseful faces. As the two men's words fell, the entire scene instantly fell silent and a pin could be heard. Everyone looked at this scene with unbelievable eyes, their mouths unable to close. Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing were even more horrified. The trash in their eyes had caused Song Sihao, the Song family's youngest master, to be so respectful and even apologize. This had simply overturned their three views. That was Song Jiang's god of wealth. Who wouldn't give them some face if they ran a company in Song Jiang? As a result, when they were facing Jiang Chen, they looked so humble, and even that smile had a pleasing meaning in it. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other, and both saw the fear in the other's eyes. Could it be that this Jiang Chen had some marvelous status? So it's General Manager Song and Miss Shen? I don't dare to be wrong. You guys are not wrong, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Brother Jiang, you're joking. It's our fault. Please be sure to forgive us. Song Sihao trembled and bowed to the end, saying. Shen Wan did the same, and even had a sobbing tone in her voice. Brother Jiang, for the sake of Ruoshu's face, please forgive us this time. Hiss. Everyone once again sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A bow to the end. Song Sihao and Shen Wan had actually humbled themselves to this extent in front of this man. As for Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing, they had already collapsed to the ground in fear. They understood that they had, this time, encountered a heavenly figure that was simply not something they could fight against. Lin Jiaojiao saw this scene, but she was furious. On what grounds? Why would such a loser like Jiang Chen be treated respectfully everywhere he went? There was definitely something wrong. These people definitely hadn't discovered his true identity. This dead liar. So, although she felt that these two people who had come must have some background, otherwise they wouldn't have made Governor Yao treat them so well. But that was because they didn't know Jiang Chen's identity yet. As long as they knew Jiang Chen's identity, they would definitely thumb their noses at him and give him a deep lesson. Two of you, what are you doing? This kid is my ex-husband. He's just a door-to-door loser who eats soft food. What are you guys doing being so respectful to him? Don't you mind being ashamed? Lin Jiajia shouted loudly. While Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing heard Lin Jiajiao's words, they were excited. A door-to-door waste who ate soft rice. And with his ex-wife testifying, it was solid proof that Jiang Chen was a waste. Young Song, Miss Shen, you guys get up. This man's ex-wife has come out to testify. Then this man must be a waste. You guys mustn't be fooled by him, Yao Hong said with a hopeful face. Only, Song Siheo's and Shenwan's faces suddenly changed drastically, their gazes cold and unimaginable. Brother Jiang, what's going on here? Song Siheo asked in a deep voice. I came to your bank to take out a loan, and your loan department manager said that I colluded with your bank staff to cheat money, and wanted to blacklist my company, and said that he would make us sit in jail. This bank manager of yours is indiscriminately going to catch us and send us to the Security Association, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Young Song, I've always been a good person. All the qualifications of Jiang Chen's company meet the conditions of the loan collateral of $300 million, and I've already reported that manager Zhao intentionally slandered me, Ji Haisheng also hurriedly said. Song Siheo was instantly furious. No matter how rich his Song family was, what was the point of having more money if they had no descendants? And Jiang Chen was the last straw they grabbed to save their lives. They had already offended Jiang Chen this morning with their presumptuousness. If this time, because of their bank's president and loan department manager, Jiang Chen would be displeased with them, then they would be finished. Outrageous. Yao Hong, Zhao Hongjing, is this how you manage this bank? Mr. Jiang is my Song Siheo's honored guest, not to mention that he wants a loan of 300 million. Even if it's a loan of 3 billion, I won't take any collateral. Song Siheo rebuked loudly. Instantly everyone became pale. $3 billion and don't want any collateral. This kind of practice was enough to show how high Jiang Chen's position was in Song Siheo's heart. Immediately, Song Siheo's gaze was incomparably gloomy as he rushed at the security guards and waved his hand. Come on people, beat it up for me. Immediately, this group of security guards made their move, and gave Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing a brutal beating, and the entire hall resounded with an unusually mournful and miserable scream. You guys are fired, and I will pull you into the career blacklist. Get lost, Song Siheo said in a cold voice. Yao Hong and Zhao Hongjing immediately turned as pale as paper, being dragged into the professional blacklist. In the future, they would not have any company in Songjiang that would use them, and they would become useless by then. Although Zhao Hongjing still had the Zhao family behind him, a large part of the credit for the Zhao family's ability to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars was due to his identity. Now without his identity, the Zhao family's business would absolutely fall to pieces. Young Song don't Mr. Jiang, we're wrong. The two kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, but it was of no use at all. Now hurry up and get lost, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite, Song Siheo said in a cold voice, his tone filled with biting killing intent. The two no longer dared to speak. Chao Nima, you stinking cousin. It's all because you encouraged Tian Yu to come over. It's all because of you. I'll kill you. Zhao Hongjing ran to Lin Jiajiu and gave Lin Jiajiu a violent beating. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly pulled Zhao Hongjing back. Jiang Chen, you white-eyed wolf. In the beginning our Lin family fed you and sheltered you and gave you money. Now you're doing this to me. Lin Jiajiu roared hysterically, venting the anger in her heart. Everything is your own fault. Jiang Chen said indifferently. What are you waiting for? Kick these people out, Song Siheo said loudly with a wave of his hand.